Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Finney-Smith, shot clock is at 7. Luka doubled. Finney-Smith for the lead at 3. Timeout taken. And Dallas has gone up by 2 with 16.8 to go.
Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our... Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not supposed to be here at 5:30 in the morning, especially after I won a bet this weekend that said I wasn't going to be here. But Sean Sharif's cell phone went off in a meeting yesterday, and
that's basically what it was.
We had to suspend him for Wednesday.
That's basically what it was.
No, Sean Sharif is tapping out with the flu this morning. So you've got me and Choppy riding with you for the next 4.5 hours. Mavericks topped the Nuggets last night, 116-115. And
unbelievable.
They tried to give it away. They tried at the end. They were up 8 with about 5 minutes left. It was 107-99. And that's when Christian Wood came out of the game.
Well, that's normal, right? You can't have him in crunch time.
It is. You had him.
Why would you have him in crunch time?
Yeah, you went up. You got up, you extended your lead with a Christian Wood block. He made a couple buckets. He assisted on a Maxi Kleba 3. And then they were like, all right, we got to take him out. We're up 8. And then all of a sudden they were down 2.
Oh my God, they're just playing too well.
Yeah, I know. You can't have that. You got to teach these guys how to be trustworthy. And Christian Wood's just not trustworthy yet.
No, he's not. He's not trustworthy at all. I mean, he's the only guy that came off the bench that was worth a damn. The only one. Nobody else.
He was. Josh Green struggled last night. We did not get to see Jaden Hardy.
No, man.
Which is disappointing. But in the end, look, you can't complain too much. Dorian Finney-Smith with the big go-ahead 3 you heard there. This was a big game for their 3-point shooting. That's ultimately what carries them. Luka only goes 5 of 17 last night, and 4 of those were from 3. Dorian Finney-Smith makes 5 threes, and Tim Hardaway Jr. makes 6. And the Mavericks sneak one by with 1. And they've won a couple games. They've won a few games in a row here against good teams.
Oh, they have.
This is maybe we should stop doubting Jason Kidd. Maybe he is right. Maybe Twitter should shut the hell up, which we'll play that later.
You think so?
I don't know what it is with the Mavericks, like fascination with Twitter. Like Jason Kidd goes off on Twitter people yesterday, and you remember Mark Cuban got in some hot water last year, was it, or 2 years ago, where he had gone off on Mavs Twitter and said Mavs Twitter isn't the fan base, and it's not representative. And so like they've got this weird fascination with going after fans on Twitter.
Yeah, they do. It's weird. Like there's no people were talking about Suns. There's no such thing as Suns Twitter. There's no such thing as NBA Twitter in December.
There's just that one meme, just the Suns and 4 guys.
Yeah, like nobody fought, like people aren't tweeting about the NBA in December anyway. There's no such thing as Mavs Twitter right now. Mavs Twitter happens in April and May. There's no such thing as Suns Twitter.
Well, I mean it's Bassick. So basically, Bassick. I think Jason Kidd and Mark Cuban are talking about Mike Bassick.
Yeah,
when they say these.
Correct.
Things. And
yeah, because we're not talking about we play in a town where you can barely watch the games. Half the people in town can't even watch the games. So they're certainly not going to tweet about it.
You know, I actually I cut the cord a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm on YouTube TV. Are you still corded up? Oh, good for you. I have
a streaming service through DirecTV.
See, so I've got YouTube TV. I then had to pay for cable just to make sure I could have Bally, because none of the streaming services that I needed NFL Network and other stuff for had Bally. So I had to have an entirely separate service. Now I guess I could do the Bally Plus, but I guess I shouldn't say the cable company, although I just led a little bit with it. So you can probably guess. But the cable company does not let you they'll let you sign up for a new plan through the internet portal.
Yeah.
But then, of course, you cannot cancel it through there.
Right.
You can't reduce it. You got to call the phone number, then you can't get a hold of anybody.
Exactly.
And now I just pay for cable that I never watch other than Mavericks games.
Well, see, there's going to come a point, when Sarah and I move in together, whenever that happens.
I thought you stay over there now.
I do.
I thought y'all were living in sin already.
When we officially, combine households,
right?
That we'll probably get YouTube TV.
It's great.
And then I just won't have Bally because they don't have it, right?
No, but if I was you, what I would do is I'd go YouTube TV and then I'd sign up for the Bally streaming service.
Yeah,
I needed games before Bally Plus was launching, and now I'm stuck and I can't get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we'll do. I have no idea. I'm not in charge of anything. So I whatever she decides is what we'll probably wind up doing. And if I miss, some Maverick games or Ranger games,
so be it.
So be it. There's 81 more, and I'll find a way to catch.
Stars get their asses handed to them last night by the Maple Leafs.
Oh, tomorrow's not bad.
4-0. And it was like the game of the night. Like I think it was on ESPN last night. You're Mr. Dallas Stars. You've become Mr. Dallas Stars insider, essentially, I'd say. I think you're right. I mean, I kind of am. With your hockey frequenting. I go to a lot of games. I can't tell you what happens. No, but but still, you see it. Like, you could tell me something that happened, like, well, last night this guy moved the puck and then he shot it and it went in. He did move the puck and they shot it and it didn't go in last night. No, not one time. Not a single time did it go in last night. There was a good piece though on Jason Robertson on ESPN.com talking about. I saw that. He was front page yesterday. Yeah, talking about his rise to stardom. If you go look, his first, X amount of games in the NHL, he's either mirroring or exceeding Connor McDavid throughout the same time. I don't know who that is, but that sounds impressive. You could make the case, and I think most people would make the case, that if it's not him who's the best player in the NHL, it's Jaromir Jagr. It's probably not Jagr. Oh, okay. You're looking at maybe one or two other guys. Like, we're talking about who I believe is the best player in the league, in McDavid. But Robertson's basically kind of toe-to-toe with him in their first X amount of games in the league. I mean, I would argue for Patrick Elias, but that would just be me. Look, you're not going to get any arguments from me. I loved Patrick Elias, but I don't think we're talking about the same kind of guy. This is the extent of my hockey knowledge. Is whatever name's stuck in my head with the Stars were go for the cup. And look, I got to be clear here because I do know I have the troll reputation. I don't hate hockey. Like it's not like the World Cup. It's soccer on ice. Wow, that's not accurate. I don't feel like. But I like, while I troll the soccer angle, I actually really, really, really wish I could get into hockey, because whenever it's playoff hockey, and so I do get sucked in, and I'm like, man, I wish I had the time to commit to like actually learning the ins and outs of who plays in this league. Well, you just have to drink when you go to games and stuff. I think you can get into hockey if you drink. No, I'm into. I can get into it just watching it. Okay. I don't need the alcohol to get into it. In fact, I would probably ruin it. I can't follow it. Like, I mean, we come in, we got to watch the Mavericks game last night. I got to go to Cowboys practice. We got to find out what's going on in the MLB winter meetings, and then I still have to sleep. And so I can't cut out any time for hockey. I get it. You got to carve your own path. I mean, how does Jared Sandler know all like 20 sports and then, run a charity and? Well, he ignores his wife. Ah, that makes sense. And he technically has us run the charity. Right, and we run the charity and we do all that stuff. But he doesn't he also doesn't really work. No. He does have that 6 month. He has 6 months off. Well, he does play-by-play though for TV and stuff. I think he was on the call of UTA last night. He has side gigs and stuff. Okay, but I've done play-by-play before. Maybe that's why I don't do play-by-play anymore. It's because that doesn't really take any time. Oh, just 3 hours, right? It's a couple hours out of your day. I think what you just did is prove that it's no work by pointing out that Choppy did it. I did it. Like, did it quite well for 7 years. Chop was like all over like national broadcasts with his Odell calls and everything else. Were you ever familiar with those, Peyton? No. You don't know that? I don't think so. Chop called Texas Legends games and used to just work in Odell lyrics as his play-by-play calls. Really? And weren't you on SportsCenter? I was on SportsCenter. I was on Intentional Talk on MLB Network, which obviously makes sense because I was doing basketball games. Yeah. Deadspin did a thing on me. Well, but MLB has 6 months off out of the year. They got to cover other things. They got to cover other things. Absolutely. No, it was a tremendous ride. Tremendous ride. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. All right, we're just getting started here on a Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the two big insiders in Major League Baseball and the NFL and why they are in trouble once again. That's next here on The Fan. Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, get the best audio from the world. Jay on 105.3 The Fan, or Sean, RJ, and Chop. That's what we're back on.
Shannon RJ, Chop, and Chop.
We'll get into that a little bit later. Pat McAfee. It was a big day for RJ Choppy yesterday. Pat McAfee identifies him twice in the show title.
Hell yeah. He's
on First Take. You got your voice on First Take.
I didn't see that.
Which one was it? First Take, right, Peyton?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, he was. You were on First Take. They included your question in the Jerry answer.
Nice. That's I hate when that happens because.
No, you don't.
I hate my questions.
Love it.
No, I don't like to ask questions. If it was up to me, I would never ask a question during an interview. I hate asking questions.
I got some texts yesterday from some people on the beat. They said yesterday was like we asked really good questions all the way.
Yeah, I hate.
You asked a lot of them yesterday.
I know. I hate doing that. I would rather just come up here and do some mindless drivel on the radio and just and not ask questions. I hate doing it. I'm embarrassed. Very embarrassed.
Have you thought of asking Jerry questions based off of Odell lyrics?
Oh man.
Or I guess you'd have to do like, I don't know, something. You'd have to do like Bobby Darin for him. Something that he'd.
You think I could do Mac the Knife?
Yeah. Or Dream Lover.
Could be.
Yeah, working some Motown. I think you could do that. John Heyman's in trouble for a couple different reasons. So yesterday, and Peyton, thank you for sending this. Thank you for sending the screenshot because I'm blocked by John Heyman on Twitter. That was about a younger Bobby Belt super annoyed by his mystery team hashtag during the Cliff Lee negotiations.
That happens a lot with you, I feel like. You're blocked by a lot of people.
I'm blocked by 3 people that I know of. David Carr, John Heyman, and good old JJT.
Really?
Yeah. I asked him where to get wings, and he blocked me.
Mike Freeman has me blocked, and
that's not difficult to do. I'm not blocked, but it's not difficult.
CJ Wilson.
Oh, old straight edge racer?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Thoughts and prayers. John Heyman got in trouble yesterday because he first tweeted, Arson Judge is heading to the Giants. And then he had to delete that after it got retweeted 3,500 times in about a minute.
Yeah.
Literally 3,500. Yep. Had to come back and go, Aaron Judge is going to the Giants. And then he had to come back again 2 minutes later and say, sorry, Giants haven't heard from Aaron Judge. Jump the gun. Apologies.
Yeah, first of all, he should have left the Arson Judge up there because technically that wasn't wrong.
It was a hot take.
It's a hot take for one, and it doesn't really mean anything. It has nothing. It has no bearing on anything because there's nobody named Arson Judge. Plus, I think the typo is funny.
No, it's a great typo. Yeah. He technically couldn't have been wrong there. And I got to tell you, I was driving home and I was looking through my podcasts last night and I saw Michael K. Third Hour. I was like, oh, this is perfect. They would have been on the air when this happened. And they probably lost their mind. Michael K., of course, the voice of the Yankees, the television side. Yeah, because it's old Don Sterling and his vision that go John Sterling,
Don.
Whatever. Don Sterling has his own problems.
Yes, he does.
John Sterling.
John Sterling and his vision that goes about 100 feet now. Thinks every
he
pop
is
fly is a home run.
Like he's like 85 years old. It's like, guys, come on, you can find somebody new.
Would you rather have Merrill Reese calling Cowboys games or John Sterling? John, damn it. John Sterling. I've got myself mixed up now. John Sterling calling Rangers games.
Oh, I'd much rather have John Sterling. At least he has a great voice.
Yes, he does. But
now he's getting old. He can't see the game anymore. But I do enjoy if you get away from all the crap that he does. He in his prime he was really good at just calling a game. And then he has gone far and away from that. He's no longer that guy.
Michael K. And his co-host Don LaGreca and Peter Rosenberg were on the air when this broke, and they were devastated. They were completely depressed and wow. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna call some people during the break and figure that. But man, if Heyman says it, I think you got to trust that. Heyman doesn't miss much. So they come back on the air from break, and they see the new tweet, and Michael K says, "I'm gonna sit this one out. Heyman's a friend, but this is a bad look. I'll just say that." And it was Don LaGreca, his co-host, who decided not to sit it out.
He's so quick to be the first to get it out there on this big story. Would it have killed him to call the Giants first and word it in a way where he'd be able to get up? I mean, you can't have a bunch of people relying on your information as a respected journalist to throw out that information and then walk it back a couple of minutes later. I'm sorry,
you
Michael.
make a great point,
I mean,
Don.
it's a borderline fireable offense, honestly. I don't understand the importance of getting it first anyway. What, you're going to be first for 30 seconds and everybody else jump on it? He's got the contacts. Follow the story. You're not a cub reporter. You should be walking around the lobby just hungrily trying to get information before everybody else. I'm sorry. It's a bad job.
I'm not going to kill him the way Don is. It's hard. That is part of the gig is scooping it. That is, Michael.
No, the part of the gig is getting it right. I mean, I understand back in the day, but what are you buying, Peter? 30 seconds? John Heyman reports it. You don't think within a minute everybody else is going to report it? Would he get a little trophy for being the guy that had it 30 seconds before everybody else?
Yeah,
and the risk you run is what
trophy.
just happened. And his reputation takes a hit for this.
Now, hold on. What if we find out in 20 minutes that it's true?
Well, then why did he walk it back? I mean, there's emotions being toyed with here, people.
It is not that serious.
It is not that serious.
I get the general point. If he's a good enough reporter, he doesn't have to. He should be able to cover his bases. He clearly tried 2 minutes later and went, oh, never mind.
I don't understand the reporting field. I don't understand the importance of being first. I don't get all that. Like, does it really matter? Nobody remembers. First of all, when any story happens in the NFL, no matter who breaks it, everybody assumes Schefter breaks it.
Yeah.
No matter who breaks it.
Yeah. No.
Mark Stein could break NBA news, and we all assume Woj broke it.
That's what yesterday when the Baker Mayfield claim by the Rams broke. The first person I think that had it was Jordan Schultz. And yet somebody else came back a few minutes later, reported the same thing, and said Adam Schefter first. And they were not an ESPN, teammate. And so it was that's exactly it. Like, nobody even recognized Jordan Schultz had it first. Unless Schefter had it first.
Unless Rosenthal or Passan have it, I don't know if anybody cares who breaks it first. And they don't even care if Rosenthal or Passan break it first. They're just going to wait around for them to confirm it.
Right. Nobody's going to believe it until Schefter tweets out.
So it doesn't even matter who comes in. And I've just never understood the reporting side of things. I know you're a reporter. I've never understood that. Like, it just doesn't, that world, it's like, okay, so Clarence Hill got it before Archer. Whoop de do.
I mean, Clarence isn't going to get it before Archer.
Right. But do you get a raise? Do you get a raise for getting, do you get like a bonus for each story you break?
I will say this, not specific to me, but I know that matters to the outlets. So
Sure.
their bosses, it matters to them. So they need to be first, not for their own ego. A lot of times it's because my bosses want me to be first.
I get that.
There's that pressure from the employer. It's funny, when we talked about the Amari Cooper stuff leading into this offseason, I said that they were going to move they were likely to move away from him. And there was all this BS, that's not happening, blah, blah, blah. And you remember a couple weeks later, Schefter tweeted basically the same thing. And then it was all of a sudden oh, well, it's happening now. It's like, he said the same thing I did, which is it's going to happen. It hasn't even happened yet. But Schefter, man, he's the man. Other than the fall from grace he's experienced, man, he's had so many problems over the last year or two. Schefter. Yeah.
Well, speaking of pieces for Deshaun Watson.
It's the issue of Bruce Allen and his calling him Mr. Editor. You had the way he fumbled the Dwayne Haskins issue. And then this weekend, he wrote a big puff piece on Deshaun Watson, which you remember he got in trouble for Watson too.
Yeah.
And so he writes this big puff piece for somebody. Watson's representatives, I don't know what it is, but he made sure to go out there and tweet that Deshaun Watson, he's been progressing well through his treatment, wants to continue with it. They feel it's helping him. It's just sort of ongoing as needed, and it'll be ongoing until it's not needed anymore. And I think it's given him a lot of help and support, but this could take a while. That's a quote he had. He writes, the program is considered confidential, and Watson did not shed light on his treatment last week. He declined to address his treatment during his news conference last week, leading up to the return of his play. But as one source pointed out, his clinician said he shouldn't comment on his treatment program, and he's not allowed to get into his legal situation. This is the fine line of being a reporter. Where you're a reporter trying to cultivate sources and develop news, and then just flat out carrying water. And Schefter, I don't know Do you think he's just getting exposed for it more now? Or is he blurring the line the last year? I feel like it's a blurred line. I feel like he didn't used to do this. I could be wrong. I may be revising history.
Perhaps he and perhaps ESPN wants him to reinvent himself beyond just a guy who breaks news. They want him to be a guy who breaks news and writes opinion pieces and does, these Seth Wickersham type, fluff pieces.
Seth's good at it though.
Yeah, right. I know, but these fluff pieces. I mean, maybe that's what they want, or maybe he is like, all right, look, I'm bored just breaking stories on my phone all day. I want to sit there. I'm a writer at heart.
And I mean, he got that massive contract.
Like, what does he write anymore? He doesn't write articles.
No, he writes he writes sourced reports and here's what but that's the problem is that a lot of people feel like, and it certainly seemed that way with the Bruce Allen story. A lot of people felt like he's basically having the sources edit it, which I do understand also the other aspect of this of if you're reporting on something, you also have to make sure that the unnamed source who gave it to you is okay with the way you frame it, because that source is giving it to you on the condition of this is what I'm saying, but don't say it this way. That could get me in trouble. This could, this would show that it's me and I'd get in trouble too. And so I understand wanting to make sure you get it worded right to where the source says, okay, I feel comfortable with you talking about it like this. This is representative of what I've given you. But man, he's blurring the lines, all Robin Thicke style. And I don't know. That's why I'm Team Rappaport. Ian Rappaport, by the way, joins us at 8:20 today. We got Nick Eatman at 9:20. Michael Irvin, TBD. I think we're gonna try to get him at 9:45. He's got a plane thing going on. But 9:45 crosstalk with KNC and Michael Irvin. It is a big hump day edition of Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif out this morning. He's got the sniffles. In reality, he's
pooping.
He was
pooping disease.
As soon as Bassett came back, he was like, I need to take off some time too. Anyway, we'll talk about all of it. Odell, Beckham, all the other developments from yesterday. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got a frog in the throat right out of the gate. It is a hump day.
Hump day. You are sounding like
edition.
Sean today.
I know. It is the hump day edition of Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Got a lot coming up for you today. We got Sean Sharif is out today, by the way. Peyton, I thought we were going to have our fun Pat McAfee open, man.
Well, we haven't played the audio yet. We can't do that.
Yeah,
No one
you got
knows
to play
what
the
it
audio
is.
first.
Come
You know
on.
that.
I mean, doesn't everybody watch Pat McAfee? Shouldn't they already know? I know. Choppy got a ton of credit yesterday on Pat McAfee. He's a superstar now he's a national media darling. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Probably Expressway 740. Coming up today, we got Ian Rappaport at 8:20 to discuss all things Odell Beckham. We'll hit on a development on that in just a minute. Michael Irvin, who's usually at 8:40, maybe 9:45 today. He may drop in for Cross. I know Peyton is efforting on that.
Yeah, it's a lot of faith on an airline getting landing at the right time where he can actually get on the phone with us.
Yeah.
I think he's landing at 9:30, so
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Now, the good news is he's in first class, so he's first. He's had to wait for 78 people to deplane.
Maybe we need to get that OBJ flight crew to kick him off the plane before takeoff, and then we don't even have to worry about it.
Perfect.
I think that'd be great. Nick Eatman is coming up at 9:20 later today. We got a lot to talk about. I understand you guys feel a little Odell'd out, in all honesty. I think we all kind of do. I think we're just ready for a resolution.
Well, my issue is like, man, we started talking about this like in October.
Right.
Like, make your this is MLB free agency.
Glazer said the first week, or Camus said the first week of November that Odell was going to be cleared to play in the next week. That's what he said back in November. And then you had I can't remember who the other one. I think Schefter had said he'd be clear by middle of November. And here we are early December, and the reports yesterday from Ed Werder from ESPN. See, Ed Werder and his
local
weekly,
radio,
local radio,
local Twitterer, said that the indication is that Odell Beckham wouldn't be ready till mid-January, which that I think when we listened to Jerry talk yesterday, that was kind of what we were inferring based off of him talking. Because it was, hey, would he be ready this year? He's like, well, what does ready mean? Ready can mean, does that mean next week or does that mean maybe the Super Bowl? It's like, oh, okay, so you're saying that's your decision now. Does having him this year, which you said is a requirement, you're put in a position of, does it count if having him this year is the playoffs? Because we might not reach as far as he could get in. And now they're looking at it. But
now, the question is, do you believe national reporter or local reporter?
Ed's both.
That was just
Ed
the
is
way,
both.
That was just the way to
yes.
take a shot at Ed.
Ed is both. I love Ed. And I love everybody. I love all these reporters.
Yes, you do.
But Ed had that report yesterday. Josina Anderson, friend of Shan, RJ, and Chop, had the Odell side yesterday. There was definitely a lot of negotiating in the media, I felt like yesterday. There was a lot of drop this, drop that, and kind of volleying back and forth. She had a series of tweets yesterday around 2 o'clock yesterday. She said, I'm told Odell Beckham Jr. is still on his visit with the Cowboys per league source. Separately, sources close to Beckham Jr. tell me he feels able to contribute to the playoffs this season, especially after getting in with the team and acclimating consistently over several weeks. She comes back and says, Odell Beckham Jr.'s first ACL recovery took 11 months from the day of injury, October 25th, 2020. December 13th marks 10 months since the re-injury. The second weekend of January 2023 marks the end of the regular season, the start of the playoffs, and 11 months out from Beckham Jr. again, which is something she hinted at with us last week. And then, of course, she came back around.
That's still quick, though, right?
11 months? I don't think so. Gallup was 10.
Was he 10?
Yeah. Gallup was 10.
The timeline's skewed because it used to be a year, right? It used to be a year.
Yes. Now they have advanced on that.
Oh,
front.
yeah.
It's not the same. And Chris Godwin came back about 9 months later, I think. And so It varies a little bit. Now, I don't know what a second ACL recovery is supposed to look like. Maybe that should be longer. But, we've heard reports throughout the time. This surgery went much better than the last one. It's like, okay, well, shouldn't you been on a quicker trek? But Josina came back later, 3 o'clock, said timing's everything, and so is the art of the negotiation, both publicly and privately, while meetings are ongoing. Separately, not so separately, the Cowboys currently ranked 24th in wide receiver production. This after deciding to trade Amari Cooper earlier this year on March 16th. So now I think you're seeing this isn't going to be blowing kisses to each other, consistently. This is now about the negotiation and trying to figure out, can we make this work? I think if the medical, it says mid-January, if it were not for Jerry, I think the Cowboys would probably already be out.
Yeah, look, to me, I've got to have 2 playoff runs from him. I'm assuming it's this year or next year, right? Now, maybe it's just the next 2 years, but then the money, the value just isn't there. 2 playoff runs for $25 million is amazing. I'm assuming that it's $20 million a year.
Right. Assuming it's $20 million a year, but I mean, look, if the market,
G-Bag's out on that.
Yes,
they told me that yesterday.
I heard that when you were Cowboys insider.
Yes,
RJ Choppy.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing about the Odell negotiations: that if you get 2 playoff runs, great. But what if he is coming back? Like, you don't get the final week or 2 to try and work into that. Does that give you pause? Does that give any value to the playoff run if you're trying to work him in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, working him in the playoffs, like, you really want to take a risk that a guy doesn't know where to be?
Right. Well, I mean,
game?
A lot of the receivers have had that issue already. So
yeah, I guess
that's just status
quo.
quo.
Of course.
Does it make it any different how we've seen this offense play since Dak got back? Does it make they don't need to take this risk now?
I'll be honest with you. I mean, Dak's played pretty good. The offense has been very good since he's returned.
Right. It's been tops in the NFL. Since he returned, they're number 1 in points, number 2 in yards.
Yeah, and their efficiency numbers are off the charts. Like, they're like the number. I think they're the number 1 weighted DVO team in the league right now. Like, they're tremendously efficient. Do you really want to mess with it?
CeeDee Lamb was doing a series of interviews yesterday, which is always funny because he had a plug. It was for Old Spice, and he started off every interview. It felt like they were supposed to ask him about a question about Old Spice, and nobody did. So he started off every interview by going, well, first of all, I just want to say how much I love Old Spice. It's part of my game day routine. And, it's always funny to watch them try and work in their plug. But I thought this was interesting yesterday. Sage Steele on SportsCenter.
Wow, what happened to her?
She's on SportsCenter. She's interviewing CeeDee Lamb. She's crushing it. She was talking to CeeDee Lamb yesterday. And listen to this, the very beginning of this exchange with CeeDee Lamb.
I have to ask you about Odell Beckham Jr., right?
Nah, well, definitely. We don't have to, but we can.
Okay, well, good.
So, you don't have to, but we can.
Yeah, you don't have to.
As much as he's talked about, I want him here and stuff like that, I think the guys in that locker room have reached a point where it's similar to the fan base. Do it or don't do it. Let me know when there's...
That's I mean...
And I want to be clear, we're not spending all day on Odell Beckham Jr. today, guys. So if you're worried about that, we're just updating the most recent information that's happened since we came on the air.
It's taking so long. Now, some of this is on Odell, right? Some of this is his fault.
A lot of this,
let's go and sign, man. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to play here, or do you not want to play here? Or do you want to play in Buffalo, or do you not? A lot of this is on Odell.
Yeah, I think
it's also on the national media, the local media, for prematurely starting this back in October when you knew it was 2 months away.
But we didn't, because remember, Camus said he'd play first week of November. First week of November, he'd be clear.
Well, Camus was wrong,
and we didn't have a lot of clarity on that. In fact, I don't think we had a lot of. I don't think until around when Josina said it last week, when Josina told us that he was not going to be, there was a chance he couldn't even play this year. That was the first time I'd heard anybody really say that. And so I think it's evolved. I think the Cowboys over the last week have felt a little less optimistic about his medicals. And I think that's giving them some pause. I think if Jerry were not involved and doesn't have such an affinity for the player, I don't know that there's a current market for Odell Beckham Jr. Because I don't think the Bills and the Giants are super hot to bring him in right now if he's not going to be ready to play soon. I don't think a lot of the folks in the Cowboys organization are.
I don't know why you would. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense why you would.
Chop and truckwreck.com, fan text, Twitch, all you guys, 877-881-1053. Whose health worries you more? You've obviously made your feelings known on the Jacob deGrom front. If the Cowboys sign Odell Beckham for, let's say, 3 years, $45 million. So that's the $20 million average with the prorated first year. If they sign him to that versus the contract that Jacob deGrom got, whose health worries you more, coupled with their money? Odell Beckham Jr. or Jacob deGrom?
I mean, whose health worries me more in reference to the money? I would probably say deGrom, only from the standpoint that it's a lot more money. And a wide receiver can play banged up. Like, a pitcher's not going to pitch banged up.
No, they will shut you down if you just say my arm kind of hurts.
Yeah, and deGrom has shown, at least in my opinion, that he doesn't really like to pitch unless he's perfect. Unless he's healthy. But again, that's everybody.
And when he is, he's
the best of the game.
Yeah, I mean it's him and like Verlander.
Like, there's more variance to deGrom's contract. Like, deGrom either is going to be a much bigger hit or a much bigger miss.
What it does,
you know what I mean? If he doesn't pitch, it's a huge miss. If he hits, he's a huge hit.
I don't think I've asked you this question yet. Does the deGrom contract not worry you as long as even if he busts, it doesn't affect Ray Davis's spending? Like if it doesn't go well and Ray Davis is like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. That's not going to slow me from spending. Does the deGrom thing only upset you if he gets hurt and you've got this albatross of a contract that's preventing you from spending money elsewhere?
Yes. Now, like, here's the thing. He could say it's not going to affect it, but every owner in history has shown that, you know, there is a budget.
Yes, but he's clearly showing a willingness to spend a lot. Here's Jacob deGrom's recent injury history, because I know we've talked a lot about it and made reference to it, but you guys maybe don't have the details of exactly what it is. This is just over the last couple years. April 2022, stress fracture in his right scapula. That's the shoulder blade area. That he missed 4 months with that. August 2021, he had inflammation in his right elbow, missed 2 months. July 2021, right forearm strain, missed a month. June 2021, right shoulder soreness, left to start early. June 2021, right flexor tendonitis, left to start early. May 2021, right side tightness, missed 15 days on the IL. That's a lot of injuries.
Yeah, it is.
To the arm.
Yeah, I mean, this and look, that's where pitchers are going to get. You know, they're going to get, like, you know, they might get a hamstring here or there, or groin, whatever. But for the most part, it's going to be some kind of an arm injury. A lat, could be a lat, you know, whatever, blisters, you know, pop in there. But this is what happens, and it happens as you get older. I mean, I don't think there's any coincidence that these things are happening as he reaches mid-30s. He was healthy in his 20s.
Odell Beckham Jr., of course, has his own injury concerns. And I don't know. I feel like, what's DeGrom? DeGrom's 34?
Yes.
I feel like 34 as a pitcher is still younger than 30 as a receiver.
It is.
And so he does have that working his advantage. But here's what Odell Beckham Jr.'s dealt with. Tell me if you see
a pattern?
Yeah, a pattern here, Chop. February 2022, left ACL tear, misses 10 months and counting. October 2020, left ACL tear, missed 11 months. December 2018, left quad contusion, missed 4 games. October 2017, left fibula fracture, missed the remaining 11 games of the season. August 2017, left ankle sprain, missed 3 weeks, 1 regular season game. It's a lot of injuries to that left leg.
It is. I'm less worried about injuries in 2018.
But it has been consistently.
But it's been consistent on the left leg.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about October 2017, he misses the rest of the season. October 2020, rest of the season. And an injury that happened at the end of 2022 has cost him most of this season.
Right. Yeah, that's obviously the most recent injuries are the ones that matter the most, at least matter the most to me. And, you know, and part of that is, you know, Jake deGrom's most recent history. If he had 2 arm injuries in 2016 and 2017, I don't care.
Because he's shown an ability.
Because he's shown an ability to pitch healthily beyond that. The problem is that, yeah, he's been healthy in 8 of his 10 years pitching. The problem is it was the first 8.
Right.
That's my issue. It's that it's the first 8, not the last 2.
What have you done for me lately? On the Odell front, one last question for you here. If the Cowboys were able to get a protection in there similar to the one they got with Gerald McCoy, which McCoy's protection was very specific to that quad that he ended out tearing. If they can get a medical protection against just the knee, and say, not just any injury, but if it's that left knee and XYZ happens and you miss this amount of time, guarantees are voided. And Odell Beckham Jr. can get down with that. Are you more comfortable with the contract? So it's not a full injury. It's not full injury protection, but to that knee that we're all worried about.
In general, I'm okay with the contract anyway. In general. But like how does that affect the cap? If you give him a contract and the guarantees are voided, does that lower his cap figure?
Yes, it would lower dead money, okay. and so if you needed to bail on it, then
that makes a lot of it. Now, would Odell agree to that?
If he wouldn't, then I think you have a problem. Especially if they say, "Look, we're not asking for the whole thing; we're just asking for protection on the knee." If that's the case, then I think you have to walk away. Mavs and the Nuggets played last night. It was an exciting affair. Mavericks come out again with another victory over a good team, and Jason Kidd got a little mouthy with the Mavs fan base, or not the Mavs fan base, but very specifically the Mavs fan base on one particular platform. We'll talk about that next year on The Fan.
Friday morning.
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
System goal. Heaves it good if it goes. It's over. And Dallas has escaped with a 1-point win.
Damn right they have. Dallas Mavericks are on a roll, Chop. Get that victory on the road against the Knicks. Beat the Suns at home. Beat them down in front of Odell Beckham Jr. Go and beat the Nuggets last night. Tried to give it away. Had an 8-point lead with like 3 minutes left, and then you were down 2 with, 2.5 minutes later. But a big 3 from Dorian Finney-Smith down the stretch. Mavericks are able to knock down a few free throws. Come through in the clutch. Not a big night from Luka Doncic. In fact, I want to say, Chop, last night was the first game they've won this year where Luka scored fewer than 30. It is.
It was at least the first about 28. It was 30, huh?
Yeah, it was the first game they've won this year where Luka scored fewer than 30 points. He scored 22 last night, 5 of 17 shooting, but triple double, 10 rebounds, 12 assists. Good game overall. Christian Wood played well in his once more limited minutes. 14 points, 6 boards, 2 steals, and a block. 6 of 7 shooting. Incredibly efficient, just not very trustworthy, of course. But finally starting to right the ship a little bit, maybe.
Look, starting 11-11 or 10-10. We talked a lot about this, the Warriors not having a good road record. Neither of the Mavs.
No, the Mavs have 1 win, or now 2 wins on the road, or three. Yeah, because I got to stay upset.
So,
it's 3 now.
Yeah, the Warriors were like 2-10 to start the year on the road or whatever. We were 2-8 going into last night. Like, that's got to get rectified.
Yep.
You can't sit there and go through an entire season losing 80% of your road games and expect to be anything beyond a play-in game team. You're going to have to win road games in the play. They've already reached the point in the season where, can they get a home series? Yeah, sure, but they're not going to be the 1. We knew that. They're not going to be the 2. Although they're not that far away. That's the thing. Nobody in the West has pulled away. Nobody.
Yeah,
there's no Suns from last year going to win 68 or 60-something games.
Yeah, outside of the Suns from last year, that's exactly what the West looked like. It was the Suns, and then it was
a lot of other teams that were kind of close together.
Yeah, because we were talking last year about could the Mavs get all the way up to 2, or could they be like playing the Suns in the first round or something?
Yeah, the top of the East is much more difficult than the top of the West right now.
Yes. In fact, if you look at just a couple different ones, we talk about point differential in all sports. That's a huge key there. The Eastern Conference has Celtics at 8, Bucks at 4.8, Cavs at 6.6. Like, the Mavs sitting at what are they at? 7th in the West right now. Their 3-point differential is 4th in the West. They're the number 1 defense in the West in terms of points per game at 108.7. They would be 4th in the East. So, a lot of defense, a lot of strong teams in the East. Dallas just trying to find their way right now in a muddled Western Conference. But one of these factors, one of the only reasons that they've been able to get to the point where they are, we just referenced, first time that Lucas scored under 30 and they've actually been able to win a damn game. There's been a lot of this discussion, obviously, about the Mavs are overusing Luka Doncic. Just the amount of minutes he's being asked to play, his usage rate, how involved he is. It's not sustainable. Jason Kidd had said, what was it, 2 weeks ago we were playing that audio where Jason Kidd said he'll get burned out by Christmas like this. And then you had him talking to Yahoo. Yahoo had an article yesterday. Who was it that wrote this? I want to give credit. I know that Peyton's very big on that. Vincent Goodwill had written for Yahoo. Mavs' dependency on Luka Doncic's MVP level production shows need for significant move. Problem, of course.
Okay.
Can't make a significant move. He has in here, he says, if they're not careful, Doncic won't be anywhere near his best because he'll be so worn down from carrying his team come playoff time. Even Jason Kidd, who put a lot of responsibility on Doncic as he did with Giannis Antetokounmpo years ago, knows this isn't sustainable. He told Yahoo Sports last week, for 82 games. It's no way that he can play at this level. This usage is just way too high. No one can. You know, the things that we ask him to do on the offensive end and then asked him to defend on the other end, it's a lot. So Jason Kidd knows this usage rate needs to go down.
Yeah.
You can spread some minutes around probably by, you could give Jaden Hardy a couple minutes. You could increase Josh Green. You could increase Christian Wood. And then obviously...
But he doesn't want to.
Right. You can shift guys. He clearly doesn't want to.
I mean, he shrunk the bench last night in the altitude.
Yeah. And he made it clear. He made it clear last night before the game, talking with reporters. He made it clear that while Luka Doncic's usage is too high, he doesn't really intend to do anything about it, even though he keeps saying, man, we got to do something about it. Sounds kind of like a politician, right? We got to
kind of does.
We got to do something.
You know, the Nuggets
got to do something.
Pretty much everybody in the Nuggets starting five had about the same amount of minutes, right? They were all between 30 and 34. And you know, Powell played 21. The rest of the Mavs were all above 31 minutes in the starting lineup.
Ugh.
And that's a lot. You know, Luka was upwards of 40 at 37. He was upwards of 40 minutes. You're gonna wear somebody out.
Luka's averaging 36.8 minutes per game.
I mean, that's right on his average. I mean, they've got his average down, and you know, a lot of times that'll happen, right? You know, you got to manage minutes. You got to have a rotation and a set
Sure.
plan. You know, he knows going into every game, and unless there's some kind of extenuating circumstance, like it's a game 7, he's going to sit in certain parts of every game at the same time, and he knows it. Unless you get in foul trouble.
Well, and so here's the funny thing, is that Kidd has talked extensively about the need to fix this and do something about it. Last night, he was doing media availability, and the topic of minutes in general came up. And this is interesting given the context of how much we've heard him talk about Luka's minutes and his usage. This was his exchange last night with the Dallas media.
Jason, I mean, obviously there's a lot of fans and media that are thinking Jaden Hardy deserved more minutes and probably Josh Green and a few others too. Do you think everybody realizes there's only 240 minutes to go around and a lot of them are spoken for?
Okay, stop. Hold on, stop.
Oh, leading the witness. Objection.
Who was that?
That sounds like Eddie Sefko to me.
I think that was Eddie. Which Eddie writes for Mavs.com now. He's not Dallas Morning News anymore. I get objectivity kind of goes out the window, but damn, you seem like you're lobbing up a softball.
Well, yeah, it's a plant.
Like what question is that?
It's not a question. It's leading the witness.
Hey, Jason, do they even realize that there's only 240 minutes that can be divvied up? Do they realize that, Jason, when you're making these wise decisions?
It happens. You're currying favor with the coach, appealing to authority. It happens.
Okay. All right. Pick it back. This is so Jaden Hardy, Josh Green didn't say Christian Wood, said others. I guess they can't even name Christian Wood now. But sets him up, says, hey, a lot of people think these guys deserve minutes. There's a lot of chatter about them needing more minutes. Do they not realize the finite amount of minutes? And here's what Jason Kidd had to say.
Mathematically, they probably haven't thought about that side. They just feel it's just they should play. Well, that's good, and I think we all want them to play. We've been healthy, and those minutes are spoken for. When you talk about Luka at 40, someone's only going to be able to play 8.
Okay, stop it again. Stop it right there.
40 minutes a night, man.
You're complaining about, you're saying this is not sustainable, we can't do this, and then when somebody comes up and says, hey, these idiots that are suggesting solutions publicly, what do you think about that? And then he goes, well, we got to play Luka 40 minutes. We got to keep this usage up, baby.
Yeah, we had a text from Tolo, asking how many minutes a game did Jordan play?
Michael Jordan?
Yes.
Yeah, he was 38.
He was 38.3. He had upwards of 40, or he had over 40 in 3 separate years, all of which took place at age 25 or younger. All right, so basically when the Bulls were not very good yet, and they needed him to be on the floor the entire game just to make the postseason. And now it also, in Jordan's credit, let's see, he played 82 games in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of his first 13 seasons. And in the other, he played 80, 81, and then he got the other year was when he came back from his foot injury. So the guy played 80 to 81 or 82 games every single year, 38 to 40 minutes a night. But he's a rarity. He's an outlier.
We're a long way from. I was just looking this up. We're a long way from the Michael Finley days. Michael Finley for 4 seasons played every single game and averaged 42 minutes a night.
Not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen anymore. But I think it's funny. I also think it's funny that when you get asked about Jaden Hardy and Josh Green, guys who aren't point guards, you then go, well, like we got to give minutes to Luka at point. It's like, okay, well, all right, that kind of changes the question. But anyway, let's finish this cut up from Jason Kidd.
You have Spencer at 30. Those are spoken for. So it's hard, when you're healthy, you just have to be patient. And I know society isn't patient, or Twitter isn't patient, because they want it now in fantasy leagues and all that. But this is a job, first and foremost. And my job is to put those guys in a position to be successful. And
then do it.
Right now we got a good thing going. Hardy has to wait. Ask Josh. Twitter isn't the coach or the player.
Just stop.
It's just a platform.
We can just.
Nobody's on Twitter. Nobody. There's 7 people that are tweeting about this.
But it's also like, what is Dallas's fascination with Twitter? Mark Cuban took a bunch of shots at Twitter fans a couple of years ago. Do they just need a straw man? Do they don't want to say specifically, so they go, let me just say all of Twitter.
Yeah, there's a handful of people that go on that have these accounts where there's no avatar. The avatar is a basketball or the MFFL logo. They're not real people.
Basic's real.
Basic's real, but they're like, they're making up criticism online that doesn't exist.
I think that when you haven't been able to figure out how to pace Luka, when you put JaVale McGee in the lineup and had that failure for several weeks, when you won't play Christian Wood, when you have all these sorts of issues going on with your rotation, I don't think you can sit on your throne and go, well, listen, fans on Twitter, this is a job, and I get the hell out of here. I don't know. I did not like the energy from Jason Kidd on that answer. All right, coming up next here on The Fan, CeeDee Lamb spoke with SportsCenter yesterday about a couple different things. We're not going to do all Odell Beckham Jr. Don't worry about that. We've got his thoughts on a couple other things, including how his approach changed after the Amari Cooper trade. Also, speaking of minutes and complaining, there's a lot of Giants in New York who are unhappy. Are they about to fall apart? That's next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official.
Hump day.
Hump day.
There is no Sean Sharif today. He is he's got the sniffles. He's out sick. He was right.
My rear end is so raw right now.
I think it might be.
Oh gosh, he morphed into Eric Chiafalo for a whole segment yesterday. He doesn't like the bathroom talk, but he went full bore for that whole segment, getting very descriptive about what was ailing him.
He did. He does not like the bathroom talk. I do. I'm a big fan of it.
I'm not, and I get hit with
why.
this. I get hit with this all the time, being told I'm a psycho for many reasons, but this is one of them. I don't think like bathroom humor's funny at all.
I don't think you're funny.
I'm not.
It grosses you out?
It doesn't gross. Like it's
really
it's,
you.
No, it doesn't gross me out. It's not. I don't know. It's not funny. Like I want like whenever Cheech and Wolchuk have had me do NFL true or fart, I always say true to everything because I'm not saying the other one.
I like the word toot.
Oh, not flatulence.
Nope. I don't like technical terms.
What am I doing? Like I'm doing a bathroom segment now that I wouldn't want to do. This is how you suck people in, Chop. You get them to talk your bathroom conversations. CeeDee Lamb sort of talked bathroom conversations yesterday with ESPN SportsCenter. He was there as a part of an Old Spice partnership, so he was talking about the body washes and stuff and how that's part of his pregame routine.
Okay, I do hope showering is part of his daily routine, not just his pregame routine. But I am an Old Spice user.
Are you?
High endurance.
I had to
swagger, because I am full of swagger.
See, I'm a Dove guy. I go Dove deodorant.
That mustache is Dove as hell.
That explains the the lack of testosterone in the body.
Oh wow!
That is allowing that mustache to not grow.
I gotta be honest. I would not have thought Dove. I would have thought Secret for you.
It is pH balanced. It is strong enough for a man.
Secret.
pH balance for a while. I've used Secret every now and then.
I
forget, I got to use the girlfriend's or whatever she uses.
I had to. Yeah, that's what I had to do. Like I've had to use it before. Like when I have no other options, then I walk around and smell like. I had that happen at practice a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize it was out. Had to use the wipes. Got to practice and I could smell it. And I told Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, I was like, if you smell the berries or whatever, I just know I ran out of deodorant, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you're good. And so we're sitting there and like some wind blows and he's standing like 3 feet from me and he's like, oh, bro, that is strong downwind. I smell it.
Yeah. Most of the time, it just has a baby powder. So I'll tell you what gets me is when you got to use the girl's body wash. It's because it's they don't call it body wash. It's called shower gel for women, right? Shower gel.
Yes. Exfoliating.
And it's always some name like Caress or, some kind of pseudo-sexual name that's thrown out there. And it always smells like pearls and roses or whatever.
And it exfoliates. You know what exfoliating means when you see that on a bottle of soap?
I think it means like it rips your dead skin off.
It means there's rocks in your freaking soap and it hurts.
I like that.
So don't ever put that on because it'll hurt. As it's like washing with sand.
You ever use bath salts? And I don't mean those kind.
No, that's my brother. That kind. No, I've not. I've never done the bath bomb either or anything like that.
Rub it on. Rub the sea salt on you or whatever.
Rub it on and then rub it off.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Rub the stuff off your skin. I mean, CeeDee Lamb was talking to SportsCenter yesterday and had a couple interesting comments. I thought this is cut 8 first. CeeDee Lamb we've seen the improvements. He looks more like Oklahoma CeeDee Lamb over the last several weeks. So this is CeeDee Lamb talking about the reasons for his improvement in year 3.
Just building more confidence within myself. As I said earlier, I feel like confidence is the only thing that will keep any player in this league going. Going every week with a different confident. Just understanding that you're going to take yourself over anyone. And I have that same motivation every week going in and ultimately finishing the game. I understand that my teammates need me out there. And as much as I want to be out there, I love being out there with those guys, battling and doing everything that I have to do, to contribute to this win.
You know how Sean hates the Dak Prescott, canned answer and he hates the football speak of we just got to execute and things like that. I could see how that would be the same thing when he's talking about it's just about confidence, and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So it's similar to the advice when your world's going to hell and somebody's like, you just got to breathe.
You got to breathe. It'll pass.
Breathe. It's done.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. A couple more days.
It sounds a little bit like that.
Yep.
Like you can be a great football player. You got to just have confidence, guys. It does sound like that a little bit, I get. But I do want to say, I don't think that's applicable in this situation because we have seen several times where he takes himself out of games for periods of times due to lack of confidence or beating himself up over something. And so having that confidence and that belief, I actually do think is a big reason for what we've seen from CeeDee Lamb. And I
don't remember him doing that lately.
Doing what? Beating himself up?
Taking him out of games and stuff.
It hasn't.
I don't see that happening.
No. And there have been a couple times where you've seen him go to the sideline and he starts and then you see him stop. Whether on his own or Dak coming over and talking to him, you see him start getting frustrated, but then he gets it together and he gets himself back on track. And so I do think that confidence is actually a huge thing for him. And I think the Cowboys they've wanted an alpha at the receiver position. So they want somebody who's confident. It's like we've talked this week about why I love the diva receivers. When you are on that island, you need the mental advantage of I am better than you because it's a one-on-one mano-a-mano thing. You've got to have that confidence. You've got to have that belief and that edge, I think, in order to compete at that level. And so I do think that that's a big reason for CeeDee's improvements. But another part of this is, Amari Cooper was traded this offseason, as Adam Schefter reported, and he was asked by Sage Steele, how did your approach change? How did your mentality change once the Cooper deal went down from that moment up until today?
Understanding that anything that I say I do is going to be enhanced or impacted a lot more, taken, more impactfully. So just understanding that everything that I do or say, it has to be positive and has to contribute to us winning, and that I'm trying to be the best team that I possibly can. Understanding that these guys have to build trust. We build this relationship throughout, or this brotherhood throughout. The training camp is all built on trust and understanding that each and every one of us is going to go out there and handle their business. And I want to be one of those guys that those guys shouldn't even have a doubt. That 88 is going to come out there ready to play and ready to put on a show.
He had to be convinced to take that 88, as we all remember.
Yeah, and I don't like convincing the guy to take a number. If he doesn't want the number, don't convince him to take the number.
But I think
that was a problem. That's a Jerry marketing ploy.
I think you're hearing, though, he's leaning into it now. I think he's become comfortable on his own here in year 3 with that.
That's true. I think he has. He's not. So there's aces and there's ones in baseball, like a true ace.
Yeah.
He's a one. Like Justin Jefferson's on a different level than all these guys.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams,
Jamar Chase, those guys.
Chase. They're a step above. And then you've got a slew of number ones. And if you don't think this guy's turned into a true number one, I don't know what you're looking at.
He's a number one.
He's a number one. Now, is he the top dog, the quote unquote true ace?
No, he's tiered similarly to me as Dak is at quarterback.
Yeah,
Dak is a franchise quarterback. Dak is not the top tier.
Nope. He's not on the Allen Mahomes. Well, nobody's on the Mahomes level. A couple of the guys, Rodgers going into this year, Brady going into this year. But now I think that tier is opening up a little bit
at quarterback. Yeah, it is,
because there's going to be Brady's on his way out, and so is Rodgers, and
Dak has been better than Rodgers this year.
Yeah, probably.
He has. And he's been better than Brady this year. And so, I don't know. I think that pretty consistently Dak's shown he's around 6 to 10.
Are we talking pre-divorce Tom or post-divorce Tom? Because there are two different people.
Are there? You believe so?
The numbers
show.
What
do the numbers show, RJ Choppy?
The team is up about 6 points a game more.
Okay.
In 4 games, he has he's got one touchdown pass less than he had in the 8 games pre-divorce.
Damn.
He had an amazing comeback. I think fewer picks too. So he's the post-divorce Tom. Do a little deep dive into this one.
Would you recommend a divorce for Russell Wilson?
No, I wouldn't. I don't recommend a divorce for anybody.
Would you recommend a divorce for Sierra? Maybe there.
Well, maybe there. I would recommend her
getting
as far away from him as she possibly can.
Mr. Unlimited.
As far away from him as you possibly can. Because as a parent, he can't score anyway. And, you're Sierra.
Poor Sierra. Anyway, I thought that was some fascinating stuff from CeeDee Lamb, and it's funny when he talks about having that mindset of a number one and changing his approach and recognizing he needs to be more vocal. They communicated that to him this offseason internally. They told him, look, you're going to be the number one. We need you to be out front like a number one. We need you to be more of a face. We need you to be more assertive and speaking as a voice for this locker room. And he has fully embraced it. And that's as a guy who, quite honestly, if you talk to people around the organization and you know, around CD, they'll tell you he's not naturally comfortable doing that. Is being that out front, like, look at me, I'm a leader, I'm a voice, but he's grown into it now. He wasn't always comfortable with it, but he's grown into it. A couple other notes from around the NFL. Brian Daboll and the Giants, man, they've been spiraling a little bit, and now it looks like that locker room is having some issues after.
Oh no! Who could have thought?
I know.
A team that didn't belong and didn't deserve to be 7-2 is all of a sudden falling apart.
But you wouldn't expect the culture to go, because the whole thing was Daboll and the culture's been crushing it.
Culture is the quarterback.
You have at least two players, linebacker Tay Crowder and cornerback Rodarius Williams, who took to Twitter after Sunday's game and vented about their reduced playing time. Crowder had put on Twitter after he didn't play this week, "Free me." And you had, what was it? What was it that Rodarius Williams tweeted? I don't see it. But Rodarius Williams also tweeted and complained about his playing time. Brian Daboll said they're going to have some private conversations about that. And says he's not overly concerned about it, though. He said each week we sit down, we talk, the defensive guys and I, and we figure out who we think we want in there for that particular week. The guys that were in there this week were the guys we wanted in there. So he's kind of shrugging that off. Another big development around the NFL, and we can ask Ian Rappaport about this at 8:20 today when we talk to him, because this is something certainly relevant to Cowboys fans after our discussion yesterday. Jimmy Garoppolo might be ready for the playoffs. He is not going to need surgery. It's not the Liz Frank injury that they were concerned about. And if his rehabilitation goes well, they say 7 to 8 weeks, which would put him around the second round, probably being ready. Divisional round.
So they're going to win a game with Brock Purdy in the playoffs?
Already won one against the playoff team.
They didn't. Jimmy gets credit for that win.
Fred Warner said they could win a Super Bowl with him.
Fred Warner is what was he? Is he the soothsayer? Is he the end all be all?
Yeah, he is. He went to BYU. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he does know what he's talking about. He went to BYU. That's true. Here's the question. Like, you know, how many wins does Brock Purdy have to have for them not to give him the job back?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, they're all good.
Probably sweep it like Garoppolo did at the end of the year in 2017.
Yeah. See,
that's what got him the job over Alex Smith, wasn't it?
I just don't think it's going to happen.
Alex Smith. Who's he against there?
I
don't remember who took over for. Anyway, that does it for our look around the NFL. Coming up next, it's headlines. Highest rated segment of the show. We've got Odell updates. Mavs beat the Nuggets. Rangers sign another pitcher. And where did the Rangers land in the MLB draft lottery? That's next on a Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Zero Res to get your
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 7 a.m. headlines. Your morning sports page. Highest rated segment of the show. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On.
Sean Sharif's out today. He's got the bubble guts. And so he's MIA today. And it's Bobby Belt and RJ Choppy on the Shan, RJ, and Chop show, which we'll get into in the Expressway next, that reference. First big note of yesterday, Odell Beckham Jr., which, we've talked about this morning already, guys. We're not going to hit you with an overdose of Odell Beckham. Only pertinent updates the rest of the way. And we got a report from Ed Werder from ESPN saying yesterday that the Cowboys are a little down on the medicals from Odell Beckham Jr., something I think we sensed when Jerry Jones came on yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan on his local radio hit every week. Mm-hmm. Cowboys have concerns about Odell Beckham's recovery, according to Ed Werder, and they don't believe he would play before mid-January. Chop, you in or you out?
If he's not going to play before mid-January, I'm going to have to politely pass.
What if he...
I need 2 playoff runs from him at the discounted prorated rate. I'm getting it's too good of a deal to pass up. Because if you think about it, the whole point of this is playoffs, right? It's not the regular season. So let's just say he wants $20 million a year. So you give him $20 million next year.
Yep.
And you give him $5 million for the rest of this year, the prorated portion or whatever it is, $4 million.
It'd be like 5.8 if he signed this week.
All right, that means that he would basically be giving him a 2-year deal worth like 12.5 a year.
Yeah,
well, that's a bargain.
I mean, because all you really care about is the playoffs.
That's it.
I mean, you need to get there, but if this team's already headed there, then
they're already there.
That's
a bargain.
You kind of get a discount on it.
2 years, 12.5 is a bargain. So I have to have this year, and I have to have him before the playoffs.
What if he can work in though? He can get in the practice reps. The 2-3 weeks of practice he might be able to do wouldn't be enough for you?
No, I'm going to need him playing. I need him playing before the playoffs.
Not even as a decoy.
I mean, I'm not going to throw somebody out there who hasn't played all year right in a playoff game.
The Cowboys did it in 2007. Remember Terry Glenn? Well, they lost, but
how did he do in that game?
Terry Glenn was fine. Don't talk ill of Terry Glenn. Rest in peace.
I know.
Come on, Chop. But overall, I think that Dallas is the only suitor left for this year. That's my sense of it. If they pass on him for this year, I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. plays this year. I think he says, I didn't get the deal I wanted. I'm going to rest. I'm going to sit this one out, going to rehab until I can really work out for teams in the spring and get the deal that I want. The only way I think this happens is if Jerry just says, we're doing this, sorry. Or if Odell Beckham Jr. really wants to be here and says, this is my only suitor. I'm willing to come down right now because I really want to be here. I think that's your only option.
I do need, again, if he's going to want that kind of cash, do we know we know it's 20, right? That's what he wants?
That's the buzz. Now, of course, Josina, when she was on with us, was talking about maybe he wants to come in Tyreek Hill set the market, so maybe a little under that. It's like Tyreek Hill was like $30 million. Well, you're not getting 28 or whatever. Sorry, Odell. You wouldn't.
He's not.
You wouldn't get 28 if you were an Iron Man and hadn't missed any time over the last. Well, I mean, maybe if he kept up his levels of play, but 30 years old.
30 years old, you're not getting that kind of scratch.
No.
If it's 20 million and he plays this year, he comes back. Let's say he comes back for Christmas. For the Eagles game. Then I'm in.
Dallas Mavericks won their 3rd in a row last night.
Finney Smith, shot clock is at 7. Luka doubled. Finney Smith for the lead at 3. Timeout taken. And Dallas has gone up by 2 with 16.8 to go.
That's TNT on the call per Peyton Russell. Dorian Finney-Smith with a big-time 3, 1 of 5 he made last night. Mavericks says his team knocked down 17. Luka Doncic 4 of 9 from 3, 5 of 17 from the floor, though. Finishes with a triple-double, 22 points, 12 assists, 10 boards. And the Mavs, maybe quietly, figuring this out a little bit. Because even when they were winning games, it was a little stressful. And last night got a little stressful. They were up 8, kind of lose the lead in the last couple minutes. But maybe figuring this out a little bit.
This just goes to show you how if the closer you are to something, the more of the warts you see. I got a text from a buddy of mine who doesn't live in town, and he was like, "Is this Mavs team legit?" I'm starting to think so, and nobody in town is thinking that right now.
That's gracious, yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, what do we? Like, I wonder what they're seeing outside of town that we're not. Like, what are we too close to? Are we too close to Christian Wood?
Luka's been a stud, and they're winning.
He is.
They're winning like national games.
Yeah, they are. They're winning, and I don't think people are looking at the record because they're not seeing the games against Orlando and Detroit and Oklahoma City. They're blowing.
I can see it's easy if you haven't paid a lot of attention to the Mavericks. You just know Luka's been great, and then you watch them
beat the Warriors, beat the Nuggets.
Yeah, beat the Warriors, mollywop the Suns. Again, and just own Devin Booker and what they do last night against the Nuggets on the road. I can see it. I can see why somebody nationally might have that perspective if they're not in this market. But I mean, technically this market is a national market too, because this fan base only sees national games. They don't have Bally, so
they don't.
Most of them aren't even going to be able to see that. The Rangers made a signing chop, but it's another hurt guy, Andrew Haney, who is coming off a pretty solid year with the Dodgers, other than a number of injuries that kept him limited. He made 14 starts last year. But, man, you want to talk about a guy who can get some strikeouts. This is a guy who averaged damn near 14 strikeouts per 9 innings last year, 3.10 ERA, 72 innings pitched. But, again, you're talking about a guy who's been hurt. He's dealt with injuries in recent years.
He has, but you're not gonna put a lot of resources into him in terms of contracts. This is the kind of move. This is like, I said this on G-Bag last night when I was the insider.
Oh, well.
This is the kind of move that's like that Lance Lynn, Gibson, Minor, not necessarily from an injury standpoint, but like a resurrecting of a career kind of thing, right?
Sure.
If they can bring him in here and he can duplicate, and he's not going to duplicate Lance Lynn for crying out loud, but he can do some of what those guys did, and then you're able to flip him or keep him if the team's ready to compete. That's great. I'm all for these kinds of moves. You have to be able to do 3 things as a baseball team. You've got to be able to sign guys from outside your organization that are going to help. You've got to be able to develop and draft your own players that are going to help. And then you've got to hit on a couple of guys that other teams gave up on.
And they've done well with that.
They've done very well with that. They've done very well with that. But go around. I mean, Justin Turner was given up on by the Orioles, by a million teams. Like, a lot of teams gave up on him. You've got to be able to hit on some of those players.
Yep.
And they have at the pitching with starters. They have hit on those.
Andrew Haney, 2-year deal worth $25 million. The reports out there say that the Red Sox offered him $30, and he chose the Rangers because Chris Young sold him, and that he's got a good relationship with Chris Young, but that Chris Young really sold him on the vision of what they're doing here. And we'll talk about this in the Expressway a little bit next segment, but if Jacob deGrom's healthy, you've got a pretty decent 4 right there at the top of your rotation with DeGrom, Haney, Martin Perez, if he can continue things, and John Gray. That's not terrible.
No, it's not terrible. And Boston did not have a particularly good year at all last year. So like going to them, it's not like they're any closer to winning than the Rangers are. They have a track record of going from worst to first before. They have done it recently. They also go from first to worst in the division. But they were what, 6 games under 500 last year. They weren't anything special. Maybe he sees a better chance to start here. Maybe the Chris Young factor plays into it, much like John Elway, right? John Elway was able to convince Peyton Manning and to come to Denver, and I had a talk with Russell Wilson about convincing him. Like, guys want to play for guys that have similar experiences that they do.
First MLB draft lottery took place last night. The Pirates get the number 1 overall draft pick, and the Texas Rangers did not get screwed by the odds the way the Mavericks have their entire existence. I believe the Mavericks, in the history of the lottery, have never finished higher than their projected spot in the lottery. They've either hit their spot or they've been lower.
Correct. They've never gone up.
Rangers went up. Rangers were projected to get the 7th pick. They are 4th.
Well,
slotted in behind the Tigers at 3, the Nationals at 2, and the aforementioned Pirates at 1. Do you like the idea of the draft lottery in baseball?
I
just feels so different. It's like apples and oranges.
Different. Like I don't think. Look, you could tell tanking in basketball. I don't think you can tell teams are tanking in baseball.
No, it's such a. I
it's
think
every night. Lineups are fluid anyway. I don't think you can tell. I don't think tanking. I don't view it as a major problem in baseball. Now, I will say this: teams purposely don't sign guys.
Yes, they will make the decision based off of the compensatory stuff.
Right. So if you give a qualifying offer,
right? Yep.
And the guy doesn't sign, there's whatever. They'll be able to take picks back. If you were signing guys away, or they don't sign guys because they want the picks.
Right.
More importantly, they don't sign guys because they want the. I don't think they give you back a pick anymore. But so you see that in terms of free agency, but I don't think on the field, let's just say they're not sitting.
It's hard to tank 162 games.
It's hard to tank 162, man. They're not gonna. The Angels won't just sit Mike Trout because they want a higher pick.
No, they'll be bad because they're dysfunctional.
They'll be bad because they're dysfunctional. Yeah. And Mike Trout doesn't play because he's always hurt.
Right. A couple other notes from the NFL as we wrap up headlines here. Baker Mayfield was claimed by the Los Angeles Rams. I don't know what that is about exactly. Unless you're blocking, you think you're blocking the 49ers, but the reports yesterday said 49ers didn't even put in a claim.
To me, it's about two things. One, I don't think we know exactly how bad Stafford is.
We do know how bad Baker Mayfield is, though.
I'm talking about. I don't mean on the field. I mean like Stafford's neck.
We do know how bad he is on the field too. Stafford.
Yeah, I agree. That said, I will always take a first-round draft pick that has lost their way.
Oh, yeah.
In their prime, I will always take them. I am a talent overall. I don't believe, I don't believe that we've seen the last of Baker Mayfield. We may have seen the best from Baker Mayfield, but I don't believe we've seen the last of him.
No, absolutely not.
And, it would not stun me. Like, if you were to tell me in 3 years that Baker Mayfield has figured it out and is playing competent football.
As the Tannehill effect?
It wouldn't surprise me. Ryan Tannehill was cast off.
Yep.
He went to Tennessee, and he's carved a really nice career out. Now, he's not a great quarterback, but he's really good. He's a good player.
Yeah. You can as long as you have everything else, you can win with him.
Absolutely. He's there are good players in the NFL that teams have given up on. I mean, the Rams gave up on Jared Goff. He's like 5th in QBR this year.
Yes, that and I think now they sure would love to have him.
I think they would too. Yeah, I think they would too. And and he's having a good year in Detroit, and he may have salvaged his career with this season. I don't know.
Yeah,
they still might give up on him because they want to get a high draft pick and tank and then move on. Who knows? But you could. It wouldn't surprise me if Baker Mayfield still had a decent career.
And then really briefly, the Titans, 2 days after they are whooped up on by the Eagles and A.J. Brown, the receiver they stunningly traded away at the draft, they fire general manager John Robinson, who had been with the team, I believe, since 2016. But ultimately had a lot of success there in Tennessee, not a lot of playoff success, and falls short and now is without a job. So Tennessee will be in the market for a general manager. This apparently is going to mean a lot more power for Mike Vrabel. That's your headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Coming up next, we got the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. We'll dive into more of these discussions about the Rangers pitching staff, where they stand. We'll talk about Choppy's hit on G-Bag Nation yesterday, and we'll hear from Pat McAfee about why Shan, RJ, and Chop is his new go-to show.
It's a great show. I think it's a fantastic show. It's one of my favorite shows on the Fan.
That's next here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. You got some joint pain in your knees, hip, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles. You've been dealing with it.
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's time for the Expressway here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Bobby Belt alongside RJ Choppy. Sean Sharif is out today, dealing with a little bit of an illness. That bug that's been plaguing the Cowboys locker room and everywhere else. It went and bit our dear Sean Sharif. Really quickly, I want to mention to you guys, and I'm going to be reminding you about this all day.
All day.
I'm going to be annoying about it. So you better bid to shut me up. We will be out at Top Golf in the Colony this Sunday after the Cowboys game. So you don't have to worry about missing the Cowboys game, you guys. For Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause event. He does this every year, and you can come out and you can bid on a bay with us here at the morning show. You can join me, Peyton. Your mic is off.
Not like a body of water. Sorry about that.
No, not like a body of water, not like your sweetheart, a different kind of bay. We're talking about like an actual bay of golf. You can come out and you can see that sweet stroke that's got me, projected to shoot a 62 whenever I hit the golf course.
Yeah.
Not initially.
Right. No, within at least a week though.
Right, like 80 probably the first time out, knock the rust off, get a feel for things, figure out the muscle memory. But right after that, you're going to see results that would make Papa Earl Woods proud, I think, is what you'll see.
Good. I can't wait to see it. I really can't.
Yes. Well,
Excited
you'll be able to
about seeing your prowess.
You should bid on our bay just for that. Now we're already up to $1,000, so we need you guys to call in and up that because we're losing to G-Bag right now, and that's just unacceptable because we have better celebrities and better people in our bay. Me, Choppy, Sean, Peyton's mustache, Darren Woodson, and Derek Holland. So it's going to be a great time. I'll get drunk as much as Jared Sandler will allow me to get drunk.
With those 2 drink tickets he gave you so generous with.
Yeah, you come up and if you bid on our bay, I'll spill all the tea about everything. Ask me anything. I'll be as direct as possible. But it's a great cause. Really excited for it. There's a concert with Bowling for Soup. You can hang out with all these celebs and just have a good time. But if you want to call in and bid on our bay, which is already up to $1,000, you got to dial 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell will take your bid down.
That's right.
And let him know how stupid his mustache is.
Don't say that.
Tell him it's not good, but call in, bid on it.
That's hurtful. It's pretty bad.
It's not good at all. But call in, bid on it. Maybe we can, if we get the bid up to, $1,500, will Peyton commit to shaving that off? I think he should.
I think you should commit to growing a full beard.
Peyton, if we get the bid up to $1,500, will you grow out your facial hair without shaving it for 6 months?
Ooh, 6 months. See, because it gets patchy on the.
That's the point.
So
that's the point.
You want that Joe Dirt beard?
All right. 1,500 will do it.
Yes, all right. If you guys can get us up to 1,500, Peyton will grow out a scraggly beard. You guys are not only bidding to hang out with us, you're bidding to make sure Peyton doesn't get laid for 6 months, and I think that's worth it.
That'd be a record.
What's it been? 2 years?
Well,
you have a girlfriend out of state, right? It's an out of state girlfriend.
No, I'm single. I got no girlfriend. So
ooh, call in, ladies, if you want to bid and talk to Peyton then. But this will be a great event. Really excited for it. Can't wait to hang out with you guys, and can't wait to rub it in G-Bag's face when we surpass him later today when you guys call in and bid on it. 877-881-1053. Real quick before we dive into Rangers, Choppy, I see you got a little present over there.
I did.
From a dear Tolo.
Tolo, I got a letter here.
Oh, a letter. Nobody writes letters
and this
anymore.
is wonderful penmanship. I like that. It's very nice penmanship.
That is nice. That's much better than the letter we got a couple weeks ago.
Yes, it was. Chop, enjoy the lid. Thanks for being one half, I think it's now 1/3, of the best team in radio. #Tolo from Adam. And
what do we got
trying
here?
To get this for a while, and he hooked it up.
Hold on. I gotta get a video for social because we gotta tweet it so
we
that
do.
Ben
We
will.
got
all right, so let's
sees it.
Yeah, let's see the change
There
over
we
here.
go.
Oh, there it is.
Finally.
we got the True Brand Dallas hat. It's the classic black with the green bill underneath.
Yeah, this is how you need to get it. You know, Alec Medford wore one to the fan hang at Boomer Jacks last weekend. It was the white on white on white.
He's a basic B. Does that.
You know, that could look fresh. That goes with a lot of things. But you know, I need a little contrast because you can't see the Stranger Things Dallas.
Yes,
that's what this is,
the upside
right?
down.
This is Stranger Things.
Exactly.
So I got my True Brand. Thanks, Adam, for the hookup. Much appreciated. I've been trying to find one of these for months.
Now we just got to get Sean Sharif his hat.
Well, I think there's only room for one on the show.
There can only be one.
There can only be
the
one.
Highlander. Yeah.
It's the person who's got 3 names on the show. RJ, Chop, and Chop.
Yeah. We'll get into that. See, that's what they meant by one half, because you're RJ and Chop, and then there's Peyton and
right,
Shan.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so, Rangers did make the deal. They signed Andrew Haney, a guy who 2-year deal, $25 million. We mentioned it last segment. He's going to be penciled in, I would assume, as what? If he's healthy, your number 2? That's a high strikeout guy who had really good peripheral numbers last year with the Dodgers. Or would you have John Gray or Martin Perez above him?
Man, I saw. I don't know. I think you're out in front of your skis a little bit here. I don't think he's a 2.
I don't think he's a normal 2. I think with this rotation, he might be a 2.
I would think. Aaron Judge signs with the Yankees. 9 for $360.
Ooh, John Heyman.
John Heyman is not feeling it right now.
Breaking news on 105 Through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. So there you go. Aaron Judge is back to the Yankees. 9 years, $360 million. And this after John Heyman reported that Arson Judge, his brother, was signing with the Giants yesterday. But ultimately, that's a bad look, especially for Heyman now, because if he jumped the gun, but he proved to be right, that's something completely different. You would just go, oh, okay, all right. He
was early. He knew it, but he was early.
Yeah, he spoke a little too soon. Now he's just flat out wrong.
Now he just looks like a tool. But this, that's, I think both organizations offered the reported 9 for $360.
Yes.
And I think for him that he just wanted to get it matched, and this sounds to me like that's where he wanted to stay, I guess.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. He did an interview with Time Magazine yesterday where he had talked about he was really upset that Brian Cashman had put out the details of the contract that he rejected right at the beginning of the season, because he felt like it's this awful negotiation tactic where you're trying to turn the fans on me.
Look, Cashman has done this in the past, and did you watch you probably didn't watch the Jeter documentary?
I saw some of it.
But Jeter talked about that, how he told them, look, just don't make it public. I want to sign here. I'm not going anywhere. Make it a fair offer and don't make it public. And he made it public, and that really ticked him off. And he went and did the same thing with Judge when Judge said, don't make it public. Like the guy's got a track record of using the public to negotiate when the other party is like, hey, we're trying to do this in good faith, be quiet about it.
Yeah, I heard Michael Kay yesterday bring up the point that the way that probably should have been done is just tell Joel Sherman or somebody, give Joel Sherman the number, let them report it, come back for a comment, go, no comment, guys, but then the number's out there and you get the fans off your back. Him coming out there and saying that, I could see why that would anger Judge, but ultimately, now he's got enough money to buy his home run ball back.
There you go. He can get it back.
$360 million for Aaron Judge. Worth every penny, too.
Yeah. Now, back to Haney.
Yes.
Are we just forgetting Gray and Martin Perez? I mean,
I don't think we're forgetting. I think it's just... I think that you can make an argument that while he was hurt at times last year, Haney pitched better than both of them. The peripheral statistics say he did. Obviously, the counting numbers, Choppy.
Yes.
We refer to those as the counting numbers in the biz. Obviously, Martin Perez's counting numbers look better. He had a better ERA, better record, did it over a more extended period of time. But I mean, you're talking about 14 strikeouts per 9 innings. His fielder independent percentage was, I believe, under let me get the exact number here. I believe it was under 3.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, or no, it wasn't. It was 3.75, which is a little bit of a disparity on the ERA. That should mean that he's going to level out a little bit this year, probably be closer to 3.8, 4 if everything goes right. But you wouldn't pencil him in there as your number 2 starter then.
No, I mean, look, if you go to those last several years, last year was the first time he had an ERA under 4 since 2015. It's been since then 6.7, 4.15, 4.91, 4.46, 5.83. And then he had a 7, he in 2021, he combined for that 5.83. It was a 5.27 with the Angels and a 7.32 with the Yankees. He was bad there. But then he goes to the Dodgers, and he has a 3.10. Now, you can't use the National League anymore because, right, they had the DH.
He had an ERA that matched his area code for the city.
Yeah, that's right. But, man, Dodger Stadium is a really good place to pitch.
Yes.
How much does that play into it? It probably doesn't play a run and a half into it a game. I would not think.
No, and like we mentioned, his peripherals looked good. Like these are the peripherals still were under 4 on the fielding independent
Correct.
percentage. So it's not totally fluky, the performance he put up last
No,
year.
it wasn't fluky. It was fluky and an outlier from the comparison to the rest of his career. So
Yes.
from that comparison, it was an outlier. Look, some guys figure it out. Right?
Yeah,
Some
Jake
guys,
Arrieta did.
Who?
Jake Arrieta did. Jake Arrieta was a guy with a
Martin
total
Perez.
cast off. Yeah.
Martin Perez figured it out. Some
Right.
guys figure it out. And, if that's it, this is what I was talking about earlier. That's what I talked about in G-Bag yesterday. This is the lightning in the bottle. You'll find your Kyle Gibson. Find your Lance Lynn. Find your Mike Minor. Find the guys that are going to come in here and resurrect their career or, erect their career. Ooh, that sounded bad.
Yeah. Let's be careful there.
Let's be careful on that one. But you know what I mean? Like, find that guy.
Like
And maybe he's
I
that
get it.
guy.
Like an erector set. I get it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, you're building it.
Yeah, exactly. Building up.
You're building up from the ground.
Yeah, with Blue Chew.
BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
No, so this is you've got these 4 pitchers here. You've got Jake Odorizzi, also in the mix. You've got some of these other guys that you've had competing for rotation spots. The question now is, does this take them out of Carlos Rodon? Because
I hope not. If it does, then it's like, come on.
I hope it doesn't either. And Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reported yesterday that the Rangers met with Rodon after the DeGrom signing. So they were still in on him after DeGrom and before Haney. But, man, if you could add Rodon to that, that's pretty strong, Chop. Rodon, Gray, Perez, Haney.
Much better.
DeGrom. You will be look, here's what I'll say. I think you're a playoff contender right there if you can keep DeGrom healthy, Haney pitches like he did last year, and you add Rodon with Perez and Gray, you can win like that. I think you're talking about accelerating this by a year early. Your chance to at least contend for a playoff spot, not for a World Series, but
I think if I were them, the benchmark is.
We just got a breaking news report from Peyton Russell. We're up over G-Bag, baby.
Oh, baby.
$1,300 bid in your face, G-Bag.
200 more, Peyton.
Oh, my gosh.
Have yourself a beer.
Come on, guys. We're at 1,300. Let's get up to
1,500.
1,500. Get that scraggly beard on Peyton Russell.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I just got high off that. Chop, you need to rub that in their face at 5:30 today as the Cowboys insider.
Absolutely will. I absolutely will. I think if I were the Rangers front office, I'm like, all right, look, let's mimic the Blue Jays.
Okay.
All right. The Rangers offense was right around Toronto's last year in runs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was like 5th or 6th in the league.
Yep.
The difference is the Rangers pitching was like bottom 3rd, and the Blue Jays was mid-pack.
Yes. Took the Rangers bats a little. It took obviously Simeon and guys to wake up a little bit into the season too.
If you look at whatever you think of Moneyball analytics, all that crap. What one of the things that they did early on is they targeted the amount of runs they figured they needed to score over the course of a year to make the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why offense. If I look at an NFL team, I'm like, all right. If you give me the top-ranked offense and the 15th-ranked defense, I will go to battle with that. I'd much rather have that than the 15th-ranked offense and the top-ranked defense.
Got to score points.
So, in baseball, just give me a league average rotation. If you give me a league average rotation, an above average bullpen, and a top 7 offense, I'll make the playoffs. Now, I might not win the whole thing, but baseball has proven to be such a crapshoot.
If they add Rodon, are you saying they're a playoff team?
No.
You don't think so?
Well, that's a lot. I mean, you're talking about going.
So you really upgrade your pitching, though.
I know, but
you're talking about you're hoping you're going to have Young for the whole year.
The problem is the American League. You need to win 90, at least. I think you got to win. You're going to have to get the 90. You're going to have to get ahead of Toronto. You're at the head of Tampa. At the head of Cleveland.
It's a lot ahead.
You got to get ahead of Seattle. Mm-hmm. You got to get ahead of Houston. What's Baltimore? Baltimore's in that mix too. They were in the high 80s.
I think they're competing for a playoff spot if they add Rodon and DeGrom is able to start. Let's say 25. I was about to say if he starts 25, you're in contention.
He starts 25 games. You get Rodon in here, and he starts 25 games. And the other thing is you got to have Haney match last year. If Haney goes back to a 7 ERA guy, then what? But you also have to have Martin Perez match last year. Right. You can't go back to being Martin Perez.
You are counting on some things, but I think you're also counting on the offensive side. Like I said, you're going to have Young for the whole year, and you're not expecting Marcus Semien to sleepwalk through the first 2 months of the year. But we are here on the Expressway on Sean and RJ on 105.3. Or sorry, it's not called Sean and RJ. I believe Pat McAfee says it's called something else.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shannon, RJ, and Chop. Is Chop on her?
Why would you be confident in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Did he answer that? Did he talk about that at all?
No, because remember, I don't think he was on Shan, RJ, Chop last week.
He looks like a Chop.
There were so many things to unpack. Okay, so Pat McAfee yesterday, and shout out to Carter Freeman. I know yesterday was a big day for Carter. He got his graphics and his video shown up. Carter crushes it. Ryan crushes it. Our video team is great. But those graphics that Carter designed and that Ryan was running yesterday, I know that was big for him to be able to pop up on Pat McAfee. But, man, there's we're going to have to play this again, and there's a lot to unpack here. McAfee refers to it as, I thought Shan, RJ, and Chop. But then, as it plays on, you quietly hear him correct himself, and I think he says Shanna, not Shan.
Shannon
or Shanna, one of those.
Shannon, RJ, and Chop, but then he went to RJ Chop.
Yes. Now,
which I clearly have extra letters.
Reggie made a good point yesterday when I was talking to him about this. Reggie's like, I think McAfee was going to the clip, saw 3 faces, and didn't know a third name. And so he's like, well, that must be RJ and Chop. And so there's the difference. Now, what's great is other awesome things there. You hear them commenting as you start talking. They go, yeah, that looks like a Chop. You do look like a Chop.
I do look like a Chop.
I think that's totally accurate. Yeah. But then
you look like a Robert.
I do. Then they come back at the very end, and the last guy says Shayna. I think he says Shayna, RJ, and Chop. They butchered this like 3 ways to the weekend. Like I have no idea how. Like I get Shan. I get that. But it also clearly says on the graphics, Sean and RJ.
Yeah, now here's the problem. And this is a Ryan problem.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. You can see, if you look at the Twitch right now, the fan cam, our boxes are in the wrong order.
Oh, wow. No. Oh, wait. Yeah, they are.
If you're just watching this and you don't know, you would think that I'm Sean and you're RJ. You're just watching the fan.
Well, to be fair, though, all of the leads are there because that's the direction we're actually sitting. Like Dawson is in that box. Sean's in that box. You got Hagee's there. KG's there. So anybody sitting in this chair is in that box.
You would have to switch spots.
Why?
Because the cameras, I don't think you can cross the cameras.
Sean's out today. Do you want to lead? Do you want to take us in and out the rest of the show?
Have you heard me do that before in the past?
Hey,
do you know what a train wreck that is?
Yes, sir, I do. I was a 103.3 loyal listener 20 years ago.
Yes, that is Christian Rock now or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But back in the day, you killing me? You kidding me? I heard Choppy doing the Mavericks pre and post years ago. just out there crushing it with Newey and Brian Estridge and
yeah, back in the day, man.
Old Mike Taylor.
Mike Taylor. We had a MySpace page, me and Mike Taylor together.
Did you?
Yeah, because it was the Taylor and Choppy show.
You and who else was over there?
Mike
Amanda Brown. You had Sean Dodge. Everybody, man.
Dodge was out there. Steniford.
Russell Scott.
Bill Stenner. Russell Scott.
See, I'm not. I got all these references in.
We had a lot of good people over there.
Yeah, that's why it was a joke asking if you wanted to lead. Because
Yeah,
I think we all know it's already.
I've gone down that road. I have. You got to know what you aren't.
So I got to hear
know
this.
what you ain't.
I got to hear this again. Let's hear how Pat McAfee and his crew break down because there's, like I said, there's several things to listen for here. The correction on, not Shan, it's Shanna, and then calling it RJ and Chop and saying you look like a Chop, and then somebody at the end saying Shanna. Hit it again, Peyton.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shannon, RJ, and Chop. Is Chop on her?
Why would you be confident
Yep.
in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Did he answer that? Did he talk about that at all?
No, because remember, I don't think he was on Shan RJ Chop last week.
I think that last guy said Shay, RJ, and Chop.
What is the best mispronunciation of Sean's name? Is it Shannon? Is it Shay?
I didn't know there was anything else other than Shan.
You can't say Shannon, though. There's no extra letters after A-N.
I know, but I think what it is it's Shan and.
I think that's
so
the thing. I think
Shannon.
They just run it together?
Yeah, they just run it together.
Surely
Shannon
Pat
RJ.
McAfee knows what an
Shannon
ampersand is, though. He knows that's not an A, and it's not Shanna, right?
No, he clearly knows that's an and sign, the ampersand. He clearly knows that.
I would hope.
I would think he does.
Now, see, that's the interesting. I'll be honest. When I first saw Sean's name a decade ago or whatever it was, when I read it, I thought it was Shane because it's like Shane Foster. Remember the old
Vandy player?
yeah.
His name was Sean though.
No, wasn't he Shane or who was Shane? There was somebody else who was Shane with SHAN.
Yeah, because it's not Sean, it's Sean.
Is that what it is? Sean?
Sean.
I don't know the difference of what you just
Sean,
said.
like SHAUN. That's Sean. Sean's name is Sean.
You literally just said the same thing.
I did not.
I don't think there's a difference.
I heard zero nuance.
If there is, I
Difference.
never knew that.
All right. Music, please.
Yeah, take the music down. I got to hear it. Like, what is this subtlety? Okay, and remember, RJ Choppy is an English minor but it is from the University of Tennessee, so.
That's correct.
Yeah. Take the music all the way off. We got
all the way off.
Yeah.
Sean.
Uh-huh.
Sean.
You just said the same thing.
I did not. It's Sean.
We gotta get a stopwatch out.
There's
I
a
think he
subtle
dragged it out
difference.
a little bit.
You are trolling me, right? You said the same thing.
There's a subtle difference that a trained ear, better trained than yours. We can bring the music back.
Oh,
please.
wow.
That a trained ear will pick up on a Sean and a Sean.
Yeah, that's different. There, you just went Sean, like you were going way up to your
That's
northeast.
how you say it.
No,
Sean.
No, not Sean.
Sean.
Say them again.
Sean.
And
not Sean. You can hear a little you. You can hear a little you.
I hear.
Here. 1626 of the thing. Chop, I hear you. You say it like Genghis Khan, Bobby, not a Genghis Khan. There's a difference. All he did was I rounded the base a little bit more on the vowel. There you go.
You do round the base for sure.
I do.
Yeah. But
see, everybody hears a difference. You know who doesn't hear a difference? You.
That's why I've been fired from the 530 hit on G-Bag, which RJ Choppy had the pleasure of doing yesterday. I heard you, and I got to hear this. I heard you came out with the Mickey Fisher, and I was really hoping you were going to do the whole hit that way and stay in character Andy Kaufman style, even when they tried to change it up.
Andy, did you hear about this one? I might be able to do that. I can do that today.
You should.
Unless Odell signs, and I can't.
And we need to tell Lucius to have the bell ready to transition you over.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, I could definitely make that work.
Were you there?
Were you there? We'll find out. Those are some of the things that you got to throw a Mickey Fisher on there, but it's
was the hit okay though?
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I had no idea how long they were going to keep me because I know it's their expressway.
Yeah, it's about 10 minutes.
So I wasn't sure if I was going to be going till 5:50.
Mm-hmm.
5:55. I had no idea. So I think I went from about 5. They got me on at about 32 after.
When they get you off?
42.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good solid 10 minutes.
Good solid 10 minutes.
Average.
Yeah, it's very average. I had a good time with it.
And now I did notice they changed it up and just eventually went, we can't ask them any more football. We got to go baseball. So they went baseball for the last 3 minutes of your hit.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I'm a baseball guy.
I think the
live golf today.
The fan text is so much a fan of the Mickey Fisher bit. Like we saw that yesterday. People were asking you to do it. I know I saw on the Twitch there were some folks asking you to do the whole bit like that. So I think you should do the whole bit or do the whole interview as Mickey Fisher. And even if it's like, all right, okay. So Chop, what do you think about that? Then you just like continue to roll with it. That's what I think is good. We need an update. I got to know, we've talked recently about the social assassin that you've become.
Yep.
And if we have time here at the end of the segment, I might get your opinion on something, Mr. Social Assassin.
Let's do it.
But when you last left off, you had told us that you were thinking about firing your Christmas lights guy.
Already fired him.
Because
already hired a new guy.
There were some broken lights, and he kept telling you, "Oh, I'm coming to fix it," and he never did. You fired him. How did that go? How did you fire him, and what's been the fallout from that?
All right, so backstory here on this one. I, last weekend, not 2 days ago, last weekend, 3 days ago, the weekend before, I sent him a message. Said, "Hey man, all these lights are out. Can you get out here on on Monday and fix them? There's 24. I have red and white candy cane lights. 24 red, 13 white are missing or clear. I guess they're called. Yeah, sure. I'll be out there on Monday. Okay, cool. He said so. Monday comes and goes, and I was like, hey man, I know she hadn't come out there. Are you going to come out tomorrow? And he goes, yes, I will be there tomorrow. Great, perfect.
Has he been flaky in the past?
I've not really had a problem with it that I know of that I can remember. Other people in my neighborhood have.
But this is the first time you've had a problem that you needed addressed anyway,
Correct.
right? Okay.
It's always been just put the lights up, take them down, whatever. I've never really had an issue. Other guys in my neighborhood have. So Tuesday rolls around, he doesn't come again. So I text him and I was like, so tomorrow meant tomorrow, like tomorrow. And he goes, yes, I'll be there tomorrow. Great.
That was about as confusing as your Sean and Sean.
Yeah, he was like, sorry, man, it started to rain on us Tuesday night. I'm like, totally understand. It's a reasonable excuse. Because that was on, he said, I had it scheduled for yesterday. It started raining. And I said, I said, hey, just got home, tested the lights. They're still not fixed. You said you were going to come by the last 4 days, but haven't. What's going on? I'm really wanting to be able to turn my lights on for the holidays since I already paid for it.
Ooh,
you
threw in that subtle, like, since I already paid for it, like, hey, you've been compensated.
Yeah. That was on Thursday.
Silence.
Text the next day, 2:00. Hey, when y'all get here, can you check the timers to make sure they're set correctly? I'm home all day if you need me. On the previous text, he said, when he said it was raining, he goes, your house is first today.
You're my number one customer.
Yep. So now it's 9:30 at night.
Wait, so if he hasn't been to you, that means there's all those other customers since you were first that have not gotten
their lights.
Man, how's he getting by?
He might have taken PTO.
So then I sent him a text at 9:30 that night. Now we're talking about, this is now Friday night. I sent him a text at 9:30. And I have to admit, 9:30 on Friday night, I was not sober. Okay?
Oh, this is getting good.
Let's be honest.
Instead of saying, hey, man.
5:30 on a Friday night, you're probably not sober either.
Yeah. I said, hey, man. Instead of saying, hey, man, or hey, or look, man.
Or hey, Maine, the Odyssey podcast.
I first named him.
Oh, gosh. Did you do like name, comma,
Kevin,
and then
comma. I don't want to be a D, but is your first stop 10 p.m. or I got to do these on my own? No response. I wait Saturday. I had already given up on this cat, and then so I finally sent him a text on Sunday, 5:30, getting ready to watch the Cowboys.
Oh, gosh.
Hey man, just sent you a Venmo request my money back of the lights. You didn't finish putting them up. I'll just take care of getting them down on my own. And I sent him a Venmo request for the money that
has he given you your money back?
He is not. And I keep every day I go to this thing, and I'm just gonna start hitting remind.
Oh my gosh.
I'll just hit remind again on the thing.
Is this a police report worthy?
Are you about ready? Are you about to say his full name on the air?
No, I don't know. I'm not that vindictive.
I
Just
am.
a Kevin Lights. If you got a Christmas lights guy named Kevin, just don't hire him. Like, just fire him right now. Just say that. How about that? How many Christmas light guys named Kevin are there? I mean, just narrow it down.
You're killing Hagee's side hustle here.
But no, a Tolo, Lewis the electrician, has hooked it up, and he is supposedly. We'll find out. I've heard this one before.
We'll find out.
But he's coming over today. He says, to put the lights up.
You're my first stop.
I have to say, I believe him.
It's
I've got no reason not to.
It's gonna be be Kevin and a fake mustache.
But history shows that people do not come over to my house to put the Christmas lights up.
So now that you're the social assassin that you are, I got to get your thoughts on this. My wife told me recently about this trend. I brought this up over the weekend at Boomer Jacks. Told me about this trend at school plays and performances and stuff like that, where, you come in, it's open seating, everybody's trying to get a seat for their family. Like, all right, let's get there early, make sure we got a spot. She said these parents are, in some instances, taking pieces of paper, writing reserved on it, or printing off pieces of paper that say reserved, and then coming in and setting them on like 6 seats. Like, one person comes in, sets them down on 6 seats, and goes, oh no, these are reserved. So basically, when somebody walks in, doesn't know that's not school administrators or somebody else that put it there, comes in and goes, oh, that's reserved seating. School must have that reserved for somebody. That these parents are coming in and reserving 6 to 8 seats in rows. And so my wife thinks this is a high IQ play. Because she was like, I got to remember to do that. I was like, you most certainly don't remember. You got to remember to do that. Because this, to me, is the ultimate D-bag move.
To reserve seats?
Yes, that's a Karen as hell move.
Look, I think, these school plays, right? These concerts, these
right,
whatever.
I get you want to get your pictures of your kids. I understand all that.
Yeah.
You don't need 8 seats. Or if you do, make sure 8 people are there on time to take the seats.
Here's what I need. Or this is what I try to do. I'll just get as many jackets together as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
You throw the jacket on the chair, it shows that somebody's either there or you've prepared and you've just carried 8 jackets in.
Sure.
If you've taken the time to carry 8 jackets in by yourself, I'm like, okay, they're all there. Throwing the made up reserved thing on there, it's like, all right, but you're gonna save seats anyway. What's the difference if you're saving seats with a made up reserve sign or a jacket?
But I do think it's different though, because like if you're gonna say, I don't think you should ever save that many seats unless somebody's literally just behind you. They got stuck at a light and you're just trying to make sure, hey, they're gonna be in here in 2 minutes. But you're saving it, so like, well, they're gonna be here right near the start time and we're 30 minutes out. Well, no, if other people got there 30 minutes early, they should be able, their whole family got there, they should be able to sit up there. But you as a social assassin would say you're all right with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're all trying to save seats in that situation, right? We're all trying to save seats.
I think a seat's different. We're talking about 8?
I think your bigger problem is that you have a kid that's in concerts like that. I mean, that's
well, it's also just school plays and stuff at elementary where they stick every kid in there.
Like, thank God, my kid had to do like drama last year. Thank goodness he was like behind the scenes and I had to go.
I was so glad when the trombone left our household.
My kid was like the 7th xylophonist. And I have to go sit through that because those auditoriums are like so like stuffy and they're always in winter. Everybody comes in there, the heat's always on. Oh, maybe vom.
Just brutal. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Social Assassin. We are here on Shan, RJ, and Chop on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ and Chop.
Shan is out sick. He's out for the day. So you've got Chop here with RJ. But coming up next, it's time for Power Rankings. It's next on The Fan.
500,000 downloads and counting. Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh! Damn right. It's time for your NFL Power Rankings here on Shan, RJ, and Chop on 105.3 The Fan. Shan is out sick today, or Shay, or Shayna, or Sean, or Sean, depending. Did I do it right? It's Sean or Sean.
Sean,
not Sean.
Right.
I literally just did the same thing.
No,
I know what I did.
You pronounced the U without knowing it. Yeah.
How do we want to do this? Do we want to go 1 to 5 like we did last week? Or are we going 5 to 1? There could be a little bit of intrigue. You had a big victory from the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
You had the Chiefs dropping one against their kryptonite, the Cincinnati Bengals. Cowboys won big. So which direction do you want to count here?
Let's go 5 to 1 this week. Now I tell you this, I did one thing. I also, when I went through my rankings, I also wanted to see how different my power rankings were from who I believe the quarterbacks are having the best year are.
Interesting.
Like, do they match up?
Right. Because quarterback play is very important.
It doesn't really.
So we're going to start with number 5. Do you know who you had last week, how you had it ranked?
Yes.
What was your order last week?
Okay, my order last week was Cowboys at 5, Buffalo at 4,
okay,
Philly, Miami, and Kansas City.
Okay, that's about what I thought you had. Now, with Shan being out today, we got Preston Hillis.
That's right.
Back there on the board. And he is going to come at it with his power ranking. So let's lead off. Let's go with Preston.
All right.
Preston, we're going 5-1. Who do you have at number 5?
I have the Cincinnati Bengals. They've gotten hot lately. They've beaten the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, 3 times this year in the year 2022.
Damn.
2 last year, or last season, and then 1 this year. So I have the Bengals up at number 5.
You say Bengals instead of Bengals?
Bengals.
See, I do hear that difference as opposed to Sean and Sean.
Well, there's one of both.
Yeah. All right, Cincinnati Bengals at number 5. I don't think any of us had Cincinnati in it last week.
We did not. I tinkered with the idea of it, but no, I hadn't put them in that just yet.
RJ Choppy, who's your number 5 team this week? Last week it was the Dallas Cowboys. Did they move up?
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
But I have Cincinnati here as well.
Oh,
now,
look at that.
I'm going to admit this is probably recency bias. And I get it. But they are coming on like gangbusters, this team. And they've had a slightly more difficult schedule than Miami per the metrics, like so far to start the year. And they've got a slightly more difficult one the rest of the way, even though both teams have played very tough schedules. The one thing about Cincinnati is that they've had quite a bit of luck in terms of some of the variance of their games. But the schedule strength, I know it's very college-y, but I give them the nod here, and I put Cincinnati at 5. Cincinnati,
the Cincinnati Bengals. It's interesting too because they got drubbed by the Browns in one game, but you look at their 3 other losses: lose by 3 to Pittsburgh on a game where you remember they shanked a field goal that should have won the game for them. They lost to Dallas by 3 with Cooper Rush, and then they lost by 2 to the Ravens. So they've lost a lot of close games this year, and they've had a couple of nice beatdown victories. They beat the Jets by 15. They beat the Falcons by 18, Panthers by 21. So they're taking care of business. And then that big victory over the Chiefs. I do not have the Bengals at number 5, so we're going to split there. I have the Dallas Cowboys. I know. Choppy just looked at me like I said Sean instead of Sean, but I just...
You have 4 teams better than the Cowboys?
I can't, as we get deeper into the list and I give you the other teams, I'll kind of explain it away. I can't do that right now.
I don't think you can hear me scratching my beard in confusion, but I'm scratching my beard.
He's incredibly confused.
Are you trying not to be a homer here?
No. Like I said, once we get deeper in the list, I will clarify. But for me, like as to why I have other teams ahead of them, but I think we all agree that was not the type of performance that it looked like on Sunday. Not that it was bad.
No.
It's just I don't think that
Dan Orlovsky.
I don't think just on it's going to be the biggest disappointment in 26 years if they don't make it. They can't beat Philly. Yeah, Dan Orlovsky. No, I look at it and say that this is a team that I think may be better than the teams in front of them. I can't call it yet until we progress ahead a couple of weeks. Peyton Russell, who's your number 4?
So I believe this team has been here the last few weeks. They haven't moved down, haven't moved up, but I have the Dallas Cowboys at number 4.
The Dallas Cowboys. It's interesting because I'm getting killed for not moving them up, but Peyton didn't move them up from 4.
But they're higher than your 5.
It's true.
They are higher than your 5. Mm-hmm. That is factually correct.
RJ, who you got at number 4?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh, this is very interesting.
I had Philly initially over the Cowboys all year because of their offense.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of the entire season, the Eagles' offense has been better. But that does not mean it is better now since Dak Prescott's return.
Right.
For the year, it has been. So as of right now, I think the Cowboys are going to win more games the rest of the way than Philadelphia is.
Enough to close that deficit? Eagles have a kind of a cush schedule.
Not enough to close the deficit. Cowboys not going to win the division. The Eagles will win the division. I'm cool with that. I get that. It's going to happen.
You know what would potentially happen there though? It might work out better because if you win the division, your first playoff game very well could be against a team like San Francisco.
Well, are you assuming they don't win the division?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you don't win the division, then you get Tampa, which I think is a much more preferable. I mean, you never want to beg for Tom Brady, but I think that it might be a more favorable matchup, honestly, than whoever you might get as the lowest seed carrying into the second round.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you this. If they go to the playoffs, they lose to Tampa on the road in the first round, I'm like, history's going to look at that game. Like, all right, it was Tom. If you go to Seattle and you lose to Seattle in the opening round, I'll be like, guys, it's just never going to happen for us.
Number 4 for me. The universally on this show disrespected San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, dear God.
And I'm not moving them from where they were. They have a 16-point victory against the second best team in the league per RJ Choppy. The only reason why
teams win games, okay.
No, I know, but it's a huge victory, and we're talking about a team that's given up 7 points in the second half over the last 5 weeks.
Teams go cross country and lose games all the time.
They've been dominant on defense, and the only reason they don't bump up is because, we still got to. I anticipate they're going to get by fine with Brock Purdy, but I've got to see it. So that's the only reason they didn't move up with a huge victory. They would have if that would have happened, but I got the 49ers at number 4. Peyton, who's number 3?
Number 3, the team that just lost to my number 5 team, the Bengals, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 3.
That's strong. Why do you drop them?
I dropped the Chiefs. I think I had them 1 last week.
Right. Why'd you drop the Chiefs?
Because they lost to the Bengals.
But I mean, that was enough to bring the Bengals up. Like, I feel like, isn't that a little contradictory? Like, if it's such a great victory for the Bengals that it brings them up, should have dropped the Chiefs?
The Chiefs had a 2-score lead in that game. They blew that. I felt like they had chances to win the game. I mean, you can't lose that game with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, even on the road.
So you have KC 3.
3. That's strong to me. RJ Choppy, who's your number 3?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, Choppy is higher on them than anybody else. I'd be interested. I wonder where Sean would have them.
The Cowboys. I'm gonna go some nerd stats for you here.
Hit us.
They're second in DVOA behind Buffalo. That's a per play efficiency metric. How good you are per play. Mm-hmm. They are first in weighted DVOA, which looks at the most recent games in a more powerful way than the previous games. So,
which is what matters given Dak Prescott's return.
Games earlier in the year have less and less importance in that form of the metric than they do now. Anyway, they're also first in a stat called Dave. By the way, these I hate the names that they put there.
Dave on FX,
which matches preseason projections with on-field performance. Basically, are you a fluke or not?
Right. So the Giants would get dinged.
In Dave because their preseason projection does not match their performance. So people think it's a little bit of a fluke.
Dave Gettleman getting revenge. Sure.
The Cowboys are 11th in offense and 1st in defense and 5th in special teams. And that's pretty much a major reason why they're one of the favorites to win it all right now. Their offense has gone from mid-pack to encroach in the top 10. And I assume by the time we get to January, their offense will settle in around the 6 or 7 range. So I have the Cowboys at 3.
I have the Philadelphia Eagles at 3. And I think I believe that Dallas and San Francisco are both better than them. I can't ignore a 11-1 start and the fact that, they just beat down a decent Titans team, and they did beat Dallas early. As soon as I can get to Christmas Eve and Dallas beats them, which they will, I will then comfortably be able to say, all right, now there's no argument for it. Here it is. This is where it is. Dallas above the Eagles. And San Francisco, I'm pretty sure is better, but it's the same thing. I got to hold San Francisco at 4 until I see how the quarterback plays out. But I think San Francisco and Dallas are better. I would have Dallas. Honestly, if Dallas beats San Francisco or beats Philly in a couple weeks, I would guess Dallas leapfrogs both San Francisco and Philly. But there we go. Number 2, Peyton.
So I do have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 2. I had them 3 last week. I was really impressed with their win over the Titans. They shut down Derrick Henry. They shut down the Titans. Ryan Tannehill. 35-10. I don't care if you're at home on the road. That's a really good win. I wanted to put them number 1, but I just couldn't yet. But I do have the Eagles at number 2.
Oh my gosh, somebody's going to call in and rescind their
please
bid
don't.
based
Please
off
don't.
of your Philly love.
Don't make Jared
Chop, what do you got? Number 2.
Buffalo
Bills.
They are top 4 in every category. No other team is close. The Ravens are 6-9-1.
Nice.
Bills are 4-4-3. It is nice. It's like they're playing 2 different sports than the rest of the league. The only difference between them and my number 1 team, which I'll give it away, it is Kansas City, is that Kansas City has the better quarterback. And Josh Allen played like Davis Mills for 6 weeks.
Who's going to be starting this week, it sounds like, by the way, against the Cowboys.
Who's going to be starting, it sounds like. The all-neck team. I wish I've got a little spinal compression going on. My neck is shrinking. I wish I could have Davis Mills' neck. I'd be back to my original height. I'd be back to my original height if I had Davis Mills. I'd probably be taller than my original if I had Davis Mills' neck.
Everybody's looking for a couple more inches. I also have the Buffalo Bills, number 2, and with us getting late here, I also have Kansas City, number 1. So I actually didn't change anything in my rankings. Choppy had the Bengals, Eagles, Cowboys, Bills, and Chiefs. And then who's your number 1 quickly, Peyton?
The Bills.
Bills. Makes sense. So Peyton has Cincinnati, Dallas, Kansas City, Philly, and Buffalo. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we will talk with NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. That's next here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Kay.
segment here brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Thank you, Peyton. Peyton Russell doing a great job today.
Fantastic.
As is Ryan back there on the video. Bobby Belt sitting in the captain's seat for Shan Sharif, who is dealing with a little bit of an illness. He's out today. I think he'll be back tomorrow.
A little bit of a tummy ache.
I think he'll be back tomorrow, but we'll just have to see. Bobby Belt alongside RJ Choppy. We'll be talking here very shortly to Ian Rappaport from NFL Network about Odell Beckham and a few other topics. Before we do that, I want to remind you guys to bid on our bay for this Sunday at Top Golf in the Colony, Swinging for a Cause, Jared Sandler's event. The bid is up to $1,300 now. If we get up to $1,500, Peyton has to grow out his beard for 6 months. A scraggly beard, which is just going to be embarrassing. So it's worth it just for that. Get us up to $1,500, guys. We're at 13 right now. We're beating G-Bag. We're tops here at the station. And so check that out. If you want to place a bid, give Peyton a call at 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. We are now joined by National Insider for NFL Network and NFL.com, as well as one of the co-hosts of the Insiders podcast, which is just crushing it, as well as occasional fill-in host, Ian Rappaport, for the Pat McAfee show. Ian, how was filling in for McAfee last week?
It was surreal and it was great. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be an occasional as in more than once. I would be, happy to be back, but I was happy to do it once. The whole thing was really cool, and I'm just glad they didn't cancel the show after me doing it for one episode.
Can you afford to be locked in like that for 3 hours and like not have your phone and be able to take all your insider calls?
It was extremely difficult, honestly. And it made, Monday or Fridays are generally my phone call day where I just call everyone I know and get ready for Sunday. And I didn't have that. So it led to a very, very hectic couple days after that. So maybe not every week, but it was worth it.
All right, so Ian, on this Odell Beckham front, he left the facility and he will go back home and ponder for a couple days. What is the thought process on a timeline you think for a decision from Odell?
I think we could get one soon. I wouldn't be surprised if there was one today or tomorrow. But we'll see, because if the situation is where it seems, which is that he's not going to play this week, then there really is no rush. I mean, I guess you'd like him to get a playbook for wherever he signs, but, I would expect a ramp-up period for any team. So that's probably a couple weeks. So if someone signs him, whether it's today or tomorrow or Friday or Saturday, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Most important for Beckham is just, making the best decision for him and for everyone. So whenever he comes to that, I would expect it to be soon, but whenever it comes to that, what the decision is most important.
Is there a dollar figure that is kind of thought to be the one that he is seeking, or that he'll get, I should say?
I mean, he's seeking top receiver money, as he should be. He's a rare, really, really talented, do-it-all receiver available this time of year. So if you're a playoff team and you want a final touch, you'll have to pay for it. So, I would expect him to go after top receiver money. And, it's pretty clear he wants a multi-year deal, doesn't really want a one-year deal, doesn't want to do this again and again and again. So I would say, top receiver money on a couple-year deal would make some sense.
The sense we're getting out of the Cowboys this week, especially the way Jerry had talked yesterday, Ian, was that maybe they've cooled a little just because they're it appears as if it may be into January before Odell Beckham's going to be ready. These other teams that have been interested, the Giants and the Bills, have they cooled similarly? Is this a market that's maybe starting to dry up a little bit, or do you think it's still active for him?
I don't get the sense the Cowboys have cooled. I really don't. I think everyone going in thought that this would be a situation where he would sign in, early December, take a couple weeks to ramp up, and then play at the end of the season in the playoffs. There's 2 games in January, so that'd be, week 17 and 18, so that's kind of right on schedule. So anyway, I mean, I know there's some reports yesterday. I haven't got the sense the Cowboys cooled at all. And I think, the other teams, probably on the same page. I think everyone believes that it's going to be late in the regular season and into the playoffs when you're going to get a contribution from Odell Beckham. But if you're a playoff team, that's kind of really just what you want anyway.
Do you think this is going to come down, like you just talked about, he wants to be paid like a top receiver? Is this just going to come down, do you think, to dollar figure for him, or is there a larger perspective that he has about fit and culture and things like that?
Well, I do really think that he would like to finish his career in a really good, solid, high-profile place. But they're all like that, So, I mean, do you want to finish your career in Buffalo? Well, I don't know. Buffalo's got a really good team. They got a great quarterback, and they're going to be in the playoffs every year. Giants are part of a rebuild, but that's a special place for him because it's the place that drafted him, and it's New York. So if you're looking for a big media market to finish your career and make moves after your career, that would be a good one. Dallas is similar, except they're, a little bit of a better team. And I think for the long term, my guess is Dallas will be good for the next many years. And it's the Cowboys. So a lot to like, different things, different strengths and weaknesses for each team, but, which is why you can sort of see why this is a difficult decision.
Ian, one thing outside the OBJ stuff is we've been talking about all morning, Jimmy Garoppolo and whether or not that is a season-ending foot injury. So what is the latest? It's not the Liz Frank, and he might be able to come back at the end of the year?
I mean, I saw that too. My understanding is, so the news yesterday was that he doesn't need surgery, and it is not, ligaments were not torn during that fracture. That is really good news. The other stuff I don't really know about, seems far-fetched, to say the least, that he would come back for the playoffs like that. Who knows? I guess anything in the world is possible, but that seems really far-fetched. But the news yesterday was that he doesn't need surgery, which I think is very good news for Garoppolo. Should make a full recovery by the time he's a free agent.
Ian, we appreciate you, man, all your updates. Get back to those millions of phone calls you have. But thanks for joining us, man.
All right, good stuff, guys. Take care.
Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. It's interesting to me that Ian's got a pretty good beat on the Cowboys.
Right.
I mean, he was here for, I believe, 3 years, covering them as his main team several years back. And so, I mean, he's still got connections, I think, in the building, things like that. I think it's interesting that his sense is they haven't cooled.
Well, look, I mean, to me, if I'm Jerry Jones,
it felt very much like it was turning tepid yesterday to me.
It did. If I'm Jerry Jones and I'm Steven and I'm Mike McCarthy and I'm the rest of this team, I need him for the playoffs, okay? And I don't mean I need him to come back during the playoffs. This is not like T.O. just coming back in the Super Bowl with the Eagles in, 04. He had played that year. This guy's coming off. He hadn't played all season. T.O. is already on the Eagles. They already knew how to work him into the offense, how to be a part of the offense.
This is an overhaul.
This is an overhaul. I mean, you're bringing in somebody who has never caught a pass from Dak Prescott, never run a route for Dak Prescott. I think there's a massive difference in the two, but we have seen it before where guys, like, they don't play all year. Like Terry Glenn, right? Terry Glenn in that 2007 season. I mean, he had 2 catches.
Yeah, now he had also, to be fair, again, to your point, Terry had been here.
He had been there before. He was on the team the previous year in 06.
Now, Amari Cooper stepped right in and had good chemistry with Dak right out of the gate and was able to pick up a lot of that. Now, would you feel, if he gets this done today, I think it's interesting, next day or two, Ian saying that's interesting to me. But if they get this done and you've got the next month while he rehabs, that he can get in all those mental reps and work on the language and everything else, and that when he comes back, in theory, that let's say he comes back for a playoff game, Chop, if it's just about, hey, he's put in the 6 weeks of study to get this down, this is just going to be about their chemistry and knocking off rust. Would you feel comfortable that Odell Beckham is enough of a difference maker and a talented enough player that he would be able to overcome that stuff really quickly? That this wouldn't be like a slower Michael Gallup start, something like that. We're talking about Odell Beckham. He'll knock off this rust. He'll be back. Or at the very least, teams will have to consider him a threat until they see he isn't.
Well, I think the big advantage is that Odell is going to be going up against the third corner probably in the first game.
Right. Yeah.
That to me is the big advantage. Right? If I'm the other team, I'm like, okay, until this guy could show that he is he's got some elite ability to come back immediately, we're going to stick our third corner on him. Or at the very least, the 2. He ain't going up against the 1. That's key. Like that to me is key. Every team is going to be deficient beyond their first corner for the most part. The amount of teams, there is no Richard Sherman and Browner. Right?
Browner was a good player.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
before he went to jail or
that's what I'm saying. Like, they had 2 good players.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't Revis and Cromartie, where you had 2 good players at the corner position. Now it's
although Bland has been playing well coming into his own, but
well, I'm not. But the Cowboys are different. I'm not
no,
talking
yeah,
Cowboys,
but in terms of like
the
that
teams
same
are
sort of
face,
thing,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, how many teams have 2 essentially number 1 corners? Very few. Very few. You got a 1, and then you got a weak link.
Right. I mean, I think if we were talking about and I made this point earlier this week, if we were talking about the Cowboys having to prep for Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, and Odell Beckham coming off an ACL, I think we'd be concerned.
Of course.
I think that would be something we discussed during the week of, even though Odell Beckham's coming off an ACL, this is really tough to cover.
If you have to prep for 3 wide receivers, look, say what you want about Anthony Brown. When Antonio Brown played the Cowboys last year in the opener, like, you had a Hall of Famer going up against Anthony Brown. Now, and even though and I like Anthony more than most do, but like that's a matchup that he can't cover Antonio Brown for a full game. That's not what he's supposed to do. He's not a 1, so he shouldn't be able to cover a 1. And Antonio Brown on 99% of the teams in his prime is a 1.
The reason why Odell Beckham won't see a number 1 corner, the breakout of one CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb was talking with Sage Steele on SportsCenter yesterday. Went back and forth a little bit about Odell Beckham.
I have to ask you about Odell Beckham Jr., right?
Nah, well, definitely. We don't have to, but we can.
Oh, okay. Well, good. We're going to go there real quick. Have you talked to him?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. He knows I want him here. Playing with him would be crazy. So just everything that he's done, for the Rams last year, and understanding that he was that key component to know he played a huge factor in that run in the playoffs. So, I mean.
So take me through that. What damage would CeeDee Lamb and Odell Beckham Jr. do together that would give nightmares to other defenses?
Oh, it'd be crazy for sure. I feel like yards after the catch is nuts. You never know what you're going to get. And just being out there, you're going to have to account for both of us, and not to mention MG and a lot of other guys that we have on the team. So just kind of incorporating him alongside that, I mean, it's going to be hard to double us.
So he's going to say positive things about him, but I also think you can hear at the beginning of that. No, we don't have to talk about Odell. Like he will, but I think he's kind of tired of it too.
I think they all are.
Which
I think they
can't
all
blame
are.
him.
No, I can't either. But it's funny. It's like, every player on this team. And I will say this: if I'm CeeDee Lamb, I'm like, man, look at my receiver room.
Yeah.
Is that a shot at the receivers? Like, what? We're not good enough. What we have now?
Sure. I think your pride comes into play for sure.
I mean, I think it absolutely comes into play. So I understand. CD's like, don't worry about talking about this guy. I'm the one here. I'm here. You know what I mean? What about McGallop, my guy? He's here too. Like, if I'm CD, I'm thinking that. That doesn't mean that you don't want to have everybody you possibly can at your disposal.
Absolutely. We lost a legend in pop culture and sports yesterday. We'll talk about that next year on The Fan.
But let's get your carpet clean, boys and girls.
boxing
Let's
icon.
get it on.
Ooh, let's love, baby. Mills Lane, the famous boxing official, passed away yesterday at the age of 85. And it's interesting, Chop. I was thinking about this. He was such an interesting figure, just in terms of a very colorful guy, like the way the things that he would say, and we'll play some stuff here in a sec from him. But just in general, his trajectory. Like, this is a guy who was a Marine. He played football and hockey at a high level growing up, like a high collegiate level. He was a guy who was a boxer himself. Then he goes on. He gets his law degree. He becomes, a lawyer, and then eventually a judge. And he's a big-time boxing referee for 30 years. Was involved in the Tyson Holyfield fight.
This guy did everything.
He was everywhere. And then he got a reality TV show, like a Judge Judy thing.
Yeah.
And just the other aspect to him that's really interesting is he was introduced to an entirely different generation as the voice of the referee, him playing himself on Celebrity Deathmatch, the old claymation Comedy Central show that people were in love with, and he played himself and had his personality come out through there. But I was trying to think about this, Chop. When we know the names of officials, this is a blind test. I don't know this. Name some officials in sports leagues that you're familiar with. Just some names in any league.
Oh, God. Angel Hernandez.
Why do you know him?
Because he's terrible.
Joe West, because he's terrible.
Yep. Joey Crawford.
Tim Donaghy, Joey Crawford.
Tony Brothers. Tony Brothers.
You know these names for all the wrong reasons. That was not Mills Lane. Like, Mills Lane was a guy who was incredibly well known for the right reasons, and in a sport that already isn't nearly as well known as those other leagues. We all knew who Mills Lane was.
We knew Mills Lane. We've always known Mills Lane's name for a long, long time. I don't know why. I mean, he's in everything. I get that, but why did you know? Like, maybe because it was a cool name. It was Mills. If his name was Michael, whatever. Would you really remember it? Right?
He suffered a stroke in 2002, not long after his show went off the air. It took his ability to speak really for the last 20 years. He was in hospice care, I believe, yesterday and or over the last week, and quickly deteriorated. His family said they were all by his side, watching some of his favorite movies, like The Godfather on the Waterfront, Patton. And so one of the reasons why we knew him, though, Choppy, is because of how colorful he was. And the premium fight that he was involved with during his career was obviously the Tyson fight, which after one bite to the ear, he told Tyson he was disqualified, quickly had to correct and say, no, okay, it's not a disqualification, but came in, got a second bite, ended the match, and there was a lot of controversy. A lot of people were like, well, why'd you call it off? Like it seems nuts at the time, but there were a lot of people who thought the fight shouldn't have been called, especially after Evander Holyfield had been called for some unintentional headbutting. But this was Mills Lane after the fight getting into it with a reporter for ending Tyson.
Why did you stop? How many times you want him to get bit? There's a goddamn limit to everything, including bites.
Well,
That's why.
Now, Tyson's camp will say that the headbutts were
intentional. The headbutt was unintentional butt. No. The headbutt was an unintentional butt, and I called his butt.
And I do love that, the unintentional butt, because cut one, Peyton, immediately after in the ring, he gave one of the great sports drops of all time to Jim Gray.
There's a difference between an unintentional butt and a bite.
There is a difference between an unintentional butt and a bite.
I love unintentional butt.
Can I hear it again? I just love
There's a difference between an unintentional butt and a bite.
just the flavor he puts on it. Unintentional butt and a bite.
I love the high-pitched, squealy voice. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big proponent of accents, right? He's got
one.
You got an accent. Doesn't matter where it is, right? Some accents sound better than others, but I'd love just being able to listen to somebody just have oh wow, that's That's a unique accent you
It
got
stands
there.
out. It pricks your ears. You hear it and you kind of you sit up a little bit. But one of the things that, again, he was such a common interview for guys like Larry King and stuff like that, even outside of boxing. I mean, if you're talking about the world of boxing, who are the names we're talking about in terms of non-boxers that, shed light on the sport? We're big names, very visible people who are non-boxers. You're talking about who?
Don King,
Don
Customato,
and then
Teddy Atlas,
Freddie
Roach.
I mean, like Mills is right around that kind of influence.
Floyd Sr.
And it's because, in large part, because of what he did to reach out to pop culture in terms of with his TV show, his Judge TV show, and everything else.
And now it's God dang it, De La Hoya.
Yeah.
So but he's a boxer.
He was a boxer, yeah, and Mills Lane was, but I mean not to that level.
So there's a handful of people out there that are non-boxers that do have a major footprint, or did have a major footprint in the form of like Customato, who's passed away a long time ago. But there's a handful of them.
By the way, as a kid, whenever I would hear his name, I was very confused. I thought they were calling him Custom Auto, like a custom-made card, because it just all Custom
Auto.
That's what I thought it was for a while. This was Mills Lane doing an interview back in 2000 because, again, he was a lawyer, then a judge, everything else. He was asked, what makes a good lawyer?
You gotta work your butt off. All this crap. I was in law school, I had a professor tell me, he says, make sure when you pass the ball, leave your work at the office. That's bullshit. You don't leave your work at the office. Man, if you believe in something, you eat it and sleep it.
I don't know that I would totally agree with you should take your work home all the time. That seems like counterintuitive. But I enjoy the passion. Like he says there, if you're passionate about it, eat it and sleep it. Just like you do with your Christmas lights, Chop.
They're getting fixed today, man. They are getting put up today.
Mills Lane also, this was a very viral clip that was going around Twitter yesterday because he was a little bit of a sage. And he was talking about his work in the courts and why personal responsibility was so important to him.
In court where I work, people come in all the time and they say, well, I have this bad problem. And I say, look, it's not because you weren't breastfed. It's not because your mama didn't change your diapers or your daddy yelled at you. It's you. When you stand up and take responsibility for what you do, then you're taking that first step toward getting it together, son.
That's slow clap for sure.
I don't think the slow clap comes back enough anymore.
No, I know. Like, I mean,
Can't Hardly Wait? But the
Hoosiers too. They did it.
Not Another Teen movie. They did the slow clap.
Yeah, Hoosiers did too. Remember?
Yeah,
they all had to go. But that's the kind of insight. Everybody just viewed him as like the lovable, wise old grandpa. He was kind of America's grandpa. Now, last little clip here because I think it's important to we hear all this tough talk and everything like that. We know who he is. Chop. We talked about great television theme songs yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut 6. This was the show open for tough, edgy Judge Mills Lane.
Is that Joe D. Messina? That sounded like Joe D. Messina.
Oh, that is aggressively 80s too. That was made in 2001, and that was aggressive. That had to fit in the slogan too. And he loves to say, "Let's get it on."
Yeah, that's. I swear to God, that's Joe D. Messina right there. 100% chance. Bye.
That was just that was a bummer yesterday to see the news about Mills Lane because I thought he was always. Such a great figure, a great ambassador for the sport of boxing, and really fascinating life. And it was a little empty over the last 20 years after he got sick, where he wasn't able to still contribute to like Celebrity Deathmatch and some of the interviews and everything that he does. But let's get an update for you real quick on our Swinging for the Cause. We'll be out at Topgolf on Sunday in the Colony, and you can bid on our bay to come hang out with me, Peyton Russell, RJ Choppy, Sean Sharif. This is for Jared Sandler's wonderful charity. There'll also be a concert with Bowling for Soup. A lot of other great celebrities out there. Eric Nadell's going to be out there. I'm trying to remember who else is out there. Dorothy Gentry, I know, is going to be there. So it's going to be a great time. We're all going to hang out. And we are currently in the lead here at Sean and RJ.
Hell yeah.
In bidding. We're up to $1,300 now. If you guys can get to 15, Peyton is growing his beard out for the next 6 months. You're gonna really just ruin.
And that's into the summer too. Oh, it's gonna be hot.
You're gonna ruin Peyton's dating life more than it's already gone over the next 6 months.
It'll kill it.
It'll. I mean,
26. We're already too late.
I mean, the mustache has already kind of done that yourself, but the beard will just be much more enjoyable, I think, for all of us, especially when you compare to all of our beards. The fan text and the Twitch has pointed out consistently, we've got a pretty strong beard game on the show.
We have a very strong beard game. I'll tell you, the G-Bag, they have a very strong beard game as well. I think all the shows.
Broadus pulls them down.
He does, but, Chiafal's got a great beard. Wolchuk's got a great beard. Dawson can grow one. Honestly, Bassick brings down the midday a little bit.
That's true.
He's got that
on his face and on top.
Yeah, he's got that Spencer Pratt creepy flesh-colored beard.
There is no more hairless show on this station all around, I think, across the anatomy than the good old KNC masterpiece. But give Peyton Russell a call if you want to bid on our bay there for Topgolf this Sunday. We're going to have a great time. And like I said, if we get up to $1,500, Peyton has to grow his beard out. So give him a call, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and you'll be supporting a great cause and have a lot of fun with us on Sunday after the Cowboys game. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, Kristaps Porzingis had some really interesting comments about Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks. And the Dallas Mavericks are on a little bit of a roll now. They've now won 3 straight after beating the Nuggets last night. That's next here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fist Pump Hour here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt alongside RJ Choppy. It is a Hump Day edition of Shan, RJ, and Chop.
Shannon, RJ, Chop.
As Pat McAfee.
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
As Pat McAfee affectionately referred to the show yesterday.
My girlfriend was dying laughing at that yesterday.
You had a great day yesterday in terms of like they're hitting you with 2 credits on the show title. They're giving you the facial recognition on McAfee.
It's all coming together for me, man.
You're getting your voice played on First Take.
That was the only one I didn't hear live or didn't hear at all. I was at the gym when that was going on, and then I saw the text, and I haven't seen the video clip of that, but that's cool. Like usually
there's been a lot of things to catch up on for you. A lot of media references to catch up on. You just haven't gotten to that one yet.
Right.
There's just been so much for you to take in.
It's hard to keep up. Hard to keep up with your star power.
Quick reset on the big national breaking news of the morning. Aaron Judge back to the Yankees. After about 18 hours ago, people confusingly thought he was going to the Giants thanks to John Heyman with a false start report of Arson Judge is going to the Giants. Arson
Judge.
And then coming back and going, whoops, no, it's Aaron Judge. And then coming back again 2 minutes later and saying, whoops, no, he's not going anywhere yet. I'm curious. Do you think there was a chance? Like, do you think he was heading to the Giants yesterday?
Oh, I thought that was like, oh man,
like even after the correction. Do you think he was do you think that he was actually heading to the Giants and something has changed in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, because where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Like John Heyman didn't put that out there for nothing. We can say what we want. We can make fun of John Heyman all we want, and we will. But like, John Heyman's plugged in. He's not an idiot.
No.
He's sometimes a dummy. But he's not an idiot, Like, he didn't just make that up. Somebody told him that. He just didn't vet it. And I'd be willing to bet that yesterday, when that report came out, because the Giants had done 9 for 360.
Yeah.
And the Yankees didn't go there. And I'll bet you Aaron was like, look, I don't want to, it's hard. It's probably hard to leave the Yankees if you're like a legendary type player.
Yeah.
It's probably hard. It's hard to leave the Cowboys,
the Lakers.
It's hard to leave the Lakers. It's just hard. Some of these teams, it's just, if you've got that, like, if I'm going to be in the Ring of Honor or in the Yankees case, Monument Park, or if I'm going to have my jersey in the rafters of the Boston Garden or whatever, it's probably hard to leave that. Like that, you got to really give me cash. Maybe you just don't care. Like Robinson Cano didn't care. He took the money and left.
Robbie Cano, don't you know?
And, for Judge, it was probably like, look, match this and I'll come back.
It's what it seems to be, but man, yesterday, like I know it had been speculated by a couple people if maybe there was something going on with the Giants, and Heyman's report specifically jumping the gun may have jeopardized it for him. That it then pushed New York to, oh, okay, this is serious. We got to make some. I wonder if the false start report maybe is what could have spurred the action too.
Oh. I think you're
in which
absolutely
case the
right.
Giants would be very upset with John Heyman.
I think you're absolutely right. I think if like there's no way that the higher ups with that team didn't see the panic that their city was in and the meltdown these fans were about to have. And that's a team that hasn't spent money. They have a high payroll, but they haven't spent money the way the fans want to.
Right.
Like, they think they've been cheap, which is ironic because they're spending $200 million a year on payroll or whatever it is. But this was something that team, that front office had to do.
Speaking of meltdowns, Michael Kay yesterday, the voice of the Yankees on the television side, was doing his show on ESPN radio locally when this fake Aaron Judge news broke. Listen to how devastated they were for about 90 seconds.
John Heyman tweeted 20 seconds ago, Aaron Judge appears headed to the Giants.
Wow. Thank you for cutting me off.
Actually, that's not a sports porch. That's actually John Heyman.
Wow.
It's happening.
I'm sorry,
man.
Yankee fans.
So are we taking this as law coming from Heyman?
Well,
I guess so,
it's
right?
not-
Heyman doesn't make that many mistakes. I bet on Heyman with this stuff. We'll work the phones right now, see if we hear anything. But shocking news if you're a Yankee fan. I said 65-35 he was coming back, but I said I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't. So 35% looks like it came in.
They were depressed. And there was a lot. And then when they came back, they were just angry. And it's a long cut, so we don't have time to play it right now. But, man, Don LaGreca, when he came back, this is a fireable offense. John Heyman, he's like, you're toying with people's emotions. It's like, Don, calm down. This isn't the White House, but people are invested in these words.
Yeah, look.
Which I get. I do get. If this was Texas, if we were dealing with this, we would also be having panic attacks and be frustrated.
Could you imagine if, like, let's say you're the University of Texas. Remember a couple years ago they were flirting with Saban?
Yep.
And somebody puts out there, Nick Saban has agreed to become the Texas head coach. Or actually, the way it would have been with the misspelling, it would have been Narc Saban. Something like that. Has agreed. Nick Satan.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it.
Nick Satan has agreed to become the coach. And we're like, okay, hang on a second. Is he trolling us or is this like a real thing? And then he corrects the spelling. And it's like, oh my God, we got Nick Saban. And then like 5 minutes later, he's like, guys, may have jumped the gun a bit. And then 18 hours later, Alabama comes in with a 10-year, $100 million contract fully guaranteed for Nick Saban.
Or just like current. Imagine if that happened right now with Odell Beckham. That you had a Cowboys report, jump the gun, and then tomorrow he signs with the Giants. People would be furious at whoever did that.
But they said David Beckham Jr. Has agreed to come to the Cowboys because he had to misspell the name.
Victoria Beckham.
Victoria. There you
go. Kristaps Porzingis transitioned a little bit over to basketball. Mavericks win last night. They beat the Nuggets in Denver. They've now won 3 in a row and are winning some games against good teams. They've
high profile too with
Golden State, New York,
national TV.
Yeah, Phoenix go on the road, beat Golden State. It's they're on a good little run here. Mavs shoot really well from 3 last night. Dorian Finney-Smith with a big go-ahead 3-pointer at the end of the game, kind of the crucial bucket. But Kristaps Porzingis spoke to Yahoo this week, and this is a story from Jake Fisher. And it's all about how he looks like an all-star once again with the Wizards. He's bouncing back. And in this story, they kind of go over his career trajectory. Mm-hmm. And it's talking about how when he got to Dallas, that everybody was really excited, and the Mavericks thought they had put together this perfect pairing here with Luka Doncic and Kristaps Porzingis. And that the Mavs came in, land a 23-year-old fresh off an all-star appearance, even with the torn ACL. You felt good about it. They drop all this money on him the following summer to get him done. And it says here, Dallas backed up its vision with its checkbook and sold the prodigy with a mystical skill set worthy of the unicorn nickname on forming a decade-long duet with Doncic. Here's what Kristaps Porzingis told Yahoo about it. On paper, it would be the perfect fit, but it just didn't mesh the way that we wanted to. We just did not mesh well together. Sometimes it's like that in the workplace, It just didn't work out the way you expected. Jump down a little bit further. He says, Luka Doncic is a generational talent. You have to put the perfect team around him to try to get the maximum out of him, You
do.
I just wasn't the right guy. You think that's fair? Should it have to be if Luka Doncic is the best player in the NBA, should it be this much of a struggle? And I do think he's the best player in the NBA. This is more an indictment, I think, of Mavs front office. Should it be this much of a struggle to put a supporting cast around him that works?
It's a good question. I think part of it is a player has to grow within the, let's take KP, for example.
KP stands for can't play.
It does stand for can't play. It's a good reference. Did we give it enough time? Did we give him enough time post-injury?
I think there was damage there.
Why is he having a decent year?
Because I think the restart was needed. I think there was damage there. I think that relationship just was not just on the court. I think that just wasn't meshing very well. I don't think those two clicked the way the Mavericks envisioned. Just like, Dennis Smith and Luka Doncic didn't necessarily click. They were good friends off the court, but on the court obviously didn't work because you had 2 ball-dominant guys.
I'll tell you this. I think there's a guy. I think you want to pair Luka with somebody who doesn't need plays for them to be effective.
Okay. Yeah.
And now look, this guy wasn't a great player. Remember, like 15 years ago, Matt. Remember Antoine Jamison?
Yeah.
You didn't have to draw up plays for Antoine Jamison. Antoine Jamison was going to get some. He was going to get his
dirty buckets. Yeah.
Yep.
Contribute in other ways.
I think you need a couple of those guys to pair with Luka because he is such a ball-dominant player by nature. Like, that's just going to be what he is. He's just going to be a ball-dominant guy. I think you need guys that don't necessarily need plays drawn for them to be effective.
What would you say if I said, all right, Choppy, I got the guy for you. I got the guy to pair with Luka Doncic. This guy has length, crazy athleticism.
KD.
He can pick and pop or pick and roll. He can contest shots. Decent passer. He can rebound pretty well. Offensive and defensive rebounding.
Gordon Hayward.
What would you think if I could offer that up? Would you take that all day long?
Of course.
All right, then give Christian Wood the minutes that he needs. Let them play together. Because that's the other problem here is that not just that Christian Wood isn't getting enough minutes, it's that they're not playing them together all the time either.
Right, but why? What has he done wrong in Jason Kidd's eyes?
That's a great question.
That's something that we don't know the answer to, and we may know it eventually when he's not here anymore. But Jason Kidd is not a dummy. He's not just going to sit somebody.
No, he's bright.
He's not going to sit somebody that is a good player that could contribute. He's sitting him in those situations for a reason. And yeah, we love to complain about it, but there's going to come a point where we're like, all right, look, I'm just going to stop complaining about this because I know it's not going to happen. So I'm assuming there's something going on.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of these things that whenever this marriage ends, whether it be maybe it's the trade deadline, maybe it's after this season, whatever else, whenever his time here ends, we'll probably get the details of, oh, this was the missing puzzle piece. This is the jagged, messed up piece that we didn't have in the center of the puzzle that would have told us, oh, this makes sense why he's not playing him. But maybe the issue, Choppy, is that he's just a member of Mavericks Twitter. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Jason Kidd doesn't like Christian Wood because he's on Twitter hanging with the Mavs fans. Jason Kidd was asked yesterday at his press conference about fans out there on social media and such like that who'd like to see more minutes for Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, Christian Wood, players like that.
Well, that's good, and I think we all want them to play. We've been healthy, and those minutes are spoken for. When you talk about Luka at 40, someone's only going to be able to play 8. You have Spencer at 30. Those are spoken for. So it's hard, when you're healthy, you just have to be patient. And I know society isn't patient, or Twitter isn't patient, because they want it now, in fantasy leagues and all that. But this is a job, first and foremost. And my job is to put those guys in a position to be successful. And, right now we got a good thing going. Hardy has to wait. Ask Josh. Twitter isn't the coach or the player. It's just a platform to express your opinion.
I don't have a total problem with him saying he doesn't, want social media platforms to dictate his rotation, everything else, whatever else. That's fine. But we still don't have good enough reasons for that. You can't tell me at the same time, Luka's usage rate is so ridiculously high, this isn't sustainable, and then also go, don't have any minutes, got to give Luka 40. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me like
there's only 240 minutes in the game.
Leave it to the experts that won't play Christian Wood. Leave it to the experts that started JaVale McGee and had that train wreck going. I can't take it seriously. I just think the flippancy the Mavs have had at times to the Twitter fan base specifically, I guess. Like Mark Cuban, his comments a couple years ago, Jason Kidd now trying to say, look, this is a job, Twitter, okay? You guys go back to your hashtags and your paid for check marks. It seems a little too flippant to me from the organization. I think I think there's got to be a stronger level of respect for that fan base. Even if you're not going to let them dictate your coaching, I don't think you can just brush off your fan base like that.
By the way, who are you referring to with the paid blue check marks in the Mavs media?
Oh, no, I'm nobody in specifically. I'm talking about just in general. I'm making a reference. I can say stick to your tweets or whatever. I was trying to think of things that are popular on Twitter right now. Coming up here on this Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, we'll talk with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. That's next here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Chrysler Dodge. Sean.
That's exactly what I said. Bobby Belt sitting here in Sean Sharif's seat today as he is out with a little bit of a bug. I think we'll have him tomorrow. I think so. But if not, Choppy and I will hold it down again tomorrow. We're joined now by Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick, I'm going to have Choppy do something for you real quick. And I want to see if you can hear a difference. Choppy says there's a difference between the way you pronounce Sean, like S-E-A-N or S-H-A-W-N, versus the way you pronounce Sean, like S-H-A-N, our host who is not here today. So, Choppy, for Nick, show him the two different ways you pronounce those names.
Okay. Sean.
Was there a difference, Nick?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the way you pronounced it, you're like Sean. So the way you did it, like I mean, I think you're trying to make it one, but no.
It's more abrupt. He did the second one more abrupt, but it was the same pronunciation.
Yeah, see, there's an AU that you guys are not hearing in the Sean that is not there in the Sean.
Those are that you just said the same word. This has been wild to me all morning. Nick, how are
I mean, so Odell is definitely over. Like we've moved on from that.
Well, no. That's been blowing my mind all morning. But here's the interesting thing.
A few years ago, I do remember there was a story that I read about baseball. There was 9 guys in the league named Sean, and they were spelled differently. 9 different guys. One of them was like Chone, like Sean
Figgins.
Sean Figgins. Yeah.
But there was 9 different ways to spell it, and I don't know if any of them spelled the way Sean Sharif spells it. But it's not a slow news day. But I mean, yeah, if it's bugging you, it's bugging you.
Now, on the Odell Beckham front, it's interesting. I think we all kind of had the sense yesterday that things had cooled a little on the Beckham front for the Cowboys. We talked to Ian Rappaport earlier today from NFL Network. It was interesting. Ian said he didn't think Dallas was cooling. He thought they were still strongly interested. And I think that can be – I think both those things can be true because the Cowboys as a whole may be cooling on a little bit, and Jerry may still have his heart set on Odell Beckham. There's a lot of affinity there right now for Odell Beckham from Jerry Jones. Where do you think this stands right now, Nick? Do you think this ultimately ends with him as a Cowboy? Do you think Odell Beckham just doesn't play this year? Where do you see it heading?
Well, those are two big different questions because I think he still wants to be with the Cowboys, and I think that they want him. But as far as this year goes, I think the narrative's going to have to change one way or another, and it's kind of tough because you're only going off of kind of hearsay of what you think Odell sort of wants. You kind of know what Jerry wants as far as, a guy that can play right now. But if that's not the case, if they're looking at his knee and they're like, this isn't going to happen, so then something's going to have to change here. Then if the narrative changes to, well, let's go ahead, sign this guy, and we won't have to deal. Right now you're dealing with 2 teams, 3 teams maybe. He goes, has a great workout, starts posting it on social media, whatever. Oh, he looks good. Now you got 10, 15, 20 teams maybe you're having to deal with. So they could probably figure out a way to do it right now, and then they have him for next year and all that if that's the way they want to go. But something's going to have to change. Either Odell moves his money down, his prices down, or the Cowboys say, all right, it doesn't always have to be about this year. But me personally, I just don't think it works for either side. I think the timing on this is bad. They thought it was going to be good, but it's not. The timing on this is just not the way either side wants it.
So it's not imminent.
I don't think so. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to know because things will change all the time. I mean, if Odell wakes up and says, you know what, that was really cool. I love being there. I want to be a part of that. Then, maybe I don't need all this money to I'm not going to be able to play this year, and maybe the Cowboys want him for next year. I just don't see the Cowboys going into next year's free agency going, man, what do we need? Well, we need a 30-year-old wide receiver coming off a knee injury that used to be really good, and hopefully he is still good, so we can make him our third guy. And all of a sudden, whoever we sign him for, it drives the price up for CD for sure. I don't think they need that guy. And so I just think that it had to be for this year, and if it's not, I just don't know if it works.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joined us. Nick, yesterday CD was on Sports Center, and I thought it was kind of funny. Sage Steele said, I got to ask you about Odell Beckham Jr., right? And he said, we don't have to, but we can if you want to. And he kind of laughed, and then he proceeded to answer questions. But it made me think, as much as I'm sure CeeDee Lamb would love to be teammates with Odell Beckham and everything else, do you think there's reaching a fatigue factor for the guys in the locker room? Like, either do it or don't do it, but we got to figure out who's here.
Yeah, and I think you saw it about 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago with Dak. I think Dak really shifted kind of his stance on it, and not that it was an anti-signing, Beckham stance. It was like, I've got to take care of these guys here, and I can't sit here and say, let's bring this guy in. And coincidence or not, there was no offensive players at that game with him. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know how that all went down, but I just think that if it doesn't work out, then it looks kind of weird for Dak or to say, man, we really, really wanted him. It's okay. Noah, go run a route. Michael, it's all good. I'm in your corner. So there's like this catch-22. You got to kind of do a fine line with it, and I think that CD and everyone's kind of like, all right, either do it or not. And we're all that way. I mean, you were that way last week. I remember you just saying that to me, like, okay, either it happens or it doesn't. And I think for right now, I just don't see it happening.
If the Cowboys get something done with Odell Beckham, do you think this is an instance potentially where the decision was made with the heart instead of the head?
No, because I don't. Because if it gets, let's look and see what the deal looks like and all that if it happens. But no, I don't. I think that the heart, and you're talking about Jerry's heart, is he wants this guy. But he also understands. I mean, for him to say it's got to be about this year. I mean, that's because he wants to get a player that can bring him over the top, just like some of these other teams are trying to do. The Eagles have done it a few times. The Cowboys would like to do that as well. But if it's not done that way, then I think that they're all smart enough to know, like, this really doesn't make financial sense down the road. So I think that's not being done with the heart. This isn't a player that can help them this year. They don't really think, unless it's like Super Bowl, which they haven't been to in 27 years. So, I mean, that would be pretty arrogant to say, oh, we're going to just plan for that. So I don't know. I don't think it's done, just with the heart. If it's done, it'll be done creatively, where it doesn't hurt them that much this year, and they'll be able to do something with him next year.
I just find it so difficult to believe that a team would, let's just say he can't play until the playoffs, would throw a guy out there who they've never played a game with. It's not like Terry Glenn, where they had him before and they've worked together before. I just can't imagine a team would do that. Not at that position. Maybe at like defensive end. Hey, just go out there and rush the passer, but not at wideout.
What if he was smart as a whip, though? I mean,
well, I'll tell you this: if it was a Randy Moss type where I just throw the ball up to him, that's one thing, right?
Yeah, because you're always open. No, you're right.
That's
you're
a
right
good reference.
Yeah. Hey, Randy Moss was a freak of all freaks, and I think, if we're being honest, I think Randy Moss plays a factor in this. I really do. I think Jerry is enamored with wide receivers, especially ones that he's seen what Michael Irvin can do to a team, and he saw that Michael Irvin was the reason why he didn't get Randy Moss, and he still regrets it to this day. Randy Moss never lost to him. And the reason that they got Randy, and the reason why he was like, you know what, I'm not letting Des Bryant go by because I let Randy Moss go by. So he went and he got Des Bryant. And I think those three are always connected. And I think that Odell is kind of the same type. Here's a guy that he's always liked from afar, and he has a chance to maybe get him. But if he's Odell, if he's not the Odell that we've seen, then it doesn't really make sense. But I think that Jerry always has a soft spot for these types of players.
The Cowboys signed Mackenzie Alexander, the veteran cornerback out of Clemson, former second-round pick, to the practice squad yesterday. I don't think that's necessarily a significant move just in a vacuum, but do you think that's an indication, the fact that they're adding a corner to the practice squad means they're going to lift one off of it and put Kendall Sheffield on the roster now that Anthony Brown's done?
I think so, but I also think, the way you can maneuver the practice squad, you can move Alexander up if you want to, for at least for a day or two. But yeah, Sheffield, McCarthy said it, that Sheffield would probably, get a crack to do this. I know that they want some inside help, a guy that can help in the slot, and I think Alexander does that a little bit more than Sheffield. But at this point, yeah, at this point when you're doing all that, it doesn't bode well for a guy you drafted in the third round last year in Nashawn Wright. That's to me, that just hasn't worked out. The opportunity is here. You have two corners now that have been down, and they're still trying to figure out other ways to get some cornerback help in here. So, that's not a good sign for him. But at this point, you can't worry about feelings. You got to go out there and get somebody that can cover a receiver.
Thank you, Nick. We'll chat with you again on Friday and get your pick. Just how bad do you think the Cowboys will beat the Texans down?
I think it'll be a close game. I really do.
Oh, stop it. Stop. They're not listening,
quarter.
Nick.
Can
Nick, they're not listening.
Can I finish my sentence until the middle of the first quarter? Then I think they'll start to pull away. Dang, Bobby.
Oh, until the middle of the first quarter. I see what you did there.
Yes.
When is Sean Choan come back? Is he come back next week?
Well, it's pronounced Sean, not Sean. And
Sean,
he'll
okay.
and we think he'll be back tomorrow. He's dealing with a little bit of an illness. He's got a tummy ache. So
allow me to.
Hey, my middle name is Shane. I could just take the E off and it would just change the whole thing.
There you go.
I never thought about that. Okay, sounds good. See you guys.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. I think that what we're learning is that
I have an ear and you don't. I'm going to spell this phonetically for you.
Yeah, please do. I saw the fan text was asking you to spell it phonetically. And this is, I think you're about as good with this differentiation as Pat McAfee was yesterday getting the show name right. So
the name Sean is pronounced like Sean Connery. SH, like a big AW, and then an N.
Okay.
And the way Sean Sharif is spelled or pronounced is SH, a big AH, and then an N.
How does so you're saying say AH right now. Pronounce that phonetically.
Well, it'd be like AHH.
Gosh, see,
Sean.
this is a ridiculous this is a ridiculous position.
Sean.
I have never heard anything like this.
I mean, you've
like
never
I feel like you're just trying to match my troll level.
Get on my level, man.
You know
who understands this one?
Who?
Sean Sharif.
I will gladly. I'll call Sean leaving here. I'll wake him up. I'll have him answer the phone on the toilet. I don't care. But I'm going to call him, and I want to have him explain this to me because this doesn't make any sense to me.
This would be a great question to ask Cowboys players in the locker room, Bobby.
Is there a difference
Sean,
between these two names?
Or just have RJ say the name.
RJ, I need to have you record the name and just say, do you hear a difference between these two?
I'm in.
Coming up next, we've got Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. They are back in studio. What do they think about Jason Kidd and his shots fired at Twitter fans? And what do they think about the pronunciation of Sean versus Sean? That's next here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, get the best audio from the world.
105.3 The Fan. Time to crosstalk with those fellas from the KNC Masterpiece. Gentlemen, how is you today?
That question, I guess, is directed at me. It's usually Corey.
Well, Corey's way over there.
He's looking for World Cup, maybe.
Not on.
Y'all had it on TNT. Like, you left it on whatever it was on last night.
I thought the World Cup was over.
No, I'm fine. I can watch Good Morning Football.
The
or
World Cup continues, even if the U.S. is out.
I was going to say, are y'all still pretend World Cupping?
No.
Oh, I was always
I watched it yesterday.
actually World Cupping.
It's amazing. I was at the gym yesterday. The amount of people that were huddled around the TV not working out, watching Spain and Morocco. I was like, what's going on here?
It's the only way I could connect with my son. He really got into it this year, so I was like, all right, now I have something I can talk about with you.
That
and girls.
I think that the
both looking
the collective societal let's all pretend we love this when
we about to bash
no.
Dude.
This is no disrespect to the
just like Bobby.
Listen to me. This is no disrespect to the quality of the game or anything else. This is just the reality of this country doesn't care about soccer for 47 months. And then they pretend like, I've always loved
hold
this.
on. Can we say 46 months? Don't forget about when the Women's World Cup happens because we're good at that.
Yeah, we are good at that.
So they care
That's
for
why
47 months. And then they come back and they go, oh, we love it. I've always loved it. Like, there are some genuine soccer fans, but I know there are several other ones that try to tell me how much they love it. And then it's like, you really don't. And I know you don't.
Right, but that's okay because, it's national pride. That's why.
Now.
What?
But they're out now, and people are still.
It's okay. I like.
I'm not saying that you necessarily. I'm just saying they're like. I feel like the vast majority of people consuming it, who will tell you they're soccer fans, are not actually soccer fans.
We don't need Christmas every day.
Right.
But we get excited that it comes around once a year, just like we get excited that this thing happens every 4 years. We can enjoy it whenever it arrives.
But if we had Christmas year round,
then I would probably go insane.
And then we only pretended to like it on one day, we would be like, "This is kind of odd.
Right.
Why don't you like it the other
because we have MLS soccer.
That's what I'm saying. Soccer is year round.
We don't have national team year round. Like I don't watch the biathlon for 4 years, and I don't miss the biathlon when the Olympics roll around.
I don't know what that is, but
it's cross country skiing with shooting.
All right,
I love it. I like
because
watching
the
competition.
Italian woman, she's fantastic.
I like watching competition.
She's good at shooting her gun.
All right.
That's what I meant.
Right. So if you got competition, I'm in on that highest level of competition. The MLS had the highest level of competition. The EPL is at the highest level. The World Cup is. That's the highest level of competition in the sport, and that's what I want to watch.
I'm probably wrong, as I usually am. What do you got coming up on the show today, Corey?
Actually, I don't know if I agree that it's the highest level of competition in the World Cup. I think the English Premier League is.
You think the English Premier League is higher level of competition than the World Cup?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
I think they're better. It's better quality.
I understand the World Cup's more important, but you're eliminating a lot of the play in the World Cup. There's a lot of players that can't play in the Premier League. They're not good enough.
Yes, you're right.
It's like, where's the best baseball in the world played?
The World Baseball Classic.
In America.
Oh, World Baseball Classic.
And then they all disperse and leave and go play for different teams, and that doesn't mean that the level of play across the board is as high as it is whenever you're playing here in America.
Well, no, but the Team USA would beat the Dodgers.
I would hope so.
Right?
Ooh, I don't know.
Yes, come on.
You think so?
Come on, man.
We have enough good players on Team USA?
Put Dylan Tate on Team USA, are we sure?
I mean, that's the only thing. That's the only thing that upsets me, though, is I wish more guys would get out there and play. Like, get Scherzer to go play, DeGrom, all those guys get out there to play.
Like, Champions League is better than the EPL, right?
Representing the country.
We do. We got potentially Mike McCarthy's presser today at 11 o'clock. Can you believe that? Do you think it'll happen, Kevin?
Not at 11 o'clock.
Also, Kyle Yeomans joins us during the C block today. And we got Derek Holland all day today, man. This is really cool.
Yeah, Derek keeps dropping on. Jerry Jones' best friend, Derek Holland. How are you feeling about that, by the way?
That made my day. That was unbelievable.
Just your day, not like your whole week?
It's my life.
Yeah.
I went and got a Cowboys jersey after that.
Did you take your Instagram around and show it to people, and you're like,
I didn't have to show them to it because Instagram is everywhere. You can look at it right there on your phone.
It is.
So I don't have to
I didn't know if you were like pulling it up on your phone and showing people, hey, did you see what Jerry Jones said to me today?
I kind of I even put that as my title. Look at what Jerry Jones said to me. Look at what Dad said.
I wonder if Jerry's going to be disappointed on Friday. What's up, Kevin, Corey, Mike? Mike.
I mean, he went out of his way to say the show got classed up, and so I really hope he goes. Looks like you guys classed back down this week.
No. But there is an affection even in that though. It's just like when Chop is out in Vegas and McCarthy, who loves Chop, is like, oh, that sounds just like Chop going off to Vegas. That degenerate. Like lean into that a little bit. Same thing for Jerry. Jerry, even by like acknowledging, y'all sure upped that without Mike there. There's an affection in that.
He 100% likes how much Mike dislikes him.
So was there a guy ragging on me all day yesterday from 5:30 to 10 a.m. that I take too much vacation time?
Whoa!
Wow! And where
He's
is
talking
he?
about Sean
Not all day.
Yeah, and he's not here
Maybe
today.
like twice.
Yeah, now this is not a vacation day. This is a sick day. He has a tummy ache.
Oh, but it's like a Ferris Bueller sick day.
I just really, it's just funny to me. Like the other day when I had to miss because my son had the flu and was crying, like, I don't want to be left here on my own. Sean's like, oh, I can't believe another day off for basketball. Well, what's
Sean's
happening
defense,
today?
He would not miss a day of work
For
his
Ollie.
child.
No, yeah, absolutely not. He'd be like, tough. I got to go.
I married a woman who stays at home. That's what Sean says, right?
Holy crap, dude. I don't think we should be.
Wow.
Oh, my
I'm proud
gosh.
of you, Mike. I'm very proud of you. I like where you're going with this.
I don't think that's the direction we should go.
Mike, you want to talk about the wage gap or anything?
Yeah, there is one. That's why
Who's the? I got to say, since you're talking about who was talking trash about you yesterday, what is the name of that person? What's his first name?
Sean?
Did he say it right?
Say it again.
Sean Sharif?
You said you Americanized.
Tell them how to say Sean's name. There's a correct way and an incorrect way. Go ahead. Tell them the correct way and then the incorrect way.
To say Sharif's name, it's Sean. Not Sean.
You gotta drop out that W.
See, you heard it.
Okay, yeah.
Do not tell me you heard that.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
I did.
God.
I know RJ and I don't always agree, but I heard that.
You know why he heard it? Because he got a 1500 on his SAT. That's why he heard it.
Is this the Sean?
It was lower than that.
Sean. Yeah, no, I get that.
The only difference I'm hearing here is like there's a more abrupt ending. No, it's not even that. You're just saying it like faster and more abrupt.
Sean
But
has
Sean
the W
is,
in it.
That's
Sean.
Chris Russo or whatever. That's not that's Mad Dog. That's not how normal people talk.
Sean.
Mike, how you feel about Jason Kidd taking shots at you in a press conference yesterday?
Wow.
Why does everyone think it was directed
I'm not
at Mike?
I don't give many opinions on Twitter, by the way. I avoid Twitter as much as possible.
But Chop thinks there's 0 members of Mavericks Twitter. He thinks that's a made-up collective.
It is. I mean, come on. It's like it
You
is a
think they're all
made-up
burner
collective.
accounts?
Huh?
You think they're all burner accounts?
No, there are a couple of fan accounts. Like it's.
I do think it's weird that 24 hours before the comment on Jaden Hardy's not going to play and go to the G League, he blames Rick Carlisle somewhat for Josh Green not playing his rookie year and going, look, no offense to Rick Carlisle. I mean, we probably have the audio somewhere because he says, but Josh Green not playing his rookie year hurt his development. And then 24 hours later, he looks straight at the same media and goes, I don't know who's coming up with this on Twitter. You guys have opinions and everything. But Jaden Hardy's not going to play. In fact, he's going back to the G League, guys. Like, I was like, wait, didn't 24 hours ago you just said Josh Green not playing his rookie year hurt his development, so I got to play Jaden Hardy some?
I did think that was a bit odd. And also the juxtaposition of obviously Luka has to get his minutes. And I was like, well, sure. And then like earlier he was like, we're going to burn Luka out. And
He said that for 3 weeks. Luka, this isn't sustainable.
Yeah.
He'll be like, just a pile of dust by Christmas if we keep playing him like that.
Yeah.
But then his excuse for not playing Hardy is, well, look, Luka's got to play 40 minutes, right? Even though Luka's a point guard and Jaden Hardy wouldn't be playing that position anyway. That's why we can't give him
and
the
I'm
minutes,
not saying, and I don't think anybody's saying like you got to give Hardy 25 minutes. I'm just like, well, surely we can find some sort of 8 to 10 minute and see how it goes.
I
And
mean, Reggie Bullock thought the goal was 9 feet yesterday when he took his one
What do you
shot.
mean yesterday? Since he got here. That man shoots the
What?
sharpest line
Oh my
drive
God, such a
jumper
line
I've
drive.
ever seen in my life.
It's like Shaq taking a free throw.
What I
the
said,
exit
I wish my
velo from his
fastball was
hand
that
is
hard.
incredible.
No, it's just,
Reggie shoots the ball fast with passing through it.
I honestly didn't like the question either at the press conference yesterday. Because it was like, people are asking to play Jaden Hardy and Josh Green. do you think these people just don't understand there's only 240 minutes? Was this a plant? Like, did you ask somebody to ask you? Like, this seems so leading the witness.
Do you ever feel like that's reporters' way of covering themselves for a question they want to know? Like, is there any chance that was what they wanted to know, but they're like, there's these people. Can you believe it?
Yes,
Okay.
I do think that. But I mean, also at the same time, there are plenty of fans, I think, who are calling for Jaden Hardy and Josh Green. And he said, and others. Clearly didn't want to say Christian Wood since he's gotten that question consistently for 2 months. I think it was... I didn't like the question, and I didn't like the Jason Kidd joining the Mark Cuban line from a year ago, where it's like, well, these, like, remember when Cuban was like, Mavs fans on Twitter, like, they're just like, that's not even legitimate.
What's interesting is I know that Jason Kidd knows 100 times more about basketball than any of us do in this room. He's an amazingly brilliant coach.
Which is why it's concerning
player.
he can't figure out the rotation.
I do think he's a good coach.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, he's like, I mean, you guys never played. You guys don't know anything. It's like, wait, your owner makes major decisions and literally, I think, played high school basketball in Pennsylvania. And that's his degree of basketball. So I really feel like you guys have somebody making major decisions.
Broadcast.com, too.
Yeah, so I'm like, I get what you're saying.
How many years in is he as an owner? Is it
22? He
Is
bought
that
it in
expert
2000.
at this point though? An expert in basketball?
I've watched
Cowboys
basketball.
fans have led me to believe that alone does not
I watched
make you
as
an
much
expert.
basketball as Mark Cuban. I wouldn't say that makes me
Did you watch it on an
expert
elliptical,
at it.
though? That's the question.
That was a stair climber.
Sometimes I do watch it on
sometimes
the
it depends. It's been the elliptical and other things like that. That does it for us. Hopefully, old Shan or Shane or Sean or whatever will be back tomorrow.
What if he's not?
Then it'll be me. Actually, I think we'll change it up. We'll let Chop, since Pat McAfee gave him 2 titles on the show. We'll let Chop lead all day tomorrow.
God.
I'm excited.
Oh
for
man,
him.
my anxiety's already going.
Your ratings will quadruple if RJ leads the entire show.
I want to see if that's real. Like, I do want to try it out and to see what happens.
Hang around for KNC Masterpiece. That's next.
You're listening to Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got me, Kevin Hagelin. We have Corey Majors.
I am still the IT extraordinaire that I always was before, Kevin. I just wanted to point that I rebooted Derek's computer. It works now.
Always good to have a backup career, just in case.
Yes.
We have Mike Bassick with us. We have Joey Erickson, who, if we don't get our Bay bit up today, is going to be mad at all of us. And joining us is Derek Holland. He will be here for the whole show. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello.
Dude, I am stoked to be here
That's not
today.
the energy you need right now, Derek.
Yeah,
Sorry.
did you inject that coffee into your veins or no?
You gotta be
I
a
just now
wrestler.
started drinking.
Chug it! Chug the coffee, Derek.
I will not do that.
Okay.
All right, so what we need to do is, if you're interested in bidding, 877-881-1053 for Sunday's event. Jared Sandler swinging for a cause. The bays are sold out at the Topgolf, but you can win the KNC Bay, which will also include Taylor Hearn and Brad Leland, a.k.a. Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights.
Minka Kelly's dad.
From that show, yes, and I'll bring my baby out there if you want to meet baby Noah.
Do you think he knows what Minka Kelly's up to now? Like, does he have some stories? Like, oh, she went off to college and she got her degree.
I talked to Jared
so
Sandler
proud.
last night about that, and I really asked questions like that, and he said that he does still like text or just...
Really?
Yeah, because they're friends from acting together for years.
Awesome.
I just want to be there when Corey is like, hey, did you think Minka Kelly had fat ankles?
I didn't say fat ankles.
Yeah, you did.
I said
I'm
they were
pretty
a
sure
little
you said
thicker.
ankles.
I didn't know they're just thicker. And you know what? I've seen recent pictures. She fixed
And her
it.
ankles
I
are
don't know.
smaller.
She's worked on her
I don't know
ankles.
what she did, but she
really
fixed it,
cleaned them
so,
up.
Yeah.
She had plastic surgery on her ankles.
Somebody does that.
I
Maybe
need
she
help,
did.
Doc. They're too...
I guarantee you, those Kardashians have plastic surgeryed everything.
You think so?
Yeah, that
Built
is
like a
probably
Barbie.
true.
Even their fingertips?
Yep.
Huh.
Whatever you can do to alter.
You can't feel anything.
Yeah. I can't feel
Okay. No,
All right.
So what I was
you know
going to
what I
say
meant.
is we're losing
just realized
to
that.
both G-Bag and Sean and RJ.
All right.
But
Yeah, bid.
starting
What's wrong
bid,
with you?
Starting bid for our Bay is $1,000. If you want to call in, 877-881-1053. The Bay that is going to be the most fun
Yes.
is going to be ours. Even Derek is jealous that he's not going to directly be in our bay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was literally, obviously I do the show with you guys. I don't do it with them. So what's going on here? Why am I over there? But you know what? I'll make my way over there.
Okay.
I'll come say hello.
So
We all
bonus
walk around
guest.
everywhere.
Yes, absolutely.
Just bid on our bay. Why don't you?
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like $1,400 just to show Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt who the real men are up here.
Okay. All right. 877-881-1053 if you want to call in if you're interested in bidding. Now, we are going to start with, you know what? Go ahead and fire off cut number 6. Why don't you?
Luka doubled. Finney Smith for the lead of 3. Timeout taken. And Dallas has gone up by 2 with 16.8 to go.
Now, the Mavericks able to overcome the scheduled loss, as Mike calls these, is...
Yes, I didn't know teams could play good on back-to-back games.
Yes, your takeaway from the game, your takeaway from the continued hotness of Tim Hardaway Jr.
You got to ride that heater. And he, right now, I talked about him for years now, being in Texas Ranger baseball terms, our Joey Gallo. There's going to be moments where this guy is awesome. And you just got to ride it. You got to make sure that you're getting him the ball in pretty good situations. And he's going to be Drano for I don't know how many games in a row. Hopefully,
this is 3 now,
yes.
right?
Yeah, and hopefully there's another at least 3 more games where he stays this hot. But he's going to get really cold again. Probably not as cold as he started, right? He's like, right now he's extreme hot, and to start the year he was extreme cold. You want a little bit more in the middle, but this is who he is. You got to ride the highs and deal with the lows, because that's who Tim Hardaway Jr. is as a player. Another thing I got to say here is I just loved how hard the Mavericks played for 48 minutes. You'll find wins in this league if you just play that hard. And maybe, like what Jason Kidd said, we can't play that hard for 82 games, and we're not going to play that hard to start the year. As you kind of build into the season and you build into hopefully your climax and being your best at the end of the year. But if they would have played like they've played all year, that's a definite L. But the way that they played, how hard they played, got them a victory.
I agree with that too. I also think a thing that stands out too, with obviously you talk about Timmy, don't forget about Dorian. He did good too, 19 points. Are you guys okay with
that 3-pointer right there?
Yeah, a big 3-pointer. The other thing too is there was a stat, and I can't remember exactly what it is, so somebody might be able to bring it up. When Lucas scores under 30 points, the Mavs are atrocious.
Yes, I believe they were.
That was their first win of the year.
0-6.
Okay, so there you go. That changes everything too. He still had a triple double. Now, granted, me and Mike were talking about it too. He was pretty bad those last few minutes of the game, not knowing which uniform we were wearing.
And the shooting, yeah.
But I mean, I just thought it was a very good game. I mean, you're riding a streak. You know, you got 3 games, 3 good opponents. That stands out too. I feel like maybe this is that we're turning that corner now. Now we're going to start seeing what we had saw last year. We're starting to turn the corner and get our momentum and start playing Mavs basketball again.
The other thing is, I don't know how much stock you put in these kind of splits, but that is now 2 road wins in a row for what was the second worst road team in the league, because you won at the Garden that we talked about, and now you won at the Nuggets. They were 1-8 on the road, which I think was only ahead of the Magic. And it was just bad. And so step in the right direction across the board. Now, what I was curious about is, because I was kind of reading about this, something from the Dallas Morning News, is we're past the quarter mark of the season, rapidly approaching a third of the way through the season, is tossing out some grades for some of these players or the team in general thus far. Is it across the board A's for Luka? Are you going A+, A-? Where are you at for your individualistic grade for Luka?
I'll give it an A. I won't go plus, just because I feel like there's a little bit more there. For example, things that he can improve on. Complaining to the refs. I don't know if that's ever going to change, but I would love for him not to complain to the refs as much. Another one is when you turn the ball over, especially late in the game, you got to get back on defense, man. I understand everybody makes mistakes. Everybody turns over the basketball. So there's like these little things that he can do. I think his defense has improved. Offensively, he's the best offensive player in the game. But I just look at just a few small things, kind of a little bit more mental and maybe a hair more hustle, would take him to 100 out of 100.
With what you were just saying, too, do you ever think, because you could combine the two, him complaining to the refs causes him not to be back on defense?
Oh, for sure.
So, and trust me, I love Luka. He's unbelievable, but it's the thing that sucks is you complain so much and then you get caught being at the other end of the court, and it's like, all right, now we're 5-on-4.
That is the number one thing that bothers me. It's more than the complaining after the foul when the ball is dead. And we've talked about this, and everybody's right. Luka is great, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
I give him an A, but it's seeing back-to-back possessions of 4-on-5 because he's dragging to tell the ref why he missed the call. Like, I always wonder, what do you think's going to happen in that instance? He's going to blow the whistle and be like, you know what, you're right. I'm going to go ahead and call that foul. Even though the ball is moved down the other way, I'm going to go ahead and retroactively call that foul. Like, that's never going to happen.
Have you ever watched Christian Wood?
It just doesn't.
Yeah, maybe one day it'll work.
All right, the day that it does, I will back off of that criticism.
We were wrong. That really was a foul. As a matter of fact, we're going to go talk to Major League Baseball referees and umpires and tell them that they're calling balls and strikes wrong.
Have you ever watched how Christian Wood handles the whole referee situation?
I guess I haven't really focused in on that.
The only reason why I could say I do is obviously I got season tickets. I'm there. So I see it all the time.
Does he ask the refs, why do you think I don't play more in the fourth quarter?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
One. But he legit will talk to them, and then once they, say whatever it is, okay, he walks off. He's done. He doesn't spend a whole lot of time there. And I feel bad for, a guy like Dinwiddie. He obviously made the comment about the ref, so now it's like he does have the target on his back, and he still even handles it pretty well. He'll say a few things to him, and then he just goes. He gets his piece. Lucas stays there too long, and all you're doing is hurting yourself, and you're putting yourself at risk of getting a technical because the refs definitely want to give you the technical. I mean, they're not afraid to do it to Luka.
What about Christian Wood? What individual grade would you give him, and do you factor in some things that you believe are out of his control, or do you think his lack of playing time down the stretch in certain instances is because of his control?
I'll give him a B. He can't control if he plays the last 5 minutes of games or not. He's not going to. Jason Kidd is not going to do that. So I'm living with it. I'm okay with it. I'm going to trust Jason Kidd in this. I'm not crazy about it, but hey, he can't play he can't put himself in. That's the coach's decision. But what he's doing off the bench, he's giving you instant offense almost every night. Last night was he 6 of 7, I believe, from the field. You can't do much better than that. I get he makes defensive mistakes.
He does.
Other people do too. They just don't pay for it the way that Christian Wood pays for it from the coaching staff. And I don't know all the rotations. I don't know everything that's going into why they think Christian Wood is horrible on defense. And the other guys, when they make mistakes, it was just a mistake. So I give him a B. I don't know why I can't give him an A. It's just, I guess he's not impacting as much. I thought he would be 20 and 10 and our second best player, and he's not. Part of it maybe is him. The other part of it is the coaching staff, and he can't control that.
This is different. I don't think anybody's ever experienced anything like what Jason Kidd's doing. He's like, we're 20 games in, we're learning about our team.
Right.
What if he's just seeing how guys handle adversity and handle some of this stuff early in the season?
That is the hope I've clung to.
Me too. I think that's where I kind of am. Is he doesn't know Christian Wood, so he's like, all right, I got to figure this guy out a little bit. What makes him tick, and then maybe I'm going to give it more time because that's my only option. And maybe he learns that this guy buckles under pressure, and I can't use him then. Maybe he learns, this guy stands up in those times. He's going to come in handy whenever it matters the most. But he
didn't know anybody on the team last year,
and they were pretty much the same going into.
Really, I mean, he didn't have Reggie Bullock was signed, or I don't know. Like, do you think that's what he's doing to kind of contradict your statement here? Do you think that's what he's doing to JaVale McGee? JaVale McGee's actually going to be in the rotation. He's just now putting a 35-year-old through the test of his mental, Olympics.
Well, I thought they said. I think you said it last time, Kevin. Was he? They're waiting to use JaVale towards the end of the year.
That's what Nico said.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
He wants them to have legs. At the end
I
of the
think
season.
they could both be missing out on time for different reasons. I think JaVale McGee might be a matter of, with all due respect to Nico, and he might be right, it might be a matter of what they're seeing is they're like, that's just not good enough. And I am hopeful that they're breaking Christian Wood down to rebuild him in their image because they think he could be great. However, in this moment, I'm going to give Christian Wood a B- because the buzz continues that some of this is in his control. Maybe some of the off-the-court stuff he needs to make sure he's gelling and fitting in with the team.
So you're talking like practice and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I think some of it. I'm not saying it's all on him, but I'm saying maybe some of it is. So B- with obviously room to improve because the flashes we've seen, you're like, oh my God, Luka and Christian Wood together looks spectacular.
And you can't change your first impression. And his first impression, it sounds like, to the coaching staff and teammates might not be the best. That's not going to change. They have a negative perception about him, and it's very tough to change that in the next 4 to 5 months. It can be changed, but if there is a negative perception from the coaching staff, which, look, actions speak louder than words. There is. They don't play him in the last 5 minutes of basketball games. If the players feel the same way, let's just say you're Luka, Dinwiddie, major players on the team, it can change, but it is, Derek, being on a team, if you get after a fourth of the season, you're like, this dude's a D, it's tough for that to change. You hope that it changes and you maybe try to make it change, but it is tough if your first impression is, I don't really like this guy.
Yeah, that makes it hard to do that. But I was going to say with the grading, I was going to give him a B just because I feel like he's excelled big time because, remember, he came from Houston. They always talk about he comes from a losing team.
Yep.
And as soon as he got in here, he kind of outshined right away. We were always talking about, man, we need to get him more playing time. We need to get him this. And every time he does get the opportunity, he does come out there and score for us and put up the points. I would say the thing that's kind of holding him back is we need more from him on the defensive side.
Yeah.
He needs to improve there big time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Just wanted to give people a reminder about Swinging for a Cause this weekend. The shows, they're doing a heck of a job. G-Bag, their bay is at $1,200. That's really good.
Yeah, but what about ours?
Sean and RJ, they're doing even better. Theirs is at $1,300. And, I mean, that's also really good.
Yes. Good.
But
ours was at 0.
The KNC Masterpiece, it's still at 0, and then another 0, and then another 0. And in front of those 3 zeros, you can put a 2 on there.
What?
So
we are the real men!
The KNC Masterpiece Bay
Huevos Rancheros
is now up to $2,000.
Your
If
face.
you have a bid.
Oh, my wife doesn't want me saying
that is going to defeat that. 877-881-1053. If you have a bid that you think you can do better than that for what will undoubtedly be the most fun and most engaged bay during the Swinging for a Cause event on Sunday, feel free to call in. But yeah, high mark right now for KNC, $2,000. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say it.
And we're beating all of the other shows.
No.
Right?
You say it now.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Why?
Because it's stupid. Coming up next.
He said it's stupid. You know what he just did? Snap! You snapped me. You snapped me.
Coming up next.
Hey, by the way, I'm requesting Steve DeBerg next year in our.
Oh my God, that would be amazing.
Appreciate it.
Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spack. Okay, next year we'll shoot for Steve DeBerg, Derek Holland, and Minka Kelly in our bay, and it'll be incredible. Coming up next, we will talk with our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on your Champions of Bidding, 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Under 8 minutes to go in the second period. Side of the net. In the blue paint. Tavares looking for it. Bunting has it. Couldn't tee it up. Eventually a shot. Score! There it is. The D pair that has been terrific tonight lights the lamp. And it is a 3-0 Toronto lead.
Unfortunately, there were not any positive Stars highlights that we could play from that, at least offensively, unless you appreciate like hustle plays and stuff.
I do.
Okay, well...
Find a hustle play, Joey.
That's on Joey for not finding the hustle play coming out of that. So the Stars lose to the Maple Leafs 4-0 in a game that was sad for a variety of reasons. Did you know?
Toronto's good.
Okay.
Looked up their numbers.
Joey, I'm going to try to dazzle
38
you
points
with a hockey fact. Did you know that this was the first game in NHL history to feature 2 players currently on an 18-point or longer scoring streak?
I may have known that.
Damn it.
Leody Tavares, I heard it in the highlights.
No, it's not Leody Tavares.
Joey texted it to us yesterday in the group chat.
What?
Oh, it's the one without Kevin.
Oh,
My bad.
man, that is hurtful. Well, obviously, with no goals, you could figure this out. Jason Robertson's streak ended. And it also ended against his brother's team.
Oh.
So his brother plays for the Maple Leafs, so that's probably also hurtful. And then stupid Mitch Marner, he had an assist. And so his point streak is now up to 20 straight games.
How are we ever going to fix this team, man? I
I
don't
mean,
understand.
no. I'm not.
We're not the Ducks.
That is true. And I'm not saying you have to fix this team.
They lost.
Okay. But
the score was not indicative of the way they played, though.
They lost, though.
See, look at him.
4-0.
Look at him hyping up the hustle
So
plays.
when you lose, everything's wrong. And so we need to fix the team.
Okay, so you would not give credit to Matt Murray for shutting down the shot onslaught for the Stars. Would they have like 44?
Yeah. So I saw that he had the most saves above goals expected since that like stat's been like recorded. It was like upwards of like 5.6 or something. It was unreal.
So
the guy played the game of his life.
Corey, if we go off of RJ's numbers, we won this game 5.6 to, honestly, 5.6 to 3, because one of those was an empty netter, right? So we really won this game 5.6 to 3 on the computer.
Boom.
Yeah, you heard it say boom. Does that
I
help
appreciate
you out
the
at all?
boom. That's impressive. I do appreciate that. But when you lose, Kevin, I mean, as we know, you're not a winner. Mike said that on many occasions. What are you when you're a loser?
Okay.
You lose. When you lose, you're a loser.
True.
Stars have to fix it. So basically,
It's
Kevin,
actually a quote from Larry Bird.
Oh, okay.
But I took it.
Just make your shots. That's what we can work on, Kevin. We can go back and say, could we have made better shots, as opposed to giving the goalie credit for what he accomplished last night.
Now, this is a big day for Joey, because what is Joey's nickname, Corey?
The Jet.
The Jet. Do you know, with this loss and what Winnipeg did, Winnipeg is now moved into a tie for first place, but realistically, Winnipeg is in first place because they have 2 games in hand on the Stars. So do you think that Joey is super pumped about that today?
Actually, I think didn't we change his nickname to Joey the Fan? Because basically the reason he was the Jet is because he played on a team called the Jets. Now he's on a team called the Fan, where we are teammates with listeners as well.
Did he change his Twitter handle?
Oh.
I have not.
I think we got Carter to
to
change his Twitter handle once.
Okay. Yes, you do.
Do you have the blue check right now?
I do not.
Okay.
I mean, you could just buy it.
But no, but like they take
I'll
it
save
away
it.
if you have it and then you change your handle. But if you don't have it and you change your handle, that's fine. So I just didn't want it like him to lose his blue check. Also, I mean, there are a lot of people out there that follow him, and I don't want them to be confused when they're like, "Who is this guy, Joey the Fan?"
Okay.
You know? Although it really is kind of a cool bit. I like that a lot, Joey the Fan.
All right, I'm going to let you sort that out. We're going to talk with Vicky Spagnola in just a minute, but we were oddly enough talking about Peyton Manning before the show started.
I've heard of him.
Did you see the story about Randy Moss saying the reason why he didn't play with Peyton Manning is because Peyton Manning can't show up on time?
I was watching the Manning cast some on the plane, and I saw Randy Moss on it. But then when they went to commercial break, I watched WWE wrestling.
What were your takeaways from that?
There were 3 girls that wrestled, and Becky didn't wrestle, but she talked trash for a long time.
So Rhea Ripley, the gal we got the autograph of?
Yeah.
She has like dark clothes and shorter hair.
Yeah, and she colors it purple some.
Yes.
And then there was a lady who wears a mask.
Asuka?
Yeah, she got pinned. And then there was a lady who might not, she's a beast. And she has black lipstick and black hair.
Oh, that is Rhea Ripley.
Rhea Ripley's strong.
All right, but you want to talk about the Manning and Randy Moss thing, I'm guessing.
All right, who can't show up on time?
Peyton Manning.
This is interesting to me. Derek, have you ever had a problem showing up on time for stuff?
Yeah.
You really?
It's weird. Baseball related, I was always early. But if it comes to we got to meet somewhere or something like that, I'm usually pushing the envelope.
Oh my God. And Kevin, you like to show up exactly on time.
That's right.
But I'm always early here.
Yeah. No, you are. You absolutely are. I was be 15 minutes early or you're late. Like that was always the approach to the thing was be 15 minutes early. And my reasoning, Kevin, was one time I was driving, I was like, I'll be fine. I was driving to a football game to get prepared for it, and a freaking train was stopped on the tracks in front of me, and I was late. And therefore, I was not able to perform at halftime. And I was furious. So that's how I've lived my life ever since. Peyton Manning can't show up on time? No wonder he couldn't beat the Patriots back in the day.
So Peyton Manning said he left his girlfriends at 3 a.m. so he could get back, now his wife.
Okay.
So he could get back to Knoxville in time for Randy Moss's visit. But he didn't make it in time, and everybody was like, hey, Peyton Manning's driving up just to see you, and Randy Moss was like, well, yeah, if he really wants to see me, why isn't he on time?
Facts.
So
I like that call out.
Yeah, so he did not end up going to Tennessee. He ended up going to, a variety of different schools. He ended up going to Notre Dame instead, and then he transferred to Florida State, and then he ended up at Marshall, which is where he thrived and had an incredible career. But could it have all changed, and he could have been at Tennessee if Peyton Manning could have left a little bit earlier?
Man, maybe so. Maybe he would have. Man, how awesome would that have been in college to watch those two together? At that point, that would have been amazing.
And then there's no way the Cowboys would have passed over him, right?
Because Manning would have made sure he never got in any sort of trouble in college. Because Peyton Manning never got in any trouble that people found out about.
I mean, there was one thing that happened. We might have to talk about that a little bit more later.
Nobody talks about that very much.
They
weird.
don't.
That
Weird
is
how
that one
weird
just kind
thing.
of slides under the rug.
All right, right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good rainy morning to you guys.
Indeed. Did you also know that Randy Moss was originally wanting to go to Tennessee so he could play with Peyton Manning until Peyton Manning couldn't show up on time for his recruiting visit?
Oh, so he's got chips all over his shoulders.
Man.
He and Anthony Brown.
So true.
He wanted to come here.
Exactly.
And he got mad at the Cowboys, even though 20 other teams passed on him.
I'm still kind of sad about that. All right. So the Cowboys picked up Mackenzie Alexander to their practice squad. Is this just I'm assuming, since it's practice squad, and just a depth move, or what are your thoughts about this?
Well, we'll see, where it goes. A lot of times when you pick up a guy like that, until you figure out, how soon he'd be able to play, you put him on the practice squad. And then he doesn't count against your 53, right? So, depth, but, you needed to, bring in at least another corner for practice purposes, if nothing else. So, I think it's more of a depth move than whatever else you want to read into it.
Mickey, is this? I'm kind of curious about the Texans' defense and how best to approach them, because Stingley, who is, I think, questionable still, He's been really good, like as expected. And Jalen Petry's been really good as expected as well. This is one of those games where you're like, we're just going to stick to our run, and maybe we don't just try and throw it all over the place.
No, I think you do both.
Balance.
I think this team is so balanced that I don't know that you just go into a game and say all we're going to do is run because they got a really good cornerback, right? I mean, teams don't come in against the Cowboys and see the secondary they have and just say, well, we're going to run. You saw the Colts trying to throw. Now, it didn't work out very well, did it?
No, it didn't.
I just think you adjust. I mean, you see what the defense is trying to take away, and then you counter that. But, yeah, I mean, how many games have they won?
One.
Yeah. How many points have they scored? I just saw this.
Well, they brought
5 or
back
6.
Davis Mills, so you better watch.
Better watch out.
How many points
They can boost that 15.7 point a game average.
Oh man,
15.
That's really
Man,
good.
who did they beat?
That's great. You know what?
It was Jacksonville,
right?
Mike's Trevor Lawrence team.
Thanks a lot, T-Law.
That's a good one, Mike. I had left their stats upstairs when I ran down.
No,
and
I
it's
remember.
Like, oh, they beat Jacksonville.
And see,
okay.
and I'm trying to convince Mike that tomorrow we should have a segment. What threats do the Texans present? And when they have the longest losing streak of the NFL, the worst point differential, the worst record, it's not going well in terms of finding a variety of things to convince Mike that this game could be a threat.
Yeah, it's like, I think in games like this, you just worry about yourself, mostly, right? Yeah, obviously you have a game plan and you try to pick and choose what you can do and what you shouldn't do. But again, just take care of yourself. Much like this last game against the Colts. Had the Cowboys take care of themselves early in the game instead of basically handing them 13 points, you would have never gotten to 21-19 going into the fourth quarter.
Mickey, I'm right with you there because the one note I made that bothered me from that game is 3 and outs on the first offensive drive of the first and second half and how that could set a negative tone. Like, I know in the end it didn't end up mattering, but like those 2 drives specifically, the 3 and out to start the game and the 3 and out to start the second half, that's always kind of frustrating.
Well, here's what bothered me. You go for it on 4th down in your own territory and you don't get it, right?
Yeah.
And then basically you handed them a field goal attempt and they made it. You gave up, what was it, a 45-yard pass down into, inside the 10 or wherever it was. And it was basically a one-play touchdown because then you only had to go 10, 15 yards to score. And then you turned the ball over and gave them another field goal. So that's 13 points.
Yeah.
That's what they got to count out because that's what happened against the Giants. They did the same thing. They handed the Giants points early, and all of a sudden they looked up, and it's like, oh, we're losing. And they got to quit doing that. Dak talked about it after the game, saying, we keep shooting ourselves in both feet, and that's and they've been good enough to overcome those against those types of teams, but a lot of times when you're playing better teams and you hand better teams points like that, doing them a favor, it's harder to overcome. And so that kind of shows you the resiliency of this team against those types of teams. But you got to cut that out. You can't just keep handing team points and think, okay, well, that's all right. And even though we had 13 penalties, we can overcome that. And they have. But I certainly wouldn't make a regular practice of trying to do that.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
You sounded like you just looked at your schedule and were like, oh, he is going to be on with us tomorrow.
Well,
you sounded surprised.
No, because what I thought was going over times on air, and I was like, that feels like an
just
off-air
tomorrow.
conversation, so I was like, let's just cut it at tomorrow. Coming up next, we will have Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Number 4 and Aaron Judge next.
Coming up in the next G.
J&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The high bid for our bay at Jared Sandler's event this weekend is $2,000. So thank you very much. If you think you can do better than that, I bet you can. 877-881-1053. That's my Corey motivation of the day. If you want to call in and you can do better than $2,000.
I'd like to see you try.
But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
All right, so I love this song here, Joey. Obviously, we're playing the Edwin Diaz, which he uses this as his closer song.
No, this is Edwin Diaz playing.
I wonder this. How much money would it cost to start asking artists to create your own entry song or walk-up song?
Oh, yeah.
Because, you're having to choose from, and I get it, popular songs, and that does help out, that when you play a popular song in the building that has energy to it, that people get excited that you're either coming up to bat. I do think it's best when you are a relief pitcher, especially one of those late inning guys. That's when the crowd can really get into it. But I just wonder if you could ever pay an artist.
For sure.
I know this is old for me, but like Carlos Santana to do some sort of
wrestling,
or Mel Allen to play This Week in Baseball.
Wrestling has done that.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you can.
But
I take wrestler songs and use them.
Yeah. Let's make this happen, people.
Just saying.
Big news of the morning, Aaron Judge signs a 9-year, $360 million contract. Obviously, that's $40 million a year. He turned down at this time last year 7 years, $213 million. So approximately $30 million a year. So he made $10 more million a year and added 2 years to that. So pretty unbelievable deal for Aaron Judge.
You get to see the good and the bad of betting on yourself, right? Like, unfortunately, Joey Gallo bet on himself and it didn't work out.
Right.
But Aaron Judge bets on himself and he gets $143 million more. Did you see how that last bit of negotiations supposedly went?
I saw that he was flying to San Diego, that he was going to choose between the Giants, the Padres, and the Yankees, and the Yankees said kind of almost, please don't do it. What do you want? We'll just give you what you want.
Okay, so word was circulating that the Padres would go $400 million.
Because they lost Trey Turner.
Exactly. And then the Yankees team thought, though this is not confirmed, that they thought that the Giants would eventually get to $400 million. And they got on the phone with Aaron Judge and said, do you want to still be a Yankee? And he said, I do, but I need that 9th year. And they said, done. Like that. Yeah. Those are I've seen multiple rumblings that is what happened.
I do. Go ahead.
That was me. Sorry. I also think too, the money factor plays big time when it comes to California and New York. I'm not going to say he guaranteed that it was going to be this way, but whatever it was that they offered. So, for instance, let's say San Francisco had offered $360 as well. All he had to do was tell the Yankees, if you offer this exact same deal, I will go to you guys, because the tax bracket there, California is outrageous when it comes to that. So he's going to want to make the most money he can with his contracts.
I looked this up, and I'm still not 100% sure. I think you might be better at this than I am, Kevin. I believe you have to pay 13% more in California than any other state in the United States.
It's even that much more than New York?
When you get into the highest tax bracket, California throws another 13% on you on a state tax. That obviously they use that. I mean, for Hollywood, they obviously have a lot of millionaire/billionaires living in California.
So that's why he did not go the direction that John Heyman sort of erroneously reported yesterday.
No, that was arson.
John Heyman reported that Arson Judge appears headed to the Giants. He had to get the story out so fast, he didn't spell Aaron right, and then also got the story wrong.
I do that all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, I misspell words all the time.
Yeah, but it's not in the
I'm
middle.
also not John Heyman.
I was going to say, it's not in the middle of breaking inaccurate news, right?
Yeah. Mike, how much do you think that had to do with he got information and then he was like, all right, I'm putting it out there. And then all of a sudden the Yankees were like, hey, we got to make a move.
Look, and I've been to the winter meetings here in Texas, and those reporters are working very hard, talking to agents, and I say even lower agents, kind of the agents under a Scott Boras or under a bigger agent, where they're trying to get as much information as possible to break this news because you do want to be Adrian Wojnarowski. You do want to be Sham Sharani. And I know that John Heyman works very hard. And there's a whole bunch of other writers that are working very hard to break the story first. And so he felt like he got good enough information that it was getting close to being done and he wanted to be first. That's just the way it is. Ultimately he got it wrong, but I bet his information was pretty darn solid yesterday afternoon at that time.
And that's the tough thing is you figure out with your source where it went wrong, decide trustworthiness going forward and all of that. But huge deal for Aaron Judge. And look, you couldn't have had a better season when you bet on yourself. It is inconceivable that he could have done better, and he made a lot more money because of
without
it.
performance-enhancing drugs, nobody's done this before. So it was great for Aaron Judge, and I will say this, Derek. I think great for baseball. I do love this, and I think this means more in baseball than it does other sports. Now, football has it built in where you can't ever really be a free agent, so they have it built in where you can never leave your team that drafted you. But I do like when a player plays his career with that team. Albert Pujols is one of the greatest hitters of all time. I do think it would have been really cool if he would have been a Cardinal the whole time. I think it takes a hair away, not a lot, but it takes a hair away from your legacy when you start moving to a few different teams as your career progresses.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, that was one thing that I loved about Michael Young when he was here. It was like this dude was a true Ranger the whole time. You know, hearing his story of never being in the playoffs for 10 straight years, of being there with the Rangers, and all of a sudden we finally go. It did suck to see him go play for another team. But though it's stories like that. Dirk, for example, that's one of my favorites. I mean, love the guy. He's been a great role model to me. Dude played 21 years here with the Mavericks. You're not going to see stuff like that, so I think that's huge to see Arson Judge stay with the New York Yankees.
Well, in other big news locally,
Heaney.
Andrew Heaney does sign with the Texas Rangers. 2 years, $25 million. Supposedly, it can get up to $37 million. There's a little bit different reports on kind of the bonus structure.
Yeah, whether it's
in the
between
2 year
30 to 37, basically. Depending on the bonus structure, not bad.
Which is a lot for Andrew Heaney. I'm not crazy about this. I see him as the number 4-5 starting pitcher, and we're going to get a lot into the rotation.
Yes.
At what time, Kevin?
12:20.
At 12:20, we're going to get into the rotation a lot, where Heaney and Odorizzi are the back two guys in your rotation.
Right.
So the rotation is forming with DeGrom, Perez, Gray, Heaney, and Odorizzi. It's pretty much locked in. I think the Rangers are completely and totally done signing starting pitchers. They are done with that. The Rangers, go ahead, Derek.
I was going to say, I do want to throw this in because I still want this out there. There's still a chance that the Rangers could get Rodon. It's a smaller chance now. It's probably down to like 25%, 30%, but there's still a chance.
And they could kick Odorizzi into the pen. Odorizzi did pitch in the pen last year for the Atlanta Braves.
You're not paying him much either.
Right. So, and you traded for him.
Yeah.
You didn't sign him as a big free agent.
But you also want to have multiple starters too. Now, I'm not saying forget about the Rodon part. I'm saying the more starters you have, you don't know who's going to be healthy or not.
Right.
Injuries happen in spring training.
And what time?
That's the worst.
12:20. We'll dive into
12:20.
that.
We're going to talk a lot
sorry,
about that. I don't want to give everything away and then have nothing for 12:20, Derek. Okay.
Come on.
Here's the great news: the Rangers are way better than the Mavericks in lottery balls because the Rangers go from number 7 to number 4.
Woo!
The order of the draft now will be Pittsburgh, Washington Nationals, Detroit, and then Texas. It was, if there was no lottery, it was going to be Nationals, A's, Pirates, Reds. So the Rangers move into the top 4. The A's go from 2 to 6. So if you want any type of conspiracy theory, they have no stadium. They're trying to move to Las Vegas.
Hold on, are you starting this conspiracy
and they're
theory?
like, listen, they still get a high pick, but we're not giving them a top 5 pick. You guys move down to 6 until you can figure out your stadium situation. Rangers, you're figuring it out. You go from 7 to 4. The Minnesota Twins make a big jump. They made the biggest jump. They had a 0.9% chance of getting number 1, but they move all the way from about number 12 or 13 to number 5. So that was kind of your big draft lottery news right there.
I'm excited that they moved up. It's better to have a better asset. Do you feel like the excitement is as high, though, because people aren't particularly familiar with who the players
For the
will
most part, everybody who was drafted last year, including Kumar Rocker, won't be in the major leagues until 2025 or 26. That's just the way it's going to go.
You never know. Can be fast-tracked.
It can be, but now that the Rangers do have a whole bunch of starting pitchers, it might not be that Kumar Rocker is going to pitch in the next 2 years in the major leagues. You might actually have to pitch at a very high level that's not called the SEC to get better. Ask Jack Leiter how that went.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fun.
Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here.
Yes!
On your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. Appreciate that enthusiasm, Mike. 105.3 The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Mike McCarthy for the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up momentarily. But a couple more notes for you. Did you see that the men's national team coach, Greg Berhalter, is in contract talks to potentially stick around?
I think it's smart.
Some people are upset.
I don't know if he's a good coach. All right, I really don't. I've seen really good soccer coaching before. I don't know if he is, but I think this is smart for the purpose of continuity.
Yeah.
And the next World Cup, and you're going to host it. You don't want to have in my opinion, I don't want to have a new coach, whole new group that he's getting politics to get those guys in. I want a group that is together, understands what they're supposed to do, has a good showing whenever they get their opportunity in front of their country on their soil.
Who deserves it more, him or Sonny Dykes, who has now got a contract extension with TCU and a raise?
And that's impressive what he did with that team this year. Now, obviously,
and they're not done.
The Maxaw,
that's
definitely
right,
was a huge factor there. Without him in that game, they honestly wouldn't have stood a chance against K-State. It looked like it was the defense and Max. I think that's a really good deal. I think we were all really shocked whenever he said, "Hey, SMU, I'm leaving for TCU." We were like, hold on, isn't that right around the corner? But we kind of all knew that they were getting a very good coach and they were going to be able to do something special.
I know SMU and TCU are already heated. Does this make it even worse? Because you see how successful the coaches become straight away.
I can only speak for UNT, who recently lost their coach.
Okay. Would it help if my son went to UNT?
Sure.
That could happen.
I'm always in for that. But for the SMU folks out there, text in. I'd love to hear from you how you feel about this.
And then in the shoot your shot category, if you're interested, I know Reggie likes her a lot. Nia Long has apparently, per TMZ, split with Ime Udoka. Obviously we talked about that a few months ago. Up and down is the then coach for the Boston Celtics, allegedly had an affair with a team employee, and then there was all this kind of weird cover-up, and then he wasn't allowed to coach for the Celtics for a year, but he's still allowed to coach other places, and they had been engaged for a super long time. And
then he's going to be the Brooklyn Nets coach, and 48 hours after that report came out, the Nets we can't do this.
Yes, but I still don't seem to know why that is, but unfortunately, they have broken up, and so that is no longer. I always wonder about the pressures of dating somebody else who is famous, and if you don't want to talk about this, that's totally fine, but do you feel more pressure, Derek?
Yep.
You're famous. Does it feel more pressure if you're dating somebody who's famous? Would you rather just date somebody who, not the public knows about?
Well, I am single, so I would say it doesn't bother me. I don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, you're trying to make the most out of each other, bettering each other, trying to, I guess you want to call it the power couple, I guess. But I don't let that bother me. I mean, cool, you're doing your job. I'm supposed to be supportive of it just like you are of me. So why would I get so worked up about, your status over my status or whatever?
I will, as somebody who's Tom Thumb famous, Kevin.
I love that. Great story.
I do have problems sometimes when I walk in, the Starbucks barista wants to talk to my wife more than she wants. She also is Tom Thumb famous. So this is becoming a thing, and the power struggle is a little bit of a problem for me, Derek, which is why I started the Facebook competition to see who had more Facebook followers, her or me.
Are you familiar with this Facebook competition?
No, and I'm curious. I'd like to see what I am.
Before I graduated college, Derek.
Good for you.
She was defeating me by 200 followers. Since then, it has been a slaughter fest. As I started radio, my numbers, a slaughter fest? Yeah. If it's not, we
Termed by Don Slott, the former catcher for the Rangers.
Don't know.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughterfest. Yeah.
I was thinking arm slot. But
I actually got to a point where I couldn't have any more Facebook friends or followers. So
I've done that. Okay.
Yeah. So I got to that point, and she is still way behind at this point. And that, Kevin, is how we establish the household dominance.
Does she acknowledge that?
I don't think so. I do. Okay. And she lets me live in my own world.
Okay.
Seems like a great world.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It is fun.
Speaking of people living in their own world.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
Trae Young. is we were just having this off-air conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a great conversation I want to have.
Is Trae Young reportedly got into a bit of a dust-up with Nate McMillan, and their head coach. And I thought a reporter had a great follow-up question as Trae Young said, it's a shame that private conversations became public. And the reporter fired back and was like, totally, but you not being at the game was public. Why were you not at the game? And he did not care for that line of questions, even though I thought it was spot on. And so depending on who you believe, it was because of disagreements about injury concerns, or is it because of disagreements about these injury concerns making their way to the public?
I really hope Mike McCarthy doesn't interrupt us here, because Derek, I'd love to know this from you, because you played right after I was done playing. So when I came up to the major leagues, people like Ellis Burks, Travis Fryman, Jim Tomei, Charles Nagy, all of these guys, like, you got bullied is the wrong term, but you got put in your place. You're a rookie, and you're going to have to carry bags, and you're going to have to do certain things. We're also going to take care of you. We're going to maybe buy you a suit on the road. We're going to show you how you act and how you are done. Now, there are people like Des Bryant that came along and said, I'm not doing that crap. And you know what? I'm not doing it to the people that come after me. And we are not now going to treat rookies like rookies. We're going to treat them like veterans. And so I think we're seeing now the repercussions of this.
Yeah, you should.
We are now seeing Trae Young going, I have no clue how to lead. I was told at 19 and 20 that I don't have to do any of these things. And they're like, no. We need you to lead now. You're now given the big money. You need to be the leader of the team. Like, well, nobody taught me because I didn't want to do it. And people like Des Bryant came along and said, we're not going to do things like this to people. And so now I think we're seeing the repercussions of a lot of players around professional sports that weren't led by veteran guys that don't know how to lead a team.
Yeah, so with that, for me, when I first got called up, Eddie Gordado was the guy for me. Him and Millwood, they both mentored me, took me around. Yes, nowadays they're going to call it bullying. I don't care. It helped me understand a lot more about myself, using my personality the way it's supposed to be. Heck, I got put in timeout multiple times in the bullpens for talking too much, saying too many different things.
Really?
Oh, yeah, there's so much that I could say, but people nowadays are so soft that you can't do that because somebody's going to get hurt.
Because there has to be, just real quick, and I know you got more insight, people take the term soft or bullied, and that is very wide-ranging. I feel like we should be able to agree there's a middle area that can be achieved.
Right, and here's the thing. Think of this. This is the great example that I got from these guys. We're all friends. We all joke around with each other at the same time. If the way that they put it out there is if we didn't joke with you, that means we didn't care for you. We didn't love you. We don't care. We don't want to see you be successful. It's when you're left alone is when that's the issue. And that's how it was with baseball is if they're not picking on me or making me do stuff, that means they don't care about me. They're ready to just let me go. Yes, I had to carry the backpack. Yes, I had to get, beers for guys on the planes or stuff like that. I was okay with it because I knew, okay, this is my job. I'm a rookie. I have to take care of these guys because they're doing it for me. Now, at the end of the day, yes, I did all that stuff, but I got rewarded. I got a suit. I got taken out to dinners multiple times, and they were paying for everything. I didn't have to do anything. There's a lot more of the reward than there was this hatred or bullying or whatever that crap is.
And they're teaching you along the way, too. Sometimes you don't like it. Let's be honest. At times,
it's tough.
You don't like it. You don't like getting put in timeout. You don't like getting slapped in the head. There's things that would happen like that to me there's certain, I can't ever do that. That's physical abuse. But you're like, no, we're men here. We act like kids and we're playing a kid's game, but we're learning through those experiences on why we did get slapped in the forehead and why we are not being good teammates and they're small things. They're not big things. And those small things, if you don't check them, end up being, I don't need to show up to this game. I don't need to know the rotations on defense. I don't need to know the scouting report. I don't care. Watch how good. And you're like, no. You need to learn these things, and we're going to teach you these things. And sometimes we're going to be really tough on you. And it's better to call it tough love, Derek, than bullying or, you're being physically abusive, to this guy. Because those things need to happen, and they've gone away from the game. And people, look, I'm picking on Des Bryant, great player and all this stuff, but people like Des couldn't get it or understand it. And then you get Trae Youngs who have no clue at 24 years old what it's like to be a leader on a team.
No, I agree. And there's one thing that stands out. We had a guy, I won't be saying any names, but got called up, and they told him, you are not getting sent down. No matter what happens, you're not getting sent down. Struggled, ended up going, I think, 1 for 21, homer, 20 punch-outs. Every day, the guys they're there being supportive, but we're also having fun with them and goofing off, just like I was talking, like, maybe you had to go get coffee or whatever for somebody. It got to the point that where I guess we were doing it too much, to where he complained to JD, and then next thing I know, we're not allowed to do that stuff. And that's where it sucks, is like you got to understand, you got to take some of this rifting with everybody because they care. They're there for you. Every time, like when this was going on, it's not like they just did it and then never talked to you or tried to help you. There was always guys together helping each other out. That's what people miss or don't understand. And then it's like these guys that get called up, they expect like, oh, I'm God, you got to treat me like I'm the best player ever. And whatever. It shouldn't ever be that way. You got to deal with all this stuff just like every other rookie had to. Once you get past your whole rookie stuff, you're normal, and then you get to do it to these guys too. It's not like it's just one-sided.
Yeah.
What is I guess my question there then is, I hear what you're saying, do you think there's a balance point? Because I think you've probably passed the threshold where some of that stuff is okay. Like,
right.
if you're saying,
and we're going to get Trae Youngs the rest of our lives.
Okay. So
you can't be entitled.
Say that again?
You cannot be entitled.
Okay.
When you get up here.
Do you think not saying you can't slap me in the back of the head is being entitled? Like, I'm legitimately asking.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I wish I could say some of the stuff that like would happen. Like, it's funny, but people would take it the wrong way because that's
You don't
want to
say it because people are going to be like, there was abuse going on with the Rangers.
No, absolutely not. Because there's not.
Okay.
I don't want people thinking that, and that, no, there definitely was not.
And by the way, it's a million different environment than the rest of the world in a clubhouse or in a locker room.
And
it's not fair to compare here to there.
I do want to pick this back up. Our coach, who's always late, has showed up. It's press conference time right here on the Fan.
About our talk. We didn't talk a whole lot about football. We talked more about life and family. So I think for the most part, I thought it was a very, very positive, productive visit.
And where do things stand now as far as further interest in Odell going forward?
I really don't have an update. I mean, I don't know if you notice we have a game. It's on Sunday. So,
this week?
Yeah, this for sure. But, we play Houston Texans. But, yeah, just because, get in the morning and into the game plan, I haven't spoken to, Steve, Jerry, or Will yet. So I do not have an update.
Todd Archer with ESPN. Is Odell ready to play? Do you think he's close to being able to get back on the field?
Well, I think just like anything, because the other part of it, going through it yesterday, I think we all recognize this is it's a very unique situation. I've never been part of this type of situation in December, so there's a lot of variables. As far as the medical, obviously there's always a financial component and a coaching component. So you obviously know where my conversation was focused on. So, as far as the evaluation or anything, in the medical realm, I don't ever speak on that. So.
Let's go forward, Telegram. Was an offer made?
I not only don't speak on the medical, I don't speak on the financial. That's the business component of our business, and I could not tell you specifically how far those conversations went.
At this point, though, do you still want him on the Cowboys this year?
Oh, I think the biggest thing is to get through those those questions. Exactly where he is, and I just think it's like anything. It's the rehab process. We talk about this all the time. The return to play. So I could not tell you specifically where he is.
You personally, though, have you seen enough to say?
Well, who do you think hell's sitting up here? Me personally.
You said you couldn't tell me where he is. Tell me, where are you in your process? You're mentally. Do you want him on this team right now?
Can I just go with the same answer that I just gave you?
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Ping pong. Is that what they call it?
Calvin.
What's that?
Anybody.
Great follow-up, Calvin. Clarence. Calvin.
I got one. Calvin Watkins.
Thank you, Calvin.
Cornerback, I think you signed someone for practice squad. Where do you stand in that position right now?
Yeah, definitely. Alexander, actually I'm very familiar with him in Minnesota. So I think he's, excellent addition. Had a good workout yesterday. Really, we'll see how he works today. So obviously him and Sheffield will be a part of our thought process moving forward.
Is Joseph still kind of like the lead in that position there?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think the way we finish the game is a way that will, continue to work and, look at the other combination. Nashawn Wright's part of this too. And, so, we're not giving away the starting lineup and all the defensive personnel groups we're going to line in. But I think it's obvious as you go through our depth chart.
Brad
Sham, Cowboys Radio. So we haven't asked you a lot about Nashawn because he's been inactive a lot. How would you describe his progress and his pluses and minuses right now?
I mean, Nashawn is really just in a situation where, I mean, there hasn't been a week that he could not have been up and contributed. I thought he did an excellent job establishing himself last year as a rookie, particularly on special teams. So, if you see the special teams work, particularly on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I mean, he's, obviously C.J. Goodwin and Kelvin Joseph were as fine as gunners that I've seen on a team. When you line up and both your gunners are getting doubled, that speaks volumes. And I think Nashawn is definitely in that category. Just the way he competes against both those guys. So I think he'll definitely, he had some playing time, just a little bit, earlier, but obviously played a lot last year. So he'll definitely contribute immediately on special teams.
Dave.
A little more on Nashawn. He appeared, like you say, he established himself last year. He appeared to have some pretty good practices in camp, and then had some issues in the games themselves. Was that did he take a hit to his confidence there that you kind of had to rebuild since then?
Well, I think just like anything, and in particular the way we play too. He has excellent length. I mean, he has exceptional ball skills. I mean, you can see that going back to his Oregon State days. Obviously a former receiver. All those things were so attractive, but he's just young. I mean, he's still young. I mean, I think if you see the development in him physically in the weight room and so forth, I mean, he was clearly one of the players that took a huge jump, from last year to this year, and I think he has a whole nother, jump, as far as 8 to 10, pounds of lean muscle mass. So he has that frame to do that. So, I look for him just to continue. I think he's a young ascending player.
And Joseph as well, just in what ways has he improved at the corner position? I know you talked about special teams before, but specifically corner, where has he gotten better?
Yeah, I think it's like anything. I mean, he's a second-year player, so I mean, he's definitely someone that is getting better with opportunities. I think he's done a lot of good things on special teams. I mean, the penalties has been his challenge, but it's his are from an over-aggressive play style. So I mean, that's that. If we're going to err on the side of play style, we definitely want to be on that side of it. So I definitely think Kelvin is in that category. He's going to get tested just like he did when he went in last week. So we're cognizant of it, but he's a young player that has a lot of growth in front of him.
Mike Torrey.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy answering questions, just not on time, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's
Coming
okay.
up
Only ruined
next.
a great conversation that we had another 20 minutes left to talk about.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Do you want to dive back into that conversation
Mike McCarthy. Yeah,
in
McCarthy.
Mike Likes It next, or have a fun non-sports topic next?
You make the call.
All right.
It's like, This Week in Baseball.
Coming up next.
Yeah.
Masterpiece Theater. What's the last TV show you rewatched, and was it still great? 877-881-1053. Let's have some fun. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that,
Couple of important football notes for you. Tyron Smith, we have officially entered the meat of the schedule. Is that?
Yes, we have. We have officially, Mike, we're there. Meat of the schedule. Jerry has said it for a long time now. Tyron Smith's practicing. So we are in the meat of the schedule right now.
So now we know December 6th.
Yeah.
Is the
meat.
today is
Yeah.
December 7th.
Oh, the
Nobody
day that'll
knows
live in
that.
infamy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I feel like this will not be remembered better for the day that Tyron Smith came back. is so he's back, and then they just announced this at headquarters, the Bills headquarters, not like NFL headquarters.
World headquarters.
Is Sean McDermott says that Von Miller underwent surgery for a torn ACL, and he is out for the rest of the year.
It means he's going to be missing the playoffs. And I guess that's another question is, if you're Jerry and Steven, are you sitting back again on the I Told You So tour going, we didn't sign this guy, and if we had given him all that money, how ticked off would people be at Stephen Jones knowing that he spent money on this guy and now he can't play for the rest of the season?
And especially because he said he was hoping to play this week. Like, remember last week he was like, I'm hoping I can play next weekend against the Bills. I mean, against the Jets. And now here we are.
Everybody was furious.
He's out for the year.
Furious that they didn't sign Von Miller in the offseason. And now he's injured.
This is an injury that happened during the season, though. So he was perfectly fine. He was
You
still
know
doing
how
good.
sports fans work.
Correct. I know, but you can't sit here and say, I told you so.
Because
No
you paid
chance.
him, that's why he got hurt.
No.
If you'd have paid him, he would have got hurt under your watch, and now that money would have been wasted. And you
I
could
don't know.
spend it
He
on
could have
somebody
been.
else.
Maybe he was fine here.
I
Maybe
always think of this when it comes to injuries and would it have happened?
Oh,
like
100%. I think about that too.
Like you know, because he wouldn't have been at that game or at that practice. He'd have been at this game or at this practice. It's. I know it's the what if somebody gets hit by a car or something. What if that call would have happened a minute later or something, and I wouldn't have been at that spot at that moment.
My only thing is that Buffalo's on turf too, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Dallas is on turf too. A lot of injuries keep happening on turf.
Jerry will tell you there's no statistics to back that up.
Which is why Odell said get rid of AstroTurf.
There are statistics.
A lot of athletes, football players, talk about the turf it's just not the same as the grass. You get better grip on the grass.
I have definitely fallen down that rabbit hole before. Is like some jacknuts who doesn't know how to drive decided to slam on their brakes, and you're gonna miss a light. Is I'm like, you know what? If something bad happens from here, maybe this wouldn't have happened if you would have known how to properly drive. Anyways, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, let's do a little Masterpiece Theater. And our question today is because I realized in knowing my wife is she has not watched like a lot of movies and TV shows and everything. And so we've been like watching some stuff that she's never seen that I have seen before. Like we just rewatched. It was a rewatch of Lost for me. But she'd
never seen it?
Yeah, she'd never seen it. So I'm curious, what's the TV show that you rewatched and does it still hold up?
Watched The Office a million times.
And it still holds up,
Love
except for the offensive things that they had to take off the air?
Yeah, but I guess I'm not crazy about I know the last season was not very good, so I rarely watch
maybe the season before.
Right,
that.
so like the last two seasons, I don't watch much of those, but I mean the first however many, 5 or 6 seasons, I've watched those a zillion times and still think they're great.
Workaholics for me. Still
it's a fun show.
See, look at that.
That is a fun show.
Everybody likes that.
I guess the thing I always ask now with this is, can they show all the episodes? Because obviously they're
on Comedy Central. So
there are things with The Office is they pulled off of Comedy Central, and so
same with Always Sunny.
Oh, I have
That's another good one.
No doubt about that.
Is this
Seinfeld?
Is different?
Ooh, I don't know.
Is this specific to I go back and I start over and watch the entire thing, or is this, hey, it's on, I'm going to watch 2 episodes?
I think it's go back and watch the entire thing because sometimes I realize because now we're rewatching Wings is because Jess is oh yeah, which that'll take 10,000 years, but she's never seen it. And she's like, don't you love Wings? And I was like, Wings is one of the best shows that nobody ever talks about. And
Never seen it.
And see, exactly. It was on for like 8 years and it was super popular. Nobody ever talks about it.
Who's the dad in Marvelous Miss Maisel that was also in Wings?
Yeah, Tony Shalhoub.
Tony Shalhoub. That, if you go back and
Antonio.
watch him then, he was a fantastic actor then. And it's just like, even when he did Monk and all these other things, I don't think the dude's ever gotten enough credit for how great of an actor he is.
Yes, I can definitely see that. From the 817, speaking of when it maybe falls apart in the last season, Game of Thrones, always good. watched it 3 times, and I'm kind of curious, knowing the end game might be negative, does that change? Like, for example, my wife and I watched season 1 of Westworld, and I was like, and now we're done. Good so we just stopped right there, and she's like, hey, didn't you watch all the seasons? And I was like, that's right. And if you choose to, we can definitely do that. I'm going to recommend we just stop right here.
I did watch Game of Thrones. I wouldn't choose to watch it again.
No?
It's long.
It is.
And I mean, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of boring parts to it. And I know you finally get to the White Walkers and Winter Came and all that stuff. But I liked it at the time, but I wouldn't want to go back and watch it again.
My show is called Sports Night.
Yes.
I actually I need to find a DVD player at this point so that I can watch it again.
That's right.
Because I only
Use
have
your
it on
kid's video game thing.
Oh, the PlayStation.
Yep.
Video
the one I gave you.
Yeah, the one that Derek Holland hooked me up with.
Yep, that's right.
I can use that. That's for sure. I can do that. So there you go. But Sports Night is definitely the one. It's fun to watch. It's easy. It still actually kind of connects to a lot of the things that circulate in sports today. And so that's definitely one that I will go back and watch, periodically.
Having a baby really helps with rewatching things because you're not going to go anywhere, but your baby needs your attention, but also likes to sleep, and so you can just be like, let's watch lots of TV.
Family Guy in South Park, does that count?
Yeah, the thing that's curious about that is I love it's the same thing with The Office. I like watching those more like whenever they're on because it doesn't feel like you have to start from the beginning. You don't have to start from the beginning of South Park or Family Guy to get the overarching story. That's why sometimes I like to dive into something. Like when we started watching Lost, is you can't just pick up in the middle of season 2 and be like, oh yeah, they're on this island and there's this hatch thing and everything like that. You need to build up and watch through it. And that's what we've really enjoyed in terms of watching. But yeah, if we're just talking one-offs or marathons or whatever for a day, absolutely.
One that I really, really like, I've been going back and forth on too, watching it over and over, Peaky Blinders.
Oh man, I was just about to say that.
I bought one of the cars like that, the 1930s.
Really?
Yeah. So I got that at the house. But I love
You haven't
Peaky
watched
Blinders.
it yet.
Okay, help me out here. My question.
I already know exactly what you're going to say. It has to do with how they talk and everything.
No.
Okay.
Half the people I've talked to are like, it's amazing. The other people are like, I can't stand it.
You know why they can't stand it? Because they don't understand what they're saying. If you now for me, I can understand it. I love watching it. It's still so good to me. Is put the subtitles on there. So you can see what they're saying. That's going to help. Because obviously some of these, the accents are very strong. But once you get used to it and you hear it over and over, you catch on, and it's just such a good show.
Adrian said the same thing regarding that, and I said, and I agree with Derek. Once you submerge yourself into it a little bit, you pick it up like it's nothing, like you're living with them. I think the one thing I've always, Derek, thought about that show is there's this real long lull until you get to the action at the end. It's always like, oh, they did it again.
There's also action like pretty much every other episode too. So it just keeps you glued into it, I feel. But yeah,
it's a really, really good show. The reason I watched it again was I wanted to see if there was a connection somewhere that led to what happens in the end of each season. I wanted to see if there were connections along the way, and usually there are things that you can pick up on and see.
The Twitch the Twolos, we've got Scrubs, Breaking Bad, Cheers, and I also want to throw out The Sopranos.
So Breaking Bad and The League.
The Sopranos is an effort too.
Yes.
That's a lot of work.
The one thing is RJ told me, when he was watching The Sopranos, he got mad because it lost so much momentum because they took 2 years off, which is how I felt about Lost. We watched Sopranos in the on-demand world, and so there was no break, because if you finished the season, wanted to start up the next one, you could go. I thought it was fantastic. The League and Breaking Bad are the ones I'm seeing the most up here on the fan text.
League's fun. The League's just it's 30-minute shows on
But it falls off at a point, right?
No, I think it just kind of delivers the same goofy friendship of guys and women playing fantasy football and the stupid stuff. I thought what they did really well was they would have these NFL player cameos. Well, they even had Jerry Jones. They had one where the whole group sits down with Jerry Jones for an official meeting where he's trying to buy the Cowboys website back. I thought that was awesome.
The only clip I ever watched that you sent to me, I thought was one of the most genius things I've ever seen with Marshawn Lynch on the beach, and they need a beer.
Yes.
And he's like, here, throw it to me. And he's like, I mean, I'm right there. I can just walk it over. And he's like, what's the worst that can happen? Just throw it to me. And I was like, wow.
They end up
that
throwing the
is
bottle.
incredible.
The grill catches on one of the guys on fire, and everything goes wrong. And they're like, "Yeah, I mean, he could have just thrown it. He could have just handed it to me."
And I know Corey will agree, with the exception of the stupid fly episode, Breaking Bad holds up very,
Breaking
very well.
Bad's really, really good. The Fly episode is one of my favorites. So, in your faces, all you people out there who hate it.
Never got to
hates
watch it. Just because I saw the ending, the last episode, and that kind of screwed it up for me.
Like, you chose to watch the last episode?
No,
or?
A couple of guys were at the house and they were watching it, and I was like, man, what's this? And I sat there and I got glued into it. And then next thing I know, they
he
were
was
like,
busy pitching.
They were
Okay.
like, yeah, you're not going to want to watch this now because now you know what happened. So
That's why I didn't watch Shawshank for the longest
screwed it
time,
up for me.
because it was on a run on TNT all the time, and I was like, oh, okay, well.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see this from the 203. This is one of my favorite shows, Friday Night Lights. I rewatch that, still think it absolutely holds up, and I feel like Joey might be a fan of Friday Night Lights as well.
Every year I go back and listen to every episode of the KNC Masterpiece.
I don't even know time-wise how you could make that work, but I appreciate that.
Treadmill time, bro.
Okay.
If you want to win, put Booby in.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Then he blew out.
Oh, my God.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The NFL almost unanimously agrees that Baker Mayfield sucks.
Damn it.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Our family's been fighting for injured North Texans about 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals. That's buyersbarricades.com.
They've converted on 7 of their last 9 third downs, and this one's picked. Intercepted. As Douglas has got his second of the game.
That's Baker Mayfield throwing an interception as the NFL has almost unanimously agreed that he sucks. Let's talk about it as we go around. Oh my God. As we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
With some buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with, well, if you missed Corey's breaking news in the last segment, Von Miller is in fact out for the season with the torn ACL. And then we started the show by mentioning the Texans are going back to Davis Mills at quarterback. By the way, I saw all the comments on that. It's just nothing but pictures of tanks running into things with them going back to Davis Mills.
DeMarcus Lawrence sacking Davis Mills is the expectation, is what you're saying?
I think it was more let's tank for Stroud or whoever their quarterback of choice is. I think that, okay.
Nah, it's pretty.
Right.
I'm thinking it's going to be 5 sacks for DeMarcus Lawrence this week.
Okay, look, I support that. All right, now, there was but one team that chose to claim Baker Mayfield. That was the terrible Los Angeles Rams. I know you might be thinking, well, he's probably going to make lots of money, and that was it. It was like $1.3 million. So it wasn't the money. It wasn't anything else. It's that he stinks.
He's not good.
How much longer does he have in this?
This will, and I want to say this will be the best team that he's played for.
And they
but
stink.
They're not really good right now. But I also thought they weren't good because Matt Stafford wasn't healthy, which all season it's shown that he hasn't been healthy. So,
which we called before the season.
Yeah. So with this, I think it's going to give him an opportunity to kind of groove in there. I think Sean McVay can see it as, look, man, this is a guy that was a former number 1 overall pick. Maybe I've done some special things with a guy like that before in Matt Stafford, so why can't I do it again? But it's not going to save this season. It might be something to see if he can do anything for the rest of the season, and maybe they keep him around next year because maybe Matt Stafford is that done.
How are we feeling, Derek?
I don't feel good about that. I hate it. When he was with the Browns, he did good. He took the Browns to the playoffs for the first time since, I think, 2006. Got the first Browns victory in the playoffs.
Got all those interceptions from Ben Roethlisberger, I remember.
Yes. Still, he did great things with the Browns. I'm not saying he was the greatest quarterback when he was there, but he did a lot of great things for Cleveland.
Didn't you say he was better than Lamar Jackson at one point?
No, I don't think I did. We can look back at the tape of that.
I will find the tape on that.
Son of a gun. But I just think this will be, I think he'll do much better in LA than he was with Carolina, just because there's a little bit better offensive line that's going to help him. I think that was the biggest weakness with Carolina, was they didn't have the greatest offensive line.
They need to go 3-1-1 or better down the stretch, the Rams, that is, to avoid being the worst defending Super Bowl champion of all time. That honor currently sits with the 1999 Denver Broncos, who went 6-10 after they'd won back-to-back Super Bowls because John Elway retired and Terrell Davis got hurt. So
Brian Greasy didn't lead them. That was their second-round pick that year.
He did not lead them to greatness.
Then they went to Jake Plummer a little bit later in life.
Then they also that year used Chris Miller, and Bubby Brister was on the roster, in case you're really curious. All right, let's go from that to another quarterback story. I don't know how much of a difference this is going to end up making, but there's a possibility that Jimmy Garoppolo could come back since he does not need foot surgery. However, he's still going to be out 7 to 8 weeks. And in that scenario, it sounds like, okay, so maybe you would be back for like the NFC Championship game?
Okay.
Any concern on that
If
front?
they're in the NFC Championship game, doesn't that mean that Brock Purdy led them to that point? So I
guess so.
I wouldn't change anything if I'm the Shanahan at that point.
I wouldn't either. You got to stay with the guy who's hot. I mean, he's got the most snaps. You're going to bring in Jimmy after being hurt and then you have to trust that he's going to be okay to start and actually perform, yeah, I'm out on that.
You never really liked him anyway.
After yesterday, I just have this whole story in my head that this is Brian Purdy's son that
now, if people are like, well, who is that? That's like our boss's boss.
Yeah.
So we're like,
you could have met him
moving
Saturday at Boomer Jacks.
Yes.
He was there.
Yes, he was. He came in studio for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah.
But he's like up the corporate ladder. I do not believe.
I think so.
That
I
is
still think Brian Purdy names a kid Brock Purdy. It just makes too much sense.
Yeah, be Purdy.
Wouldn't it be way better if it was Brian Purdy Jr.? Because then wouldn't you be like, oh my God.
What if that is his name, but he goes by his middle name because our boss decided, see, this is all in my head. This is all fake, I think.
I'm pretty confident none of this is real.
Is that, Mr. Purdy up here knows Brock Purdy just a little bit. And Brian Purdy Jr. changed his name to Brock Purdy. It's all going to come full circle.
Brock's out there in San Francisco going, I just wanted you to notice me.
Yeah.
That's all.
Remember how on Peace-a-thon you talked about your son, but your other son was in here?
Yeah, that has definitely come up around the house
a lot
since
of days
then.
where you forget. Yeah, all your son said was, I just want him to know.
God,
that's Brock to Brian right now.
Cut to the bone.
And Brock calls his dad Brian because he doesn't want to say dad.
Kind of like Steven and Jerry. I got what
When
you're
you
saying.
get 1-7, got to stick with the hot Shanahan.
Okay, that's not bad.
Hey, they said they're funny to themselves, and I appreciate that. That was funny to me as well.
I do agree.
If
All right.
Mike had said it, he'd be laughing his butt off right now.
Now, Mark Ingram, who forgot where the first down was and created that stupid Tom Brady comeback, unfortunately, the news got worse for him is he has an MCL tear. He is probably out for the season.
Jeez, man. All these injuries. And here the Cowboys are.
Don't jinx
healthy.
it. Don't jinx it.
Getting Tyron Smith back
We lost
for the meat of the
2
schedule.
cornerbacks. That's big time.
Yeah. Why didn't you count Anthony Brown being out for the season? That's not healthy.
We got KJ out there now.
lost
Because I
our
think by the end of the
quarterback
year,
earlier.
you're going to be very happy with
Nobody's
Kelvin
getting
Joseph.
hurt the rest of the season for the Cowboys.
There's going to be a play in the playoffs, Kevin, where you're like, man, if Kelvin Joseph hadn't gotten all the work at the end of the season, he wouldn't have made that key play for us in the playoffs.
Can you believe that when Tyron Smith came back, he was completely healthy and everybody else stayed completely healthy on the offensive line?
Don't believe any of that, especially the part about Tyron Smith. But you also, for a time, didn't believe in Jalen Hurts, and
he's
he
the
is your
best.
NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Told you.
29. Did you? 29 of 39 for 380 yards and 3 touchdowns in their dominating win over Tennessee.
And asking all the football questions yesterday, I prefaced it by that SOB keeps getting better at football.
What are you going to do if he wins MVP?
Nothing.
I think we're owed something.
Yeah. I need you to go on a rant.
I feel like yesterday I said he keeps getting better,
He
and
does.
now I'm asking who's better, Dak or Hurts. And Corey, you say?
I still think Dak, but the numbers do say that.
And Kevin says it's not even close.
Numbers
that
say Jalen
Dak's
Hurts
way better than
destroying
Jalen. So you're the one who owes the apology.
I thought I did say it was close.
But you said?
That I took Dak.
Who do you say, Derek Collin? Who's better at football right now, Jalen Hurts or Dak quarterback, especially at quarterback?
Dak quarterback.
I would definitely probably say Dak at the moment, just because Jalen's really having one strong year right now.
Yeah, but right now is all that matters.
I know that, and Dak looks to me better since he's come back from that injury.
So how could a guy win MVP if 2 out of 3 people in here say Dak's better than him?
Because we don't count.
This is your sample size for MVP voting?
Yeah. And I'm asking a real legitimate question. If you say Dak is better than him, then is Dak in the MVP conversation?
This is really interesting, Mike, because you can make the argument, well, Dak couldn't be MVP because Cooper Rush won games for his team while Dak was injured, and Dak doesn't have the stats that line up with all the other guys in the category. But as being looking like a better quarterback at the time, there's a different story.
I have another question. I know we're out of time, but I'm asking more football questions. Who's better, Patrick Mahomes or Dak Prescott?
Patrick Mahomes.
Joe Burrow.
Who's better?
Obvious. Joe Burrow's the best.
Patrick Mahomes
Joe Burrow's
or
the
Dak?
best.
Are you serious?
It's Joe
who's
Burrow,
better, Patrick
then
Mahomes
Patrick
or Dak
Mahomes.
Prescott?
Pat Mahomes.
So 2 out of 3 answered the question. One is Dean around over there and won't answer the question because he knows what the answer is. So it makes more sense if we were saying who's the MVP and everybody who answered the question is like, look, this isn't a serious question. It's Patrick Mahomes. But when I asked the question of Jalen Hurts and Dak and you guys all took it seriously, 2 out of 3 say Dak's better.
By the way, a couple more quick things. Robert Quinn, who's another person that people wanted the Cowboys to go get, he underwent a knee scope. He has been placed on injured reserve. And we talked about this the Sunday Night Football game.
Trust in Steven, y'all.
The Packers won that game. They now lead the Bears 783 to 782 in all-time wins. The NFL started in 1920. This is the first time since 1921 that the Bears haven't had the lead in that category. Coming up next, how the Cowboys became a dominant second-half team. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Cowboys are the most dominant second half team in the NFL. Is that a good thing, and how did we get there? Because I know it seems like a good thing, but I know some people will be like, yeah, some of these games, like the Colts game, for example, was tighter for longer than anticipated until they turned it on. Do you agree with my statement?
Were you worried about that? I wasn't here Monday. I wasn't worried at all at halftime. I was like, they're still going to win. Maybe they only win by 10.
I realized I was worried when I got unreasonably excited about stopping the 2-point conversion. Because, like, that would have tied up the game. So I think at that moment, like, I honestly was like, oh, man.
I was never worried in that game because I just, again, thought they were a better team. And, they were a better team than Green Bay. But Green Bay, I think McCarthy kind of got caught up in some of the stuff that was going on. And maybe he should have been paying attention a little more to the run defense and trying to fix that. But they did fix it eventually. But I never thought that Matt Ryan and company could continue what they'd done. I thought that the Cowboys would eventually open it up at some point, which they did. And I think it was just the moment of the interception right before halftime and the touchdown that really was like, okay, yeah, that's it right there. That's what this team actually is. And I think it could have been, one of those where they may have not have scored the rest of the game, and you're like, all right, that kind of stunk. But what they did to really end that game, man, they turned that into a college football game.
They did.
They were like, we're going to run away with it and try and get into the CFP here. CFP,
right.
College football playoff.
Anything they can do to bump out TCU.
Yeah, exactly.
The committee is like, I'll consider it. All right. So I did, they would have.
Yeah, I know. They tried to get Alabama in there.
I did some research about it just to see how dominant the Cowboys have been in the second half. And the things that I learned were astonishing. This season, in the second half, the Cowboys have outscored their opponents 180-82.
It's almost 100 more.
It is. And then
almost.
Very good.
Uh-huh.
What you need to factor in is the first two games. They got outscored 21-3. So they got outscored 7-0 by Tampa in the first game because that game was awful across the board. And they got outscored 14-3 by Cincinnati in the second half of the second game. So since those first 2 weeks, which not a second half team definitively, they have outscored opponents in the second half 177-61. And before you say, well, that's because of the Colts game or the Minnesota game, they've played 10 games since then. They have outscored their opponents in the second half 9 times. The only one they didn't was the Green Bay game where it was tied. So they have not been outscored in the second half, though obviously Green Bay kicked that field goal to make them lose in overtime. In the 10 games since then, they have not been outscored in the second half of any of them, and that is how they have held a definitive advantage. 177 over to 61. They outscored teams by about an average of 18-6 per second half.
What is DVOA, Kevin?
Defensive value over, is it adjusted? So like what you did better than what the numbers would predict that you should do.
Where the current Cowboys rank among all teams since 1981 in DVOA. 2022 is at 30.7%.
Okay.
Seems like a significant number. Last year was at 30.9%, so they were really good last year. 94, 32.4%.
Wow.
95, 32.7%. And the 1992 Dallas Cowboys team,
best team ever,
35.5% in DVOA. So this Cowboys team currently is in that category of being very close to what they were.
And that part is amazing. And I think it's encouraging because I feel like if you had to pick, you'd rather be a second half team as opposed to a first half team. I feel like over the years, we've seen plenty of first half Dallas Cowboys team. And I mean, I don't mean in terms of the season. I mean, literally in terms of the game.
Yes.
I feel like we've seen plenty of first half Dallas Cowboys teams.
It stinks when you come out and you have a really good first couple quarters, and then you're like, you go back into the locker room at halftime and say, let's just keep doing what we're doing, guys.
Right.
And then you come back out and you're like, oh, crap, we did not have a plan for if they actually adjusted to us. I think Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn's defense, obviously, but Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn, Kellen Moore have done a very good job at saying, now we've set these things up. Broadus talks about this. You see them set plays up, and then they'll go back to it maybe 5 plays later, or go back to it in the second half, and it becomes something that they can use later on because they saw the setup early. I imagine pitchers do this all the time, where they'll set a guy up with a pitch early in the game, and then come back and say, "I knew I had him with this curveball later," or something like that. But that's what the Cowboys are doing right now.
All right, I'm really glad this came up. I have seen various texts about what?
It's just such a beating to see this kind of text that I think you're about to read.
It might be a different one,
Okay.
but maybe not. The 940, only dominant when they have a lead late and force teams to throw. Is that the one that you thought I was going to read?
It's similar to the one that I thought you were going to read.
Okay, that is wrong. And I don't understand where that narrative came from. All right, so people have pointed to the Vikings game. Sure. You were smoking the Vikings from almost the word go, and they didn't run the ball as much. Rock on. Like, fair enough. But some people are like, well, yeah, the Colts and the Giants, they didn't run it because they had to pass to catch up. False. At halftime, the Cowboys were losing to the Giants 13-7. Remember that? Like, remember how terrible that first half of that game was? And then against the Colts, it was 21-13. So that's a one-score game. So one of them, you were losing, and your run defense was excellent. In the other one, you were winning by 8 points. So that is a viable game where you can still run the ball. I disagree with that narrative very much. In the last 3 weeks, you have faced some of the best running backs in the league, and you have held them in check across the board. That's a fact. Now, whether or not that holds up, that is not necessarily a fact, and people can debate that all they like. All right. Now, do you want the positive, or do you want to jump right to one of the negatives?
There's no such thing as negative with these Cowboys. You just said they're the most dominant. You want to bring
dominant.
What? They signed Justin Herbert.
I do. I do have.
Wow.
I do have one negative that's going to come up, but I'll give you more of the positive first.
What are you doing here?
The Dallas Cowboys have defeated their opponents by an average margin of victory of 17.2 points per game. That is the best in the NFL. Since Dak returned, 19.2 points per game.
Wow.
So that's even better. Other dominant factor, and I think this plays a part in it. Tony Pollard has 5 touchdowns of 30-plus yards this season. That's the most in the season by a running back in Cowboys franchise history. We still have 5 games to go.
So you're saying he could further extend the record?
If you've done it 5 times in 12 games, logic would dictate that you can do probably 2 more times.
I don't expect it on every play. All right, there is this part of me that's like, man, every time that dude touches the ball, he should have a 50-yard touchdown. But I do expect it to happen in games. It is one of those things where at some point Tony Pollard's going to have an explosive play that you're like, wow. And Kevin, we were talking about this earlier. Maybe I don't know if we're going to turn this into more of a segment, but there's a quote from this week's Sounds from the Sideline where Ezekiel Elliott says, "We don't get tired. We got 2 of them. Those people over there get tired." And this is where Tony Pollard, we talk about that back and forth, and all of a sudden Tony Pollard hits you with one, and now you're like, crap, we were doing so well. And then they set it off, and then they can do it with their passing game too.
Now, if there is a negative, all right, I know we're not looking to hear the negatives, and this is what I think from the 817. Garrett did 0 halftime adjustments, so they were never a second half team.
That's true.
I think we're all of the mindset that you need to consistently adjust and evolve as the football game goes along. But I think the fact that it feels more pronounced with Mike McCarthy is a big deal. And somebody asked about the numbers being skewed by the Indy game. That's why I brought up they played 10 times. Or in the last 10 games, they've outscored their opponents in the second half 9 times, and 1 time it was a tie.
From the 940, the offense is nowhere as close to as dominant as the defense.
I like that. That's a good one.
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
I'm actually very okay with that.
But that offense is still good, too.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're saying that shows how good the defense really is.
Because I agree with that. And that is where the one problem comes up. It is with the offense. Okay? There's one particular aspect.
Negative Kevin.
No, I'm
showing
not.
his head on a gloomy day in Dallas.
I'm trying to be
How are they going to lose in the playoffs?
I'm trying to be practical here with something that needs to be fixed. All right?
Let's hear it.
Say practical.
Talking about practical?
All right. Seriously.
You're welcome.
We're up here talking about practical. All right. Now that was excellently done. Dak Prescott has 7 interceptions this season. That is tied for the most he's thrown in 7 games, the first 7 games of the season in his career, because these are his first 7 games. All right? And here's the part that has to be fixed and why they've become such a dominant second-half team. All 7 of those interceptions have been in the first half. I went back and tracked them all.
Interesting.
All 7 of them. And I know you might be like,
Don't throw the ball in the first half?
Yeah, don't turn over the ball and you'll do better. Now, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you don't turn over the ball, this team is unstoppable. All right? They are awesome in the second half because Dak doesn't turn over the ball. The team doesn't turn over the ball. This offense has been top-notch. We felt all season like this defense has been top-notch. But that's going to be a problem. Like when we talk about problems maybe catching up to the Cowboys, we talked about the run defense. Feel better about that. We've talked about penalties. Falling in that hole in the first half. I know it was different because you still had Cooper Rush, but you fell into a hole against Philly that you couldn't overcome. Now, if you had Dak, would it have been different? I don't know. Maybe. But you don't want to fall into that hole against a good team like even still the 49ers or the Eagles or whoever else you think is a good team in the NFC.
Dude, I'll tell you this too, the changes with this offense, Kevin, like I know what you're saying here. When they start pushing the ball downfield, man, it's fun to watch. And I know Dak takes some risks here and there, but that's when I think they're at their best. But seeing how they were using CeeDee Lamb last week, again, I'm going to go back to it was an exhibition game. They were trying some things out, and they tried them out, and they were very successful at them. And that's telling more. They were like, all right, we're going to incorporate some of these things the rest of the season. I would expect more CeeDee Lamb later in the season to be exceptional. I'm really looking forward to it.
And I know that people are making multiple references to there were other interceptions that were dropped, and I hear you right there. But that is a problem that the Cowboys have discussed, and they still need to work on. Because in the second half, Dak's not turned the ball over, period.
I have a quick question about the Colts game, which I know ultimately didn't matter. The Dak ball that he threw so bad to CeeDee Lamb, since they brought up I thought that the guy, it was very close to being a catch. I couldn't really tell. And then they blocked. After they intercepted, they had the illegal block on CeeDee Lamb. So if they would have reviewed that, they said it is an interception. Do the Colts get the ball? Because the penalty happens after the ball's intercepted, not before.
So then that would have been after the turnover.
Like
so then you would attack the yards after that.
I swear when I was watching it, I felt like the way Chris Collinsworth
they were like, it wouldn't have mattered either way.
It wouldn't have mattered. I'm like, I think it would have mattered. After you intercept a ball, then there are penalties, but you have the ball. And so I was confused on that one.
And from the 214, who will have more impact, Nahshon Wright on special teams or Kelvin Joseph on the defense? I mean, it just is logical to say Kelvin Joseph just because that is.
What if they're asking a positive? What if they put who's going to have a more positive impact?
I mean, we need.
I still think Joseph will. But I think by the end of the year, you'll be like, man, I personally think that he's going to perform a lot better than he has. Now, he may still have some of those moments where you're like, the hell were you doing, dude? How were you there? There are moments when I'm like, how were you there? But I think the confidence and the reps are going to be very beneficial to him by the end of the season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. The Rangers add another pitcher. Is their rotation set or another big move on the horizon? Plus, we'll do some Mike Likes It. All of it next right here on The Fan.
All right.
Thomas in a scoreless return from the injured list in the first inning for Andrew Heaney. 2-2 to Lane Thomas. Got him with a high fastball. His second K.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers have made another move Mike is super pumped about, and Andrew Heaney. Is this the last pitching move, and is their rotation set, or do you think another big move is on the horizon?
So I'll start off, and then Derek, I'll pass it to you. I think they're done with pitchers. As maybe they sign a reliever, but I would like to see the bullpen upgraded a little bit, because if you are planning on winning 90 games this year, which I think the Rangers look at their rotation now, DeGrom, Perez, Gray, Heaney, and Odorizzi, and go, hey, I think we can win over 80 games and hopefully get to that 90 marker to make the playoffs. But last year, at times the bullpen was good. At times it was bad. They never figured out the closing situation. They went through 4 different closers. If you are planning on winning 90 games, you're going to have to win a lot of close games. There's going to be games where that 7th, 8th, and 9th inning are going to be big innings to figure out how to beat Seattle, how to beat Houston, how to figure out how to win some other big games. So maybe a bullpen piece or two is next, but I struggle to see them going after another starting pitcher.
I would say there's still a slight chance of another starter, maybe not a big name. I mean, obviously, like I told you before, Rodon, one of my friends, told me still a chance, so I'm not ruling that out. I do think the bullpen does need a little bit of an upgrade. I will say, and I'm just throwing this out there, there are some big-name closers out there. Kimbrel is out there as one, but I think you got to get another couple pieces for the bullpen. I think that's something else that you could use. There's never enough pitching, due to injuries that happen, especially in spring training and during the season. You can never have too much pitching. So I think that's a big one. I do want to dive into, I think we should try to get I say we like I'm a part of it, but I think they should go out and try to get another piece for the outfield, a name that comes to mind, a trade piece, Brian Reynolds. I think that would be huge.
I like what you're saying there, because
owner of Wrexham.
After you
That's Ryan.
After you go with DeGrom, Perez, Gray, Heaney, and Odorizzi, your 5 starting pitchers, you still have in the organization who made starts for you last year, who right now are backups, whether they be in the bullpen or be in AAA, would be Dane Dunning, Cole Reagans, Spencer Howard, Glenn Otto. Now, I know I didn't name those in the correct order, but I'm just naming 4 guys that made, especially Dane Dunning and Glenn Otto, they made a lot of starts for you last year, and now they're pushed out of the rotation. Now, they could be in the rotation and Odorizzi could go to the bullpen. That is a possibility, but Cole Reagans is still a guy who you have a first-round pick on, who improved a lot last year in the minor leagues, showed signs of being a pretty good pitcher in the major leagues. It just takes time for him to learn how is he going to consistently get major league hitters out. For Derek Holland, he figured it out. For me, I didn't figure it out. I could get him out, and then I couldn't get him out. And then I could get him out, and then I couldn't get him out. And that makes you a AAA, 4A type of pitcher. And then you have your draft picks. You have Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, you have Owen White, and you have Cole Winn. Those are, I think, 3 guys that could have an impact on your major league team. I don't think Kumar Rocker can have an impact on your major league team in 2023. He needs to pitch some innings, probably going to start him off in AA, and that is a tough level to start off your professional career at. So when you talk about Brian Reynolds, I look at
Well, hold on.
Dane
I want to stay
Dunning
with the. I want to say I want to stay with the pitching for 1 second too. So we've got 4 guys that are completely in the rotation, correct? They're going to be in there no matter what to start.
That's DeGrom, Gray, Perez, and Heaney.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't think Odorizzi?
So you're competing for your 5th. If that's the case,
I'd like to push one down.
And I think the other thing too is you take these guys into the spring training, they have them compete for the 5th spot. Whoever doesn't get it could also still be your long man. I could see a guy like Dane Dunning being your long man. Then if injuries happen, he's already stretched out, he's good to go, and now he can come into the rotation to help out until he's back. Or if he proves himself as being something dominant, he stays in, and the other guy, for instance, let's say it's Odorizzi, goes to the bullpen and becomes the long man.
Quick question about that. In most cases, do you feel like the long man is somebody who was competing for a starting spot and didn't win it, and so they're going to view that as a disappointment, like on its face?
I wouldn't say it's a disappointment, but yes. No, because yes, you're competing for it, but you're still a part of the team, and you're still somebody that's relied on as, hey, you know what? DeGrom's down today. We can't use him. We got you to jump right in there.
And usually the long guy wants to be a starter. He doesn't want to be a long guy. That's what I'm saying. A little bit. You're not like, oh, God, I hate being on this team, but you're just like, dang it, I wanted one of those 5 spots. I do have this from Baseball Reference right here, and this is the predictions for all 5. I call them 5 starting pitchers. I know that Odorizzi might end up bumping to the pen, but they have Jacob deGrom at 101 innings. I did write down his innings. Everybody else I didn't. 7-5 record with a 2.85 ERA.
Okay.
So I think we obviously want more wins and want more innings
and
from
honestly,
that one.
if that's all the innings you're getting, I want a lower ERA. I know you might be like, the ERA is already sub 3, but for DeGrom, if that's all the innings you get, that's disappointing.
Martin Perez, they have at 10-9 with a 3.57 ERA.
A 3.57 ERA would be, I'd be just fine with that.
John Gray, they have with an 8-9 record with a 4.21 ERA.
Okay. So not great, but fine.
That should be lower.
Did you say 3.57 for Martin?
Uh-huh. If you look at his career, that's
pretty good.
That would be a very good ERA.
No, that would be exceptional. He's had a 3.6 and a 2.8 in his career.
For his 2 best.
His second season was his 3.6. Since then, it was always in the 4s. So I'm like,
except for last year.
Yeah, except for last year.
Right.
So it would be like, that's the outlier for me right now. But maybe, hopefully, that'd be awesome.
For Heaney, they have a projection of a 6-6 record with a 4.33 ERA, and for Odorizzi, 7-7 with a 4.24 ERA. So I do think this is good. If you end up at the end of the year with a guy in the high 2s, a guy in the mid 3s, and then 3 guys in the low 4s, that's a pretty solid rotation. You're not looking at the best rotation in baseball. You're probably not even looking at the best rotation in the American League West. You would probably say Houston still is better than you, and Seattle might still be better than you, but that gives you a chance. If you look at the records, it gives you a chance to play 500 or better.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think
you just need bullpen help.
Yeah, and that's where it comes down. I mean, I'm looking at the records you said for everybody. It was pretty much almost every guy was 500.
Right around 500, yeah.
So I know the offense is going to put up the numbers. They definitely can hit. They're going to do all that, but I just think we definitely need bullpen help.
Well, yeah, and I want to go back to your Brian Reynolds.
Well, hold on. I do want to say this too
like
for
him.
another bullpen piece, and I think this would be big because he showed a lot of flashes of this too. Taylor Hearn, put him in the bullpen setup guy.
Taylor Hearn, who's in our bay this weekend.
Oh, you got him
at Jared Sandler's charity event.
Went with a different lefty. I see how
which
it
is currently at $2,000.
You got rid
is
of
that good?
If you want to go ahead and bid $2,200, you can do that right now, or $2,001. Either way,
I think he might have a minimum about how much that bid needs to go up.
You do what you want to when you call into Joey 877-881-1053 and make your new bid. And Derek, we love Taylor Hearn, and we also love you
him more than me.
And we also love you.
Him.
We didn't make those selections.
You get to hang out with Darren Woodson, bro.
All
And
right,
us.
carry on, Mike.
Well, I do think with Taylor Hearn, he can fill in a whole bunch of different roles for you. I think that's what makes him valuable as a bullpen piece is he can be a long guy. He can be a setup guy. I don't know if he can be a closer, but I do think that he can play a lot of different roles in your bullpen throughout the season besides, I would say, your closer role.
And sometimes I don't think about this, but we do always have new listeners or maybe people who are trying to learn. We don't want to shut anybody out. Explain what a long man is, especially in this era of your faux starters.
Well, with how it is now, since starters don't get to go the distance and because of analytics, 5 innings is considered good. Then you get your setup guy, your long relief guy is a guy that can usually eat between 2 to 3 innings, sometimes longer. Let's say a pitcher goes down in the first inning. This guy gets to step in and extend the game as long as he possibly can. You just basically ride him out.
And usually your long guy, you're not asking him to go back-to-back days.
Yes.
So your long guy is usually after he pitches, he's going to have 2 days off because you want him to be able to throw 50 pitches or I'll say you don't want to go more than 50 because then you might have to give him 3 days off. But you're usually looking at a long guy going, hey, when he pitches, we believe he can get up to 50 pitches in this game, but he's probably going to need 2 days off to be able to accomplish that again.
Do you feel like not all the time, but frequently you will see the long man in what has become a poor situation?
100%.
Mm-hmm. Mop up duty.
A long guy's not coming in because you're doing well.
Yeah.
Hey, man, the starter's doing well. Let's take him out after 3.
Hey, what if the computer told me to do that now? You might have to change that. My computer's
Luckily,
like,
I think the Rangers are going away from computer baseball.
Hopefully.
Do we have any concerns? And I'll go ahead and throw this out for myself. Is when you talked about Corey sliding someone down, Andrew Haney, and this might just be like the way he decided to put this in his story, is Evan Grant said DeGrom, Haney, Gray, Perez, Odorizzi. So that could have just been like the way he decided to put that. But
yeah, it's not the order.
Andrew Haney does not have a great track record of being a good full-time starting pitcher.
He reminds me of Jordan Lyles a little bit.
Okay.
Now, he was better than Jordan Lyles last year. He went to the Dodgers and had a very good year. But if you look at a lot of his stats, you're not going to be impressed for his career. So you're really hoping he's 31
his strikeouts
years
are
old.
phenomenal,
Right.
but then what?
But at 31 years old, you're really hoping what you've done is you're turning him from the Mike Minor that after he got hurt and was a bullpen piece in Kansas City came here and made the All-Star team. Or are you looking at Kyle Gibson, who was struggling in Minnesota and came here and eventually made the All-Star team? Lance Lynn wasn't struggling, but he wasn't maybe as good as in his peak and then became a really good pitcher. I think he finished 3rd or 4th in Cy Young voting in the COVID year for the Texas Rangers. So I think that
we've excelled
the Rangers are looking at excelling at taking a pitcher who has not been what you'd consider quality in the major leagues, but he's been a major league pitcher and getting the most out of him in Andrew Heaney.
You're going to get a lot, too, from Maddox. Maddox does such a good job of helping that people don't understand is he's so good at when it comes to the scouting and giving you the right report for when you go out there to be successful. He's going to prepare him the right way. So that's going to play a factor. And you've got Bochy, too, who's going to help as well, who's those two combined is a perfect fit for the Rangers and what's going on.
Okay, so walk down the rabbit hole for me just 1 second. Even if the likelihood is dropped, like let's go person for person. If they did get Carlos Rodon. All right, Jacob deGrom, you feel good that that's a number 1 starter, yes?
Yep.
Carlos Rodon, you feel really good that that is a quality number 2 starter.
He could be your 1 or 2.
Yes.
So I mean, at some point, I feel he's going to be your number 1.
Sure.
Yeah.
And like on down the line, even if, because I hear you, Mike, is like you think that they're probably done in this specific aspect, which I hear is we just heard that rumbling so much. Martin Perez, I would feel like is a great 3. John
100%.
Gray, I would feel like is a great 4. And then you have Haney, I would assume would take the de facto 5 spot with Odorizzi then sliding into that group of Otto, Dunning, Reagans, whoever the hell else you think in terms of depth. So I know it's probably not likely with this move. It's 2 for 25 with Haney with the option to get up to 36 with bonuses, but it would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's good. And I still, we've been surprised before. I mean, they went and got DeGrom, so I wouldn't rule out the whole Rodon thing. I think that's a chance, but I also think, you know, me and Mike were talking about too, you got to get a couple other pieces, and I think an outfield piece would be good. I know for me, I was already speaking about Brian Reynolds as a trade chip, somebody we should go get. Mike, I know you had somebody, I can't think of who it was now.
You know who I have. I have the 24-year-old superstar who's going to be an MVP at some point as long as he doesn't get nicked for his steroid abuse and use.
Mr. Tatis?
Yeah, but I do like the Brian Reynolds thing, and here's why. I think he's way more gettable, and you're not worried about long-term contract. You're kind of not really as worried about injury history that Tatis has. And then also I've heard, you don't need to comment on this if you don't want to, but I have heard a lot of the Padres players are totally turned off by Tatis, don't like him as a person, don't like him as a teammate, don't want him to be part of the team anymore. Like, we're going to be just fine that we got Juan Soto, and, you know, it's kind of, if you're getting Tatis, you might be getting a guy that Bochy and people like that are going to have to make sure, yes, the talent is there. 2, you got to have the health. And then 3, can you be a good teammate? Can you be a guy that people want on the team?
Well, that's the thing too. It's going to come down to the clubhouse. If they're already saying they don't want him in San Diego, if that's true or not.
That's not a great sign.
That's not something you want. And, you know, I could be wrong. I don't know what the Rangers clubhouse is like inside, but from what I hear, I don't think there's much of a leader taking over, if that makes sense.
Right.
So that's where it would be like, okay, you're going to need the guys like Simeon or Seager, or I don't know who else is going to, your big paid guys. DeGrom, those guys are gonna have to speak up on this whole thing when it comes to okay, hey, we got Tatis, now we got to make sure he understands what we're trying to do here.
And Brian Reynolds is way more gettable. I think Tatis is a little bit more of a dream, especially because the Rangers would be taking on $300 million. Brian Reynolds is a team where the Padres are win now.
Yeah.
So what can I trade to the Padres? They want to win the World Series right now. They just tried to spend $400 million on Judge. They lost. They tried to spend over $300 million on Trey Turner. They lost. They didn't even lose the bidding. They won the bidding, and the players decided not to choose them. They traded for Juan Soto. They're trying to win it all. So when I look at trying to get Tatis, I'm almost trying to take money off of their hands, hoping it's kind of a little bit of a giveaway, where Brian Reynolds, you're trading to a team that is in rebuild mode in the Pirates.
Does that make him more gettable than somebody that I know Corey has brought up in the past is Brandon Nimmo? Is now we're not talking about other asset in terms of player stuff.
$20 million or more a year.
Yes.
I had a
dream that he signed with Baltimore.
He's coming off of an injury too, if I'm not mistaken. So or wait, is that him or that might be another Mets outfielder? I can't remember. Either way, that I think Brian Reynolds would be the better fit because we've got such a strong farm system. I think we can easily make that trade happen and get him, and then you don't have to worry about trying to spend a whole bunch more money when he's owed for 2 years, I think.
Well, I'm just looking at he probably wasn't hurt. He played in 151 games last year.
No, I'm thinking of somebody else that was hurt, had surgery, didn't sign last year.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Italian guy. I know he's not from Italy.
Conforto?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry.
So that's how I wrote,
You know, it's sad.
You know, it's funny.
Three non-baseball guys all knew.
As soon as he said it's an Italian guy, but not really, and I was
it's
like,
amazing
he's talking
how
about Michael Conforto.
I'll forget names. Like, you know, the Mavericks, and last night I'm watching the Maverick game, and they're complaining about Denver's defense to give Dorian Finney-Smith the open shot, and they don't know who Dorian Finney-Smith is. Literally, Kenny the Jet Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaq have no clue who Dorian Finney-Smith is. And this is a team who played in the conference finals last year. And then they're like, well, number 11 should have rotated. That was Denver's defender. Like, I don't know who he is, number 11. And they're like, but that would have left number 26 open. They were literally watching the highlights going, well, number 10 ends up getting a really good shot.
Yeah.
And Barkley keeps calling him Hardaway Jr. And they're like, that's not Hardaway Jr. And then they're like, well, if he does rotate, that does leave number 26 open. And then they're
What's
like,
wrong with that?
And then they're like, Spencer Dinwiddie? And they're like, yeah, it's Dinwiddie guy. Like, I mean, it's just funny to listen. But here we are where I'm like, I know who you're talking about. Like, he got hurt and couldn't play and all this stuff. But I'm like, yeah, Italian name or something like that. But it's just interesting last night watching that too. So,
but also with Brian Reynolds too, switch hitter, that helps too. That's another key to me. And I mean, I played with him in Pittsburgh. He's a great player.
Yeah. And I do think that's gettable, is that you look at Pittsburgh and you go, look, we have, let's just say, I'm just throwing this out, something that could work. And I'm not saying that the Rangers should do this. I'm just throwing it out. Bubba Thompson and Cole Reagans. I'm going to give you a guy who had a really good year last year in AAA, pitched a little bit in the major leagues, has 6 years of control, and so does Bubba Thompson, who looks like a guy who, honest to God, I think he might be able to steal 100 bases in a season. Now, he has to get to first base to do it, but he is a guy who might be the best base stealer in baseball. And honestly, he doesn't do a lot of things right. He does a lot of things wrong stealing bases and is still successful doing it. Now, I don't think he cares to learn all the nuances into being even a better base stealer. I hate saying that, but I remember when you're asking Beasley about it, he's like, he doesn't get a leadoff right, does he? Like, nope. And he doesn't do the jump properly, does he? Nope. And at times he might slide a little bit wrong into the base, right? Yep, correct. And it's like, well, how come we're not changing those things to make him even better? Like, don't want to. Now, maybe that'll change with Bruce Bochy. Maybe that will change, with Chris Young really taking over. Like, hey, you're good at this. We can make you great at this. But I'm just throwing it out. You could give him an outfielder and a starting pitcher that has 6 years of control for a guy that you'd have 2 years of control over, and it makes you better. That being said, I don't know if Ranger fans want to do stuff like that, but you could throw in Leody Taveras instead of Bubba Thompson if you like Bubba Thompson better. It might get to the point where no, we don't want Cole Reagans because of his double Tommy John. We want Cole Winn. Would you give up on Cole Winn after his really tough minor league season, your first round pick in 2018, to go get Brian Reynolds? These are things that to get something, you do have to give something, because he is a good player. And for me, for Tatis, I would say, look, we're not going to give you much. Like, I'll throw out this trade again. I'll give you Cole Reagans and Bubba Thompson. But what I'm doing is I'm opening up $300 million for you guys to go chase Xander Bogaerts or Correa or chase who's, I guess, the shortstops. Yeah, whoever it is,
No.
not Utley.
Chase Utley, yeah, that's who we're going after.
Bring him in.
But obviously,
go.
Trey Turner's off the market. But
Right.
if you're trying to chase another shortstop or you're trying to chase an outfielder, you just tried to get Aaron Judge and were unsuccessful. Maybe you want Nimmo and you want to go get him. Well, we'll give you the money to go do this. Or maybe you guys want Carlos Rodon in your rotation. We'll give you the money to do it, but we're not giving you tons of prospects if we're going to take on this Tatis contract, which I would love. That would be my dream scenario, is to build this franchise around Tatis. That being said, I need to know that first, he's healthy, and two, he's not such a problem in your clubhouse that he can be a guy you want to build around.
So from the ashes of maybe the Odell Beckham thing collapsing, maybe we'll get Fernando Tatis Jr. coming up in the world.
I just think CY is not done. He definitely has shown that he wants to win. I mean, he put his message out there that he wants to change things here and he wants to win here with the Rangers, and he's already showing that, especially this offseason, and I think it's not done. I think the Rangers are still going to make a couple big moves that are going to surprise people, and they're definitely going to be fun to watch. I mean, what they've got right now is actually exciting to watch, too, so it's only going to get better.
I need to make this clear. I would put Fernando Tatis Jr. in left field. I can't put him at shortstop. Like, I can't do that to Seager already. That's going to be an issue with Bochy, as in, like, that's one of the things that Bochy has to do is he has to connect Seager to the Texas Rangers. And then Tatis, who obviously San Diego's saying he's not a shortstop at all. They've already said Kim, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on his first name, who's their shortstop already. They're trying to upgrade that, but they said if we can't, he's still our shortstop. Tatis is not playing shortstop anymore in San Diego. He's going to move to the outfield. Obviously, they have Manny Machado, who just won all MLB third baseman. So they're not moving Manny Machado from third base. So I'm looking at it going to, if the Rangers got Tatis, I would do just like when I was with the Nationals. This was an amazing thing that probably people don't remember because it's this long ago. I'm in spring training with the Washington Nationals in 2006. Frank Robinson is the manager, and he's like, yes, we've traded for Alfonso Soriano, and he's not playing from the Rangers. He's not playing second base anymore. And Alfonso Soriano said, the hell I'm not.
Yeah, I do what
and
I
so
want.
The first spring training game of the season, it might have been second, but it was a night game. And he writes Alfonso Soriano batting first and playing left field. Well, Alfonso Soriano didn't show up. He left. When he saw the lineup, he left. He went back to wherever he was staying in spring training, and I'm there. And so Frank Robinson makes sure to kind of show up Soriano, and he goes, I'm not putting anybody else in left field. We're taking the field without a left fielder. And so when the game was about ready to start in spring training, there was no left fielder. And then the umpire looked over to our dugout, and then Frank Robinson had somebody jog out right before the first pitch to let everybody know that was supposed to be Alfonso Soriano.
Wow.
He didn't show up to play left field. And eventually, he went out to left field. He actually had a 40-40 year, one of the very few people
I remember that.
So, I mean, he ended up going out to left field. I don't know what Fernando Tatis Jr. thinks about going to the outfield, but it sounds like he doesn't have an option anymore. He's not going to be playing the infield.
Kevin, as you know, Tyron Smith is at practice today. However,
oh no,
Kelvin Joseph is not at practice today.
Is he sick?
He's dealing with an illness.
Oh, thought he might be in court.
Okay, yes. I understand.
Like, here
why
it is.
You might
this
think
is
that.
his
That's
chance. You ever had this happen? This is my shot. This is my chance to go do it, and then you get sick or something like that.
No.
Or is that just Kelvin Joseph?
I would never let
It just seems like those kind of things just kind of roll into his life sometimes.
Like your NFL Network interview?
Yes, exactly. When I started coughing and I was sick and my kids are running around.
And you ruined it for everybody up here. They've
Nobody's
never
been
asked a
able to do it
human
since,
being
yeah.
back on 105.3 The Fan to be on NFL Network because of you.
Well, except for Jane. They actually hired her.
That doesn't
after
count.
that.
Yeah, but she'd worked her way from UT to NFL Network, not from here straight to NFL Network.
Yeah, you had a very good point there. Yeah.
All right, so and Mike likes it right now. We're transitioning. I just got my MLB PAA package, which is really cool. Eventually, Derek, you're going to be part of the Alumni Association, but that's still ways away. And they give us discounts on certain things, which is really cool. Well, there's a class I was thinking about taking, and it's a $300 discount for former players. And there's like 5 different classes you can take. Part of it is like, hey, do you want to be in media? There's actually, they can do an 8-week course on trying to teach you how to become, whether it's sports talk radio, whether it's a baseball analyst on television, whatever, you can take a class that they will help you out. It's like an 8-week class. Well, that one, obviously, I don't need. I'm unbelievable at this. But the one that I was interested in, and I need to see how much it cost, and I don't know if I would fall out of love with it quickly or I would love it, is baseball analytics class.
Oh,
which
are you going to get corrupted by analytics?
I do think it would be really interesting to learn all of the crap that they're doing.
It doesn't sound like you're interested in learning about this.
As he said crap, that was perfect right there. That's all you needed.
I might like some of it. And I think this is the thing about analytics is some of it, I would say, hey, I think this is useful. I can see how this can help you win a game or help you over the long part of a season, over 162 games, maybe add 3 or 4 more wins, right? I mean, I know this is simple and, we call everything analytics now, but hey, instead of batting my best player third, where the first 2 guys get on base, I'm going to bat them first, where I kind of look at it at times and I go, gosh, wouldn't I love for, let's say, Mookie Betts or Ronald Acuna Jr. to have a couple guys on base more times than not when they come up, rather than you bat leadoff to start the game. Right. And the thing is I believe the analytic is if you bat first every game throughout a whole season, Derek, you might know this answer. Do you know the analytic on how many more at bats you get for a whole season if you bat first instead of batting third?
I don't. I mean, I imagine it's a good number, and that's why we do it.
Well, what's your guess?
For a season?
Yeah, for a whole season. If you're healthy and you bat first instead of third.
48.
All right. Corey?
59.
Do you know the answer?
No, but I would say you're at least getting 1 to 2 more at bats a game. So, if you're batting leadoff every time,
so I'm going to say, I'd
say I'm going to say like 78.
21.
Really?
Yeah. So
you still went over. So
batting, let's say Mookie Betts first instead of third gives you 21 more at bats. So, you would think it'd have a bigger impact.
I am surprised
that over a course of a game, it's rare that, and I'm not batting you ninth. Obviously, there's a major difference if I put you at the back half of the order versus the top of the order. But by putting a guy that you love first, that you think could have, because I think a guy like Mookie or Ronald Acuna Jr. could knock in 120 guys if they batted third. But they're saying, look, we'd rather you bat in 80 guys and score 110 times and have 20 more at bats during a season to have you impact, a game a little bit more. But then the analytics to me is like, that just doesn't seem like enough to move a guy from third to first, where look, no offense to people that bat 8th and 9th in the major leagues. They're major league hitters, but they're your worst major league hitters. That's the reason they're batting 8th and 9th is I have 9 guys who are my worst 2. I'm going to bat them 8th and 9th. So they have the least amount of times to come up throughout a game. So anyways, I just think that analytic class could be fun. I could learn a lot. What I'm saying is I could do things that I'm like, hey, I really like this. I think this is a analytic or a stat that I think makes sense to me and that should be put in the game. Or if I was running an organization, I would really look at this number. This, I think, is a load of crap. And, these are people who never played baseball and don't understand the game at all that think they make an impact.
Is this a one-time class? Is it a once a week? How does this
I don't know. I need to go. I just got it last night and skimmed through and I was like, this is interesting.
Are you saying as a show we have to do this now?
No. What I would much prefer is that it's a weekly class and Mike comes in and gives us his report. And he's like, here's why I thought that was interesting, or here's why that's stupid.
This week we looked at spray chart.
Yeah.
Last week we were
looking
at
charts are very important, by the way.
No, and
believe it or not, back in the day, 100 years ago, when I played from 1996 to 2008, we actually had spray charts. We actually had batting averages against fastballs in, fastballs away, fastballs down, fastballs up. All the breaking balls we had batting averages against. I know it's broken down even more, right? You get even more specific now. But I always think it's crazy when when people would say, Woody kind of, let's be honest here, drove me insane at times because we're the same age and played in the, like we were just going out there and just throwing a baseball and hitting a ball and going, I have no clue who this person is or what he does. And there were times like when Ryan Braun got brought up by the Milwaukee Brewers, I think he had at that time 20 or 30 at-bats in the major leagues. We had very little on him because at that time, minor league games were not being broadcast and recorded where we could watch all of Ryan Braun's minor league at-bats this year to see what he was doing. So there's a little bit of where you're a little bit, I'm not exactly sure how to pitch this new guy who has come up to the major leagues.
Is there such thing as too much information when it comes to analytics?
100%. I can only take so much to the mound.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I feel like you'd be doing the analytics here with these guys, like, oh, if we talk about this more, our ratings go up, kind of thing. But I'm just not really sold on the whole analytics. You still can't teach the heart of baseball when you're out there, the actual experience and how things are going at that moment. That's the big thing, that no matter what, all the analytics you have, when you're playing that moment, that's going to tell you where you need to go. All right, we need to go somebody else because he looks tired, rather than, third time through, even though he's shoving, we got to take him out.
When I get a chance,
shoving.
What is it? Like pushing people over?
Yeah.
All right, I like it.
He's bullying.
I like it.
So anyways, I want to take a look at that website just to see. And also when it says $300 off, I'm like, well, $300 off of what?
Yeah, just expensive.
Just to look
Oh, yeah, to hear?
Yeah, so we can
Okay, I see the direction this is going.
Yeah, we all do the class.
We'll finish the rest of that conversation off air. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Buy it.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with DallasCowboys.com. Kyle Yeomans next on The Fan.
to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. And Corey, I believe we have a special guest today.
Yes, joining us from DallasCowboys.com, it is Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's great. How are you guys? Thanks for having me on again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You always do fantastic work with us. We always appreciate that. And I guess the first thing we need to start off with is the most important thing. Will Tyron start on Sunday and destroy whoever's in front of him?
You know how to kind of get everybody worked up, huh? I mean, you wanted to know, you wanted that pause there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you wanted a little bit of suspense and kind of get in there, but the fact of the matter is he's back on the practice field, so that's step one. He looks good. He's not wearing a brace. We saw him just a couple moments ago. They're currently on the practice field right now, but of course the media portion of the regular season is cut short. But he was out there. He was moving. He looked good. Did not have a limp. Did not have anything really looking like he was being held back. So at least everything of checking the boxes is good. I want to wait until we see the injury report. Was he limited in team activity, which of course the media doesn't get to see, or was he a full participant? If he's a full participant or even limited, I think I might even I may go out on a limb and say, yes, he would be starting on Sunday. I'm just not ready for that yet. Let me get to the practice report, and then we can kind of take a decision and make a decision off of that.
Does the praise that's been put on Tyler Smith, is that well-deserved from what you've been watching this year?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as a rookie that's been thrusted into the fire as somebody who came in, was expected to play guard. That was the thought process. He wasn't going to play tackle because you do have a Tyron Smith on the left-hand side. And so he was expected to come in and play guard. And the fact that he came into camp, had to learn that position, took every single rep at the guard spot, still kind of struggled to get his footing underneath him and didn't necessarily win that position outright with Connor McGovern. It was worrisome. So whenever he had to jump back to the outside and take over that left tackle spot, there was a question mark there. Well, he's done a good job. He's allowed a couple pressures, 25 pressures this season through his 11 games or 12 games, whatever it is at this point in the year, which is not bad for a rookie at left tackle, somebody that's continuing to grow. It sounds like a lot, but it's really for a left tackle and a guy who was thrown into the fire, not bad. He's not Tyron Smith level by any means, but he's gotten better too. He's had some games where he's allowed 7 pressures, or at least that was the one game 2 weeks ago that he allowed 7 pressures. Since then, he hasn't allowed one. He had none the week before that as well. So I think the praise is warranted. I also don't think Connor McGovern's getting enough praise at the guard spot either, though. I mean, that he has really stepped up, and at least on film, he's done everything you've needed him to keep that spot, or at least be in the conversation for that spot moving forward. He has stepped up and played his best season of football to this point in his career, and that shows. He's only allowed 1 sack all year long, and he's helped kind of pave the way in terms of running the football on the ground. I really like what McGovern has done. So it's a big question mark for me of whenever Tyron's back in the fold, who do you put at that left guard spot? It's going to be a competition between Tyler Smith and Connor McGovern again, much like it was in training camp.
Kyle, that's all fine and well, but let's stop this nonsense. 2 questions for you. What's going on with Odell Beckham? Oh, no! And why is the deal dead?
It's not dead. Let's get it straight here. I don't think the deal is dead. I think the conversation has changed a little bit because I don't think there's a ton of confidence level in his ability to play this season. Is he going to come in and play in the regular season because of the health coming off of that second ACL tear, something that is tough for any receiver to get past, especially whenever you're 30 years or older. So I think if the conversation has shifted, which it seems like it has, I think now it's turned into a 2022-2023 conversation as opposed to a one-year deal, come in, play, try and win a Super Bowl. And this is across the league. This is not just with the Cowboys. This is with the Bills. This is with the Giants. This is with the Cowboys, the Chiefs, or whoever, Dolphins, whoever could be involved. I have no idea all the teams that have been having these conversations. But out of the teams that have had the conversations, they've now seen the medicals, they've seen him in person, they've had these conversations, and it's almost a general consensus that if you're going to sign Odell Beckham Jr., it wouldn't just be for the 2022 season. It may have to include a 23 or 24 to even get that conversation started.
This team at this point, you think they're...
Is this another question about Odell?
It's about the receivers. It's about the receivers. Do you think this receiving group is good enough to go out there and win a couple of games in the playoffs without
him? And before the Odell Beckham Jr. conversations even started, and there was interest on both ends of that coin, I would have said no. I didn't love what we had seen from a depth standpoint. CeeDee Lamb has been good, and he's been good consistently, but even then, as a blocker, there was some left to be desired. As a big-time catch maker in a big-time situation, there was some left to be desired. I wasn't convinced. I really wasn't. So at that time, whenever Odell Beckham Jr.'s name started kind of floating around the media, and then he got connected with the Cowboys, and there was this mutual interest, that was intriguing because they had not shown as a wide receiver group that they felt good about what they had from a talent standpoint. However, these last 4 or 5 weeks, almost everybody in that room has stepped up. CeeDee Lamb has taken a next step. He's turning into really an elite wide receiver, not only in the conference, not only in the division, but in the NFL with the way he's been playing lately. And then you also talk about Michael Gallup. He's starting to get separation again, making contested catches, being a red zone threat. He had the 2 touchdowns on Sunday night. So those 2 guys alone at the top have been playing better. Noah Brown's continued to play his role well. You get James Washington back in the fold. Hopefully this week he's back out at practice for the second week in a row. So if he's back in the fold, maybe he plays some special teams. Maybe he gets some rotation. And then, you have the special teams ability from Kavontae Turpin as well. So I feel much better about this group right now and how they've evolved over these last 4 weeks, this last month of the regular season, than I did previously. And that doesn't necessarily change my thought process on Odell. I still think he would make this team better if he's able to play and he's healthy this year. But I don't necessarily think you need him in order to win playoff games in the future.
Now, in the mailbag on DallasCowboys.com, you said it's time for Bland, Joseph, and Wright to step up. I'm particularly concerned about those last 2. What is your belief that Joseph and Wright will step up?
No, I think it is a concern. I'm not sold on either one of those guys just yet. I wasn't sold on Nahshon Wright as a top 100 pick. You may remember that from the coverage that we had on 105.3 The Fan. I wasn't sold, and to this point, I see why the conversation was even had to draft him in the top 100 picks and to have him in the 3rd round, and that's because of the traits and what they could turn into. But we're at the back end of his 2nd year in the NFL, and he's played minimal snaps, if any, as a corner. I think he's had maybe, 5 snaps as a corner all time, and most of those came in the regular season finale last year against Philadelphia. So he is as green and as inexperienced as anybody that has ever stepped foot on that Cowboys defense, at least here in the 2022 season. Kelvin Joseph, I feel better about now this year than I did last year. Last year, he didn't present anything except for maybe a penalty risk. And we saw that during Thanksgiving last year when there were a couple guys banged up and he had to work into the rotation and he didn't necessarily play well. This year, he's really taken on a new mentality. He's got a different mindset. You can see that maybe not as a corner, at times, he's still given up some big plays. He gave up a touchdown on Sunday to Alec Pierce. However, the way that he plays on special teams, and he's bought in on that, and he's played it with a physical ability to come up and stop the run when he is out at corner, that gives me some hope with him moving forward. I'm not worried about DaRon Bland. I think DaRon Bland may be the steal of the draft for the Cowboys and what they were able to do on the back end of that day 3 pick with him out of Fresno State. Kelvin Joseph, if he's not going to turn into a bust, this is his chance. This is his one opportunity to step into a spot and say, this is why you took me in the 2nd round, but I haven't seen it to this point, but this is a huge chance for him to do so.
Man, speaking of potential steals in the draft, Mike Bassick brings this dude up pretty much every week, and it's Sam Williams. Do we need to see more Sam Williams, or are we seeing just the right amount of him?
That's a good question because you've seen enough of him to say he's earned more starting playing time, right? Or at least more playing time, period. But But do you take guys off of the field like DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons and Dorrance Armstrong in order to give snaps to Sam Williams? Now, you could put him out there in a rush package where it's all four of those guys, and I just don't know if any quarterback or offensive line would ever love to see that, because those four guys get after the quarterback. But at some point, you need some meat in the middle. You can't just throw 5 edge rushers out there and expect to get home, because you got to take up multiple gaps. You got to have a hole to run through. So it's an interesting conversation, because yes, he's done everything you've needed to as a rookie to give confidence to him, to earn more snaps, to earn more opportunity. However, is him being on the field taking another playmaker off of it? That's my thing. I don't want to upend some of the momentum that Tank and and Dorrance Armstrong and Micah have off of that edge rusher spot if Sam Williams is out there. But in a rotation, I think it keeps everybody fresh, and it allows all of those guys to do their job exceptionally well, which is why they've had so much success up front.
How many plays do you think James Washington can make in the next 2 weeks?
The old safety or the wide receiver?
No, not the old safety.
Okay.
The wide receiver that'll make everybody forget about Odell Beckham Jr.
I hope that's the case. Wouldn't that be nice? If your answer at wide receiver is in-house, that would be a huge win. I think he could come in and contribute. I don't think he's a game changer. Let's just say it that way. He's not going to come in and put up 10 receptions for 112 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now, if he does do that, then you look like this front office would look like absolute geniuses. I don't necessarily think he's ready for that type of role, but what he does bring is another possession guy underneath. Think about Dalton Schultz and what he's built with Dak Prescott these last couple of years. He is a safety blanket. He's somebody that you can count on consistently to throw the football to. He's going to catch it, and he's going to get you positive yards. A lot of time, he's going to move the chains for you. I think that's what James Washington could do. And if you have that underneath, which you've had with Michael Gallup while he's getting back and healthy from his injury and his time missed, if you can have James Washington kind of occupy that role, it may open up things for CeeDee Lamb, and it may open up Michael Gallup to go downfield and get that separation back like we've seen Gallup do in the past. So if anything, it allows the other guys to have some success, and it's just another guy that's reliable for Dak Prescott to throw the football to, and it allows you to move down the field methodically through the air as a possession guy in a reliable hands.
But would you be most excited that if James Washington excelled, then maybe you would never have to talk about Odell Beckham Jr. again?
It's funny, the amount of conversations that we've had over OBJ these last couple weeks. I've talked about more OBJ now than I have in my entire life on any fantasy football, NFL talk, NFC East talk, and we all kind of collectively this week were just like, man, when are we going to get to stop talking about this? Because it ends up just really it's bogged down the whole conversation of what has been a great run for this team, but it also could really help out the team in the future. So you understand why the conversations are being had. But I agree with you. I think I'm about ready for that to just come to an end. Whether he's on the team, off the team, let's just make sure it happens soon.
100% agree with that, man. We appreciate having you on. As always, DallasCowboys.com if you want to check out more of Kyle's excellent work. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me as always.
Later, man.
There you go. Kyle Yeoman's right here on 105.3 The Fan, and he said the deal's not dead, but Jane also said not dead, but that
the Cowboys didn't make an offer.
No offer was made.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to me that they didn't, and because they were like, we don't really have anything to offer you. We don't know what you can do.
Yeah,
like, we really don't have a clue what you're capable of. We looked at your body, but that's pretty much it at this point.
I also think they don't want to insult him either. I think sometimes when it comes to offers, you're like, look, if we offer him 2 years and $10 million total, $3 million this year and $7 million next year, we're going to insult him and never have a chance to sign him again. So let's just say we're keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I still kind of wanted the potential, though, that there were 3 offers from 3 teams and that he chose another team, and that Micah says, I went to a basketball game with you and you're going to turn down my team, fine. I see how it is. And then just destroys the world. That'd be awesome.
Man, I hope that
Not
is
the real
kind of
world,
the
but, you know,
breakdown of
like
that.
everybody else's football world.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time to power rank the power rankings right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about
A Sewell emblem on the back makes every Lexus better. Test drive a new or L-certified Lexus and experience our unparalleled customer service at Sewell Lexus of Dallas or Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. It's companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, if you need Frankel & Frankel, the consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Second down, snap to Prescott. Read option, handoff Elliott, pushing, goal line, touchdown Elliott.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys highlight right there. It is time to power rank the power rankings.
Okay, guys, I'm going to give you this first because I found this interesting. I saw the updated rookie power rankings.
Oh.
Now, instead of guessing on this, I'm just going to give you what I found really interesting. Sauce Gardner 1, Chris Olave 2, and Garrett Wilson 3. That means the Jets drafted 2 of the 3 best rookies in the NFL this
impressive.
year.
They've been awesome. They really have been.
Helps make up for their garbage quarterback they drafted.
Oh, yeah. Ian Book. I always pull
his
card.
Lots of Ian Book cards out there.
Jeez.
Hopefully tomorrow at the Texas Roadshow card shop in Mansfield, we don't pull any Ian Books.
I know, because I got one numbered to 5 of an autographed rookie, and I was like, well,
I feel like he signed way more than 5, like 5 million.
No, this was just of this one particular card.
Like, Ian Book always comes in a pack.
But you know what? We have a plan for tomorrow. Is for the listeners and the Twolos is we got Mike McCarthy's going to be talking. We got Jacob DeGrom and the Rangers are going to be talking. Maybe we'll do some breaks during those for the video audience, and we'll do giveaways of those cards.
You get 10% off tomorrow if you bring a unwrapped gift, I believe.
Yes, for their toy drive.
So whatever you want to buy there, a box of cards or whatever, 10% off if you bring a unwrapped gift and drop it off there in Mansfield.
That's super cool. So they're like, we'll take less money to donate to charity.
Yeah. All right, so Tariq Woolen is 4th in rookie power. I call these power rankings, but they're just giving the top 10 rookies. Damian Pierce, 5th. Walker the 3rd is 6th. Hutch, your guy, Hutchinson, right, from Michigan, correct?
Yep.
Not Chad.
He is 7th. Do you know Chad Hutchinson, right?
Hutchinson.
One of the luckiest people in sports ever.
Yes, you've talked about him before on here.
He liked to throw a hittable baseball.
That's Watson is 8th. Tyler Lindenbaum is 9th, which ticks me off, and Jack Jones is 10th.
Does that tick you off because Tyler is not in there, or because we might have drafted Linderbaum?
No, it ticks me off that Tyler's not in there. In fact, I'd rather have Tyler Smith. At the time, I might not have, but as this season has played out, and I get that Linderbaum's great. I'm not taking anything away from him, but I like our guy a lot. And I'm going to tell you this. Those are the top 10. They did 10 more honorable mentions and didn't even mention Tyler Smith. I don't think that's right.
You know what?
Are they not? The Cowboys get the most media coverage. How are they not? It's an ESPN ranking, by the way.
I want to bring this up tomorrow because I've been thinking about doing an offensive line topic because Kyle Yeomans even was like, yeah, if they bump Tyler Smith inside, he doesn't automatically get that job because he competed with Connor McGovern. And I do feel like people are undervaluing what he's brought to the team. Is like, now you can just take him out. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So there is that. So those are your rookie power rankings, or your rookie list of your top 10 rookies this year in the NFL so far. And they actually gave 10 more, and somehow no Cowboy was on there. And I just don't get how Tyler Smith is not at least getting honorable mention or right at the back end of top 10. All right, let's go with, at first, the team power rankings. Okay. So there is a little bit of difference in these. I looked at ESPN and looked at CBS. Obviously, CBS is where I get the quarterback power rankings from. So up top, it's exactly the same. Derek, who's the number 1 power rank team in the NFL?
Patrick Mahomes.
I quit you. We're doing teams.
Oh, I thought.
According to,
I'm
sorry, who?
I thought you were talking stats there.
CBS or ESPN?
Then it's going to be the Chiefs.
Both of them are exactly the same in power rankings.
Not the Chiefs.
Who is it, Kevin?
It's the Eagles.
It's the Eagles. Right. Number 2.
I wasn't listening to myself.
The only reason I ask is because those two sites.
Derek's out for now.
Derek,
I was listening.
You were on fire last time.
I really wasn't listening.
The only reason I'm
would
asking.
Would you rather do ESPN or would you rather do CBS?
It does not matter. You choose for me.
I'll do ESPN because I think they're more, let's
Kansas
say,
City,
recognizable.
then I would say after the Eagles.
Okay. Kansas City is correct on ESPN. On CBS, it is they are the number 4 ranked team on CBS.
Interesting.
So Kansas City, number 2 on ESPN, number 4 on CBS. Derek, I'm back to you.
Oh, no.
Do not pick Philadelphia. Do not pick Kansas City because they are 1 and 2 in ESPN's power rankings. I'll ask you guys this quick question. Do you agree that Kansas City shouldn't be knocked for losing on the road 27-24? Because they weren't knocked on ESPN. They were on CBS's.
I think 2 is fair.
Yeah, they've been a really good team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a matchup that was very close. I think that they're still that high of a ranked team.
Okay. Number 3.
The Buffalo Bills.
You are correct. The
Buffalo
Bills.
I'm glad you picked that. I would have picked somebody different.
On ESPN are number 3, and on CBS they're number 2. So the Buffalo Bills number 2 and number 3 in the power ranking.
I'll admit it because I would have gotten this wrong. I would have picked the Cowboys. I would have put the Cowboys up at number 3, and clearly incorrectly.
Yeah, you are. Okay, number 4.
Thanks, buddy.
On ESPN's power rankings. Kevin?
I mean, if I thought they were number 3, I certainly think they should be at least number 4. The Dallas Cowboys.
You are correct. The Dallas Cowboys are ranked number 4 in the ESPN power rankings behind Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Buffalo. On CBS, they're number 3. It goes Philadelphia, Buffalo, Dallas, Kansas City. So all 4 teams are ranked up there, and I do think this is going to be tough. It's going to be very tough for Dallas and Philadelphia to play each other in the NFC Championship game. Just the way the seedings are going to be, it's going to be tough that Dallas most likely will play Philadelphia in the divisional round. Either way, because I think both of them, one of them is going to be the 1 seed, one of them is going to be the 5 seed.
You need an upset, right? You need you need 6 or 7 to pull off the upset to be able to make that happen.
And I do think 6 and 7, which will be between Washington, New York, and Seattle, are pretty weak teams when it comes to playoff time. Because you're looking at Taylor Heineke, or you're looking at Seattle, who's starting to fade quite a bit as this season's progressing. And then, I don't know, I'm just not a big New York believer if they're having to play even San Francisco or Minnesota, something like, because that'll be the 2 and 3 will most likely be Minnesota and San Francisco in some sort of order. Okay, number 5, Minnesota. Number 6, Miami. Number 7, the 49ers. Number 8, Cincinnati. Number 9, I think we're ranked way too high at this point, Baltimore.
I actually am surprised. I would have thought Cincinnati might be a little higher.
So did I. They're number 6 in CBS power rankings, number 8 in ESPN. Number 10, Seattle. I found this interesting. I checked mark the teams the Cowboys have played, because sometimes you can say, well, the Cowboys have a weak schedule so far. But if you look at it, they've played the number 1 ranked team. They did lose to them with their backup quarterback, but you did play the number 1 team. Minnesota's number 5. You played them. Cincinnati's number 8. You played them and beat them. Washington is number 13. You played them and beat them. And New York Giants are number 14, and you've played them twice and beat them both times. So when you start looking at this, you go, well, heck, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of your games this year, according to ESPN, have been against top teams in the NFL, above average teams.
The thing that I've gone back to a few different times is I think Minnesota and the Giants are now 17-4-1 against the rest of the NFL and 0-3 against the Cowboys, or 17-3-1 or something. Yeah, 17-3-1 and 0-3 against the Cowboys.
All right, quarterback power rankings. I feel like you can get this one right, Derek, because you already have. Who's the number 1 team quarterback? Sorry, who's the number 1 ranked quarterback according to CBS power rankings?
It's Pat Mahomes. He's tier 1.
There was there's
a graphic right behind you of quarterbacks, and the only tier 1 is Patrick Mahomes. So, a little bit of a cheat there. Oh, yeah. Did we find out where the Browns were in the power rankings?
22.
Okay.
Almost.
Good
That
for
is
them.
a great number for Rolando Blackman, but they're number 23 on ESPN, number 18 on CBS.
Yeah. Sean Watson looked like butt in that game.
All right.
What do you expect?
Number 2, Corey.
I think it's Jalen Hurts,
You
but
got
I
it.
think Joe Burrow needs to be higher.
All right. Kevin, who's number 3?
Joe Burrow. I feel like that these three have been entrenched for the last 2 weeks, maybe, with Josh Allen falling.
Hey, shut your mouth and
Okay,
just guess
sorry.
who you're going to guess.
Wow.
Okay? I don't need your commentary. What do you think? This is sports talk radio? This is me asking who's number 3. You give an answer, and I say right or wrong.
My bad.
Valid.
Mike
Derek.
gives. Can we change it to Mike gives you the power rankings and deal with it?
I don't even know who they've guessed. Who's number
Why
4?
not? Why do you not know?
He just gave a whole
I know,
3
I'm
sentences on who's
watching
number
this
4.
right
Number 1 is Patrick Mahomes. Number 2 is Jalen Hurts, who you guys think that Dak Prescott is better than. Number
Guess that
3,
means I do have to say
Joe Burrow.
Or Josh Allen.
Yeah, and he said Josh Allen. Would you like
That's
to
right.
give
Well,
on who
he's
you
saying
think
two-
number?
he
Would you
gave
like to
two
say, well,
answers.
number 5 is
Tua.
No, don't guess anymore. Who's number 5?
Dak.
Dak is number 7. Tua
What?
is number 8.
Don't guess
Who
anymore.
is number 5?
It's
Not
Dak.
his fault that they're sliding, is your hint. It's not their fault.
Shut up. Okay,
that he is
this I
sliding.
can't abide. Are you telling me it's Geno?
Geno Smith.
What?
Who the hell
is
is
ranked
number 6 then?
5.
I'm sorry, what?
Hold
Does
on.
it happen? You're joking
I
Oh,
right
need to-
now.
I need to
Well,
This is
figure-
where Mike's
I'll
playing
go
a
back
practical
and
joke
look.
on America.
I mean, let me
figure
hit
some stuff out.
CBSSports.com.
Man, they
I
really
wrote
love them,
down.
the QBR. Like, that is the
that
only
what it
stat
is?
that's...
Good
Wow.
God,
Okay.
really? Over Dak right now? Since he's been back, number 1 offense in the league.
Third down conversion percentage, points. Don't worry about that.
Number 6.
Geno just beat
Geno,
one of the
huh?
worst teams in the league to win for the
Number
first time in
6,
3
I had to
games.
re-look up. I will tell you this because I was like, wait a second. He wasn't even ranked in the top 10 last week. How did he get ranked number 6? And I wrote down his initials, and I'm like, well, those initials make sense, but this doesn't make sense. Who is it? Derek Holland. Who, you were here on Wednesday.
I seriously
was here
don't
before
know.
I went to Christmas and New Year's.
I don't know.
Who is it?
Herbert?
It is Herbert. He moves
What?
from number 11 to number 6, even though they lost.
How does it make any sense?
And I thought they were going straight off of QBR. His QBR is worse than Dak's.
Well, he did have 335
Imagine if he played
yards.
for the Chiefs or the Dolphins or the Seahawks is the first sentence they say about Justin Herbert.
My head hurts.
He had
a little bit because of
335
this.
yards, all
Where
touchdown.
even if the D can't get a stop.
What?
That's what it says. The offensive weaponry is healthy.
Healthy E? What is?
Yeah.
What did you just? Healthy E.
Healthy E.
Healthy
Y.
Healthy.
Or the strategy is creative. So what they're saying is, I don't know why. They had him outside of the top 10 for 2 weeks, and then they moved Justin Herbert to number 6. And their philosophy was, he's great, he's just on a bad team. I'm like, well, why did that change for the last 3 weeks? He was on the bad team last week and the week before. So, Kevin, I'm not promoting Justin Herbert up to number 6. It just doesn't make sense that you had him outside the top 10 for 2 weeks straight, and then you're like, yeah, he lost, and now we're going to rank him number 6. Dak is number 7, and Tua T is number 8.
When you announced that Geno Smith was the number 5,
Mm-hmm.
Reggie texted us.
This is the year.
This is the year that Geno Smith.
It says if you're still
Wins the
sleeping
Heisman?
on him,
Puts
it's
it all
time to
together.
wake up. Kevin, are you woke?
Oh my God! What are?
Oh.
I decided, you
No,
know
I'm
what?
interested.
I am going to go with the more aggressive version of the text that I was thinking of. I probably shouldn't have, but I went ahead and sent the more aggressive version.
Oh my
to-
gosh! Kevin, you can't say that to people.
We're not on
text.
air.
You have a
I
paper
can
trail now.
absolutely.
Number 9 is Kirk Cousins. Number 10 is Aaron Rodgers. Number 11, Tom Brady. And I don't know how he's moving up, but he is. Number 12, Trevor Lawrence.
Kevin,
I don't know what's happening here. This is CBS. This
Did
is
they
Pete
not
Prisco.
watch the football games over the week? They're
So
like, pass.
Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, Allen, Smith, Herbert, Prescott, Tua, Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers are your top 10. Just outside the top 10, Tom Brady and Trevor Lawrence.
as they should be.
My head hurts.
According to John Machota, Jerry
my
Jones speaking just now to media on Odell Beckham Jr. Quote, "We're still working on it."
Yes!
There you go, guys. The story's still alive.
That's the worst possible outcome.
Sign
him.
tomorrow.
Don't sign him.
Can we talk about Odell Beckham Jr. tomorrow? So
No.
much?
6 segments.
Sign him. Don't sign him. The worst possible outcome is we'll see. To be determined.
Deshaun
that was
Watson,
the worst outcome.
Number
27.
19.
Oh.
Number 27 is Sam Darnold.
Where's
Number
Brock
28, Russell Wilson. Number 29, Matt Ryan. Number 30, Brian Purdy's possible son, Brock Purdy.
It's too low.
Number 31, John Wolford. And number 32, Kyle Allen. By the way, Brock Purdy did play and beat Miami.
He played better than Deshaun Watson
did last week. The weird thing is like he did play and played, at least his stats were good, and they beat Miami, who was considered a really good team. I don't know if he's going to keep it up or not, but Brian Purdy's possible son.
I still think we should probably. I want Purdy to come up here and be like, "Look, Mike,
prove that he's not your son."
Oh my God!
They have the same last name, and their first name starts with the same.
And that's all it takes.
That's all it
You're
needs.
like, case
That's all Mike
closed.
needs. Go find another Bassick in professional football or baseball or basketball, and then I'll have to prove that he's not my son.
I know an M. Bassick out there.
Yeah.
I'll see if that's your dad or not.
Chris Bassett's
It is my dad. What do you know? M. Bassick is my dad. Prove to me that Brian Purdy's not Brock Purdy's dad.
That, and we're not done with Odell Beckham. I hate my life.
We're done. We don't have to talk about him.
Masterpiece
We
right
do.
here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, anything but Beckham.
I just got an email from Brian
with
Purdy.
The G-Bag. Did you really?
Yeah, it says there may or may not be Tiff's treats on one of the floors.
Oh my God. I really thought he was going to appear on our show next. Email him back right now. Ask him to just come down here to 10 if he's here, to 11 if he's here to be on the show.
That would mean he was on the 12th floor. That's not even our floor anymore.
Okay, come up here to 11 and be on our show right now. We'll either
CC
talk with
Sabathia.
him
All right.
or the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
The holiday season is here.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority barricade rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for a chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm a little sad that Broadus got booted out to the couch because there's so many freaking people in here.
I will gladly move out of the way so that he can get started on his 5 hours today.
I might need Chiafalo to move out of the way because you said get your mouth up to a mic off mic.
Yeah.
Which was an interesting decision by you. I don't want to be too close to you. Dude, seriously, y'all are talking away from the mics.
I'm sorry about that.
And it's driving me insane.
You just had the flu.
Oh, that's cool. I'm right beside you.
I have my flu shot.
On a technicality.
You can lick the inside of my mouth. I'll be all right.
What does having the flu on a technicality mean?
It's just like it was going around, and I may or may not have gotten it. But I felt bad. And so it was like by proxy, maybe technically.
I'd like to say something right now to Zach.
Ooh,
Zach, I haven't seen you in a week, and it looks like you got smaller, man. Like the soda thing, like in this last week, did you put it into overdrive?
I did, man. I was pulling doubles. I was pulling 2-a-days, morning walks and night walks, because over Thanksgiving I crushed the food.
I understand.
So I wanted to make sure that I didn't disappoint my people at Soda, and I have a weigh-in tomorrow morning because I have a wedding this weekend. So normally I do Saturdays. Mm-hmm. And I'm probably going to be very hungover on Saturday morning.
Okay.
So I'm going to weigh in tomorrow. And Soda's been treating me well, man. This you know how it is. You all, Corey, Kevin.
Is it vodka that's kind of trying to?
Yeah, I mean they're okay with whiskey, and you can only have a certain amount, but vodka is the best one to do. So I'll have some vodka on Friday night at the wedding, and it's an open bar, so I'll have to try and keep tabs. But I'm gonna get pretty sloshed.
I understand, but you're looking great.
Thank you, buddy. You look fantastic too, and I love the shirt, the Clemente.
Yeah.
Do you guys usually like going to weddings in terms of the social
wedding cake?
Okay.
That's what I look forward to. But if it's bad wedding cake, I'm really disappointed. I think wedding cake can be really good. Can't wait to go to Derek's wedding.
I don't know when
Do
that's
you have an
happening.
ETA on that? Okay.
No, single.
Kevin did he have cake or was it just the donut?
Really?
Yeah, donuts. I was honestly, to be honest, Kevin, I was disappointed you didn't have wedding cake, because that is one of the things I do look forward to.
I'm very sorry. You also missed the giant lightsaber fight.
Yeah, that should have happened earlier.
You guys had cake? Or you didn't have cake?
Oh, we had a donut wall.
Well, you didn't
thoughts?
have cake?
No, we had like a little tiny cake just out of force.
You didn't invite Derek to the wedding?
Hi, guys.
You should have known that he would be hanging out with us this week.
That was before Derek chose the right team. And also,
even though I got booted to a different team.
I'm pretty sure I did. Actually, I'm pretty sure I did invite you to the wedding.
And I said I wouldn't be here.
I know,
Okay.
I know, but I just want to point out, I did invite you because I recall this back and forth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't going to throw you
I
under the
knew
bus.
we were friends and I wouldn't discard you when you weren't useful to me anymore. I knew that we would remain friends.
Man.
I guess we are the discarded ones
No.
that are not useful, and we are going to get thrown away here soon enough.
This is awesome. I love this.
I'm also...
Nope, I was just asked to host with you on a Friday. Tim Collins, if you're listening, you can scratch me off that list.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No, actually, I would prefer, please.
Get it.
Nope, now I know how you feel.
I have a serious question here, Kevin.
Just my wife said we did have cake. It just wasn't displayed the same way that the donut wall was.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
Would have
Take
been
that
great
up with her.
It's a crazy display.
What's
up
the
a lot of
possibility, Gavin? Just the percentage that Brock Purdy is Brian Purdy's son. That Brian Purdy's
Zero.
son is
It's
Brock.
0%.
I don't know. They have the same.
I think Purdy did spend some time in California.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Brock Purdy is in San Francisco. I would say it's in the millionths of percentiles, but you never know. You can never tell.
So you're
what might have
telling me
happened.
there's a chance.
Dawson worked with
I don't know
Mike
if
for
we should be.
so long that he knows just how to kind of keep him on the line and just kind of keep the thing going just a little bit. I can't believe this is happening.
Don't want to shoot it down. He's having too much fun with it. You know.
Yeah, and we did.
I
Did you
can't wait
invite
to see
Purdy to come up?
When I
up
see
here?
Brian, I'm going to tell him congratulations on his son.
I will say I went online and looked up Brock Purdy's father, quote unquote father.
Is his name Brian?
His name's Sean with a W, and he looks more like his mom than he does his dad. I'll say that. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, because most people don't
What
look like
are
their
you
stepdads.
doing right now?
So you're saying this Sean guy looks more like he raised him as his father.
I don't know.
This is not
Kind of like Shaq's dad.
The facts.
Well,
Because the biological didn't bother. He put it in a rap song.
Just because you adopt a kid doesn't mean that you're going to look like him.
Right, exactly. Yep.
I mean,
doesn't work
absolutely,
like
you will not look like a person that you adopted
You don't know
just
that.
by adopting that. Yes, I do. You will. Well, actually, you know what? I do retract that statement because I saw that weird Liberace movie where he like dated somebody like, you need to get plastic surgery to look like me. So I guess it's possible, but you don't just become like that person because you adopted them.
Did you guys write off San Francisco that Purdy is now the quarterback?
Yes. In terms of
Like,
winning a Super Bowl.
If
or
the
even getting to a
Cowboys
Super Bowl.
play him in the playoffs, would you say this is going to be a W for the Cowboys?
Yes.
Would you have said it was an L for the Cowboys if Garoppolo was the quarterback?
Yes.
Are you the same with that, Dawson?
Yeah.
You're San Francisco's a win now for the Cowboys?
Yeah, that's
And
a win. Yeah.
Were they a loss before?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think your path got 50% easier. There's only two teams that can realistically beat you. And now you're down to one. So it's great.
Have you started sizing up the AFC then?
Yeah. I think there's 3 teams that can beat you over there.
Bye Von Miller.
You
That
did beat the
helps.
Bengals. Yes, Von Miller's gone, but yeah, I feel good now. It's really, the year you got to do it. And it's not because your team is so much better than last year's team, but the conference is so far down.
All right.
This is it.
Okay, I hope you're right. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We got lots of good stuff coming up, including NFL insider Charles Robinson at 4 o'clock.
Nice.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say we're still working on it, Kevin. It's about OBJ. Still working
No,
on OBJ.
we're still in first
What?
place is what I really want to say.
See you at Texas Roadshow tomorrow in Mansfield.
Yes, come out, open cards, buy cards with us. It's going to be a blast.
Friday morning audio. 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are off and running here on a hump day. A hump day Wednesday here in the G-Bag Nation. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there with his Christmas sweater on. He's ready to rock. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jane Slater reporting the Cowboys made no offer to OBJ. What do you think of that?
I think she's right.
Gelkin just tweeted a quote from Jerry, though, right, Wolchuk, right? That's the other new thing.
Yes. So Cowboys owner Jerry Jones on Odell Beckham Jr. quote, "We're still working on it. It is an active situation after Beckham's 2-day visit concluded Tuesday. Team's been working on it today," according to Jerry Jones.
And Brian, you sound skeptical about this whole deal?
I do. Just in the way that it's about playing now. You know, I think the Cowboys, that's the whole idea. I think they see the landscape of what's going on in the NFC, and they're thinking, you know, if we can get this guy to play now, then, you know, we'll do some business with you. But they're, you know, once they got the meeting, which is fine, they figured out the knee. They figured out where the knee was. And that's the one piece that they didn't have. And once they figured it out that he's probably not going to be available for you, you know, even through the playoffs, or there's a chance of that, I don't see that. I mean, unless they're trying to think of a thing that they can get him here, let him work with Britt Brown, and they can steal a couple of games from him this year.
Yeah.
But it sounds very kind of iffy.
Well, you know,
that.
I mean, before you get a negotiation, you have to get some facts that you can agree on.
Yeah.
And I think maybe the Cowboys want to agree on the fact that we're hoping you can get healthy, and Odell Beckham Jr. wants to agree on the fact that we can assume I'm going to get healthy because I've come back from one before.
Yeah.
And if you can't agree on that premise, there's no point in giving a contract offer, because your contract offer is going to be offensive to a guy that wants to assume we're going to get healthy. That's the way I'm looking at it right now.
We've seen them work with a knee with Michael Gallup, right?
Yes, we have.
We've seen. And, you know, and the one thing you know is that it has to be the player, it has to be the training staff, everybody has to be on the same page of how they're going to handle it. And I'm just going to be honest, I think Odell Beckham's behind in his rehab. And that's what I think that, you know, that's the problem. And when you go and work and you're with a team all year and that team is pushing you every single day, hey, we're going to go out there at 6:30 in the morning, you're going to be here, this is what we're doing, we're going to be on the field, and then we're going to go in the weight room, and this is what we're going to work on. And these are the exercises we're going to do.
Yeah, then they start telling you about the cold tub, and that's when I'd be out. Yeah. You're like, no, I'm gonna do the non-cold tub physical therapy.
Get me the hell out of there.
Let me tell you what, Gavin, the problems you talk about with your back and your legs sometimes, the cold tub will bring you back to life.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I need some of that.
It is the one thing.
I do need some of that.
You just take a Gatorade towel in there and you chew on it and you cuss and you yell, and then your body becomes acclimated to it.
And then you sit there for like 20 minutes?
15, 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes.
So this is a silly question. Cold tub, sauna, differences.
Cold tub?
Yeah.
If you're an injury that has, if you don't want to bring like blood flow into a sprain, so you go cold.
Gotcha.
Anything heat opens up your blood flow into that area to help it. So
better for the body recovery.
Yeah, when you have
tub.
jams and sprains and stuff, always go cold.
Yeah, some magic happens with that cold, doesn't it?
It brings you back to life. Seriously, I remember the first time I ever saw a player extensively use the cold tub to his advantage was in two-a-days was Reggie White. And Reggie White would sit in that thing for 15 minutes and whole body up to his neck, and but it revitalized him. And you know, and then I started running marathons, and it did the same thing, bringing my legs back.
Oh, you got into it.
Yeah, and then it got into where I was able to, it brings your legs back. It completely brings your legs back to what you are. And so I know a lot of guys and gals swear by it.
Man,
absolutely.
I'm trying to figure out how we can get an ice tub situation on the bet payoff list for their survivor pool. How can we be broadcasting from a cold tub? Because that would be
we should totally do that.
Well,
we get like a cryo person up here.
Well,
what you do
there's
is
a machine. I don't know how
they can bring
they
a little fix it in a little machinery.
We could set it up outside. Get a 50 gallon trash can, fill it up with ice and water, and have the mic. You could have that, like a
wireless
live
action.
mics. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We put Gavin in that thing. I think that'd be great.
That'd be wonderful.
The cold tub hurts like a mofo, but prevents swelling, says the 817. The heat would promote the swelling, so that's not what we're looking for. We'd be looking to take it away. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that payoff. You know, my brother owned a cryotherapy for a couple years, and he was like, "Yeah, come on down, jump in there." And you know, I did not enjoy it at all. It terrified me, actually. I was like, this is too cold. I don't know what benefits I'm going to get from this, but I don't know how much better my life would be if I got to go freeze my nards off, you know, a couple of times a week to get the benefits.
That is the reason why I take cold showers damn near every morning I possibly can.
Really?
Yeah, it snaps you back, man. Gets you focused.
Yeah.
Get your blood pumping. Inflammation and stuff like that goes down. Remember, I used to broadcast with my foot in that in the ice.
Yeah.
Right here, man. Helps your ankle. Help my ankle heal.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you got to get in that cold. But you're going to be like this the whole time.
Yeah. So do you do the whole shower cold?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The whole time. Jumping in there and I fight it and it hurts and it sucks. And then after a while, you don't feel it anymore, but you feel good.
You do.
It's highly recommended. I think for long-term benefits as well, like immune system and things like that, it's really, really beneficial. Like there's studies of people that do the hot shower, the cold shower. Cold shower people don't get sick.
I'm going home immediately getting a cold shower.
So
let's try it out.
Hot shower.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
You do that anyway, right?
It's a
Cold
struggle.
shower thing?
Could I get like 50% of the benefits for like lukewarm?
It's a golden shower, Brian.
We were at practice today. Got to experience the perspective like a VIP client.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool because
nice to meet all those folks, by the way.
It was great, and you know, there's a place at the Star where the sponsors can watch practice from time to time. So we got a nice little perch there at the Ford Center at the Star. Didn't get to watch anything that the media portion wasn't, but it was cool to see the guys joking around, man. It's always neat to get that different perspective.
You got to see Tyron Smith out there. I understand this is the first day he's been able to practice.
Okay.
So that's what you got to see, a little Tyron Smith out there. Yeah, he's going to go through all that today, and then I think they're going to work that, and then, you know, let's see what happens with Jacksonville next week.
Tyron Smith is huge because I think, you know, we were asked in crosstalk who are the teams that maybe you'd pick the Cowboys to beat or lose against, and I think if a team can stop your run with 4 or 5 defensive linemen, you're in trouble, and at that point, you'd be needing to get takeaways. So I think Tyron Smith significantly increases your chances that if you get in one of these games like we saw last year against Denver, Oakland, Kansas City, Arizona, and then San Francisco. After Halloween, there was like a half dozen games where you're like, what the crap? They can't score. The run's getting... Now Tyron Smith at least gives you a chance if you do have to drop back and play out of the passing game and pass it 40 times. He gives Dak a much better chance of being clean. So I think this is a huge story for your playoff probabilities.
You know, I would be very interested if the Cowboys in that Commanders game, the last game of the year, I would be very interested if the Cowboys have to play the game for real to try and win the game, if it would be one of those things that would give you a little bit of an understanding of how they're going to run the ball going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, if it turns into you got to go win that game or you know, it's one of those games where you're playing to try and be in a little bit better position, I would be interested because the Commanders are not letting anybody run the ball. I mean, I watched them against the Texans at 2:40. I'll give you a report on the Texans.
Yeah.
But the Commanders aren't letting you run. And I think that teams in the playoffs are going to do their best not to let you run. I think teams realize that if you can choke Dallas's run and make Dak have to throw the ball a bunch,
yeah,
probably your path to victory right there.
And in a lot of situations this year, it's like they fixed it because last year so many teams were stopping their run.
Right.
Now it seems like if you want to stop the Cowboys' run, you have to commit extra resources. And that's going to set up the passing game to have success. And I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case when the playoffs start and you're playing against tough teams.
Well, they figured out how to use Pollard and then the Whack-A-Mole brothers
Yes.
are all they're helping you block at the point of attack too. That's really been a big difference. And you got guys like Steele and Martin have done a really good job of working that right side together. We talked about what Biotish has done at center.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if you get to that Commanders game and it's like, okay, got to win, got to have balance. Can you run the ball going into the playoffs?
Big bounce back year for Joe Philbin, huh? I know I was quite vocal on how you're going to bring this guy back with all the catastrophes you had on the offensive line last year. Couldn't even run against a defense that was giving you light boxes. But he and Kellen and
Mike McCarthy,
Tony Pollard, give them all credit. Okay, Von Miller now out for the year, had ACL injury, turns out, and he does lead the team with 8 sacks and 38 pressures. They were able to get in Mac Jones' face a ton in their one game without Von Miller. So it doesn't have to be death, but that, it's not fun. That's not fun for the Bills today. NFL story I saw, Dr. David Chow, Matt Stafford might walk away from football.
Probably should.
Spinal cord contusion was suffered. Yeah. So you're a Super Bowl champion. You've made all the money in the world. I don't know. Once you start talking about things getting spinal, takes on a whole nother kind of vibe.
The concussions, too, were a problem for him as well.
Does that make the Rams a major player in Brady this offseason? Because they have no picks, and they are desperately going to need a quarterback.
I feel like there's going to be other teams that if Brady decides to come back, I don't know, are the Rams a team that if
he's
you're
not
Brady,
on the rebuild, is he?
Would you want to go play with the Rams?
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know that they have their offensive line was a disaster this year.
Yeah, because they were hurt, right?
Yeah, that's
some guys retired.
They still have arguably the best receiver in football in Cooper Kupp.
He'll be coming off what injury?
Higbee's a good tight end.
I think it's just like a broken foot or ankle or something. I think Kupp will be fine. I still think the Rams are a damn good football team. I wouldn't not want to play for the Rams.
Well, when you know that they have no depth, you know that, okay, so we're a couple injuries away from this thing going completely haywire on us. Like
it already has.
No, it's gone haywire.
It's gone haywire
this year. Yes.
Now you get your team healthy again, and every injury for the Rams hurts like almost twice as much as it does for every other team because their depth is completely shot.
But they do have an offseason to try and correct that.
Sure.
And they're a year away from winning the Super Bowl. I think that's still an ideal destination for a quarterback to want to play.
I'm interested. San Francisco, L.A., the Raiders, the Patriots. I think there's a lot of good options for Tom Brady if he does want to keep playing. But I want to hear from Les Snead. We're going to keep on effing them picks. I don't want because we're gonna have to peel open some picks here
You're gonna have to go for it
to bring in some veteran offensive linemen. That's the most important thing here.
Yeah.
Keeping Tom upright, he can be one of the best quarterbacks. I think he could still have MVP seasons, but if you put him under pressure, he does not have the ability to escape at all. And pressure is the thing that has made him be bad, throughout his career, even when he was a young guy. So you have to protect Tom and have one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, or it's not going to be worth it.
I was thinking if the NFL had the transfer portal.
Oh, my gosh.
That'd be
fantastic. Kind of fun?
Yeah.
They do have free agency.
Would. Yeah, but, if you just were able to, like all of a sudden,
I got a year left on my deal.
Yeah, like Joe Burrow's I'm not really all for about what Cincinnati's got going here.
Yeah.
He's already transferred himself one time in college from Ohio State, but I wonder if you had the transfer portal, how fun that would be. Probably not for a lot. Who would
be fun for a couple teams.
Who would you think the best team in the transfer portal would be? Everybody would want to go.
Miami.
Yeah. Miami.
Yeah.
Well, with the way it's set up now with a coach that seems to be pretty player friendly, and then that's obviously an area of the country that I think a lot of young athletes would probably love to be in. That would be one of them. And then I don't know. I guess there's still a salary cap, right? So it's not like just big money. Jerry can step in and money whip everybody to Dallas kind of thing. So I think coaching would matter, and then geographically, Miami would be.
I wonder how many guys
fair.
would want to go to New England to play with Belichick still.
It's too cold.
You think so?
Miami, Dallas, L.A., the two LA teams. Yeah. We're going to want good weather for sure. And, big marketing opportunities. There's now close to 8 million people here in North Texas. Plus, it's an international brand. The Cowboys would be a factor. They'd be like one of the 5 teams.
Would Aaron Rodgers end up at like San Francisco or someplace like that? Would Aaron Rodgers at this time go into the transfer portal?
I wonder if Rodgers is bitter that the Niners didn't draft him.
Oh, yeah. Hell yes.
So he would just say, no, I don't want to play there.
McCarthy was on the staff with San Francisco. He picked Smith over Aaron Rodgers. That's why
I do think Brady probably wants to go there. That's like his childhood favorite team.
Yeah, he's a Montana guy. Okay, great win for the Mavs last night. Going to Denver, second of a back-to-back. Tim Hardaway Jr. story of the night. He was 6 of 8 from 3, and he was on fire. Luka had a 22-point triple-double. Couldn't escape the double teams. Denver's pretty aggressive at that. Yeah. They thought, we'll just let the other people beat us, and the other people did. 116, 115, despite 2 missed free throws they're late from Timmy.
That last 3 minutes of that game was just chaotic. It really was. I mean, the Mavs were up by 9, and all of a sudden it's like, here the Nuggets go on this run, and the Mavs have no answer. Yeah. I mean, no answer. Turnover after turnover, miss and all that. I mean, they navigated those last 16 seconds pretty well, though. They really did.
And they're buying the team some time, I think. They've won 5 of 6 here. You're not falling out of playoff position. You're getting out of this play-in spot that they were in. And let's just remain respectable and keep our heads above water until you can do something of significance here in the trade market or, in free agency coming up this summer. You don't want to miss the playoffs or have everything melt down on you. And they were sort of on the edge of doing that. Stars were dominated by Toronto 4-0. The host Ottawa tomorrow. Aaron Judge and the Yankees reached 9 years and $360 million. Rangers still reportedly amongst the teams in on Carlos Rodon. Apparently met with him yesterday.
6-7 years on that deal they're looking at.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't put anything past the Rangers right now.
Man, that'd be sexy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can lock him up, and then all of a sudden I think you can pair Heaney and Odorizzi together so you're not having to tax Heaney's arm. And
We're trying to win the World Series right now.
I mean, that rotation is just filthy.
Real quick then, all right? Are you taking all these guys on salary-wise that know can play and trading all your prospects for others?
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to do?
So now what you need to do is trade for a bat, and I've got an opportunity that I'll bring up later for you.
Okay, we will have baseball stuff coming up at 3:40 here on your home of the Rangers. Wolchuk needs advice for a wedding weekend. Is he making the biggest mistake of his young life? That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But it's a hump day, and it's time to celebrate with ice cold.
Oh, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to entertain us with a story about perhaps making the biggest mistake of his young life. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation. The one set up for less is the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now here he is to bear it all, Wolchuk.
So I have one of my college roommates and one of my old high school Chick-fil-A coworkers, one of my best friends' weddings on Friday. So the dress rehearsal is tomorrow. And I've been requested by his mother to give a speech tomorrow night at the rehearsal dinner.
You politely declined?
No, I didn't decline. How am I supposed to say no to her? But she requested this like a month ago, and I have done no prep for this whatsoever. I'm winging it.
Never have so many owed so much to so few.
I'm not going to write anything down. I'm not going to pre-plan this. I'm going to just go off the cuff. I'm just going to wing this.
That's a terrible idea.
So is this a terrible idea?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Because you will get rattled. Something will throw you off.
You think so?
Yes.
Unless you get super drunk first. Then it's a straight flow.
Yeah.
Consciousness will just hit you, and you'll say something brilliant, and you'll watch back later and say, man, that was great.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
great.
guys, we talk on the radio for a living. Like, if there's
I
anything
think
that we
it's
should be
overrated.
good at, it's maybe talking like public speaking.
Yeah, but you prep for the show.
Yeah.
You don't just come in here and just start rattling
Wing it.
off great
You're not
sports
choppy,
takes.
you know? I mean,
that's
come on.
true.
The prep is part of what makes it sound natural and amazing.
Yeah, damn it.
So you got to write the whole thing out or just a few bullet points, maybe?
I don't want to be reading from my phone.
No, you don't want to be
Yeah,
the
don't-
reader
you
from
don't
the
read.
phone.
No,
No,
you
definitely
practice.
not. Yeah.
You practice it several times before, and then you have your kind of your funny points and yeah.
Yes. Or you could outline it
Am I right, Lucius?
and run
Have some
through it
funny-
3 times.
Luca,
Yeah.
on the day of your wedding, I'm here to. Hold on. On your daughter's wedding, I was.
Exactly. Exactly.
The other layer of this is I've gone to several of these events, and these speeches are way too long.
Yeah,
Well, no, don't make it too long.
Don't make it too
2
long.
minutes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it to be long, and also my ex-girlfriend is giving the speech for the bride.
That's what's hilarious about
She's
this.
one of the
Why
bridesmaids.
don't you call her out in your speech?
Yeah.
That would be funny.
I think you should lay a big kiss on her after she
I'm
does
not
it.
going to do that.
That'd be strong.
Her boyfriend's probably going to be there.
Yeah, and he's going to do nothing about it.
Love is overpowering sometimes.
Oh,
in a
you
wedding.
cannot fail. If her boyfriend's going to be there, you have to win this one, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
this is a
slimmer
win for
you,
the
the
Gipper
slimmer
right
you
here.
will get it done.
Well, you're doing it at the rehearsal dinner because I will say the pressure's off a little bit, right? Because he's not
think
doing
so.
it at the actual wedding. He's
Yeah.
doing it in basically the wedding pregame.
Everybody's expecting something really uncomfortable from him, though.
For
You know,
sure.
they're looking at him and going, "This guy's not going to give a good."
No,
speech."
he's smooth. Wolchuk's smooth.
I just think people who don't know him are going to kind of go, "What's he got?"
Everybody at the rehearsal dinner probably knows me.
Okay,
Most
the
likely.
intimate
so
friends and family.
do you think they're going to think you're going to be funny?
Probably.
They'll probably think I'll be funny.
They expect to laugh a little bit.
All right, then take that approach.
Yeah, I think you want to keep it lighthearted. It's one of your boys. You go way back with them. I don't think you want to go in here without, with having given it zero thought. You want to have a couple
I've given
of
it some
talking
thoughts. Like
points in your
I
mind.
kind of have some bullet point
Okay, there you go.
ideas of
He hadn't
maybe
given
like
any thought. He had it a month ago. The lady asked him to do it a month ago.
Like
and he's,
I kind of have some branches I might go off of, but I'm just going to
that
wing
makes it long. You start talking about branches. That's long.
They want a good story.
Yeah.
And a couple of talking points and an inspirational message. I think
Now-
you got 4 points to success.
Okay. Should
Yeah.
I reference the bride in this at all, or should I just focus on him?
No, you should go bride a little bit.
Is she part-
if you know her.
Is she part of your memory?
Yeah.
Is she part of
Oh
your?
yeah, like I was there when they
You
met
didn't sleep
the
with her
first
or
time.
anything
I mean,
like that,
I'm half of the reason that they got introduced.
He was there the first time.
Oh,
they-
you were trying to hit on her and she didn't go for you and she went for him?
I was hoping for a threesome.
Oh.
And so was she. But then
Leave that
Jared
part
stepped
out.
in.
Yeah, I'd leave that part out.
I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
Did I just say that?
Maybe you should just channel your inner Bill Pullman during Independence Day and just fire off that speech. That'll get the people going.
Yeah, just have a good music bed.
That is a good listener from the 469. She's like 5 now. Her speech can't be that good. That's a bleeder. That is a bleeder right there. Yeah. Well,
Herb Brooks, go back and give it a little bad speech on tonight. we skate.
Tonight, we skate with them. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how good these other wedding speeches are. Screw them.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Just bring in some of that.
Yeah. Probably avoid any Vegas bachelor party stories.
I'm not going to bring up the bachelor party.
Right.
I'm not going to bring up how hammered I saw Jared the first time he ever drank anything.
Just
how pale white he was.
They all know you're in sports. Like, kind of take some sports speeches and put it on his, some recollection of your guy in that with some sports lingo.
I think it'll be all right. I mean, I felt like the pressure's really all on Big Sean, who's the best man, and he's going to have to do it at the wedding. Like, I'm going to be loose and just joking around tomorrow night. Yeah. I'm going to talk about how he eats like a bird, and he's the reason I gained all the weight because he doesn't eat leftovers.
Dude, see, that's
that.
beautiful.
Like, I think I've got this, guys.
Don't make it about you, though.
I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, don't make it about me. Make it about him.
Not too much. I mean, if you're doing
a little bit.
If you're doing like a fat joke on yourself, I think that's fun.
No, of course. I'm going to dunk it on me, and then I'm going to bring it back to him.
Yeah.
Wedding DJ here says the 214, sing it and take about 2 or 3 minutes. That would be interesting if you sung it. Ryan and Rowlett says your speech should be about 90 seconds. I think you have a little bit more levity for your time because it's just the rehearsal dinner. It's not like you have 150 people in the audience who can't relate to these stories.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And I'm definitely going to reference Wedding Crashers in this speech. That's like my only goal.
All right.
Do you know how you plan on doing that?
At the very end.
You're going to mention that you thought at first that his now bride was a potential stage 5 clinger?
Yeah.
Can you roll tape on this?
I was going to say, we need to get the audio of this. The one must is that somebody's in there recording because we need to get a potential G-Bag of the Day nominee.
Yes, I've got several other buddies that are part of the grooms.
Ooh, what about Any Given Sunday? Channel your inner Al Pacino.
That's what
you claw with your fingernails.
That's what I'm saying. This is good. We can make this a bits thing.
That's what I'm saying.
How many bits can I get?
Take sports speeches and make it a part of your speech.
Okay, boys. This is going to be good.
Challenge accepted.
Now
It sounds like
it
is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah. That's when you coordinate with the DJ, bruh. You find you a song that everybody likes, and when you're struggling, you look at the DJ and say, "Kick it!" and then play your song. And while the song's playing, you say, "Any Capricorns in the house tonight? Any married couples in the house tonight? Everybody having a good time?"
Dude, we need to do like an episode. Remember MTV's Made?
Yeah.
And Lucius is the guy that's training you to be whatever you want to be, and in this case, you want to be a great speech giver at a random wedding. It's fantastic.
All right, let's see here. What we have for you boys. Oh, Pat McAfee is our winner from yesterday.
Yeah.
He was watching the fan cam. Give the fans some love in this little clip right here. I cut down Jerry's response because it's long, and I have other clips for you, all right? But there's no disrespect to Jerry. Maybe. I don't know.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shannon, RJ, and Chop. Is Chop on her?
Why would you be confident in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Well, I'm not confident at all. And so that's the issue. Now, we've got to come in with our eyes wide open, and it has to be addressed. And that's when you see if you can make a deal or not.
Eyes wide open.
I got to the meetup.
What's going on over there?
I'm squinting, but...
Did he answer that? Did he talk about that at all?
No, because remember, I don't think he was on Shan RJ Chop last week.
Does it sound like he's going to be a Cowboy, though? I don't think anywhere else makes sense for Odell Beckham Jr. And how do you think it goes down there in DFW's #1 station?
He knows.
Outstanding.
Yeah, Pat McAfee talks like a pro wrestler or something. I can't believe it. He starts talking.
He's got that background, right? Didn't he get some?
Yeah, he did. He did a little pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I feel like he's done basically everything at this point.
He's born to entertain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, salute to them. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on here, trying to open this up. I had to reopen this. I didn't like how it was.
Shannon Chop.
Hey, if you spell Sean SEAN, people just lose their minds. Yeah. I had to do some research on it because that's how I spell my son's name, and that's old school. That's like Celtic. That's way back in the day, bro.
Sean Connery.
Yeah. I guess because I had a couple buddies named Sean growing up, like in elementary school, and they always spelled the SEAN. So and that's like how I think of it. When I think of the name Sean, I think it's spelled that way.
People just lose their mind. You think somebody's walking around here named Scene? Okay, the trigger alert right here for Broadus. You can cover your ears, man. This brother right here had a wheel stolen off his truck.
Oh, no.
And he just discovered it. It's 1500 Silverado High Country right here.
I love that High Country.
Yeah, it's a nice little truck, man. He's hurt.
Bro, why the would you guys do this to me? Bro, you can't have nice and AC. I swear to God, man, you can't have nice and AC. Ooh, why would y'all do this, bro? Why would y'all do this?
Was that you in the parking lot, brothers?
That was me, man.
I feel you, dog.
Seriously.
I feel you, bro.
You can't have nice stuff in TX.
I feel you, bro. Hold on.
Damn it, LSU.
All I ever did was hurting, bro. Hard. Should laugh at that man's pain, but he was hurting, bro. He was hurting.
Jeez. It was tough.
AC, Atlantic City. I think he left his truck out there in Atlantic City.
Oh, I thought he said AZ. I thought he was Arizona.
I don't know which one. I couldn't say if it's AC or AZ. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either one. Streets got him. Streets got to eat, man. Careful out here.
They found my engine, though, Lucius.
Good motor.
They found it. That and the transmission. They got it. They found it. With nothing else, though.
Serial numbers gave him away or something?
Yeah, that's exactly what got it. Yep.
God bless. Great detective work right there, people. The Greek Freak celebrated a birthday the other day, and they asked him about his birthday, and the real freak came out of this Greek. Listen.
I don't know if my lady have anything planned for me. I hope they have something planned for me, maybe like a birthday cake, maybe like a birthday card, or maybe like a birthday watch, or maybe a jewelry. I would love that. I don't know if my family is watching right now, they should go get them. I will not want to go to dinner because I have a game the next day. I want to be able to rest and get my treatment that I usually do and take my nap and play with my kids. After once I put my kids to bed, you never know what can happen, you know? Might get a little bit freaky. It's my birthday.
Get it. It's my birthday.
It's my birthday.
I want a BMW, mink, I have jewelry.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot of things are
so
on
you
his
put the
mind
kids
for
to
his
bed,
birthday.
and he might get a little freaky. So now we know why you call him the Greek Freak. Just letting it be known.
Hey, he's awesome, dude.
Yeah, he's funny.
He's like a Greek Shaq or something with how funny and comfortable he is, I think, with the media.
Yeah.
Shaq calls himself the big Aristotle, talking about there's 2 moons.
Did you see Kenny push him down last night?
I did see Kenny push him.
Oh, dude, that was hilarious.
I didn't see it. I was just sitting on my couch and I felt a little shake.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
What's the one? Did he go into the Christmas tree?
Yeah, he was in the Christmas tree.
He did. Oh, I think he's still trying to get out.
He said this is war now with Kenny. So I think we're going to have a good prank war going on now.
All right.
I worry about Kenny's knees every single time I watch him.
Him trying to run to that board? It's like,
Don't
dang.
nothing knock harder than Kenny's knees out here. Maybe that new Drake knock harder than Kenny's knees. That's about it.
Get that man a Segway to get up there.
Jeez. This fella right here, this is a very brilliant joke about the New York Jets. Oh my gosh, this is very, very brilliant. I do not know this person. So Isan Hamid? You know what? I don't know. But this is a great comedian. I'm just now introduced to this fella, and there's a great joke about the New York Jets. Follow.
For those of you who don't watch football, the New York Jets for the past decade have been garbage. Bad team. And now, they're kind of good. Right? And one of the reasons why they're kind of good is they have a head coach named Robert Saleh. And Robert Saleh is the first Arab head coach in the NFL, and he's the first Muslim head coach in the NFL. And I think that it is beautiful that it took an Arab Muslim to change the trajectory of the New York Jets.
Wow. You'd have to be a Muslim to pull that off, and probably a New Yorker as well. Still feels too soon.
Still feels too soon. That was a great joke. That was fantastic right there.
Yes, sir. Any of the nominees before we vote?
This little man playing video games, and his mom caught him cussing, and then he started lying about it.
Did you just curse? Did you just curse? It sure sound like you said
I said sheesh.
Oh.
Oh.
Because that went all the way over there.
You scared me.
Change the subject real quick. I love that. Little man Cousin started lying about it. Pat McAfee watching the fan cam. Matt had his 1500 High Country wheel stolen. Unfortunate. Greek Freak's birthday. Comedian with a brilliant joke about the Jets. I'm gonna go with the Greek Freak here, Chiafalo. How about you?
I haven't had a chance to vote for McAfee and Shan and RJ and Chop, so give me McAfee.
We are tied at 1, Lucius.
Rolling this joint till the wheels fall off.
Okay. Is that a vote for the champ?
Stolen wheels.
Okay. Oh, we're tied at 1. Woolchuck?
I'm going to go with the little man.
We are still tied at 1 as it comes to a 5th and final vote from Brian Broaddus.
I'll tell you what, I feel that man's pain with them wheels.
Okay.
I'm going with that one.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's a man quite hysterically emotional over losing the wheels to his truck. All right, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yes, let's take a look at these Houston Texans. We'll do that next.
Coming up tomorrow morning.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in barricade rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, we have a little bit of news before we get to the Brian Broaddus Krusty's Corner here for you. Micah Parsons, speaking with reporters at Cowboys post-practice media session, says Odell told him he can play in 5 weeks. Gelkin also tweeting, got the sense Beckham wants to be in Dallas. He has family in the area. I definitely think this might be a homecoming for him, is the quote from Micah Parsons. Beckham tore the left ACL in February. So you think the Cowboys are just saying, yeah, just come back when you're ready? Like they did that with Malik Hooker prior to the 2021 season. Malik Hooker showed up recovering from a torn Achilles, wasn't ready, and he showed back up in training camp like 3-4 months later, and they were like, hey, you've done good. Now we're ready to sign you. I think that would be my best guess on what we're looking at moving forward, Brian.
I would rather him take the veteran minimum and let him work out 5 weeks with Britt Brown. Then I know for sure he'll be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah. He doesn't want to do that probably.
That's the deal that I worry about. I'm like, listen, if you come in, we'll pay you. You don't have to play. We'll rehab you with the best guy in the league. But when you get ready for the playoffs, you'll be ready. You'll be fully ready to go.
How about this quote from our guy, DeMarcus Lawrence, who's going to be on the show tomorrow with us? When asked about Odell Beckham Jr., he was asked, is it fair to say he wants the Cowboys to sign OBJ? He said, quote, it's fair to say I'm trying to reach a Super Bowl. So if he comes and helps us with that, then yeah, I'll accept him. But if we're just going to do the circus, no, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you don't want it to be just for headlines. There's got to be some substance behind it. I don't think the Cowboys or Odell really misled anybody on purpose. They just needed to have their doctors look at it.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of anticipation because he is a superstar celebrity of the sport, and it's the Cowboys. So you were going to get this level of attention and circus. Maybe they regret it getting as big as they did let it get. Stephen Jones probably wanted to keep it quieter. But Jerry loves the attention that it generated. And now I think if Odell doesn't want to work out with you, you say, okay, if you want to work out by yourself, come back in 5 weeks. Maybe we'll get a workout then, and you can demonstrate how far that you've come. And I'm holding out hope that he could get right and help you in a playoff game.
Yeah,
that's what I think everybody wants here.
I think you're in a situation with him that you knew that you would have to recruit, and you knew you would have to go full in. And you were really kind of flying blind because you're recruiting a guy that you didn't know had a bad knee. You're just thinking like, okay, we know we have to make this guy feel coddled and loved and appreciated. And they did. I think the Cowboys did a great job of putting themselves in a position, whether it was the owner, general manager, the head coach standing up on the podium, various players stepping up,
You've set the hook.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, your knee's not right. And now it was kind of like Christmas Day when you wake up and you were expecting the pony and you didn't get the pony. You got a big bag of manure, and that's
that Christmas sucked.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. You kind of
That's worse than Cole getting manure.
Well, no, because at least you can use it for fertilizer, right?
1988,
we can plant some good
I wanted
product.
the Tyco Turbo Hopper. It was a nice radio-controlled car, and we got one, but it didn't work. That's what it felt like.
Really?
Yeah,
were you just like totally in the... Was it a battery situation?
It was a battery situation.
Oh, they got to read the fine print. Batteries not included.
Well, there were batteries, but for whatever reason, this particular one didn't work. Got a lemon of the Tyco Turbo Hopper.
Darn it.
So, it took we had to wait like 4 days before the stores opened back then.
Yeah.
And then we went and traded it in for another one.
There you go. Well, but I think that's where they're at right now. Yeah. I think they did everything in their power to win this guy's approval. And then they learned that knee is just not. And I think 5 weeks, to be honest with you, is being ambitious.
You don't think that's realistic?
I don't think that's realistic.
Well, maybe that's why, as Jane Slater reported, the Cowboys did not make him an offer. We don't have much to talk about until we get a clean knee report. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
For the second time, I'll say thank you very much. We'll talk about the Houston Texans here. This is not a good football team, okay? And when you look at them, though, offensively, they struggle to block. Even with Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, Kenyon Green has had his struggles He's an Texas A&M guy, right? Kenyon Green from. So yeah, he was he's playing left guard. He struggles. They're really not. Tyus Howard at right tackle is not very good either. Now the problem, like you say, if you're the Cowboys, you're playing against another team that has a really good running back. And this kid, when you talk about Dameon Pierce, I was like, here's a guy that got in the 4th round. Probably didn't give this guy enough credit coming out, but he is outstanding. He really, really is. And he makes up for a team that doesn't block well at all. I mean, he's a guy that he'll take the ball to the outside. He could get to the corner quickly, get around the corner, in and out of, the jump cuts, make people miss, all that kind of stuff. Cowboys should be able to control the line of scrimmage against these guys defensively, but you better be ready to tackle. You better be ready to get hat on hat there. You better be able to wrap up, because this guy's got some power to him, and he will run through some tackles. So it's going to be about beating guys up front with this crew, which you can absolutely do, and then getting bodies to the ball carrier. They're going to go with Davis Mills at quarterback. I think he's better than Kyle Allen, who's been playing the last couple of weeks. Kyle Allen in that Miami game, watching him play, I'm like, how do you play with this guy? Yeah, I mean, at least Davis Mills, he'll make mistakes, but I think he makes more throws, better throws than Kyle Allen. So that's who you're going to see at quarterback this week. They really don't have very much on the outside when it comes to wide receivers. Brandon Cooks has been banged up. Nico Collins is an okay player. Chris Moore will drop some balls on you. Philip Dorsett, I've kind of liked him coming out, but that's where they're at. They just don't have a whole heck of a lot on offense other than that running back. So find a way to, if you want to, if Cooks plays in this game, find a way to put Diggs over there on him, and then worry about everything else in the running game. I just don't see the Texans. Now, the thing the Texans will do is they've got a little bit of with Pep Hamilton, who's their offensive coordinator. He's a former college offensive coordinator as well. So he'll give you the eye candy stuff. He'll give you the motion, the counters, things like that to kind of try and throw you off balance, because he knows he has an offensive line that can't block up front. So he's trying to do things in order to put them in position to, the angle blocks and have a better opportunity to shield and wall off, so the running back can make some plays in the game. So shouldn't have too many problems with their offense. Defensively, though, it's again, they've had some problems there as well. Jerry Hughes, I think, is when you start to talk about the pass rushers. Okwonru, I think, is probably the guy that that you need to worry about. Him and Hughes are the two guys on the defensive end. Kirksey at middle line, Christian Kirksey at middle linebacker is the guy that makes a lot of plays for them, a lot of tackles. They like to. It's very much the front when you talk about Lovie Smith and what he does as a defensive coordinator. Yeah, Thurston Howell III's old wife. Yeah, that's the thing about you see a little bit of you see the Rod Marinelli influence, the Tampa influence with this front. It's kind of a small front up front. It's small, and they angle a lot, so they try and stay out of the way of one-on-one blocks. So they'll do their best to angle, and it gets them in a lot of trouble. They sometimes slant away from the strength, and then the balls run to the strength, and then there's a big play, or they'll go opposite. So it's a front that likes to move. They don't have anybody up there that's really dominant. So Christian Kirksey makes a lot of tackles for him. Jalen Petrie, I think, is their best secondary player. I haven't seen Derek Stingley. He's been dealing with a hamstring. So he would be their best corner if he was on the field, but we'll see what happens. But he hasn't played several games because of a hamstring. But Jalen Petrie, if you understand the Big 12, went to school at Baylor. I love this kid. I really, really do. He's always around the ball. He's tough. He'll punch the ball out. He creates turnovers. He did it at Baylor. He's still doing it in the NFL. That was a second-round pick. That was a great pick.
Had a pick in the red zone last week against Watson.
Yeah, exactly. This kid is always around the football. He's always trying to get you turnovers. I love the way he plays, but they really don't cover all that well. Stevie Nelson's kind of their best cover guy, and then also Desmond King, who is a veteran. He'll play quite a bit. He's having to play because of Stingley. King is a much better punt returner. You need to be careful about that. Don't allow him any space. Watching him return punts, he's pretty impressive.
He had a big game on Thanksgiving for the Chargers against the Cowboys,
sure
didn't he, a few years ago?
Absolutely, he did. Absolutely. So, yeah, worry about the strong safety Petrie there. Worry about Kirksey, the linebacker, And then we'll see what happens at defensive end with Jerry Hughes. It's a homecoming for him to be involved. So not really much with the Texans. They are what they are with their record-wise. Don't give them any reason to stay around.
All righty. Thank you, Broadus. There it is. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40. Zach, I know we were talking about getting a guest in here. Is this particular guest coming up next? Or
no, so Jane Slater's going to join us at 6, and then we'll have Charles Robinson at 4.
Beautiful.
So we're good for the 3 o'clock.
Okay, do you want to play a game? We have the top 25 paid coaches in football, and we'll do a little bit of that with you, and we want to include the audience. So the truckwreck.com fan text is 877-881-1053, and we're back here. I got to chat with you about Men's T Clinic, though, because
Yeah. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 2 with the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time to play a game, and you can play along at home at 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. Some of these are going to stump these guys, and we're going to be looking for your text to come in, and you can steal the show. It will be Wolchuk and Chiafalo against Brian Broaddus and against you guys. Well, maybe we'll put you guys with Broaddus. How about that? You've always wanted to be Broaddus' teammate.
Twillos with Broaddus?
Yeah,
Yes.
Twolos get him too.
So that mean I have to go in the fan text to...
I'll keep a look at the fan text.
Can you call out for my teammates if they get it right?
That's right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You watch the Twillos, Brian.
Oh, okay.
The Twillos got your back.
They always do.
We have
Good
the
people over there.
top 10 paid coaches in the NFL in the National Football League. Salute to our friends at CBS Sports for putting this together. And I do believe this is just the NFL. Alrighty. Oh no, it is all of sport, all of American sport. Actually, inside the top 25.
Oh, crap. This is a wrench.
There are members of college football. There are members of the NBA. There are members of college basketball as well. And I'll count you down from the top 25 with hints. Okay, with hints. This is going to be fun. I'm going on the fly here. Okay, and I'll be keeping score and looking at the truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. Lucius, would you like to participate? You good?
If I got some.
Okay, alrighty. Let's do this then. Here we go. We got Nosebleed Boys. We got Broaddus. Would you like to be on? Would you like to be on Lucius's team, Broaddus? Lucius, that sound good?
I always want to be on Lucius.
Broaddus and Lucius.
Yeah, we'll do our best.
Okay,
we'll do our best.
Or the Tolos. Tolos, you got your own team now. Number 25 on the list, a former friend of Brian Broaddus. No, a current friend of Brian Broaddus.
Doug Peters.
Former the Nosebleed Boys are on the board first. 1-0.
You know your friends are?
You know,
I texted him the other day, man. I text him after they win, and then the next week they play like ass.
he's getting some of that oil money down there. $8.5 million for your guy.
Yeah.
$8.5 million for Doug Peterson.
You should see if he wants to bid on our bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
On Sunday, tell him after he gets his ass kicked by whatever team on Sunday, he can fly over and play a little golf with his bros.
Let me just tell you, boys, just hope the Cowboys go to the Super Bowl. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I'm in on that.
Just
I already
get the
hope
Cowboys.
that.
Get the Cowboys to the Super
Tell
Bowl.
Doug bid on our bay. We'll find 4 Jags fans.
We will.
We'll find 4 Jags fans to
Bassic's
come.
one of them, right?
That's right.
Yeah, use
Yeah.
Bassick, yeah.
And
Also,
yeah.
do you think we can get Doug on the week we play the Jags?
I'll ask him.
I think we should.
That's
That's a good idea. Well, Chuck.
That's what friends do.
Ask him.
Okay, and by the way, if you would like to bid, I think we're currently in third now, as KNC and Sean and RJ have gotten big bids.
Help us out, please.
881-1053. It's you and 3 of your friends. So we look forward to hanging out with you. It's Sunday afternoon at Top Golf at Sandler's, a charity event.
And you're hanging out with Barry Church plus us and Eric Nadell. Minimum bid is $1,200. Okay, so get those numbers up, and it's benefiting a great cause.
Call Lucius right now and bid in. Yeah, bid it up.
Number
Call me now for your free reading.
Number 24 on the list is a college basketball coach.
John Calipari.
Yes.
We need to
Zach
run the tape
Wolchuk.
back and see what the hell brought us just
Calipari.
down.
You said he was saying Calipari, but thank God I said the entire name with clarity.
$8.6 million. Only needed one hint on
Is
that
he the
one.
highest paid college basketball coach?
I don't think so.
I think so.
I wonder if Tom Izzo's up there somewhere.
He might be.
Maybe.
Those are like the only two I know.
Because they paid Mel Tucker up there a lot of money at Michigan State.
We'll find out soon.
Number 23 on the list is a member of Oklahoma football royal family.
Stoops.
Which one?
Mark.
He got it. Broaddus and Lucius are on the board. It's 2-1. How the hell did he get $9 million from Kentucky football?
Because Kentucky, they paid Calipari, what, 8.6 or
Did he
so?
just get a raise?
Yeah.
I think they just extended him.
Yeah.
But if you're looking to drop $9 million,
I think this guy's the all-time winningest coach in Kentucky history.
Mark Stoops?
Yeah, seriously.
Huh.
I think that they don't want to lose this guy. They just don't want to lose him.
Congrats to him. Yeah. I guess he's leveraging his situation properly.
Yeah.
Number 22 on the list is a college football coach who is rumored to be going to Auburn.
Lane Kiffin.
He got it. Broaddus and Lucius have tied it up now at 2 apiece.
That was a good clue, by the way.
He's getting $9 million per year. The next guy is also getting $9 million, and he runs what might be, what is one of the top 3 most disappointing NBA rosters going right now.
Ooh.
He is in the Eastern Conference.
Eric Spoelstra?
He is not Eric Spoelstra.
Doc Rivers.
He got it, Doc Rivers. Brian brought us on the board. A man that knows his NBA coaches.
I love those NBA coaches. I love to watch their press conferences. It's a blast.
Do you?
I do.
Are you still zooming in, or they're not doing Zoom anymore?
Now they don't do the Zoom anymore, but I watch them on the NBA channel.
No, it is
I mean,
true.
The deal.
Because remember when we played Name That Coach? Or
That's how
who
you
he
learn.
coached for?
Yeah,
And
that's how you learn. That's how you learn about their teams. I don't get to watch all their games, but I try and learn a little about their teams.
He knew Taylor Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah. He knew like Wes Unseld Jr.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Steve Clifford. Yeah, Brian was on
Carolina.
fire that day.
Yeah, Carolina.
Carolina Reaper.
Number 20 on the list, the top 25 paid coaches in America. This guy coaches, he used to coach inside the state. And then he tried his hand in the pros.
Matt Rule.
He got it. Giafalo nailed it.
Atta baby.
3-2.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my dude.
Man, you guys are sharp. Number 19 on the list. It's good to be Matt Rule, by the way. $9.3 million.
Yeah,
He's
no,
making a
no
lot
question.
of freaking
Yeah,
money.
no question.
Number 19 on the list is the most successful head coach, active head coach in his sport. He needed some help, though, because he kept getting sick.
Greg Popovich.
A couple of those
Steve
championships.
Kerr.
Steve Kerr, yes.
Sons of-
Sorry, you're Greg Popovich. You're right. Popovich has more rings than Steve Kerr, right? Is it 5-4? But Steve Kerr was right.
Yes, but also
Okay.
as a player, you add that in there. Holy cow, Steve Kerr is crushing it.
Okay, Broadus and Lucius have pulled ahead 4-3 against the Nosebleed guys.
No, Lucius, you're
Oh,
killing
Lucius,
it.
no, your Super Bowl ring looks the same as mine.
Number 18 on the list is making $9.5 million a year. Wow, it's very common for guys to make close to $10 million a year to coach now. His team's lost 2 games in a row,
Okay.
including one to the Cowboys' biggest rival.
Vrabel.
Yes, Mike
Vrabel.
Vrabel. The game is tied. Yeah. Titans
Just lost
head
the
coach there.
Eagles. Freaking bleeps. I wish they would have won.
Number 17 on the list had quite a controversy to coach through as his team decided to get into a fight with the in-state rival there about week
Mel
8.
Tucker.
Mel Tucker, he got it. That's a nice
State.
pull. $9.5 million there for Mel Tucker and Broadus.
The same.
And Lucius have pulled ahead.
The same. And they went to the tunnel together.
Yeah,
the
they
tunnel
finally
together.
just find them.
Yeah.
Yeah, big fight there. A lot of guys got kicked out of school. I feel bad for that Michigan guy, dude. He looked like a corner soccer hooligan in the wrong neighborhood.
He got hit a lot.
He got the crap beat out.
Number 16 on the list, actually not that overpaid, even though some of his alumni and fan base inside this state wanted him fired about midseason.
Oh,
Jimbo Fisher.
Jimbo Fisher had $9.5 million. He's only number 16 now. Is that overpaid now? I'd say it's still overpaid if you look at the season.
5 and 7.
Okay, the Nosebleed guys have tied this baby back up at 5 apiece. It is the G-Bag Nation's top 25 coaches in pro sports or anything coaching today. Ohio State. No, my bad.
Ryan Day.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good hint there, Dawson. Figure it out. Get it together.
Gosh darn it.
Okay, number 14 on the list is making a smooth $10 million a year, and Woolchuck hates him.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes, Broadus got it again. We're looking at 7-5. Okay, this coach needs to go back and be an OC for the GOAT.
Mike McDaniel. Or
Josh
McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels. Yes. They've done it again.
His teammate.
It is 7-6, Broadus and Lucius.
Mike McDaniel does not need to go back. He's a good head
Mike
coach.
McDaniel does not need to go anywhere.
He's our guy. We love him.
Number 12 on the list might not be family anymore
Brian
after
Kelly.
the SEC title game. Yes. It is 8-6.
You should have got that one, though.
I was hoping.
That's your guy.
Yeah.
Number 11 on the list is the most hated coach in Norman.
Lincoln Riley.
Wow, look at Broadus. He's in the zone. Are you in some new brain supplements or something, Krusty?
Yeah, you doing taking Alpha Brain right now,
The
bro?
Prevagen.
The Prevagen, the ginkgo biloba.
It's helping me. Yeah.
No, it's those gout meds are actually PEDs.
Did that men's tea guy give you a shot
The
earlier?
bean shot is helping me.
Holy crap.
Man, that pea shot. I
The
learned
pea
about
shot.
that
I
thing
said
today.
pea. I'm sorry. It's a pea shot.
it's-
He was sitting there talking to him the whole time at lunch.
Yeah, he's a good guy, that Derek. All righty, it is. It's
I'm
currently
having to concentrate. Close my eyes.
9-6. Broadus. The Nosebleed guys need a comeback to avoid what is no doubt G-Bag trivia and embarrassment to lose in any pursuit to Brian.
We're the comeback kids.
Yeah.
Oh, this is.
I mean, he'll know the answer most days. It'll come 20 seconds later.
We are the TCU of this trivia game right now.
We got a channel.
We get down, we come back. We get down, we come back.
I'm checking in the
Until you
totals right
don't.
now. Are they making fun of us?
Until K-State.
No, we're good.
Number 10 on the list. He's no Puckett, but he is pretty dang.
Oh, Kirby Smart.
Yes. Who hit that nosebleed, guys?
I got that.
Ooh, I think Ty goes to
9-7. Ty goes to the
That was
youth.
good, 'cause Kirby
$11.3 million.
He's worth every penny.
Yeah, he
Kirby
really
Puckett
is.
was my
He's
favorite player as a
incredible.
kid. Okay, number 9. Got his nickname by talking about the other little boys in the neighborhood. He's a national champion college football.
Dabo Swinney.
Yeah, Dabo Swinney. 11.5.
That was close.
He used to say Dabo. That was
Oh, yeah, he
when he
did.
was like
Yeah,
2
yeah.
years old.
Dabo.
He
He'd always
said
be
that, or
pointed
his brother
Dabo.
said that?
Oh, is that what his brother said?
Yeah.
Did I get that story mixed up?
It's all right.
Good job. Who got that right?
That was really close between Brian and I.
I'm going to give that to you just to make the game close. It's now 9-8. And I appreciate you guys fighting through a couple of bad hints here and there. Number 8 on the list is, as some people say, the devil himself.
Nick Saban.
Yes, it's 10-8. A lot of SEC stuff here in this
these guys
list.
are
Pay
all
these
these guys
coaches.
are rolling through here
Got
now.
to pay some coaches in that league.
Number 7 on the list is a pro coach with a college coach sibling. Who?
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh.
Thank you.
Second time's the charm.
Wiggity, wiggity, wiggity.
It's 10-9. John Harbaugh over there with the Baltimore Ravens
Like
is
who? Which one?
making a smooth $12 million per year.
Jim John? James.
You think Jim's going to come out of college here if he wins the championship or?
Talking about it.
Yeah, going to the Colts?
Yeah, he
throw
keeps
big money at him.
He keeps talking about it. Yeah.
I mean, shoot, I wouldn't want my brother John making that much more than me. We're going to have to move me up at least to double digits.
He's John's a big time. I mean, they love him in Indianapolis.
It's 10-9. Broadus and Lucius here. We're out of the top 6 paid coaches in America.
Freaking nervous.
Me too.
Another friend of Broadus.
Andy Reid.
I believe Wolchuk got it. We are tied at 10.
You know what I'm a little tired of right now? The Wolchuk got it thing, because I think it's really like, I think I'm got it before he did.
No, I got you there.
I don't think so.
check the tape if you want.
I think the last 2 times I got it
you.
before everybody kind of giving these
Though,
things away.
the previous 2, yes, but this last one,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
Either
Okay.
way, we're tied and the drama's good. Thanks for sacrificing for the drama, Brian.
I'm trying my best.
All right, these ones, let's keep it neutral.
Okay. Number 5 on the list is one of the longest tenured coaches in
Mike
the NFL.
Tomlin.
Boom. No doubt about it. Look at that.
Did you see his interaction with the fan?
Damn,
Over
Brian.
the weekend?
Yeah, that was good.
That was a good.
Did
When
not
you
see
said
it.
longest tenured, yeah, you figure they're getting now. We're getting all these NFL coaches. It's
Okay,
about
so
like-
these are okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Number 4 has to be the most tenured coach in the NBA.
Greg Popovich.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, that was Wolchuk.
Tied 11. Number 3 on the list is a Super Bowl winning head coach.
Bill Belichick.
McSex.
Sean McVay.
McVay. I'm going to give that to Nosebleed.
Thank you.
12 to 11.
Jeez.
McSex should have counted.
McSex
for the
counts.
Ravens.
McSex does count.
It's
That's
an
our
it's an
nickname for him.
established
Is that his name?
name.
Well,
Yes.
it's McVay, but we call him McSex.
McVay.
He just oozes testosterone and
$14 million there for Sean
Gosh, I
McVay.
got to stand up for this.
Number 2 on the list, Super Bowl winning head coach.
Bill Belichick.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll it is.
Wow, Wolchuk.
Well, I mean, I'm just spitting out guys that have won Super Bowls, and we haven't named them now.
How about a different clue?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we could get a different clue.
I'll say the next one's Bill Belichick, because I know he makes $20 million a year.
By a score of 13 to 12, Wolchuk and Chiafalo did win, though.
Oh, we did?
With Brian
I thought-
Broadus coming in second.
Great game, Brian. You were honestly fantastic there, dude. Some
was-
of the stuff you were spewing out there was incredible.
That was payback for that short clock that you gave me and Lucius during the pyramid last week there, buddy.
Oh my gosh, that was fun.
No, that
I
was
was like
good.
honestly getting nervous.
Yeah.
You're schwitzing.
I'm schwitzing.
All righty. Thanks for playing along at home as well. The truckwreck.com fan text has been on fire. We salute you.
I'm going to say Bill
Okay.
Belichick because I know he makes.
I know he makes $20 million.
Oh, what are the Twillos saying? Are they roasting us?
When we come back, it is time now for the NFL news of the day with Wolchuk. And where are we going with that, sir? Wolchuk, NFL News of the Day.
Is this me?
Yeah.
Which one?
show to do.
Which
here.
one are we teasing?
NFL News of the Day.
Oh, NFL News of the Day. Lamar Jackson update. Oh, I've got the top 5 Mr. Irrelevance of all time, and the 2020 quarterback class is on the cusp of doing greatness. Next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.
Plumbing, air, and electric. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Want to change the lives of children right here in our community? Donate your vehicle, boat, or motorcycle to carsforkids.org. As a thank you, we'll send you a $50 Visa gift card. So call 866-835-5437 or visit carsforkids.org and write off the car, not the kid.
Welcome back, Nation. How about this quote from Trent Williams at Niners practice today on Brock Purdy? You think he's been in the league 15 years. If you're talking, he'll say, shut your A up. He ain't no timid rookie feeling his way around. He will get on your butt. You would think he's like Peyton Manning or something. So we shall see. Hopefully the Niners are no longer a factor here with Jimmy Garoppolo. Hopefully they are so bad that they miss the playoffs. Probably unlikely. But this Brock Purdy thing is going to be a big factor in the NFC playoff picture. It is time now for Woolchuck to take you through the NFL news of the day. Here he is, Zach.
Let's do it. Well, Kyle Shanahan said today, quote, he's not real optimistic about a Jimmy Garoppolo return. So they're riding with Brock Purdy, who was Mr. Irrelevant in this year's NFL draft. Now, CBS Sports Today ranked their top 5 Mr. Irrelevant players in NFL history. Now, Brian, I wonder how many of these guys you remember. We start with number 5. It's Marty Moore, 1994, Mr. Irrelevant of the New England Patriots out of Kentucky. He was the first Mr. Irrelevant to win a Super Bowl. He spent 8 seasons as a linebacker, 7 with the Pats, 1 with the Browns, and he made 19 career starts, posting his best numbers in one season when he had 90 tackles, 4 pass deflections, 1 pick. Ring any bells?
I wish I had brought all my boards. I have all my boards from every draft, and it'd been funny if I should have.
I should have given you a heads up on this.
Yeah,
because you could have given us like a scouting report.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would have been able to kind of pull my notes and stuff on these guys and tell you where Marty Moore was on our board.
Yeah, that would have been a blast.
1994, that's when I've been in Green Bay, and that's they still. The first draft I ever did was 92, and it was 12 rounds. So we were back. This is back to like the normal. Yeah, but that first draft I ever did was 12 rounds. That thing lasted forever.
That must have felt like a marathon.
Mr. Irrelevant was Mr. Irrelevant at that point.
Literally was.
Yeah.
Number 4, Jim Finn, 1999, Bears, College, Pennsylvania. He did not take a snap as a rookie. He spent part of his first year on the Bears practice squad. After that, though, he clawed his way onto the Colts, where they went 13-3. He managed 8 starts as an active fullback, and he caught a dump off from Peyton Manning. He shared the backfield with Edgerrin James, and he was a product alongside Peyton and his brother Eli with the Giants from 03 to 07. Number 3 is Bill Fisher from 1948, who went to the Cardinals out of Notre Dame. Number 2 is Jacques McKinnon, who was drafted in 1961 by the Eagles and Colgate. But number 1, best Mr. Irrelevant ever, Ryan Suckup, 2009, the kicker from the Kansas City Chiefs in South Carolina. And maybe, just maybe, Brock Purdy has a chance to crack this list and be the best Mr. Irrelevant ever. I know you're a fan, Brian.
I am.
And he did look good against the Dolphins.
He did look good. I just think there's more to his game. There's a reason why that Iowa State was always very competitive. There's always a reason why, and they've, Breece Hall, they've had some players.
Absolutely.
Don't get me wrong. But you that quarterback position, they were a top 25 team. His senior year, they fell off a little bit there, but I was always impressed by the way he played.
Lamar Jackson has a PCL sprain. He could be out up to 3 weeks. He's unlikely to play this week. How much damage does this put the Baltimore Ravens in? We saw last year when he got hurt. Pretty much spoiled their chances. The Bengals are running away with this division, it would appear to me. Do you guys disagree?
No, I don't disagree with you. I mean, Cincinnati's playing outstanding, obviously, with what we've seen them be able to do and beating Kansas City once again. They are absolutely rocking and rolling right now. I mean, Tyler Huntley is, for a backup, not a bad guy to have, but I don't know that this is going to be. You got the Steelers, the Browns, Falcons, Steelers, Bengals. I mean, you're not playing all overly difficult teams here for the Ravens moving forward, but I mean, to win the division, I would say no.
And
it's
hell,
going to be Cincinnati.
We saw them struggle just to barely get through the Broncos.
Well, the Broncos got a really good defense, but yeah, they. My gosh, that game!
And
that was my survivor pick,
yeah.
dude. That was a sketchy situation on Sunday.
It sure was. The Eagles have placed Robert Quinn on injured reserve due to a knee injury, so we can take solace in that, I suppose. They're down their
it's a good start
pass rusher that they were able to go and acquire at the trade deadline.
Is that an IR like see you later, bye-bye?
4 weeks.
Just 4 weeks.
Okay, so he'll be back for playoffs, I guess.
But he'll miss the Cowboys game, so the Cowboys won't have to worry about him. And then yesterday we got the surprising news that the Titans fired their GM, John Robinson. Well, today Adam Schefter took to NFL Live, and he gave his thoughts on exactly why he thinks Jim Robinson was fired. Take it away, Shefty.
John Robinson, the Titans ever have had during his 6 seasons there was 9-7. But this is a situation where the owner was not particularly happy with John Robinson, and she decided to make a change this morning. And so she fired John Robinson a year after she gave him a long-term contract extension. He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But the fact of the matter is, I think... Yeah, well, that doesn't help the situation, RC, but I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations, and I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction, and so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
Interesting stuff there out of Tennessee. You've got a great coach there in Mike Vrabel, but maybe a little bit left out there from ownership.
Well, I think, though, there's some video out there as well on the night of draft night when they traded the receiver. And Vrabel, like, they were, right there, and Robinson makes the trade, and Vrabel stands up, and it's like he wants to turn around and just start yelling at the guy for the trade. I mean, he puts his, hands on his hips. He turns away. It's like he kind of composed himself. Because I don't think he wanted to make that trade. I don't think he really, really wanted to make the trade. And, you're probably got some people up there, the ownership, with the Titans is, they're sitting up there and they're watching their, a former player of theirs just light things up. If you saw pregame too, Vrabel was hugging on the guy, really saying, hey, we miss you kind of a thing and all that. But yeah, this was one of those ones where a general manager made a decision and ownership was not happy at all. And it was probably something that was festering all the way back to the time that they made that trade.
Yeah, and the coach, probably goes to the owner like, hey, I want to keep doing this job, but this has really, pulled the rug out from underneath us as far as what we thought we had. And, she's like, well, people aren't going to get along in the workplace. So you go 8 months later and now you've lost 2 in a row and your grip on the division is starting to slip and you're thinking, oh crap, I've made this big mistake. But I also think it's a tough thing when an owner takes over that's a family member of the owner, Bud Adams.
Yeah.
And it's happening all over sports because these things are worth so much money and there's such a celebrity that comes along with being the owner. The family member doesn't want to sell it. They're appreciating, they're skyrocketing. So then you have somebody who's inexperienced at leading a football team in charge. And it is tough no matter what the sport is. Almost everybody that comes in and buys an NBA team in the first 3 years, they make massive mistakes thinking they're going to pay their way to a championship. And then they spend the next 5 years digging out from it. And then somewhere around 10 years in, they can actually take a good shot at it. Like Mark Cuban did similar stuff. He was bringing in everybody his first 10 years. And it wasn't until he settled down a little bit that they get the championship finally in 2011. But if I'm the Titans, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. If I'm the Texans, the Broncos, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that somebody with some sort of a football acumen can buy this team and take over, because it's embarrassing when you give somebody a 5-year deal and then a year later let them go.
It's a great point.
Well, I think, like I said, I do believe this was festering since the night of the draft.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cherry on top is he shows up and dominates.
You think you're doing the right. Not the problem. The firing's not the problem. The extension's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But when you don't know how to run a football team, you got to listen to people.
Yeah.
And you'll go back and forth from listening to your GM, to your coach, to a president, to a top scout.
Yeah.
And then you're going around like, oh, no, I've messed up because you don't have your own way to ground yourself on what you believe in running a football team.
It was pretty amazing on Sunday where he catches a 41-yard touchdown. There's a flag. They go, okay, we'll redo things here. They move him to the other side, and they just throw a 41-yard touchdown
Right
to him on the very next play.
He crushed it. I mean, and A.J. Brown's fantastic. How about this 2020 quarterback class with Burrow, Tua, Herbert, and now Jalen Hurts? They're on the cusp of doing things that only the famous 1983 and 2004 classes have accomplished. Look at what Burrow's done. He was the quickest number 1 overall pick to ever reach a Super Bowl in his second season. He's also in MVP contention this year. Tua leads the NFL right now in passer rating and yards per attempt this season. Herbert is the only quarterback in NFL history with 30 touchdown passes in each of his first 2 seasons. And Jalen Hurts ranks second in MVP odds this season behind Patrick Mahomes. They are right up there with the elite in the game as of right now. And that 2004 class, when you talk about Rivers, Roethlisberger, Manning, and 83 with Kelly, Marino, and Elway, they're challenging them to become one of the all-time great quarterback classes.
Yeah, this is amazing, and I think what Joe Burrow is doing is nothing short of historic as far as his ascension to the top. You know, it's rare that a guy's made such a convincing case so quickly.
It's fantastic.
I'll tell you what's I think they're wasting Herbert out there in the Rams. Or excuse me, with the Chargers. I think his whole deal is getting wasted out there.
Mm-hmm.
This poor guy. I mean, he's not the reason. I mean, there's throws that he makes that are bad. I get it. But, man, something is not right about that football team. And I think that his career, as long as he stays out there, unless they change things, we're just going to kind of talk about him as like maybe the 4th guy out of all that you're mentioning there.
You're right, and he might be the most talented.
And he might be absolutely the most talented. But I just there's something not right about the Chargers. And,
there is.
And with I think that his coach, I think, is way too reckless. I think it's way too reckless the way they play games out there, and trying to, I think they got some good skill. They run the ball well enough, but man, I don't trust that coaching staff out there with that guy.
Yeah, I don't like the OC Lombardi. Not ideal for Justin Herbert.
But you love Lombardis.
Well, for the most part, I do. That is not one of the Lombardis I'm necessarily a huge fan of. But and then there's an injury omen on the Chargers.
Really,
every
like a
single
gray cloud
year,
over
it is
them.
just their best players stay injured on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Bosa, it seems like he's never playing.
There's something just not right. And I hope that guy's career is not going to be, well, man, he was a super talented guy. And then, because you look at his career record, I think it's right around 500.
Mm-hmm.
Right around 500.
And he is way more talented than that.
No question.
Way more talented.
Can we all collectively just say FU New Orleans as the Eagles now hold a top 5 pick after the Saints lost to the Buccaneers?
I think we should say FU Mark Ingram. The way that he just walked out of bounds on that drive.
Was he hurt?
I don't know what it was. He was gassed or hurt or what, but get the extra yard.
The defense didn't help him
either. Get the first down.
But he went to the sidelines, and I think he knelt down like they put him back in that lineup hurt. Somebody I don't think was paying. You had Alvin Kamara there, hand him the ball. Throw him the ball. I'm just kind of hearing that maybe that guy was hurt, and they put him back in the game, and he injured himself even worse. He's just trying to get out of bounds and not get hit.
That was an epic botch, though, by the Saints. And it was fun to watch Brady do his thing, because who knows how many more chances we'll get to watch those moments. But the Saints completely fumbled that, man. That was a disaster.
Absolutely did.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Are the Rangers like a contender now? Let's put this into context. What happened last year offensively and what they've added so far. There's a trade idea for the Rangers and a GM survey to give you some baseball stuff coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat about Twin Peaks before we do that, though. It's always the best time to get in there and do some eats, drinks, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. You're going to love any one of their locations that you get to around the Metroplex. And attention, Cowboys.
love sports here, and I love the station. We always have some great comedy, always great sports takes. Wife doesn't like it, but it's always on the station.
Attaboy. And you can always crash on RJ's couch. Thanks to him and all the Tolos for helping us grow this thing together. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for some baseball stuff. The Rangers are busy. They met with Carlos Rodon yesterday. Is this realistic, Wolchuk? You know, Wolchuk's our official Rangers insider here in the G-Bag Nation proper. Are they contenders now? Are they going to keep spending? Is this Rodon thing realistic?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's realistic. Now, I mean, I don't know. You know, the Giants, or there might be another team out there that has money that they haven't been able to spend. Like the Giants are ready to spend a ton of money on Aaron Judge. Clearly, he's going back to the Yankees now, so they've got money that they can whip on Rodon to keep him. But they met with him yesterday. I think they really like Rodon, so I'd love that. I mean, if you can add him, the Rangers are a premier team in the American League with their rotation, with Rodon, DeGrom, Gray, Perez, and then with your fifth starter, you can have Odorizzi, Heaney, and really you start Heaney, and then Odorizzi can kind of come in and be your long reliever.
It really seems like they might be a premium roster already if you just stay healthy.
Sure.
That's not a stretch considering they had a top 5 offense in the AL last year. This is a playoff team.
I think it can be a playoff team. And when you factor in how bad they were in one-run games, and you have a manager in Bruce Bochy who knows how to win, you'd think that would be more in your favor, and that would even out this year. I think absolutely they can be a factor in the wild card race this year.
It'll be a baseball and sports paradise Sunday afternoon at Top Golf in the Colony as Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause is happening again, and you can bid on our bay, which currently has the high bid at $1,200. We're in third place. If you call Lucius at 877-881-1053, you can up that bid. You can increase that bid, and we're looking to push it up and get a little bit more funds coming in here for Swinging for a Cause. It's a great charity. Eric Nadel will be there. Tons of Rangers types of celebrity type folks, and of course Jared Sandler himself, the man, the play-by-play legend. Okay, what jumped out to you here in this GM survey? There's an Ohtani thing in here, right?
Yeah, so the GMs were asked, will the Angels trade Shohei Ohtani this offseason? 16 votes for no. Not a single vote for yes. The quote from one agent said Ohtani is single-handedly holding up the sale because of the valuation. So if they want $2.7 billion and the other guys think they're worth $2.3 billion, there's a $400 million delta in there. You can guess what that is. Another quote was, I think we learned the lesson when Babe Ruth got traded. It didn't work too well. So it just isn't really beneficial for the Angels, in agents' opinions, to trade Shohei Ohtani this offseason. Maybe you wait. Maybe you do it at the deadline. But agents around Major League Baseball do not believe that Shohei Ohtani gets dealt this offseason.
But the Angels were actively at least taking calls.
They were taking calls during the trade deadline.
Necessarily making calls, but
they were taking calls during the trade deadline, yes.
Well, if you can't extend to the guy, or if you don't want to, you got to trade him eventually, right? He's going to become a free agent and just leave.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he's on a 1-year deal right now, right?
He's on a 1-year deal, and like another agent said, look at what the Nationals got for Juan Soto, who isn't the player Ohtani is. You just can't get even remotely close to enough back. It's beyond foolish. So they're saying you've just got to do everything you can to try and keep Shohei Ohtani. Is the bottom line.
If you're Ohtani, what are we hearing here? You don't want to stay with a loser organization. The Angels haven't really been relevant in the big picture for over a decade now.
He's been outspoken about that.
You love being in L.A. and all that. It makes sense for a lot of reasons, but I need to go contend. I need to do something for the legacy here before too long.
Man, the Angels have spent, right?
They have.
They've spent a lot of money. God, I hope the Rangers don't become
bad
the
at
Angels.
it. Yeah.
I hope they don't. It's one of those things they spent all that money on players and it just doesn't work.
Yeah,
that would hurt.
The good thing is they didn't really do it. Like they did it with C.J. Wilson, and that of course was bad.
Well, they just the third baseman, right?
But they just haven't done it
Rendon.
on the pitchers lately. But they have done it on the position players with like Pujols and Anthony Rendon.
All righty, it is the G-Back Nation here. We're giving you some baseball stuff on 105.3 The Fan. Bleacher Report did 7 fresh trade ideas for the winter meetings. And the first one is Brian Reynolds to the Rangers. They're the Pirates outfielder, Zach.
Ooh, okay. So Brian Reynolds, 2021 All-Star. He hit last year 27 homers. I believe it was a 262 average, 345 OPS, had 62 ribbies. This is a guy, you need a left fielder, and you need a bat out there. So it depends on what you have to give up.
Evan Carter, Owen White, and Mitch Garver, says the Bleacher Report writer.
All right, so Mitch Garver, this would be the last year of his deal. I don't think that the Rangers would want to give up Garver, but I think they would. I think that they would give up Owen White because you're going to have to give to get. I love Evan Carter. I think he's one of the best players the Rangers have in their farm system. I think the Rangers would want to keep Evan Carter and try and say, hey, would you rather take Ezekiel Duran or Josh Smith or one of the infielders? And they had Josh Smith play left field last year.
Yeah,
he's got flexibility.
They got a problem with these infielders, right?
Right,
they have too many.
Exactly. So I think if you're the Rangers, you counter and you say, hey, would you rather take one of these guys and maybe we can try and keep Evan Carter? But I can see why the Pirates would want Evan Carter because he's now a prospect they can go and take over for Reynolds in the future and take that spot for him.
The Rangers do have 6 of MLB.com's top 90 prospects in their farm system now. They have been aggressive at the winter meetings trying to find an outfielder to pair with Garcia. And they don't have much room to spend, which takes them out of the running for some big money guys, at least one who's still remaining on the free agent market. Reynolds is owed $6.7 million in 23 and is arbitration eligible in 24 and 25 before hitting free agency. But I think now that you've invested as much as you have over the last 2 off seasons, you do owe it to yourself to complete the deal now, right? You don't want to be holding any money back. Now that you've spent this much cash and you have guys either in their prime or in the case of DeGrom, maybe even a couple of years after his prime. I don't know how you look at that with pitchers, but 34 years old is pretty old. I don't want to wait 2 years to contend. I can't wait another week to contend. We got to put our best things forward now because with our best players around 30 years old, if you let this thing sort of slowly simmer and develop and try to be a real player by the time you get to 2025, you might have guys hurt again or out of their prime or heading for retirement, frankly.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, that's a really good deal for a guy who I think is 27 years old in the prime of his career and is an all-star outfielder.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that.
That would be a lot of fun. All righty, it is the G-Back Nation here. We are your home of the Rangers, and before too long, we are going to be heading for Surprise, Arizona to give you spring training coverage. We're also hearing that, chances are pretty good we might be heading off to Arizona for the big football game as well. So that would be amazing. Obviously for the nosebleed guys, their first trip out there. Nothing confirmed, but maybe our glorious return to Radio Row is in the cards this time around. U.S. men's national team manager Greg Berhalter beginning discussions on a new contract with the U.S. Soccer Federation. Soccer fans a little nervous about this. One source acknowledged it's still very early in the process, and other sources have indicated Berhalter is interested in exploring European club options, which I know makes some soccer fans happy. Most every fan and media member think it's time for somebody else. One of the big storylines is Greg's brother, Jay Berhalter, used to be the COO of the U.S. Soccer Federation, the chief operating officer, and people believed that nepotism put Greg in the role of head coach of the U.S. team. Jay is now with the MLS. And so I do think this is going to be the end. But when I saw that headline that he's beginning negotiations on a new contract, did make me nervous. I don't consider that a big home run. Like, they were really struggling to get to the World Cup. You go 1-1-1 in group stage and then lose, badly in the elimination round. I don't think that buys you any belief that Greg Berhalter's the answer. Does it for you, Brian?
I'll tell you what, man, that is the one job that there's a lot of folks that have passion about that soccer team. And when you start to talk about, I'm kind of like, have they ever got it right? You know, you look at all the names that have gone through there.
Yeah.
You know, and it seems like every time it's like it's a different style, it's a different direction. They're going to play a different, this, that, and the other. Man, just settle in on a guy. Identify, remember like Steve Sampson back in the day, and I'm like, well, everybody hates him, And then
everybody hated Bob Bradley.
Everybody
was
hated
over Klinsman.
Yeah. Why is Bob Bradley playing his kid?
No, you're right, dude. It is hard to make a country happy with these jobs.
It is, and it's probably like nobody knows what the hell they're talking about when it comes to this job.
Yeah.
There's guys like yourself that really are dialed in on soccer, and then there's guys like me asking. I just watch and see that every time, every cycle, it seems like we now say, well, this guy's not good enough. Does that set you back another 2-3 years having to deal with that? I wish they could identify somebody that's walking the face of this earth right now that could bring this program into a level with all the expense and all the resources that we have. It shouldn't be just, okay, we're in the tournament and, we made it to, the knockout round. This country, it needs to find somebody that could take them beyond just being happy to be in the knockout round.
And hopefully some stability eventually, but in the world of soccer, like coaches get fired even faster than NFL football.
Oh, no, I know in that EPL, every week it seems like that these guys are, they 3-4 matches in and then they're gone.
Getting sacked.
Sacked.
They don't have much patience.
The U.S. needs to just figure this out, identify who this guy or even gal, I don't know, but somebody that can carry this thing forward and like it needs to be.
They went 1-0-2 in group play. Oh, that's right. Never liked him. Feel like he's more of an anchor. They struggle to get a second goal all tournament. I don't watch a ton of non-Major League Soccer, but does Team USA have all the best U.S. players, Gavin? They do. They have the best players that they can get. A lot of people still into this, so we'll appreciate you. NFL insider Charles Robinson joins you next. We'll get the inside scoop on the Odell Beckham Jr. story and others from pro football next in the nation.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
The Hall of Fame playmaker Michael Irvin joins Sean and RJ Wednesday mornings at 8:40 right here on the from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it is time now for senior NFL reporter for Yahoo, Charles Robinson, here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Charles. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing today?
We are doing outstanding. You know, we're in the post-OBJ visit now, and it seems very anticlimactic. Are you hearing anything about that? Is he going to be able to play?
I don't get the sense he's going to be able to play. I mean, I think the fact that he's not working out for teams, this whole thing has kind of felt like a little bit of a leverage play to, you know, land a contract. He was expecting last season, he was expecting the Rams to basically give him something similar to the deal that Michael Gallup got with the Cowboys. They didn't come to the table with that. He was upset. I think what's interesting is when you go back to the season opener and you look at the video of him with the Rams, the trophy, sort of the banner drop and, you know, all that stuff at SoFi, I had somebody from the league who was like, hey, you know, look at this piece of video. And he looked like he was stiff, like he was walking like he was stiff, and I thought it was nothing. I didn't think it was a big deal. And this guy was a league source, and he just said, look, I'm telling you, I think he's far away from playing. And he predicted then that this would happen. And, you know, hearing what Jerry said, I just have to believe that most teams are looking at him, you know, excuse me, right now, as a 2023 edition and not a 2022 edition.
So the Cowboys and Micah Parsons said today that OBJ told him 5 weeks, so maybe he could play in the playoffs. But even that, in your opinion, seems like it's probably less than likely. It'd be 2023, which would mean probably the Cowboys are out on this.
Yeah, I mean, where's the clearance? You know, remember this whole...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's cleared. He's cleared. You know, there's reporters out here saying, and I'm not going to name them, but he's going to be cleared, or now he's been cleared. By who?
Sure.
Who cleared him? What teams cleared him? So, you know, to me, it just felt like everyone's been so far ahead of themselves in this whole thing. Because remember, when the season started, it was, hey, it's you know, the target is a thing, you know, mid-November return, right? That's what it was. Then it was post-Thanksgiving. Then it was, it's going to be early December. And it never felt like, it felt like all the information's coming from inside his camp. What are they going to be? They're going to be overly optimistic, right? And it was, what I thought was really interesting was the closer we got to this, the more it was, he doesn't want to just sign through the end of this campaign. He wants a, you know, a full overall deal. He wants a deal that extends, you know, multiple years. You know, he's looking for basically a big free agency contract. And I thought, okay, if you're protecting yourself based on what happened last year with the Rams, I suppose I get it. But as we got here, and I think Mike Florio said this several times, I think he's right. I think it was a leverage play. I think he was trying to leverage the idea that, hey, I can come in and I can be the cherry on top. Look what I did with the Rams in the postseason. I can be that for you. And yet there was no, like, here's the medical, here's my workout, let me show you how healthy I am. Why would you sign him? Like, seriously, like, why would you go through this if the guy was not going to prove to you how physically capable he is, you know, to play football right now? It's just absurd.
Yeah, I would be interested if it was for like a low guarantee with incentives, but I get the feeling Odell Beckham Jr. would have no interest in taking that and proving it.
He's not doing a through the end of this season deal. He's not. Like, he's just not. He wants, you know, I think he wanted to do the free agency tour. He wanted Buffalo to wine him and dine him. He wanted New York to wine him and dine him. He wants Dallas to wine and dine him, thinking, you know, all three of these teams could potentially use me. I think I can get on the field by, you know, January, you know, and factor into the playoffs. It's just nothing about, to me, the big red flag, the second I heard, hey, he's not, teams can't work him out, I was like, yeah, no way. There's no way. He's not sniffing anywhere near the kind of deal I think he wants and not working out for teams. He's out of his mind.
Charles, I'm going to switch the subject because I think this thing is dead like you're talking about anyway. So how you handicapping now the NFC after we get the calendar changes to December? Do the Cowboys legitimately have a chance in this? Are you expecting have a good season, and all of a sudden the playoffs come and they fall apart?
They shouldn't. No, look, here's what I like about Dallas now that I think is different. Let's see what Tyron Smith looks like, okay? Let's see if he can enter back into the fold. That's going to make the entire line is going to get better. It's just the experience level of having a rookie contribute the way that he did and then be able to move him. There's some depth there. And then I think the fact that they figured out how to use the two running backs. Like the two running backs to me are the fundamental change in this team, because it's as long as everybody's healthy by the time they get to the postseason, offensively you can dictate tempo, you can create mismatch problems with multiple players, and defensively it's also not a defense that's just predicated on turnovers. It's not hey, if we can turn them over, 2 or 3 times, we're going to win this game. No, they create chaos constantly up front. And, so there's a different dimension to the defense. Now, again, Diggs is going to give up the occasional big play downfield. Things like that are going to happen. But I just think offensively, the team looks different now that they can run the ball, that they can sort of play different kinds of tempo with those running backs. They can get them on the field at the same time. It's tougher for defenses to prepare for them. The offensive line looks like it's going to be really good heading into the postseason. It doesn't feel like, hey, this is all on Dak, or hey, it's all on getting 3 interceptions in a game to win a playoff game anymore. I predict that when they play Philly, it's going to be a hell of a game, and everybody should be looking at Philly and Dallas as the favorite. As much as, I appreciate Kyle Shanahan, I appreciate the San Francisco defense and all the skill position players around Brock Purdy. It's hard for me to believe that guy is going to be able to, when the pressure really gets ratcheted up and we're, in the playoffs, that guy's going to be able to play mistake-free football, which is really what you're going to have to do. And I don't think you can do that against Philadelphia or Dallas.
Does Dallas win this division or Philadelphia?
Well, let's see. Let's see. The head-to-head, I think, is really. I think the head-to-head is going to dictate it. Ultimately, when we get to the end and we look back and we go, okay, what was the turning point for one team or the other? They gotta be able to beat Philly, and I think they got a chance. I don't think there's any question that they have a really good chance. And I think if they beat Philly, they win the division. So I feel a lot different about this team than I did last year. There was, as much as I liked it last year, as much as I liked what DQ was doing, on the defensive end of it, I love this team because of the fact that they kept the coordinators, because Mike McCarthy has been through there's no brand of nonsense he hasn't seen since he's gotten here in terms of the questions and is your job on the line and injuries. And he just, to me, he's seen it all now. There's nothing that really I think can shake him. He's been through the, misusing timeouts, not using not managing the clock correctly. And then I just think, functionally from a talent depth standpoint and then even a schematic standpoint, it's just a better team. And they lost last year, which there's some people in there that should have a burr in their saddle over what happened last year. And I think you're going to see that as you get closer to the playoffs.
Has McCarthy completely saved his job to this point?
I hesitate only because it is a conversation that changes dramatically if you get to the postseason and you lose. Like if you lose your first game, like if you go in and you flop, that's a real conversation that you have to have. Great. Hey, you can coach in the regular season. You can keep the team together, the coordinators, it's been sort of, for most of the season, kind of a kumbaya environment. I mean, compared to a lot of other seasons. But if you can't put together a game plan that can win in the playoffs, if you can't succeed in the playoffs, the team is built, to win again. And I thought last year after the disassembly sort of, when they lost in the postseason, I was like, oh my God, the offseason is coming. They're going to lose pieces. I don't know how they're going to maintain this. And not only did they maintain it, they got better. And I think usage of, again, the running backs got better. The offensive line is going to be better. And so it's actually a better team than it was last year. Well, we all saw how upset Jerry was. We understood that disappointment, right? I think it's you can double down on that if it happens again.
It's Yahoo NFL insider Charles Robinson with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And you mentioned Tyron Smith. You mentioned the running game. Without getting too far ahead, do you anticipate Tyron Smith and Ezekiel Elliott both returning next year?
Man, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I'd have to I got to look at their cap situation. I don't have it right in front of me. I mean, it's not a real cap. You can move money around, but I just, let's see how it finishes out. I think if this team goes to the Super Bowl, I think you do everything you can to try and keep I don't look at Tyron Smith in spite of the injury, and again, let's see what he looks like when he gets back in there. I don't know that he's done. There have been a couple of times where I've been like, he's washed. He's got there's like, the back injury, or he's in and out of the lineup, and like, how long can you keep moving this forward? But I just think it all depends on how this role goes in the playoffs. If they lose early in the playoffs, I think there's probably going to be some tough decisions that are made salary-wise to give them some flexibility down the line. And the first place you're going to go is Zeke's salary. You're going to look at Tyron. You're going to say, okay, well, we drafted a kid who, plugged in at that position and looked pretty darn good. Looks like he's ahead of schedule in terms of, sliding to that spot someday. But I think if this is a run, I think they set up a run, they go to the Super Bowl, I think you probably do what you can to keep as much talent, inside as possible.
That would be glorious, Charles. Last year was a disappointment. San Francisco was peaking at the perfect time, and it ended. What's a bigger playoff threat going in? If you look at the Eagles and the Cowboys as the top three or the top two, would you rather face Tom Brady with an average roster or the Niners with Mr. Irrelevant?
Oh, Brady, 100%. I mean, it's not like, look, with all due respect to, what he just did. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. They had no business winning that game whatsoever. However, if you looked across the ball, the stupid mistakes that were made to open the door, I mean, it was unbelievable. But when you watch Tampa, I think a couple of things that would concern me right now is offensive line's still bad. It's probably a little bit better than it was before, especially since, you've found, Fournette and White, in the backfield together. I mean, there's some balance there that you can have as you press forward. But, like Mike Evans, good example. I don't know what's going on with Brady and Mike Evans. I don't know. I mean, I saw where Mike Evans says, hey, I'm not getting the separation, I need, and that's why we don't have this connection. But it's like he's force-feeding, things right now to a rookie tight end. And then Godwin is starting to click. But beyond that, I look at that offense and I'm like, okay, he really needs Evans to play at a Pro Bowl level. That connection is just not. Evans was nowhere until the fourth quarter of that game. Now he showed up when he had to, when they went up tempo. Maybe the offense changes a little bit more now that there's some discussion there about, okay, we're gonna be willing to go more up tempo than maybe we were in the past. But it feels like that roster just has the holes now that it didn't have before. When that roster was at its best, you say whatever you want about Antonio Brown, but when he and Gronk were on the field with Godwin and Evans, it was a very, very difficult. You had four guys who could win one-on-one matchups at any given time. They don't now. They've basically got one guy in Godwin who can do that. So I'd be more worried about San Francisco just because the defense is, again, health permitting, going to be dominant. It's going to be a dominant unit. They can run the ball. They have a lot of positional flexibility on offense because of the things that Debo can do, because of what CMC can do. Kittle, Ayuk, they're getting contributions all over the place. And the one thing I'll say about Purdy, rookie, but in a weird way, I think it's good. It's okay with Kyle because he will do what Kyle tells him to do. You know, Kyle's going to say, here's what the game plan is. Don't screw it up. Don't try to do anything special. I'm going to design easy completions for you. We're going to lean on the defense. We're going to run the hell out of the ball, and we're going to win some games, you know, in the postseason with this formula. Just don't turn it over. So he's going to try and make it as simple for that kid as possible. And, you know, I think Kyle's a really good coach who occasionally gets in his own way. But, yeah, that's still a good team, even with Garoppolo going down.
Hey, how much do you trust Philadelphia then, Charles? Do you trust Philadelphia as a team that can win this all?
I do. The one thing, you know, I do still question, let's see over a long enough, you know, timeline whether or not they can figure out how to stop the run. Especially against teams that have, I think the Cowboys present problems for them because you have two running backs who can play different styles, can hurt you in different ways. One of them's a really good pass blocker. And, you know, they picked up all these pieces to try and stop the run, which is great, but we have to see that, you know, we have to see that consistency develop. And I don't know that we're quite there yet. I think, you know, the thing about Philadelphia, when A.J. Brown's going, I mean, he just got a GM fired. That's crazy. You know, to get your former GM fired, lighten him up. If he's dominant, when he has big games, you go and you look at that offense, they're absolutely unbelievable because it gets to the point in those games where Jalen Hurts calls his own number a lot, but in those games where he's putting up big numbers with A.J. Brown, it's just, they're almost unstoppable in those moments. And it makes things, you know, easier for obviously Devonta Smith. They're going to get Dallas Goedert back. I do think if he's not back in, you know, this in week 15, I think it's going to be week 16. So they're going to get a tight end back on the field who's very, very good. And, you know, but I don't think they're flawless. I really don't. I still believe, people might not want to hear this, I still believe the biggest weakness there is forcing Hurts to stay in the pocket, to continually throw it down the field from the pocket. And I still don't think he looks great, but he also looks great on plays where, you know, he's the off schedule stuff because of his athleticism. You know, if you keep him inside the tackles and force him just to stay there and throw constantly down the field, I think it changes sort of how that offense looks at times. And defensively, I don't think they're as good as Dallas. I really don't. I don't think they're anywhere near Dallas's level.
Charles Robinson with us on 105.3 The Fan. You talked about McCarthy and the playoff success that oftentimes also correlates with the quarterback and Dak Prescott. There is an out in Dak's deal for 2024. If the Cowboys don't have that playoff success with Dak, do you see them utilizing that out in 2024?
You know, it depends. You know, what do we? Let's see what Dak looks like. You know, the closer you get, unless your quarterback is really not functional, you know, for what they're paying him, just wait. This is going to get, you know, Herbert's deal, Joe Burrow's deal. I mean, there are going to be other deals, and pretty soon the $50 million quarterback is going to be like, oh yeah, the elite guys, the top level guys, they're all in the 50s. And then eventually we're going to start talking about, well, who's the one that's going to hit 60 APY? It's coming. I mean, it's absolutely coming. And, you know, it's just, who knows how economical that deal, Russell Wilson's deal for Denver hasn't even kicked in yet. I mean, that extension hasn't even kicked in.
Jeez.
And, you know, he's going to be a mid-50s APY guy. And that's just, I know it's bonkers considering how he's playing right now, but that's the deal they gave him. Who knows what Lamar Jackson's deal is going to be? You know, he's going to play on the tag. They're going to tag him. But all it takes is him putting up one big season, you know, really putting it together. So he didn't do it this year. If he does it next year, he's going to be a $50 million quarterback. Like, it's just the state of the league. You have to make a decision when you have a quarterback like this now. Either we're going to pay it, or we're you know, going to figure out a way to either trade him, let him go, and drive all those resources into everything else. I mean, it's weird because I do think we're headed toward some kind of reckoning in the next couple of years where there's no middle class at quarterbacks. You're going to have some guys making huge money, and then, maybe the top 10 guys. And then you're going to have sort of this abyss in the middle where teams are trying to figure out, what are we doing here? Do we want to find a guy we can pay $25, $30 million? Like Jared Goff's a good example of Detroit. If they don't draft a quarterback, they're sitting there staring at Goff's number, which is low 30s, and they're going, not bad. Now with where things are going, he's a middle-of-the-road quarterback, but this is kind of middle-of-the-road quarterback money. Geno Smith's going to make $30 million next year if they do a deal with him. So, I don't know. Let's wait and ultimately see what it looks like and what Dak looks like. It's I wouldn't put all the success or failure, just on Dak, especially when we've yet to see how this offseason, or excuse me, this postseason is going to unfold.
Charles, you are amazing. Simply put, thanks for all the thoughtful insights here.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it. It's a must-read. Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports NFL Insider, and a must-follow on NFL Twitter. When we come back now, it is time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
Which NFL team fans are most likely to start a fight? I got the top 10 next on the Fan.
Okay, I don't want to start... for Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 420, and here he is, the Woolly Bully himself, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I've got the top 10 NFL fan bases most likely to start a fight. 877-881-1053. Which ones are you nominating that are most likely to start a fight? Now, it is also National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. So shout out to all those that served. And if you were wondering what is the highest grossing World War II film of all time,
Saving Private Ryan?
It still is Saving Private Ryan.
What a movie.
And number 2 is Pearl Harbor, which some people do hate that movie.
You got to watch that Saving Private Ryan with a good subwoofer, in your entertainment center. Get that rumbling of the tanks coming through and all the detonations. The way that they made that, I don't know movie making, but it made you feel it in a different way than most any war movie I'd ever seen.
I kind of thought Dunkirk was like that.
Oh, Dunkirk was great,
Dunkirk's number 3 on the list, by the way.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Those are the top 3.
That opening scene when they're running through that town in Paris trying to get to the beach.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, there's barely any dialogue in that film. It's all about the sound, really.
The sound, yeah.
It's all about the sound. That movie, Christopher Nolan, I believe, directed it. Did a fantastic job with that film. But, Brian, you've been around many of fan bases, and, certainly we've all grown up watching football. And, I've noticed more, and maybe it's just because we're in the social media era.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like every weekend we're getting these viral fan fights at stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
These fans are just going at each other, man.
They always have, but now we're capturing them.
Yes, everyone's on video. These fans are fighting with each other. But what have you noticed is the most? I think the Eagles always come to mind, but which fan bases are the ones that are the most ready to just throw hands?
I wrote down Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Cleveland.
What sticks out in your memory about Kansas City? What have you seen there?
Kansas City wants nothing to do with an opponent being in that stadium. That's why they're all dressed in red. And when you show up for that place, they are willing. They take it personally about their team. And, it's rare. It's rare that you see a team go and win a game at Kansas City. They're not
Other than the playoffs.
Yeah, they're not going to. Well, yeah, they're not going to give up their tickets. They don't. That's there's a lot of pride in that. But Kansas City, to me, I've seen opponents go in there before, and it always seems like their fan base, the Chiefs, is antagonizing another fan base about during the game and stuff. Remember with the whole thing with Mahomes' now wife and his brother and all that in the box and all this crazy. I mean, there was a lot going on back and forth between the fan bases that were. Can't remember what game it was, but it was crazy. But I just think that Philadelphia. I've seen Philadelphia fans fight. I've seen Philadelphia fans set off Roman candles in the stadium.
Light me up like a Roman candle. That was Jerry in that Papa John's commercial.
Yeah. But I just kind of, and then Cleveland, the dog pound there, they don't take very kindly.
Yes.
Don't take very kindly. So Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Cleveland were my 3.
Raiders not in the mix, huh?
I was thinking the Raiders are some wild animals.
Raiders have moved. I don't think the Vegas crowd fights like the Raider crowd of when you're in Oakland.
That's probably fair.
Yeah. I think that, to me, they in Oakland, they take it very, very personal with their teams, and they don't show up for the poor, athletics. But I just felt like that once they moved to Vegas, it became a different crowd out there.
Like a wine and cheese style? I don't
know if it's wine and cheese, maybe a little bit older. Maybe they don't want to get thrown in jail kind of thing. I think the old, you used to go to the games with the, at Oakland County Coliseum there. And there was it was a younger fan base that were at those games. Now Vegas, I think it's a little bit of an older crowd there.
I believe Donald Penn, who
can't afford the seats. That's the problem.
Donald Penn was an O lineman for them, and I think he got into an altercation after a game in a parking lot. Yeah. And he was a player on their team. Maybe they had lost. I can't remember, but wild. I think
San Francisco fans kind of get into it a little bit.
Oh yeah,
they do.
Yeah, they had to ban San Francisco versus Oakland preseason games.
Yeah,
because it was warfare. Almost died in Foxborough, says the 904. New England fans are the worst.
Oh, geez.
Oh, dude, yeah.
940. I don't know about Kansas City. We went to Cowboys Chiefs, and they were cool. Yeah, I guess results may vary.
I'll tell you, the Chiefs aren't in the top 10 of the fan bases most likely to start.
I will say this because they don't give up their seats. And if you somehow get into their stadium,
they take it personal.
They take it personal. Trust me, I've been some teams have gone through there. And and gotten seats because people, like I say, there's places you can get into because their fan base doesn't care. Like the Chargers, the Rams, their fan base don't care. You could get seats.
Well, we see AT&T Stadium all the time. We're getting the opposing team in here.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get this text in here before we get this list in? I know we're late for time, Wolchuk, but it's glorious. This is the best thing other than Drew Pearson against the Eagles fans. 214. Fun Eagles story. I was 10. My dad took me to a game in Philly Cowboys versus the Eagles. I was wearing my Deion Sanders jersey. A guy intentionally poured a beer on me. My dad tried to be a gentleman, bought the man another beer, said accidents happen. The man then poured the second beer on me.
Wow.
My father is 6'6", 250. And he knocked him out in one punch.
Oh.
Security came, removed the Eagles fan, and we watched the rest of the game in relative peace while I stunk of beer.
That is incredible.
That reminds me of my grandmother who's from South Florida, and she was a big Dolphins fan. And she would go to Dolphins games all the time. She went to
the old Orange Bowl?
Dolphins Bills, yep. But this was actually at, I believe it was Pro Player Stadium at the time.
Okay.
And a Bills fan poured beer on her head.
Oh my!
And she had to mop the floor with this lady.
Let's go.
Bills Mafia is no joke, man.
Oh, they're going to make an appearance here.
Yeah.
So number 10 on this list is the Cleveland Browns, the dog pound.
Okay.
Oof, oof.
Number 9, we do have Bills Mafia with the Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Some of these fans, especially at their own stadium, feel like nobody's going to do anything to me.
Yeah.
I can get in a giant guy's face, and it's like the crowd mentality. It only takes a half second for one of these monsters to knock you out, So I love when that happens, when these bullies get floored like that big Cowboys fan.
Number 8 is the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
The Bears.
Chicago's tough.
Man, I thought their fans were pretty good, actually.
Number 7, and Lucius, maybe you can attest to this because I know you spent some time in this area, but it's the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, yeah. Baltimore. Yeah, it's a crazy place. No disrespect to Baltimore, but imagine a whole city of like bums. I'm talking about a functioning city of bums. There's a mayor, he's a bum. You know what I mean? He comes to see you, he got some change, but he's a mayor.
Yeah.
And the police, everybody's bums. Homeless bums.
Yeah.
But I say that with respect, Baltimore.
Yeah.
I say that with respect.
I mean, the you can feel the intensity when you're in that city. I've only been there for like 3 days for an Army-Navy game. But the reputation of the city, I felt like you could feel it, And I'd been in Philadelphia the year before and the year after and felt much safer in Philadelphia.
Yeah?
Philadelphia is very cosmopolitan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 6 is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Another fan base that doesn't let you into their stadium.
Yeah, didn't think so. Number 5, we do have the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I've been
Boston.
up there a bunch, man.
Yeah, Boston.
The old Foxborough Stadium and stuff like that.
Mob mentality for sure.
Number 4, you got the Jets.
Oh, yes. Should have thought about them.
Oh, I know. We oftentimes forget about the Jets.
They're
but
the
I
most
can see
insane.
them being.
Yeah, but do they show up for their games?
Yes, they do actually.
I mean,
Now they do.
Didn't we have Tim come in and ask who has had the highest NFL attendance a couple weeks ago? And it's surprisingly the New York Jets.
Yeah, it's because they're winning.
It is.
Very passionate fan base.
But even at that time, it's like
Fireman.
They
Ed
share
and
a
the boys.
stadium. How can you be mean? You share a stadium.
That's fair.
Shut up.
Number 3 is our Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
I don't think we're fighting a lot, but maybe we are. I have seen some cowboy fighting videos actually. Some
I thought
cowboy
I
fans.
saw
I
some
thought they were all
usually
on
out of town.
Cowboy.
I thought they were
We
on
have
the
had
road.
some cowboy on cowboy crime.
On the road.
Yep,
You have to be a tough Cowboy fan on the road.
you do.
Yeah, you do.
Number 2 is the Rays.
Huh.
But number 1, the NFL team fans that are most likely to start a fight, it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
I've seen that.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. There it is. Zach's Top 10 at 4:20 every afternoon. Okay, coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to go around the Mavs. Jason Kidd's talking about people clamoring for the rookie, his response to that. But things about the NFL that won't change in the final 5 games. Are you buying or selling this list? It's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat Frankels before we do anything else.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we have a Shine 9 here. Adam Shine, NFL.com. 9 takes that won't change in the NFL stretch run. You tell me you buying or selling. We got 9 things to get through in about 6 minutes. I don't know if we're going to make it. Number 1, Buffalo is the team to beat in the AFC. They'd fallen onto the wild card line during November. They lost to the Jets and Vikings. They had to play in Detroit there during the snowstorm, but the Bills are back atop the conference and here to stay with the AFC's most well-rounded roster. Buffalo taking number 1 seed into the playoffs. Buying or selling?
Sell. Kansas City.
Sell. Cincinnati, defending AFC champs. They've got the Chiefs number, and I think they can beat Buffalo.
Quick answers, please.
I'll go buy. Going through Buffalo. They're the 1 seed right now. I believe they stay there, and that's going to be a nightmare for any team that has to go through Buffalo.
Number 2, the NFC race goes through Philadelphia. They bullied the Titans. Physicality is the calling card of Mike Vrabel, but the Eagles took him to the woodshed with a dominant display on both sides of the ball. Buying or selling, Chiafalo?
I am going to sell this, and I think the Cowboys end up stealing this division, boys.
Wow.
I'm buying. It's getting slimmer.
Buy.
Yeah, Philadelphia. The hope is that they could lose one of these games to the Giants, but they got to lose a game and you got to beat them.
Yeah, right. You got to beat them, and then you just got to hope they slip up at some point. And I think they're due for a good
without the Cowboys slipping up.
Okay, number 3 on the list from Adam Shine, buying or selling, ... But the Cowboys can beat the Eagles. 9-3 Cowboys aren't going to catch the Eagles in the race, writes Adam Shine, but I like Dallas to hand Philadelphia a loss in their Christmas Eve showdown at Jerry World. Don't forget when the Eagles beat the Cowboys, Dallas was operating with Cooper Rush. While the Cowboys' backup quarterback performed admirably, he threw 3 picks. Okay, you buying or selling the Cowboys beating the Eagles on Christmas Eve?
Buy.
It's a buy for me.
Buy. We're beating the Biatches.
Sure, the Cowboys played with their food a bit on Sunday, entering the fourth quarter. Then Dallas reeled off 5 unanswered touchdowns, becoming just the 3rd team in league history to score 33 or more in the fourth quarter. Yeah, they're so explosive. You know, if the Eagles avoid making mistakes, I think I'd still pick Philadelphia in a playoff game. Number 4, the Niners boast the NFL's best defense.
Oh, yeah, that's a buy.
Buy.
Miami arrived in Santa Clara winning on a 5-game winning streak, hitting the 30-point mark in each of the past 4 contests. Niners shut them down. 33-17, the final. Okay, number 5, the Bengals are winning the AFC North. That's a purchase.
Yeah.
It's a buy. They're playing the best football in the conference right now.
That's an insta-buy.
That's a buy, too, yeah, because I think the Ravens are struggling to, finish games at times.
We should probably give the Cowboys more credit for beating them.
Yeah.
Even though it was
you caught them in week 2. That's great.
Yeah.
Caught them at the right time.
Number 6, Patty Mahomes is the league MVP.
I will buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Buying.
Yeah, your other candidates, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts.
Give him a run here.
Josh Allen. There's 2 in the conversation. Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson. Number 7, Mike White is the guy for these Jets.
For these Jets, and their options being Mike White, Zach Wilson and his 2.77 inches per play, or Joe Flacco, sure, Mike White's their guy.
Selling.
Who knew the Cowboys had so much quarterback talent in that building a couple of years ago?
That was my guy, and I told you what was going to happen. He was going to lose. He's got Buffalo this week. That's another L. Sell that.
He did come down to earth and threw a couple of picks.
Yeah.
Against Chicago. So, in their next game
He's
after
good
the
for
Chicago.
1 game a year. I was probably wrong about him.
Well, then I guess their guy's Flacco, huh? Because it definitely ain't Zach Wilson now.
Right now, he's their guy. But long term,
for whatever reason, Saleh said yesterday we're not ruling out going back to Zach Wilson.
Number 8, the Raiders will be tough down the stretch. The case is, since their humiliating loss to the Colts in Jeff Saturday's coaching debut dropped the Raiders to 2-7, the team's run off 3 straight wins. They're at 5-7 on the fringe of the playoffs. They're facing the Rams this Thursday. The Raiders should make it 4 in a row, and they can beat New England and Pittsburgh after that. Could they knock off the Niners and Chiefs to finish the regular season on a heater? No. They were up 17-0 on the Chiefs earlier in the year before blowing the Monday Nighter.
Yeah. I do not see them beating the Niners nor the Chiefs. The Steelers are a tough out, but the Patriots with the Josh McDaniels connection there, Bill Belichick, might he be able to get himself a victory? I can't buy the Raiders. Not at all. Not even for
I didn't want to, but, you know.
I buy this as a tough out, right? They don't have to win those games, but I think they'll be tough.
Yeah, they'll be tough. I think that's what he's saying, just that they will be tough down the stretch, indeed. And it appears Crying Elvis, a.k.a. Derek Carr, has inspired that team.
We will rally around Derek, and we will play good football.
Eyeliner.
And number 9, Detroit is going to be tough down the stretch.
Buy.
You like that?
I'm buying that.
They're 4-1 in their last 5 games.
I am buying that right now. I think Dan Campbell, I think he even said it. He goes, these next 5 are really important for us. I'm buying it. They don't make the playoffs, but I'm buying them playing.
Got them at the right time, too.
I'm buying, baby.
All righty, thanks, guys. There's a little Shine 9 for you. Around the Mavs, Jason Kidd on people clamoring for the rookie and other Mavs stuff.
Fight?
It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Mavs content coming up. We're going to go around the Mavs. Another nice win last night. I think they've won 5 of 6 now. And I'd love for you to get that truckwreck.com fan text fired up. What do you think we're seeing right here? Are they turning it around? It's definitely the high point of the year. They're not going to have back-to-back wins better than the Suns and the Nuggets. Number 1 and number 3 in their conference in back-to-back nights. It's freaking outstanding. And it's been great to be a Mavs fan here over the last 48, 72 hours. Even though my dang Fire Stick was acting up again last night, I'm so done. I'm going back to cable and satellite as soon as I get up my lazy butt.
You say that every week.
This time it wasn't even Bally's. It was the TNT on my Hulu. Ooh. It's like every 5 minutes, yeah, you're done. We're just going to take you back to the home screen. So I unplug it and plug it back in, and it's just so exhausting. It's such a crappy product. Like, in order for streaming to be worth it, I needed to cost 25% of a cable bill. And now it's like 85% of a cable bill. You're not even saving that much money. So I can't wait. I'll be back before too long. And I am, Brian. This might go on for 2 years, okay? But I tell you what.
Are you warning us now?
I swear to God, I'm done with streaming.
2 years later. I'm done with this. I can't wait.
Hey, I need a haircut again. Okay, my last haircut was in Oxnard. 3 weeks ago, I was going to go get one.
What?
Yeah, I'm terrible with the haircuts. I don't get haircuts.
It really isn't that long though for that.
Yeah, I got it pretty cleaned up there in Oxnard. It might be 3 more months. I don't know when I'm going to get it done. I'm hoping I can get it done before Christmas because Mom likes her Gavi, with the tight little boy haircut.
I love it.
So we shall see. Okay, I do want to do a quick Cowboys thing with you before we get to the Mavs and J Kid's thoughts. Because the idea jumped in my mind twice over the last hour, listening to Charles Robinson talk, and then talking about the Bird Turds and the Cowboys here in that last segment. How much are you guys buying into their Super Bowl chances for real, or are you thinking it's just like last year? What it comes down to for me, and keep in mind, all I'm trying to do is be objective. I'm not trying to be a homer, and I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just trying to think what my honest opinion is, and I don't want to get carried away because so often with this Cowboys team we're like, oh yeah, Super Bowl, and then they're fatally flawed and the playoffs happen, and we're like, wow, why did I think that? I should have paid attention to the warning signs better. Like last year, warning signs were everywhere. The Niners were going to knock their D's in the dirt. I still picked the Cowboys in the wild card round and was frustrated, but the history has been physical good teams take away the Cowboys' identity, right? Right now, the identity is the Cowboys are amazing because they're blowing teams out and averaging 35 points per game. The analytics say this is a team with an explosive offense that is better than all the offenses in the NFL since Dak is back because for whatever reason, they're putting up burgers and briskets. They got 3 50-point games, but 2 of them happened last year. And I don't know how you can make a leap of faith and say that, this year, those stats are going to start translating, right? What we do have is a win against the Bengals and Vikings that didn't happen last year. What we do have is this team is running the ball a lot better. What we do have is this team is not turnover dependent. And Charles Robinson hit that point well, I think, in his thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, Dawson, do you need to be full Cowboy Gavin? I know what you saw last year, but we've seen less signs of that this year. We've seen less that physical teams take away. Now, they had a bad game plan against Green Bay. I think that was Kellen Moore's fault. Philadelphia happened. You didn't have Dak, and the Tampa Bay game was that's a physical team that could stop your run. But the Cowboys actually ran pretty well per carry that day. It was just Kellen Moore not running enough.
They stopped running, yeah.
And don't text in and say they're playing trash teams. The Vikings are trash. Or the Vikings trash?
They've got a very easy schedule.
They do, but yeah. You don't beat Minnesota 40-3 and say that was a trash team.
No, it was not a trash team they beat.
And
it was a good team.
The most lopsided win in the NFL this year. I mean, come on.
That was a good team with a bad game plan. They went full Kellen Moore on you.
Cowboys whooped them.
And you punished them for it. So what do you think, Chief?
I mean, the Eagles haven't played anybody, if that's the case. I mean, who have the Eagles played? Eagles have played absolutely nobody.
Same schedule you have.
Right. So
I mean, that's because of the division, yeah.
So I don't use the schedule thing as a factor. I think that point differential is a big thing, and the Cowboys are crushing in that category right now. The way they beat the Vikings, I mean, you can see to where, okay, you don't even play that well on Sunday night, and you ended up crushing the Colts. And that's cool and fun, and you're not going to see a team as crappy as the Colts once you get into the playoffs. But a lot of it for me as well is not only all the things you mentioned about this team compared to last year, but also just the competition that they're going to be seeing here when it comes to the playoffs. The teams you're going to be seeing, and it's a one-game sample, and any team can do anything, and if you're going to go to Tom Brady's house, you can't feel incredible about that despite the issues that they have. San Francisco now with their quarterback situation, they are one team that it's weird because Kyle Shanahan's never been good since he's been the head coach in San Francisco without Garoppolo. But I think when you look as an offensive coordinator and it's Matt Ryan and then it's the best RG3 ever looked. And then in Cleveland, I think he actually made crappy quarterbacks look somewhat respectable at times. And so you've seen the track record there, but not as the head coach in San Francisco. But San Francisco is uniquely built to be a team that kind of wins in spite of their quarterback anyway. It's just like, hey, Jimmy, don't throw interceptions. Even if you don't throw touchdowns, with our defense and with our rushing attack and with the way that we throw the ball, we can probably escape with some victories. So that is still a little bit like, okay, if San Francisco, maybe they could do something with their backup quarterback, but it's not just their backup quarterback. It is a 7th round Mr. Irrelevant rookie who is going to inevitably he's going to cause trouble for them.
And we know that's a winning formula in the playoffs because they did it against the Cowboys and Packers last year. Now, they did have Jimmy, but Jimmy did not play great in either one of those games. And you hit on the point differential. I think it's huge. But maybe this Cowboys team is uniquely positioned to score a lot of points against average opponents, to get the blowout games, and then somehow crazily against the good physical teams, their ability to be explosive offensively goes away. I think that's real. That's really happened to this Cowboys team over the last couple of years. So I don't know if it goes away. Like, the Niners might not be a great regular season team. They can't pile up the blowout victories. But when you get into January and playoff football, like, their physicality is more suited for that style of play. And there's weird, quirky things. Like sometimes Aaron Rodgers just beats you with the worst team, or you've never beaten Tom Brady. And I'm leaving space for this idea that the Cowboys are a team that blows out below average teams and makes their point differential look so fantastic, which is why the analytics world likes Cowboys over Eagles right now. Mm-hmm. It just comes down to point differential.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like when they have the killer instinct against bad teams but can't get out of their own way against good teams is what I'm worried about, Wolchuk.
Yeah, and I think that the penalties will always be something we will be worried about, especially in those games, right? That's not something that they've been able to necessarily overcome. But I do think, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Right? The two biggest differences for me from this year to last year, one is just the path in the NFC. You don't have a juggernaut Rams. The Niners are clearly weakened because of the quarterback position. Defensively, they're still outstanding. There's no question about that. DeMeco Ryans is the coordinator in the NFL that doesn't get talked about enough.
That's a good point.
That dude is exceptional. When you've brought up the point about, how are the Niners able to do this without a quarterback throwing for a touchdown, that's the reason. He's an outstanding defensive coordinator. That defense is what's winning them games. They're brilliant. I mean, they are. And so the Niners need to be feared because that defense is going to keep them in games, and they shut down teams' running games, right? And that's how they still will have a chance. But you've beaten the Vikings, how scared of you are them, and I think you still can beat the Eagles, how scared of you are them. So, of course, you mentioned Brady already, Gavin. Don't need to get into that. I feel that same way. But your path to the Super Bowl in the NFC is easier than it was a year ago. But the Cowboys aren't having the issues up front with the offensive line that they were a season ago. And you have the potential to get better with the addition of Tyron Smith. You're not getting completely bullied at the line of scrimmage like they were this time a year ago.
Man, all that makes total sense to me. It really does, man.
And I do think there's definitely a route here where the Cowboys cowboy it up and completely lose the game because of themselves, whether it's penalties or they fall back into this weird rut of maybe just doing just straight drop back passes instead of continuing with doing play action. And I love the way they're moving CeeDee Lamb around. But like if they get in these weird, hey, for an entire quarter, they just kind of like went away from what's been working. And I totally get that they can absolutely bleep themselves in this situation. But one of the other things that I think is much different than last year, and I tweeted this out during the game, that Kellen Moore has made an emphasis, and maybe it was his own idea or the front office or Mike McCarthy, whoever it was, it's working now where they're making it a point to get the ball in their best players' hands. Yeah. They are making that a point, and that was in the San Francisco game last year. It's like when you run through and look, okay, Tony Pollard's not getting really any run here. CeeDee Lamb's barely getting any looks. Noah Brown's got more targets than CeeDee. Like, what are we doing here? And it seems like now you see it from the start of games. CeeDee Lamb, you're getting involved early because you've shown that you're a beast and probably a top 10 receiver in the sport. So we're going to throw you the ball. We're going to hand you the ball. Tony Pollard, however it is, we're going to get you the ball. And so to me, that is another difference this year where, hey, at least they're making it a focal point. We're putting the ball in the best players' hands, and we're going to go down fighing that way.
And Dak's also shown a willingness, right?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, there are tangible things you can point to, Brian.
Man, I was sitting here while you guys were talking, and I was just trying to go through, and I was looking through San Francisco's games and stuff like that. And the one team that was able to run the ball on them was Atlanta. Atlanta ran the ball 40 times for 168 yards. I'm thinking, okay, is that the recipe for how, trying to find a way? They were 13 of 14 passing that game for 129 yards. The problem was for the 49ers, they turned the ball over 3 times in that game. So I was sitting there trying to think, how do you beat the 49ers? Because if you look at their opponents, again, you can only play the schedule. But you look at the teams that they play, a ton of them are offensively challenged. Just going through them, you play the Rams a couple of times. Rams haven't run the ball all year. All of a sudden, you play them twice, you get a couple of they lost to Atlanta. They lost to Kansas City was another team. But if you look at overall who the 49ers have played, again, I think they got outstanding personnel. Don't get me wrong. But I also just, they played the Bears opening day. They lost that game. The Bears weren't doing everying that they were.
That was a weird day.
But those are 2 mobile quarterbacks, though, Fields and Mariota.
Yeah. But see, that's what I'm saying. They've played the Seahawks. They played the Broncos. We all understand the Broncos have been challenged, right? Offensively. The Rams, the Panthers. I mentioned the Falcons game. Kansas City, the Rams again. The Chargers, are a pretty good team offensively. Arizona, a little offensively challenged. The Saints, a little bit offensively challenged. The Dolphins, not offensively challenged.
And I will say about this Dolphins game, 1, they had both their tackles out, and 2, just seeing the smart NFL people that are going back and rewatching these things and breaking them down. Yeah. A lot of the conventional wisdom coming out from this game is, dear God, Tua, you missed throws that you've been hitting all season. And if you run this game back, very likely it looks at least a little bit different. Now, to be fair, they completely shut down their run game, and Tua did look terrible. But I have noticed a lot of people going, man, if I'm Mike McDaniel, I feel good about the way things played out. My quarterback just missed throws that he's been hitting all season.
Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, so we're excited about the Cowboys. I'm trying to come around on the Mavs, but I do believe they're fundamentally flawed and they need to make moves. But I'm excited they've won 5 of 6 because what they're going to do is buy time and keep the chemistry and the morale together while you wait for that trade deadline move, hopefully, that can redefine what they're capable of in the playoffs. And if they can't make a move, then at least they'll make the playoffs now. I feel more confident about that after this recent stretch. But if you didn't know, maybe they don't need a trade because of young guys coming. And Josh Green, he's making his way towards being more consistent, but they also have the rookie that people are excited about. Jaden Hardy went off in the G League. Then Monday night, he scored 10 points in 2 minutes at the end of their blowout win over Phoenix. So last night he didn't play, and reporters asked Jason Kidd why not.
Jason, obviously there's a lot of fans and media that are thinking Jaden Hardy deserved more minutes, and probably Josh Green and a few others too. Do you think everybody realizes there's only 240 minutes to go around, and a lot of them are spoken for?
Yeah, mathematically they probably haven't thought about that side. They just feel it's just they should play. Well, that's good, and I think we all want them to play. We've been healthy, And those minutes are spoken for. When you talk about Luka at 40, someone's only going to be able to play 8. You have Spencer at 30. Those are spoken for. So it's hard, when you're healthy, you just have to be patient. And I know society isn't patient, or Twitter isn't patient, because they want it now, in fantasy leagues and all that. But this is a job, first and foremost. And my job is to put those guys in a position to be successful. And, right now, we got a good thing going. Hardy has to wait. Ask Josh. It's Twitter isn't the coach or the player. It's just a platform to express your opinion, and that's as far as it goes. But some of us believe it. Some of us think it's the rule or the law. But it's basketball. This is a game, and everyone's going to get an opportunity. Frank's going to get an opportunity. It's just the nature of the game. Someone's going to be hurt or sick. Someone has to step up.
Yeah, and they are stepping up. Tim Hardaway Jr. was great again last night, but to me, this is the backup quarterback syndrome. And it's like the guy on the bench is the answer to your problems, especially a guy who's gone off in G League and got to the hoop. But the limited amount I've been able to watch Jaden Hardy play, he's shorter. I don't think he's super fast. At least he's not with the ball. He's not I haven't seen him be a great leaper, so he was a second-round pick. The tools that he has, to go attack like a first-team defense, it might be there eventually, but he's got a lot of experience to get through. So I guess my approach, we had Bobby Carella on yesterday. I'd like to see him go to the G League. And in the meantime, I kind of have him as a Trey Burke in my mind, where you might not see him for a week, but if Tim Hardaway Jr. or somebody else is struggling or somebody gets hurt, then that's the opportunity to give him a shot. But I'm not trying to force anything with Jaden Hardy at this point. How about you, Chief?
I'm not. Especially with the way, like you mentioned, Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing right now. I'm totally in on patience, especially in these leagues like the NBA, where it's such an extremely long season, and it's easy to lose our minds. It's like we haven't even gotten to Christmas yet. So we can kind of settle things down a little bit, but hopefully you have THJ on an upward trajectory off that injury. It does make sense. It was going to take him a little bit of time to kind of get his wits about him, so to speak, but now it seems like he does. And this is a totally different team, and this is the team that we were all assuming when we were coming into the season, at least from the THJ standpoint. This is a guy that's going to be hugely helpful for you in terms of being able to just help score points, relieve some of the loss that you had from Jalen Brunson. We thought we were going to have more Christian Wood from that standpoint, but at least you have the THJ thing coming, trending upwards, and that is monstrous for this team.
It has been great. And so with this trade that I saw rumored earlier, we're 2 months from the deadline, but the most interesting thing is the Bulls. They're talking about Zach LaVine. Would they really trade him? They're having a bad year. I think I'd give up all the first-round picks for Zach LaVine. How about you guys?
Ooh, I think I would too. I've always loved Zach LaVine, and it was a weird assessment the Mavericks didn't think that he could be a legit top 3 player on a championship team.
Yeah, that's bad. I'm seeing Denver last night, and I'm like, this is ridiculous, the number of really good players they have. Aaron Gordon, that guy is just a hair away from being able to lead a team himself. Incredibly talented, and it was a tremendous job by the Mavs to get the dub last night. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content with you next here in the G-Bag Nation. I got to talk about D&M leasing with you, because leasing your vehicle